Yekong, having grown up as an orphan until the age of 20, suddenly finds herself informed that she is the true daughter of the prestigious Yi family in Huaichuan. Upon her return to the Yi residence, she is not greeted with an emotional reunion, but rather by a family that dotes excessively on the false daughter, alongside a disabled fiancé, who is deemed unwanted by all. Yekong has a myriad of thoughts swirling within her. However, prior to her arrival, the director of the orphanage had warned her repeatedly to remain silent. Thus she resolutely keeps her lips sealed, continuing to play the role of a mute country girl. It is only during a private meeting with her disabled fiancé, where she confirms that she will not be easily expelled from the Yi family, that she finally feels at ease to speak candidly at the banquet. In front of those who still regard her as the beloved false daughter of the Yi family, she boldly inquires, "Have you ever met your biological mother? She has AIDS and came to borrow money from me." To her cousin, who slapped her in defense of the false daughter, she retaliates by hurling a cup back at him. "Who are you to deny my existence? With a face like yours, you should also consider a DNA test. I suspect you might not even be their biological child." Addressing her grandmother, who clutches her heart and scolds her fiercely, she retorts, "You haven't raised me for a single day, yet you act like a venerable elder? I had to give the director of the orphanage a concussion before I would address him as grandfather. If you let me knock you once, I might just acknowledge you as my grandmother." The ground beneath Huaichuan trembles. Everyone soon realizes that the true daughter, retrieved from the countryside, is a tempestuous force who can offend the entire world with but a few words. Just when all assume her downfall is imminent, the esteemed heir of the Wen family, thought to be disabled, suddenly rises, striding confidently before her and declares, "Please take good care of me, my fiancé." Chapter 1. The true daughter must not speak. Day 1. Are you Yekong? Within the Yi residence, a stately elderly lady scrutinizes Yekong from a solemn sofa. In stark contrast to her austere demeanor, her hand affectionately caresses the hair of a girl nestled upon her lap. The girl only steals a glance at Yekong before turning away, her eyes brimming with tears. "You bear a striking resemblance to your father, tall and slender," the elder remarks, casually gesturing to the woman beside her. "This is your mother." Yekong had already noticed her, a graceful and gentle-looking woman, whose eyes now flicker with a hint of brightness as she turns to look at her, ready to utter "mother," but is abruptly interrupted by a heart-wrenching cry. "Mother!" The girl in the elder's lap suddenly spins around and throws herself into the woman's embrace. The mother instinctively wraps her arms around her, while the elder exclaims anxiously, "What's wrong, Juju? Why are you crying all of a sudden? No one is trying to take your mother away, right, Yekong?" Yekong swallows her words, standing in the hall under the elder's somewhat oppressive gaze, and meets the woman's eyes, which are a blend of guilt and evasion. The guests in the grand hall regard her with peculiar expressions, leaving Yekong momentarily questioning if she had made a mistake. A week prior, a self-proclaimed assistant from Yi family had sought her out in a small southern town, insisting she undergo a paternity test. Upon receiving the results, she was informed that she was the abducted third young lady of the Yi family. The assistant had spent an entire week educating her about the family's customs and various relatives, and only today did they finally conclude their lessons, bringing her into the grand estate. She had anticipated a somewhat awkward, yet joyous reunion. Yet the scene before her now. Yekong slowly shifts her gaze to the girl who remains silent in Mrs. Ye's arms, and she cannot help but think, "I appear to be the false daughter here, don't I? Why are you silent? Are you exhausted?" The elder furrows her brow, her expression stern and discontented. "Then you should head upstairs to rest. Your room has long been prepared. You'll need your energy for the evening banquet to gradually meet everyone. It will be tiring." Thus, Yekong is led away. Before her departure, Grandma Yi offers a gentle warning. "You've just returned, and there are many customs here that you may not understand. You must learn from your sister. Oh, and later tonight, I'll properly introduce you to Yi Baoju, your sister, who has been dutifully honoring the elders in your stead before your arrival." The elder tenderly strokes the girl's back in Mrs. Ye's arms, her aged eyes fixated intently on Yekong. "You must remember to thank her sincerely." Yekong lowers her gaze. The sunlight casts a pale glow on the small mole on her left cheek, giving her a fragile, translucent appearance. Without casting another glance at anyone, she departs with the butler. It is said that this room, claimed to be the most luminous and spacious in the Yi house, was decorated personally by Mrs. Yi. Yet as Yekong surveys the glaring sunlight flooding the room, she suspects it is actually an undesirable chamber, though the light is indeed splendid, particularly in the sweltering summer. The heat remains oppressive despite the air conditioning. She promptly draws the curtains shut, retrieves her suitcase, and collapses into slumber. 10 minutes later, she is roused by a rhythmic, loud knocking at the door. It's me. A lively, sweet voice calls from outside. Sister, mother asked me to bring you some fruit. Yekong is taken aback. Just moments ago, the girl appeared despondent, fearing she would lose her mother, yet now she can chirpily address her as sister? Curiosity piqued, she opens the door to be met with a radiant smile. Wei Baozhu enters, fruit platter in hand, but as soon as the door closes behind her, the cheerful demeanor vanishes in an instant, as if a magician had performed a vanishing act. Yekong, what do you think? The young girl places the fruit platter on the table and begins to pace around the spacious, elegant room, exuding an air of ownership and confidence. You've never lived in such a fine house, have you? Yekong contemplates for a few moments, hesitantly nodding in affirmation. The girl lets out a cold laugh, but this is all there is. She strides closer, and with each step, her expression turns increasingly sinister, culminating in a visage that inspires fear. I'll tell you this. Everything in this house belongs to me. Grandparents are mine, parents are mine, siblings are mine. Everything I've possessed for the last 20 years, you will not snatch away simply because of a drop of blood. Yekong hears the grinding of her teeth, filled with resentment and fury. Yekong, is it? Do you know why you were brought back? It is not out of love or longing from our parents, but rather, the marriage alliance with the Wen family necessitates you, for I would rather die than wed a cripple. They pity me and do not wish to force me, which is why you were brought back. So, do you understand? Your return to the Yi family, your transformation from a destitute orphan to a wealthy heiress overnight. I am your greatest benefactor. But rest assured, she whispers in Yekong's ear, I do not require your gratitude, because how you swaggered into the Yi family today, I will ensure you leave in disgrace before long. You shall possess not even a speck of dust from the Yi family. The summer sun pours in through the window. Yekong stands tall, her gaze slightly lowered to meet the eyes of the girl before her, who is shorter in stature. Just as she slightly parts her lips to speak, a warning from the director echoes in her mind. Yekong, remember, if you genuinely wish to attain a normal family and affection, the most crucial thing upon entering the Yi family is to speak as little as possible. Promise me, if you do not want to be thrown out on your first day, you must absolutely speak less. It is best if you say not a word, even if it means being regarded as mute or autistic. Why are you not speaking? Do you not believe me? Yi Baozhu stepped closer, contorting her face into a grimace as she forced a smile through clenched teeth. Believe it or not, soon enough you shall comprehend the disparities of class, the distinctions of hierarchy, and the truth that even a crow perched upon a branch cannot metamorphose into a phoenix. At tonight's banquet, I shall eagerly await to see how you steal the spotlight. With a resounding slam, the door was cast shut. Yi Kong remained rooted in place, her gaze vacant, tilting her head slightly. After a brief moment, she retrieved a palm-sized sketchbook from her bag. With deft strokes, her pencil swiftly danced across the paper, and before long, two grotesque and ludicrous witches sprang to life upon the page. Upon completion, she casually scanned the drawing with her phone and uploaded it online using a secondary account. Chapter 2. The authentic young lady must not speak the following day. Within mere seconds, notifications on Weibo began to chime incessantly in the background, with likes, comments, and private messages skyrocketing. At long last you have appeared, Great One. I implore you, for Xinxing's 3-year anniversary illustration. Oh my. This character sketch is astonishingly exquisite. A few strokes radiate malice and grotesqueness, yet it possesses such freshness. Where lies the detail? I cannot seem to analyze it. As an art student, I come to pay my respects. Great One, might you lend me your hand for the exam? Sob. It's been ages since the Great One depicted a villainous character. I wonder who these two prototypes are, the old witch and the little witch? The Great One appears to harbor quite the disdain for them. Daily inquiry. Will the Great One accept commissions for the character design of Deer Hunter? I have been fervently beseeching before the Buddha for several centuries. Oh my. Is the official account of Deer Hunter up there? Are they newcomers? Do they not understand that several game officials daily linger here, pleading for collaboration? Even as devoted fans, they have yet to receive a single response from the Great One, haha. I too wish to submit my character design to the Great One, but alas. Dog Fei is too aloof to proactively seek collaboration with a humble artist, sob. The rapidly accumulating fervor briefly thrust the name Yi Shi onto the tail end of the trending searches, but it soon subsided. Meanwhile, Yi Kong had already donned her formal attire and makeup, gracefully traversing the corridor leading to the grand staircase. Ahead, the door swung open, revealing Yi Baozhu. Resplendent in her finery, linking arms with Madame Yi, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as they emerged. Madame Yi embraced her, gently patting her back, evidently engaged in a patient act of consolation. Yi Kong's steps faltered as she inadvertently met Yi Baozhu's gaze. The expression on Yi Baozhu's face, initially wrought with grievance, shifted in an instant, a fleeting look of ferocity flashing before she quickly buried herself in Madame Yi's embrace. At that moment, Madame Yi appeared somewhat flustered. Her hesitance was palpable, yet she succumbed to Yi Baozhu's coaxing and continued to pat her back, merely sighing at Yi Kong. The banquet is commencing. Today marks your grandmother's grand birthday, and there will be many guests. You shall follow closely behind me. Still, Yi Kong remained silent, her demeanor exuding an icy aloofness, which only intensified Madame Yi's sense of unease. With a shake of her head, she led the two of them downstairs. In the stairwell, Yi Baozhu took the initiative to link arms with Yi Kong, her tone intimate yet tinged with trepidation. Sister, I shall introduce you to the guests later. Please do not disdain me. Madame Yi felt a surge of warmth, but Yi Kong's entire body stiffened. The throng of guests below was considerable, under Madame Yi's watchful gaze. Yi Baozhu meticulously began her introductions. This is my elder sister, my biological sister. She has been unwell for a long time and was only recently brought back. Upon hearing this, Yi Kong glanced at Madame Yi, who offered a reassuring and apologetic gaze. Yi Kong immediately comprehended the unspoken message. The Yi family did not wish for the truth of the swapped children to be revealed. In essence, she was merely an obscure elder sister fostered outside. While Yi Baozhu remained the cherished youngest daughter of the Yi family, her fingers hanging by her side twitched slightly as the image of the grandfather, with his wrinkled face, resurfaced in her mind.
Do not speak.
At least until I ascertain my place within the Yi family, I shall remain silent. Lost in her thoughts, Yi Baozhu suddenly tightened her grip on her arm. Look, Grandma Wen has arrived. Yet, the next words were whispered conspiratorially. See that man in the wheelchair? He is the one you are destined to marry, a cripple. The malicious glee lacing her tone shifted to a sinister undertone, but even so, you've struck gold. After all, if he were not disabled, he would be the most valuable man in the entirety of Yuzhou. Yi Kong discerned the genuine jealousy in her tone. She raised her eyes to see several figures entering the banquet hall. Leading the procession was an elderly lady, of a similar age to Grandma Yi, who leaned on a cane yet exuded vitality and haughtiness. Among them, the most conspicuous was the man in the wheelchair. At that moment the hall, resplendent with dazzling lights and the mingling of elite society, fell into a hushed silence as the wheelchair rolled into the illuminated space, drawing the attention of all present, who instinctively held their breath. Unlike the peculiar and intrusive gazes she had received when entering the Yi household earlier that afternoon, the eyes now cast upon the wheelchair were filled with a cautious respect and unvoiced sympathy. It was as though they simultaneously feared him and revered him. They longed for him, yet felt pity, albeit a pity they dared not express. As the wheelchair approached, Yi Kong finally discerned the figure within. It was a remarkably young man, clad in a simple black suit, devoid of a tie, yet his shirt was meticulously buttoned all the way to the top. His long, elegant neck, adorned by a well-defined collar, radiated a noble grace that left one in awe, not to mention the alluring yet restrained prominence of his Adam's apple. As for his face, Yi Kong focused her gaze upon him, momentarily taken aback. Only the finest artists in the world could conceive and delineate such exquisite contours and striking features. Instinctively, her artistic sensibilities urged her to reach for her sketchbook to capture this visage on paper. However, before she could do so, their eyes locked. His eyes, charming yet soft, concealed deep, dark pupils, emanating an air of melancholy. Yet, what truly rendered Yi Kong speechless was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Little Kong, come here and greet Grandma Wen. This is Wen Can. You may call him brother, Madame Yi urged, grasping Yi Kong's hand. However, Grandma Wen seemed somewhat unimpressed, only casting a cursory glance at Yi Kong once Madame Yi had seated herself. So this is your daughter, the one you raised outside for 20 years? I have never heard of her before. She was frail as a child, Madame Yi explained. The master advised against raising her at home. Hence, she was sent to the south for fostering.
Madame Ye tiktenet her grip onye konshand.
Offering her a reassuring glance before gently nudging her forward. Do take a look. Does she not resemble old Yi remarkably? Only then did Grandma Wen scrutinize Yi Kong's face more closely, her initially critical demeanor softening. Indeed, she is the daughter that only you two could have sired. She is far more beautiful than Baozhu, quite splendid. Yi Baoju's expression darkened, her head lowered in silence. Madame Yi immediately felt a pang of sympathy and addressed Grandma Wen. Please, do not say that. Baoju has grown up under your watchful eye. You have never failed to send her birthday gifts. That was because I thought she would become my precious granddaughter-in-law. Grandma Wen retorted sharply. Who would have known that after treating her well for 20 years, now that Arakan has encountered a mishap, she no longer wishes to marry? What do you mean by that? How can you say Baoju does not want to marry? A powerful reprimand echoed from outside as Grandma Yi, supported by servants, strode into the room, glaring fiercely as she spoke. Is this not an agreement made by our two old men? They insisted on marrying my third granddaughter. If you must place blame, direct it at them, but do not hold our precious fourthborn, Baoju, accountable. Grandma Wen huffed, casting a sideways glance at Yi Kong. That may be so, but this girl has spent more than 20 years outside. You can hardly claim to know her temperament and disposition. Is there a child of mine who could be anything less than well-mannered? Arrogant. The two elderly ladies exchanged barbs, and the atmosphere quickly warmed. It was only when Madame Yi sensed something amiss that she turned to glance at Yi Kong, remarking, Child, why do you keep staring at them so intently? Chapter 3. The authentic young lady must not speak the next day.
Ye kom promptly avertet her gazı.
However, Grandma Wen furrowed her brow and remarked, Why does this child not utter a word? She is rather shy, isn't she? It was only at this moment that Madame Yi realized that from the time they had met until now, they had yet to hear Yi Kong's voice. The expressions of both Yi Jia and her daughter-in-law were momentarily clouded with displeasure. Observing this, Yi Baoju hurriedly interjected. Sister is merely a bit introverted, and doesn't he enjoy conversing? Just as the atmosphere threatened to become uncomfortably tense, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Grandmother, I wish to speak with Miss Yi-san privately. This voice was melodious and reminiscent of raindrops on jade stones under the moonlight, deep and cool, sending shivers down one's spine. The speaker was the young Master Wen, seated in a wheelchair. His words astonished everyone present, and even Grandmother Wen, momentarily disregarding her dissatisfaction, exclaimed with delight, Good, good. Go ahead. It's rare for you to speak. After uttering this, she grasped Yi's grandmother's hand and added, After knowing each other for over a decade, I've never seen Asai show even the slightest interest in Baoju, yet upon your youngest's return, he looks at her differently. It seems my grandson truly takes after me. He favors beauty. Yi Baoju's complexion instantly twisted with jealousy and resentment as she cast a venomous gaze towards Yi Kong. However, at that moment, Yi Kong had already begun to push Wen Ken's wheelchair towards the exit, with a secretary-like figure silently trailing behind. Once the two exited the banquet hall, the secretary remained inside, shutting the door to the terrace behind them. The glass door reflected the secretary's shadow like a sentinel. Yi Kong withdrew her gaze and focused on Wen Ken before her. In the dim light, the young Master Wen appeared strikingly handsome, his distant and indifferent gaze exuding an air of nobility that seemed to look down upon the world. It was no wonder that many women had gazed at her with envy and fear throughout their walk. Envy, perhaps, stemmed from admiration, while fear arose from reverence. Adding a layer of complex schadenfreude, one could only speculate it was due to his legs. Yi Kong lowered her eyes toward his legs, which were draped in a thin blanket. Even seated and impaired, they still exhibited an extraordinary allure. One could only imagine how regal and tall he would appear if he were able to stand. Such legs, if truly rendered useless, would indeed be a lamentable loss. Yet, from a child adopted by the head of the orphanage in Huahu County to the esteemed Miss Yi Kong of the prestigious Yi family in Yuzhou, one could ask, Miss Yi Kong, might you enlighten me about the tricks you are playing? Yi Kong raised her eyes at the sound, meeting Wen Ken's cold and gloomy gaze. She tilted her head slightly, ensuring no one was near in the hall before offering a faint smile and responding. From a neighbor's healthy brother who jogs with dogs to a wealthy young master with crippled legs, it took you only a night to believe me, Mr. Wen. My astonishment is no less than yours. This marked Yi Kong's first spoken word since arriving in Huaichuan, her voice crisp and sweet, reminiscent of the first bloom of a rose, dew-laden petals glistening. Yet, the content of her words bore the sting of thorns, sharp and piercing. She regarded Wen Ken, tilting her head slightly, unless you tell me that the dog walker I saw last night in Huahu County is your twin brother? The two stood and sat on the terrace, locked in a gaze filled with indifference and mutual scrutiny. Time slipped by until, unexpectedly, Wen Ken broke into laughter. The shadow of gloom dissipated, and his exquisitely handsome features sparkled with this newfound joy, so radiant that even in the dim light, they were blinding. Yi Kong squinted slightly, only to hear him say, "It appears we both harbor secrets that require concealment." "I do not," Yi Kong replied. "It is the Yi family who wishes to hide their secrets, not I." "Are you not a member of the Yi family?" "I am still under evaluation." "Are you assessing them? Or are they assessing you?"
Guess.
Silence enveloped them once more. When Can, keenly perceptive, seized upon something he desired during their exchange, his smile growing ever more radiant. "I suspect, regardless of which it is, you need to remain in the Yi family." He smiled as if transformed. "If that is the case, perhaps we need not be so adversarial." He extended his hand towards Yi Kong. "Miss Yi Kong, if you help me keep a secret, I will assist you in remaining with the Yi family. How does that sound?" Yi Kong glanced at his outstretched hand. "How will you assist me?" "Quite simply, by fulfilling that marriage contract." "I do not wish to marry you." "Neither do I wish to marry you," Wen Can replied nonchalantly. "Thus, we merely need to cooperate and act as a pair of engaged partners in name only." "What is the time frame?" 1 year.
Deal.
The two hands, one large and one small, clasped together. Wen Can, acutely aware of the thin calluses on her fingertips, felt a stir within but found that Yi Kong had already withdrawn her hand without a second thought. The young lady, clad in a simple gown, turned, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling door at the dazzling lights and bustling figures within, and without looking back, asked, "Are you certain that merely fulfilling the marriage contract will guarantee my place in the Yi family?" "Absolutely." Yi Kong finally smiled. Her complexion, pale as moonlight, complemented her dark eyes, which exuded a fragile radiance when she remained silent. However, when she smiled, it was as if a rose bloomed under the moonlight, embodying both reckless and chilling beauty. Wen Can found himself momentarily entranced by her profile, yet Yi Kong had already stepped through the door. As the door closed behind her, the man narrowed his eyes at her receding figure, delaying his entry as he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, grandfather? Can you tell me about the child named Yi Kong, adopted by director's son next door? What kind of person is she?" Yi Kong, with a glass in hand, was in the self-service area searching for desserts to indulge in. Just as she popped a small cake into her mouth, a mocking laugh emerged from behind her. "Baozhu, is this your third sister raised in the countryside? She seems far too out of place for your Yi family standards."
Do not say that.
"My sister is simply unaccustomed to being home," Baozhu retorted urgently. "If anyone dares to bully her, I will settle the score with you. Are we that kind of people? Hey, after all this talk, she hasn't even turned to greet us? How rude. It's her first time in high society. She hasn't seen a scene like Lu Laolao entering the Grandview Garden, has she? Cut her some slack." Though Wen Can is disabled, I truly did not expect him to become engaged to someone like her. Yi Kong spotted a coconut milk cake and reached for it, only to have a delicate hand snatch it away first. "Miss Yi-san, we are speaking to you. Is it too much to ask for you to at least acknowledge us?" The haughty voice beside her caused Yi Kong to pause. Yet she slowly took another piece of coconut milk cake and placed it on her plate before finally turning to face them. Several individuals stood before her, both male and female, with the most prominent among them being Yi Baozhu, who looked at Yi Kong with concern. "Sister, are you perhaps too hungry? Should I ask the butler to bring you some hot dishes? Did you not eat well in the countryside?" questioned a girl beside Yi Kong, tilting her head. "What kind of life did you live before? Have you ever seen jewelry? Have you ever eaten steak?" The naive tone of her inquiry drew laughter from those around, and even Baozhu couldn't help but chuckle before quickly admonishing, "Ruawei, do not mock my sister. She is my real sister." "Yes, yes," a man, glancing at his watch, looked up and, with a bored expression, scrutinized Yi Kong. "Yi Kong, right? I just heard from your mother that you haven't spoken since returning. Are you unwell?"
Or.
He paused, his gaze turning peculiar. "You wouldn't happen to be mute, would you?" Chapter 4. Good news. The true young lady is not mute. Bad news. Speaking offends the entire world. This suggestion instantly sparked a commotion. Even nearby guests could not help but turn their heads. The Yi family's banquet hall was lofty, adorned with a massive crystal chandelier that hung from the ceiling, refracting myriad beams of light, illuminating the entire hall in dazzling brilliance. Dressed in jewels and long gowns, the socialites and gentlemen in ties, who had been raising their glasses and engaging in laughter, were now drawn to the sudden exclamations, turning one by one to glance at the corner where Yi Kong stood. Yet, these privileged individuals accustomed to being the center of attention, remained unfazed, some covering their mouths in astonishment, while others whispered amongst friends. Yi Kong heard their voices buzzing like swarming mosquitoes. Could it be? Yi Baozhu, have you never mentioned that your sister is mute? No, she is not mute, is she? She must be just timid. Timid enough to have not uttered a single word to this day. Does that mean she hasn't even called Yi grandma or Yi aunt? Not even mom? That's utterly absurd. It would have been better not to bring her back at all. Enough of this. Yi Baozhu hurriedly stepped forward, linking her arm with Yi Kong's. Her small face resolute as she addressed the others. Yi Kong is my biological sister, the legitimate daughter of my parents, and holds an equal standing in the Yi family alongside me. If you continue to mock her, you are mocking me and the Yi family. All right. Her friends offered half-hearted apologies and shrugged, prompting Yi Baozhu to finally ease her expression. She turned to Yi Kong with a hint of hesitation, and after a moment, slowly called out, "Sister, may I inquire why you have remained silent all this time?" She spoke cautiously, her eyes meeting Yi Kong's with a haughty and triumphant glint, as if to brazenly declare, "Do you see it clearly? This is my territory. I mean no harm," she continued, "but if you persist in your silence, neglecting to call for anyone, our mother, grandmother, and soon-to-return father, brothers, and sisters will all grow very concerned. If you are afraid, we can practice together." She pointed to herself, her face adorned with an innocent smile. "I am Yi Baozhu, your sister. Grandmother and mother affectionately call me Zhu Zhu. You may call me that as well. Please do not speak. Absolutely remember." In her mind, the dean gestured firmly, with a determined glare. Yet, Yi Kong caught sight of Wen Ken in the distance. He had just entered from the terrace, and passers-by instinctively parted for him, his face resuming a gloomy expression. "Are you certain that fulfilling the marriage contract will guarantee my place in the Yi family?" "Of course." The conversation from the terrace drowned out the dean's resolute words. As Yi Baozhu tugged at her sleeve, "Sister, can it be that you truly cannot speak?" Yi Kong slowly turned her head, locking eyes with her. Worry etched on her face, mingled with a malicious and gleeful glint. Yi Kong regarded her and gently raised her hand to stroke her hair, softly calling, "Zhu Zhu." Her voice, sweet enough to make one want to cradle it, rang out delicately, causing the onlookers to momentarily freeze, some even glancing around, suspecting they might have misheard. Yi Baozhu was utterly stunned, and after 2 seconds, her face broke into a radiant smile. "Sister, you spoke. Have you ever seen your biological mother?" "I have. She came to me, begging on her knees, asking me not to expel you from the Yi family. Do you know why? Because she has AIDS and requires medical expenses. She fears that if you leave the Yi family, she will have no funds for treatment." "Zhu Zhu, have you ever given her money?" A profound silence ensued. A woman named Ruowei tilted her head, frowning. What? What is she saying? Am I hearing this wrong?"
What are you talking about?
The Yi family's cousin, previously indifferent towards Yi Kong, now erupted with fury, rushing to her side and yanking Yi Baozhu behind him, glaring fiercely at her. "Have you lost your mind? Even if you are envious and resentful, you cannot speak ill of your own sister. If this continues, do you believe the Yi family will still recognize you? Is it jealousy? Has she gone mad? I cannot even comprehend. Is she fabricating stories?" Yi Kong paid no mind to the cacophony, gazing past her cousin to Yi Baozhu, who stood frozen like a statue. "Zhu Zhu." She gently pronounced the name. "Zhu Zhu is indeed a lovely name. Do you know what your biological father's surname is? Shall I tell you?" Yi Baozhu finally trembled, as though awakening from a nightmare, gripping her cousin's clothing, her entire body shaking in disbelief, her eyes wide open in shock. Sensing the tremors behind him, Yes cousin could no longer contain himself, raising his hand and bellowing, "You better stop this." With a resounding slap, it was not his hand that struck Yi Kong's face, rather, she intercepted it with her own. She lifted her head, meeting her cousin's gaze for the first time, and without hesitation, raised her other hand. Crack! Shards of porcelain flew as a dessert plate shattered against the man's head. Crimson blood streamed down from his scalp, his once menacing glare transforming into one of horror and astonishment. Yi Kong brushed the fragments off her hands, taking a step forward, her obsidian eyes fixed on him. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to strike me? Who do you think you are to lay a hand on me? Does the Yi family require your validation of my existence?" She scrutinized the man's face and remarked, "With such an unattractive appearance, I suspect you may not even be a biological relative. Perhaps you should also undergo a paternity test, just like your cousin." She tilted her body slightly, glancing at Yi Baozhu behind him. "Zhu Zhu, what do you think?" Yi Baozhu suddenly raised her head, her pallid face displaying eyes wide with rage, fixing a furious glare on Yi Kong, as if wishing to tear her apart. Yet in the end, she merely screamed, clutching her head. This commotion inevitably drew the attention of all the guests, and Mrs. Yi and old Madame Yi hurriedly approached. What happened? What is going on? Mrs. Yi rushed to support Yi Baozhu, but upon noticing the blood on her cousin's face, she gasped, "What happened to your face?"
Don't worry about me.
Look at Zhu Zhu. Her cousin wiped the blood away and coldly glared at Yi Kong. This newly returned cousin claims Zhu Zhu is not a child of the Yi family. Mrs. Ye's pupils constricted, instinctively exclaiming, "She is talking nonsense." The unfinished words were abruptly swallowed by Yi Kong's dark gaze. She locked eyes with Mrs. Yi, the brilliant lights reflecting in her irises, yet her gaze was as deep as a frozen sea beneath the moonlight, cold, distant, and carrying a hint of cruel scrutiny. As if any misstep in her words would unleash the dark waters, shattering the ice and consuming everything. Chapter 5. The true daughter is a madwoman. She is spouting nonsense. This was uttered by old Madame Yi. She fiercely embraced Yi Baozhu, glaring at Yi Kong with an intensity that was both severe and piercing. "Xiao Kong, I understand you harbor grievances towards Zhu Zhu. After all, though you are sisters, your upbringings are worlds apart. It is natural for you to feel resentment, but you must recognize that this is not Zhu Zhu's fault." With a significant look, her eyes held a clear warning and pressure. "Zhu Zhu is the most precious child of the Yi family. When she was 3, I nearly succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning. Had it not been for your sister's cries that alerted others, you might not have seen your grandmother today. The Yi family owes you a debt, and we elders will make amends, but that does not give you the right to bully your sister. If the family that raised you has not taught you these rules, I shall take it upon myself to educate you from this day forth." Her words rang out like a clarion call, echoing throughout the banquet hall. The murmurs sparked by Yi Kong's earlier actions shifted direction. The Yi family harbors such history? No wonder old Madame dotes on Baozhu so much. If I were in her shoes, I would dote on her too. T had often said that Yi Baozhu is the lucky star of the Yi family. Yet, the accusations made by this newly arrived third young lady do not seem fabricated. After all, having just returned from the countryside, it would be natural for her to feel twisted by the treatment meted out to Yi Baozhu. Amidst the fragmented discussions, Mrs. Yi, who had previously harbored dissatisfaction towards Yi Kong, now found herself in a dilemma, advising Mother, "Please do not speak ill of Xiao Kong. She has only just returned home. It is precisely because she has just returned that she must learn the rules." The elder remained unyielding, simultaneously comforting the weeping Yi Baozhu in her arms while glaring at Yi Kong with a furrowed brow. "Have you called me grandma, even once since your return? Do you not even understand the most basic manners?" In the center of the elegantly dressed guests, Yi Kong stood there, her fingers idly trailing along the hem of her gown, casually adjusting it. Then she lifted her eyelids, gazing at the elderly woman who alone directed such sharp and severe scrutiny towards her, and lightly parted her lips. "Grandmother?" She tilted her head slightly. "Have you cared for me even for a single day, yet you wish to impose the airs of a senior? I would only address the orphanage director as grandfather after I have rendered him unconscious. Otherwise, dear lady, perhaps you would allow me to strike you once, and I would gladly call you grandmother? What say you?" An eerie silence ensued. Whether the bold onlookers or those feigning indifference, whether the elderly matriarchs or the youthful debutantes, whether the reserved old gentlemen or the aloof young scions, all were momentarily frozen in stillness. It was as if time itself had come to a halt, and all present were engulfed in a surreal illusion, believing themselves to be dreaming. In the very center of the crowd, old Madame Ye's countenance became rigid, her expression fracturing inch by inch, until the skin of her face, heavily lined with wrinkles, gradually flushed red as an incredible rage erupted from her aged eyes. You, what did you just say?" Even Yi Baozhu could not suppress her tears, gazing incredulously at Yi Kong. "Have you lost your mind? How could you speak to grandmother in such a manner?" "Which grandmother? Your grandmother?"
Ye kong shiftet her gaze.
Her dark pupils glinting with a hint of mischief as she fixed her stare on Yi Baozhu. "We share no blood relation. So how could we possibly have the same grandmother? Spare me your attempts at familiarity." The elderly matriarch gasped for breath, clutching her chest as she collapsed, with Madame Yi screaming in alarm as she caught her.
"Quick!
Call a doctor. Fetch the medicine. Zhang Ma, the emergency heart pill. Yi Kong, cease your words at once. Where is Yi Zong?" In the midst of chaos, Those with medicines hurried to assist, while others lifted the fallen figure, and screams filled the air. Amidst a flurry of frantic movements, the opulent banquet hall erupted into a cacophony as guests scrambled to clear a path for the family doctor, simultaneously engaging in animated conversations filled with astonishment. No one could have anticipated such a spectacle this evening. Could the new third miss of the Yi family truly be a madwoman? What a fearsome tongue she possesses! What a terrifying mind! How could one utter such words in this setting? I shall certainly keep my distance from her. Can she truly remain in the Yi family rather than be cast out? Yet she insists that Yi Baozhu is not the true daughter of the Yi family. For some reason, gazing at her face, I find her words strikingly credible. Is the Yi family on the verge of upheaval? Or rather, is Yuzhou itself about to undergo a transformation? This person's capacity for attack is so formidable. It feels as though she might upheave the entire Huai River. Ah Ken, your fiancé is rather terrifying. Perhaps we should consider dissolving this engagement? In a corner, old Madam Wen observed the disheveled old Madam Yi being carried away, involuntarily shivering. After a moment of silence without response, she turned back to look, only to find her grandson, who had been somber for quite some time, exhibiting a rare smile. Following his gaze, she saw that he was regarding the new and formidable granddaughter of the Yi family, Yi Kong, with such an unusual expression. Ah Ken? When Ken was still pondering the recent phone call. Yi Kong? Are you referring to 11? What prompted you to inquire about her? 11, is that her nickname? Why a number? She was the 11th child adopted by old son from that orphanage, hence the name 11. Please, enlighten me about her. Hiss, the old teacher inhaled sharply. Seeming somewhat troubled, to be honest, I do not know much about her either. You never showed interest when I mentioned her before. By chance, I encountered her and suddenly felt curious. That's understandable, the elder sighed, although my knowledge of her is solely based on old son's words. Even snippets reveal that she is quite an extraordinary child.
How so?
Her personality is unique. Her talents are unclear. But old son did mention that she learns everything she attempts and possesses an exceptionally stubborn disposition. She has always been a thorn in the side, easily fixated on trivial matters. Because of this, old son refrained from allowing her to study certain subjects for too long, fearing she might develop a fixation, which is quite alarming. He often remarks that excessive brilliance can lead to injury, and an overbearing demeanor may lead to downfall. The old man seemed to recall a critical point and hurriedly added, additionally, she has a particularly sharp tongue and speaks without regard for the occasion, indifferent to offending others. It is said that at merely 8 years of age, she once reduced an adult to tears with her words. Yet, old son holds her in exceptionally high regard. It is evident that among all the children in the orphanage, she is the one he cherishes and worries about the most. Thus, despite all her shortcomings, I believe she must be a remarkably endearing child. Endearing, you say? When Ken gazed from afar at the girl standing resolutely at the center of the crowd, the gazes of those around her were peculiar, filled with disdain, rejection, scorn, and a curious excitement that seemed eager for chaos. In short, none bore any goodwill. She appeared far from endearing. Rather, she seemed to provoke universal disdain. However, such a distinctive character, arriving as his fiancée during these turbulent times, felt akin to a blessing from the heavens. Nothing could be more fortuitous. Outside the hall, footsteps approached, and Wen caught sight of a familiar figure, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he maneuvered his wheelchair forward. He addressed his inquisitive grandmother. Grandmother, I find this fiancée quite delightful. I like her immensely. Chapter 6, The First Day of Recognition, and one grandmother faints from anger. In the elegantly antiquated bedroom, many had gathered. Old Madame Yi lay on the bed, supported by Yi Baozhu as she took her medicine, her breath slightly more manageable, yet her condition remained dire. Her complexion exceedingly pallid. She was reluctant to open her eyes further, merely clutching Yi Baozhu's hand, weakly stating, Fong Sivan, I care not whether you buy her a house in Huai River or send her abroad for education. I do not wish to see her in the Yi family any longer. Fong Sivan was indeed Madame Yi's name. Upon hearing this, her countenance darkened. And just as she was about to speak, the elderly woman opened her eyes, striking the bed's edge with her hand, glaring fiercely at her. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? Over a decade ago, Baozhu wept until her voice was hoarse to save this old woman's life. Do you wish for your other daughter to take her away from me? This was a grave accusation, and Madame Yi turned her gaze towards Yi Kong. The girl leaned against the wall, observing from a distance, her demeanor one of indifference. Ordinarily, such an attitude would be quite off-putting, yet as Madame Yi witnessed the pointed glances and murmurs directed at her, she inexplicably felt a sense of suffocation. "Mother, what do you mean? I will have a proper conversation with little Kong," she insisted. "Converse about what? What is there to discuss? It is evident she wishes neither to acknowledge me as her grandmother nor you as her mother."
Hey.
The previously silent Yi Kong suddenly raised her head, speaking loudly. "I never claimed I wouldn't recognize my mother. I merely refuse to acknowledge you. After all, my mother has yet to affirm that Yi Baozhu is indeed her true daughter." Amidst the collective astonishment of those present, Yi Kong stood tall, taking a step forward to stare directly at Madame Yi. "So, what will it be? Will you follow the lead of that old woman and assert that Yi Baozhu is your true daughter? If so, then indeed, I must concede that I have come to the wrong place." Madame Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. Yi Baozhu, too, was frozen in shock. She turned to look at Madame Yi, seeing her remain silent for what felt like an eternity, her eyes reddening with disbelief as she called out, "Mother." Yet Madame Yi dared not turn her head. The dark eyes of the girl before her seemed to ensnare her, mirroring the reprimand she had failed to voice earlier. And now she could not even bear to glance at Yi Baozhu. The figure standing opposite her, instead of resembling the long-lost daughter she had yearned for, appeared more like a detached, indifferent examiner, poised to judge her with a failing grade and cast her entirely out, though she struggled to comprehend the origin of this feeling. She instinctively understood that she did not wish to be dismissed. Reluctantly, Madame Yi faltered, "Little Kong, please do not harbor such animosity towards Baozhu. After all, we have raised her for 20 years, blood relation or not." "Fong Sivan, mother." The simultaneous exclamations of the old lady and Yi Baozhu abruptly interrupted Lady Ye's unfinished sentence. However, the assembled guests had already heard those few words, and several bewildered relatives could not help but display expressions of shock. The elderly woman began to struggle for breath again, gasping as she declared, "Drive her away. Get her out of here. Since she does not acknowledge me as her grandmother, the Yi family need not recognize her as a granddaughter either. Throw her out." After her forceful outburst, she clutched her chest and collapsed into her pillow. Amidst the chaos, someone pushed the door open, accompanied by respectful addresses of Sir and President Yi, as the newcomer strode purposefully to the bed to check on the elder's condition. Yi Baozhu retreated a step, timidly calling out, "Daddy." The man straightened, instructed the doctor to take good care of her, then surveyed the room, saying, "What are you all crowding here for? Does no one realize that the old lady needs her rest?" The distant relatives awkwardly exited the room, leaving only a few immediate family members behind. The old lady grasped the man's hand, stating, "I cannot contend with you, my new daughter. Let me make it clear. Yi Haichuan in this family, if she is here, I am not. If I am here, she is not. From now on, my only granddaughter is Baozhu. Should you dare allow her to stay in the Yi family, prepare to collect your mother's remains." After delivering her ultimatum, she closed her eyes, assuming an air of refusal to engage further. The man, however, showed no sign of agitation, simply replying, "Mother, please rest well." He then turned to Yi Baozhu, glanced at the others, and commanded, "Go to the next room." The tea room of the Yi family was spacious, perfectly suited for family meetings. The current head of the family, also the chairman of Yi Group, sat in the main seat, clad in a suit. After sipping the tea brought by a servant, he finally raised his gaze to the assembly. Lady Yi promptly approached him, seizing his hand with the air of having found her anchor, her brow furrowed as she said, "Haichuan, Shao Kong has just returned home. It is only natural she is unfamiliar with the customs. She did not intend to upset mother."
Ye Baozhu stod silently beside her.
Her hands clenched, while her cousin, with blood still staining his forehead, could no longer contain himself. "Aunt, she is clearly doing it on purpose. Moreover, her hostility towards Baozhu is palpable. What happened to your head?" Yi Haichuan interrupted, gesturing toward the blood on his cousin's forehead. The cousin shot Yi Kong an indignant glare. "Isn't it because of our cousin? Let us not speak of this, you, Fong. Have no business meddling in Yi family affairs." The man waved his hand, his expression subtly impatient. The cousin's eyes widened in shock, casting a resentful glance at Lady Yi, who merely nodded in agreement, empathizing with her husband's sentiments. With a twitch of his lips, the cousin cast a worried glance at Yi Baozhu but had no choice but to leave. The tea room fell silent once more. Yi Haichuan then turned his attention to Yi Kong, beckoning her over. "Come here." After a moment's contemplation, Yi Kong approached slowly, finally getting a clear look at the man's face. He was a man whose handsomeness could only be described as striking, with deep-set eyes and a prominent nose. Time seemed to bestow upon his features an increasing allure, embodying a type that only grew more compelling with age. He was the very name inscribed on the paternity test she had received, Yi Haichuan. Your name is Yi Kong? Yi Kong nodded. Who named you, and why this name?
Yi.
As in the leaf of the tree. Because I was left at the orphanage's gate amidst a pile of fallen leaves, the director gave me the surname Yi. Kong means the sky, as my grandfather hoped I would become as vast and forgiving as the heavens. A lovely name, the man smiled. Shall I call you Kong Kong? Or Shao Kong? You may call me 11. And why is that? I was the 11th child adopted by the orphanage. Everyone calls me 11. You are no longer an orphan. Even by order, you are now the 3rd child of the Yi family. Lady Yi interjected. Yet Yi Kong averted her gaze. That sounds unpleasant. Yi Haichuan chuckled. Then let us stick with Kong Kong. It's quite endearing, reminiscent of calling son Wukong. I see your flair for mischief is akin to his. His smile gradually faded. I must inform you, Yi Kong, that your grandmother holds a profound affection for Yi Baozhu, and given her age, she cannot endure any distress. Therefore, even for your grandmother's sake, we shall not easily cast Baozhu out of the Yi family.
Yi Kong repliği et calmly.
I must also inform you that I harbor a deep disdain for Yi Baozhu and that old lady. If you choose them over me, then I shall disavow this father and mother. Standing while Yi Haichuan sat, the distance was just enough for her to look slightly down upon him. She fixed her indifferent black eyes upon him, stating, Do you think I covet the Yi family? Chapter 7 Then strive for it yourself. Lady Yi was rendered speechless, and Yi Baozhu stared in disbelief. No one in the entire Yuzhou had ever dared to speak to Yi Haichuan in such a manner. Yet Yi Kong had done just that. Remarkably, Yi Haichuan showed no signs of anger. He regarded Yi Kong for a moment before suddenly laughing. Don't make such choices sound so simple, child. The grandmother you refer to is my mother. Even if Yi Baozhu shares no blood ties with me, she is considered my and your mother's adopted daughter. After 20 years of coexistence, even pets form attachments, let alone people. You wish for us to unconditionally choose you over them, but such a decision is not so easily made. Yi Haichuan stood up, his height of over 6 feet casting Yi Kong in a more diminutive light. He looked down at his newly discovered daughter, his gaze gentle, infused with a hint of playful teasing. Though you may not cherish the Yi family, your choice to come here suggests that there is something you desire within it. If that is the case, why not seize it for yourself? He glanced at the hesitating Lady Yi, hesitated for a moment, then patted Yi Kong on the head. Your mother loves you dearly. Do not doubt that. Lady Yi's eyes brimmed with tears. It was at this moment that Yi Kong noticed that the two had been holding hands since they entered, never letting go. A subtle expression crossed her face, akin to a young beast's natural curiosity and speculation towards unfamiliarity. Just as the atmosphere among the trio began to soften, a voice suddenly broke the silence. I say, Big brother, the old lady has spoken so gravely. Do you intend to act as if nothing has occurred? The speaker was Yi Haichuan's only brother, the only one from the collateral branches of the Yi family permitted to enter the tea room. Yi Haichuan remained impassive, merely stating to Yi Kong, This is your second uncle, please meet him. Spare me. If the old lady cannot even claim to be this girl's grandmother, I certainly cannot presume to be her second uncle. Yi Kong glanced at him, retorting, You've a point. You certainly do not resemble someone related to me by blood. Though not entirely blunt, her statement provoked an immediate reaction from Yi Ershu, who was left infuriated. His wife scoffed derisively, but refused to look at her again. Addressing Yi Haichuan instead, Big brother, it's not that we have any objections to this child, but her manners are truly lacking. Today, she has made the old lady faint twice. I wonder how father will respond when he learns of this. Moreover, I perceived your earlier implication that you intend to adopt Baozhu. She crossed her arms, glancing at Yi Baozhu, who stood quietly in the corner, then lamented. Look at her. This child cherished for 20 years, and the moment she learns of her lack of blood relation, she is immediately cast aside. If it weren't for the old lady's affection, I fear our Zhu would no longer be a Yi. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Lady Yi exclaimed in alarm, but upon seeing Yi Baozhu standing alone, her heart ached. Zhu, don't think too much. No matter what, you will always be. She had just let go of Yi Haichuan's hand, preparing to approach Yi Baozhu when she suddenly froze midway, her gaze instinctively drifting toward Yi Kong. Yi Kong remarked, I said nothing at all. She averted her gaze. Yi Baozhu lifted her head and cast a glance in this direction, silent yet shedding 2 streams of tears. Look, look, look. Madame Yi heir hurriedly approached her, half embracing her and patting her gently, then glared at the family of 3, elder brother and sister-in-law, saying, "No matter your intentions, the matriarch has spoken. In this household, with her presence, Yi Kong cannot exist. Where Yi Kong is, she cannot remain. If you truly wish to witness the matriarch at her advanced age, leaving her home, then leave this child behind. Just wait for the old master to trouble you." In my opinion, Uncle Yi also spoke up, suggesting that it would be best to send Yi Kong away first. After 3 to 5 years of learning proper decorum, she may return, by which time the matriarch would have calmed down. Just as the Yi family contemplated this, a cold male voice suddenly emanated from outside. That would be quite apartment. Several members of the Yi family turned in surprise to see young master when seated in a wheelchair, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed Yi Haichuan. "Perhaps I might take my fiancé back to the Wen family. What does Uncle Yi think?" Yi Haichuan raised an eyebrow. "Your fiancé? Who?"
Why?
"It is the 3rd miss of the Yi family, Yi Kong. You acknowledge this engagement?" "I have never denied it." "That doesn't seem quite right," Yi Haichuan replied. "If memory serves, since you came of age, both families have frequently mentioned this engagement, yet young Master Wen, you have consistently turned a deaf ear." "I had thought the engagement was to be discarded." Wenkin smiled subtly. "Uncle Yi, there are some things I prefer not to state too plainly." Yi Baozhu, half concealed in Madame Yi heir's embrace, trembled with humiliation, and while Madame Yi heir hurriedly patted her, she dared not speak freely before Wen Can. Yi Haichuan did not continue the conversation with him but turned to Uncle Yi, asking, "What is your view?" "That cannot be permitted. Even if the 2 families have an engagement, our Yi family's daughter cannot so rashly reside in the Wen household. Would that not invite ridicule?" Uncle Yi's gaze flitted between the 2, and with a shift in tone, his face bore a smile. "Since Yi Kong has just returned to the Yi family, it is only fitting that she resides within the family home. Matters concerning the matriarch should be addressed by elder brother." Yi Haichuan smirked slightly, a mixture of derision and indifference, but merely nodded in acquiescence, then turned to Wen Can and said, "Did you hear that?" Wen Can sighed regretfully, then earnestly addressed Yi Kong. "In the time to come, let us spend more time together. I am somewhat familiar with Yuzhou. If you wish to visit any places, do not hesitate to seek me as your guide." Yi Kong paused, casting a glance at his legs. "Are you certain?" This time, even Yi Haichuan could not help but look at her. This child truly had no sense of friend or foe when speaking. At this rate, would the Yi family become the public enemy of Yuzhou's upper crust because of her? Yi Haichuan could not help but feel a twinge of concern. Fortunately, it seemed Wen Can did not mind her audacity. He even smiled briefly, a rare occurrence indeed. Once Wen Can was wheeled away by the Wen family, Yi Haichuan remarked, "Well, today's banquet has concluded before it even began." He glanced at Yi Kong and said, "You should return to your room to rest. Once the guests have departed, you may come out to meet your elder brother and sister." As the guests were gradually ushered out of the Yi family mansion, this gathering, which should have been filled with clinking glasses and joyous revelry, came to an early end. However, the conclusion of the banquet did not signify the end of the evening. On the contrary, a certain mysterious internal forum in Yuzhou buzzed with activity, as new posts emerged in rapid succession, signaling that this day was just beginning to heat up. Chapter 8. Revelry in the Aristocratic Internal Forum. The forum was named Golden City. Those who have lived in Yuzhou for generations would recognize this as an early moniker of the city. Compared to the seemingly refined name of Yuzhou, the city, in its earlier days, was a place that stood in stark contrast, a chaotic and savage urban sprawl. A century ago, it was home to the nation's largest slums as well as the tallest and most numerous skyscrapers. Often, one could traverse the filthy and crowded alleys teeming with the homeless, only to glance upward and behold the towering steel edifices illuminated by neon lights. The elite in tailored suits mingled with the disheveled masses as they traversed every corner of the city, creating a juxtaposition of wealth and poverty, hence earning Yuzhou the title of Golden City. Yet, as time passed, those slums have nearly vanished, and the once savage city has donned a veneer of civility, gradually aligning its character with the name Yuzhou. Consequently, only the elderly who have deep roots in the area and their descendants still recall the name Golden City. It is difficult to ascertain whether the original person who named this forum did so with a sense of nostalgia. Nonetheless, Golden City has now become a secret haven for the scions of Yuzhou's elite, accessible only through internal invitation, thereby further entrenching the exclusivity of Yuzhou's upper echelons. "I heard the new 3rd miss of the Yi family is a lunatic?" Why did young master Wen acknowledge the engagement as soon as the newcomer arrived? After years of ignoring Yi Baozhu as his fiancé, is young master Wen simply swayed by appearances? Is Yi Baozhu truly the biological daughter of the Yi family? Who will reach out to the new Yi third? My stepmother is returning home soon and is eager to borrow her courage. Would you dare to tell your parents or other elders to slap you before you call them father? Just imagining it makes me feel like I'd be a corpse. Our circle hasn't welcomed a newcomer in ages. Shall we organize a welcome party to celebrate? How does a country bumpkin who has been outcast for 20 years even dare to enter Golden City? Yi Kong's name shares a character with Sun Wukong. Tonight shall be a grand upheaval in heaven. From now on, Yi Baozhu will no longer be the third miss but the fourth. The title of third miss shall fall upon the newcomer. I predict Yuzhou is about to descend into a frenzy. Who do you believe regarding tonight's gossip?
Ye Baosu or Ye Kong?
Did one can bolster the newcomer's confidence during their private conversation? Is that why she dares to act so wildly? I foretell that Wenkin would never take a liking to a country bumpkin. Not long ago, when Wenkin was in a bad state, the forum was not this lively. The moment someone else showed interest, he immediately became desirable again. What would it feel like for a flower that has been unreachable for years to have someone else take a liking to it after it has become flawed? Even if Wenkin is flawed, he would not appreciate a half-hearted individual like Yi Kong. Yi Baozhu, we grew up together. Even if you are not biologically related, we would not mock you. Do come forward to explain? Yi Baozhu, why do you not respond to Yi Kong's words? Is it possible you have a mother with AIDS? What is going on? Yi Baozhu, let me give you some advice. Isn't Zhou Yan fond of you? You should marry him quickly and avoid being ousted from Golden City. How many years has Zhou Yan pursued Yi Baozhu? Now that he knows she has a mother with AIDS, can he still have feelings for her? Zhou Yan and Wen can have been close friends for years. His affection for Yi Baozhu will not wane due to her background. Has Yi Kong entered? What are your future plans? Will you force Yi Baozhu out of the house? Why is it assumed that Yi Kong is telling the truth? I tend to believe what Yi Nai said. I am quite curious about the reactions and information held by Yi Eldest and Yi Second. Yi Eldest and Yi Second have not appeared today. Do they also side with Yi Baozhu? I predict Yi Kong will be ousted from Yuzhou tonight. Yi Kong, do not leave. If you go, how will we enjoy the spectacle? You are granted special permission to enter Golden City. Who will provide an invitation code? I can hardly wait to witness the clash of the false sisters. Yi Baozhu, do not lurk. Come forward to explain. I do not wish to be sisters with an impostor. The incessant chimes filled the air. On the homepage of the secret forum, new posts appeared in rapid succession, each with a few replies, yet given that all forum members are individuals of significance, even a mere 10 replies lent considerable weight to each thread. Yet Baozhu nestled within her cocoon of blankets, hesitant to delve into the posts that lay before her, merely gazing at the array of titles, unable to suppress the guttural, hoarse cries that erupted from her throat. However, after merely a few minutes, she could no longer contain herself and hurled her phone across the room in a fit of rage. Seated in her exquisitely spacious chamber, reminiscent of a princess's boudoir, she found herself devoid of any semblance of safety. The once familiar opulence of decor and trinkets now appeared alien and terrifying, as if the masks had been ripped away. She dared not contemplate the events of the evening's banquet, yet visions of that night relentlessly flooded her mind. The girl's expression, indifferent beneath the dazzling lights, showed no fear even when confronted by one of the most esteemed members of the Ye family. Instead, she had ruthlessly shredded the facade that Baozhu had relied upon for survival, an act that unequivocally contravened her very principles of existence. How could she have dared to act in such a way? In this entirely foreign household, faced with relatives who stood resolutely against her, did she not feel the slightest flicker of fear or indignation? How could she dare defy her grandmother and oppose everyone's will? How could she have summoned the audacity to utter those words in front of all? Was she not supposed to cower and tread carefully? She had remained silent upon her return. Unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down Baozhu's face as she cradled her head in despair. Amidst her emotional collapse, a gentle knock echoed at her door. A servant's voice chimed from the other side. "Miss, the matriarch has awakened and requests your company." Startled, Baozhu felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, swiftly responding, "Yes, I shall come at once." As long as her grandmother was present, the Ye family would never cast her aside. And there was also her mother. Wiping her tears, she stumbled from her bed, steeling herself as she made her way to the bathroom. It was not until the following morning that Ye Kong learned of the matriarch's request for Baozhu to accompany her in sleep. The previous day, She had been too exhausted to insist on meeting her so-called elder siblings. As she descended the stairs that morning, a servant casually mentioned this matter to her. Miss Baoju has been raised solely by the matriarch. Her bond surpasses even that of the eldest daughter and the second young master. It seems that her future is inextricably tied to the family. As Ye Kong paused on the staircase, her dark eyes shifted to the servant who had been observing her. And she tilted her head with curiosity. Is it customary for the servants of the Ye family to chatter so much? Such an early hour for idle gossip. The servant's expression froze momentarily. From the dining room below, a voice called out, glancing upwards, "You've simply encountered the most talkative one. Haven to you, right, Aunt Luo?" Paying no heed to the loquacious aunt, Ye Kong continued her descent. The first thing that caught her eye was a head of golden hair, complemented by a pair of beautiful eyes that gazed up at her, proud yet captivating. Chapter 9, Second Brother Ye Zhen, Eldest Sister Ye Tingchu. Ye Zhen, the second young master of the Ye family, is currently the most popular actor in the entertainment industry, often referred to as the top flow. His name is known by every youth interested in the entertainment scene within the country. He burst onto the scene at the age of 18 with a low-budget youth film, swiftly claiming the box office crown of that year and catapulting himself into stardom. Following that, Ye Zhen's ascent was meteoric, an unstoppable rise to the pinnacle of fame. Throughout this journey, aside from his works and his strikingly distinct personality, the most notable aspect of his public persona has been his romantic entanglements. His partner is the female lead of his debut film, Tong Xiuyu. After their movie's success, they promptly announced their relationship. Initially, audiences speculated that it was merely a publicity stunt, yet over the course of 5 years, they have experienced numerous breakups and reconciliations, even being photographed in heated confrontations late at night, seemingly at odds, only to later be spotted holding hands at the cinema. This tangled web of affection and animosity has captivated countless fans of their on-screen chemistry. To this day, they have become the most talked-about couple in the industry. If Ye Kong recalled correctly, before arriving in Yuzhou, she had seen his name trending online. The headline was likely about the rainy couple's latest breakup. The nanny had awkwardly retreated, and as Ye Kong strolled down the stairs, she approached Ye Zhen, yet did not meet his gaze, instead surveying her surroundings. "Is it just you here? Thanks to the commotion you caused, everyone else is either too exhausted or too inebriated to join us. It will be a while." Ye Zhen replied with a smirk, beckoning her closer as if coaxing a small pet. The term brother made Ye Kong's movements falter momentarily, a flurry of fragmented memories flashing through her mind before she suppressed them with an air of indifference. She took a seat and bit into a bread roll. "You should first call me sister. Is that not too sentimental? I address Ye Baoju by her name. Why must I be so intimate with you?" Footsteps echoed from above, and Ye Kong's lashes fluttered as she spoke bluntly, "Perhaps because I am the biological one, while Ye Baoju is the counterfeit." Ye Zhen paused, glancing towards the staircase. Only then did Ye Kong leisurely turn back. She caught a glimpse of Ye Baoju, her eyes red-rimmed as she cast a glance in Ye Kong's direction before dashing away. The elderly matriarch, who had been leaning on her for support, called out Zhu Zhu in vain, unable to stop her. Even she attempted to pursue, but was restrained by another person assisting her. "Grandmother, how old are you? Do you intend to chase someone down the stairs?"
Oh.
"This is going to drive me to my grave." The matriarch trembled with indignation, pounding the railing as she pointed an accusatory finger at Ye Kong from half a flight up. "You, the debt collector. Why do you still linger in the Ye family? Calling her a counterfeit at every turn. I say who the counterfeit is and who the treasure is. I want you to leave the Ye family this instant. Grandmother, please do not get too agitated. Take care not to fall ill again." The interjection was calm, devoid of fervor, reminiscent of Ye Haichuan whom Ye Kong had met the night before. Ye Kong lifted her gaze to observe the long-haired woman, whose face remained obscured, firmly supporting the matriarch, yet controlling her movements, ensuring her frail body did not falter. It was not until the butler hurriedly approached to assist the matriarch back upstairs that the woman straightened her attire and descended slowly. She possessed a cascade of alluring, unkempt curls draped over her shoulders, exuding a fierce, icy allure rather than a languid femininity. As she neared, Ye Kong perceived that this unique aura stemmed from a soul that radiated strength.
Ye Kong?
Her voice was cool, devoid of emotion, bearing some resemblance to Ye Haichuan but lacking the latter's surface warmth. Ye Kong met her gaze, nodding, "I am Ye Kong. I am Ye Tingchu, your elder sister."
Sister.
Ye Kong pronounced the word with clarity, prompting Ye Zhen to squint with displeasure, rapping the table. "What does this mean? Double standards, is it? No one paid him any mind. Instead, Ye Tingchu scrutinized Ye Kong, and after a moment, she spoke slowly. Have you considered that in her fury, the elderly lady might fall from the stairs? Ye Zhen also gradually softened his expression, coldly assessing Ye Kong. However, Ye Kong met Ye Tingchu's gaze without flinching, replying leisurely.
No.
Then in the future, you would do well to contemplate such matters. Ye Tingchu offered no further inquiries, leaving only that remark before taking her seat. Approximately half an hour later, the blood relatives of the Ye family finally gathered around the breakfast table. Ye Haichuan occupied the head of the table, with Ye mother and Ye Tingchu seated at either side. Ye Kong, having just returned home, was granted the exception of sitting beside Ye mother, across from her second uncle, while Ye Zhen sat adjacent to her, with Ye Zhen's wife across from him. The breakfast had just been laid out in all its splendor. Yet before anyone had a chance to pick up their chopsticks, Aunt Yi spoke up with a sarcastic tone. They had prepared the elderly lady's favorite bread rolls, only to find their efforts wasted. I remarked that someone had managed to upset the old lady early in the morning, leaving her unable to enjoy her meal. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly grew tense. Some ignored the discomfort and continued with their breakfast, while others could not help but interject. Wasn't breakfast served to her? And Baizhu was with her. Mother, hasn't he reacted too badly? Oh, the beloved granddaughter returns the very next day, and she is too upset to join the table. Is that not a reaction? Aunt Yi continued her sarcastic tirade, audacious enough to mention Baizhu. How pitiful Baizhu was. Before yesterday, she was cherished in the Yi household.
Now,
with the return of the biological daughter, Baizhu's place was usurped. What about Baizhu? She could not even sit at the table, forced to comfort the elderly lady who had been distressed by her own daughter. I must say, big sister, you cannot be so biased as parents. The speaker was Ye Tingchu, who casually licked her porridge from her bowl and remarked, is it that breakfast was poorly prepared? You still have the leisure to chat with my mother? Her seemingly nonchalant words dripped with sharp sarcasm. Aunt Yi choked momentarily, slamming her chopsticks down. What? Am I not allowed to speak in my own home? Tingchu, you usually have a good head on your shoulders. Why are you siding with Ye Kong now? Is blood relationship that significant? How many years has Baizhu called you brother and sister while trailing behind you too? Are you truly so heartless? A resounding clap echoed, a louder response than her own. Yi Zhen had forcefully placed his bowl on the table, lifting his gaze to confront Aunt Yi directly. Aunt, my father hasn't spoken yet. Do you truly think it's your place to reprimand my sister? At this point, Uncle Yi had no choice but to intervene, questioning how to speak with elders. Has the arrival of a biological sister infected you all with rudeness? What are you implying? Feng Sivan could no longer contain herself. Ye Kong has only just returned home, and you two cannot seem to look upon her with favor. Who could look upon her with favor? She comes back and immediately stirs up chaos, thinking herself to be Sun Wukong? Aunt Yi's voice rose. Is that what Ye Kong desires? Or is it you, sister-in-law, who suggested we conceal the truth and claim both are our daughters? Otherwise, we would have clarified everything before her return, and none of this would have happened. And you dare speak of it? To abandon a daughter raised for 20 years, and you think you are justified? What do you mean by abandonment? Isn't an adopted daughter still a daughter? We cherish her just the same. How can it be the same? A biological daughter turned adopted? You are trampling on Baizhu's dignity. Hey, sister-in-law, what you say?
Clink.
For the third time, it was Ye Kong placing her spoon on the plate, the sound sharp and clear. She lifted her gaze, tilting her head slightly to meet Aunt Ye's eyes, and said slowly, so, it was your idea all along. Aunt Yi, who had been prepared to continue her argument with Ye Mama, suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine upon meeting Ye Kong's gaze, forgetting all her intended words. Years had passed, yet Aunt Yi still recalled that look. It was akin to a beast or a heartless demon, gazing down at an ant that had dared to provoke it. The disdain was palpable, yet it stirred a sense of fear and a frustrating awareness of her own insignificance. She was a strange and formidable creature. No wonder Yuzhou was turned upside down by her, and even the Wen family had nearly been destroyed by her. At that time, the now gray-haired Aunt Yi hid abroad, recounting tales of the past to her grandson, cursing Ye Kong while reminding him, if you ever encounter her descendants, steer clear. They may have inherited her wickedness and are no good people. But that was a matter for another day. For now, everything was still unfolding in the present. At the Yi family dining table, breakfast had yet to be completed, interrupted by a series of unforeseen events. By the time Yi Baizhu was leisurely finishing her meal, Yi Mama had barely managed to consume one bun. Seeing her adopted daughter brought her joy. and she first inquired about the elderly lady's condition before motioning for a servant to bring a chair to the corner of the table, allowing Baizhu to sit beside her. Aunt Yi instinctively wanted to make a sarcastic comment, but, for some inexplicable reason, caught a glimpse of Yi Kong's calm profile and felt a sudden wave of intimidation, silencing her. Just when it seemed the atmosphere would settle, mere minutes later, the landline in the living room rang unexpectedly. The servant hurriedly answered the call and said, "Third miss, it's for you." Yi Baizhu instinctively looked up, only to see Yi Kong also laying down her chopsticks, calmly inquiring, "Who is it?" The servant dutifully replied, "It's young master." When Yi Baizhu stiffened, lowering her head again.
What does he want?
"He asks if you'd like to go out. He'll be your guide and driver." Before a response could be given, Yi Baiju's phone rang again. She hurriedly put down her utensils to answer. And after a brief exchange, she cautiously glanced at Yi Kong, saying slowly, "She has an engagement today. She likely won't be able to attend the gathering." As Yi Kong contemplated how to respond to Wen Can, she turned her attention to Baizhu. Yi Mama also gestured to her. "Who is it?" Reluctantly, Yi Baizhu covered her phone and whispered, "It's Ruaowei and the others. They've organized a formal meeting and want to get to know Kong. She looked at Yi Kong, forcing a stiff smile. "I'll help you decline. Don't worry about going out with Wen Can."
What?
The voice from her phone blared loud enough for all to hear. "Wen Can invited that hillbilly? No way. You must bring that hillbilly here. Otherwise, you can forget about attending our gathering."
Beep.
Yi Baizhu, holding her disconnected phone, turned pale, taking a moment before slowly raising her head to reveal a smile that resembled one on the brink of tears. Yi Mama's heart ached at the sight, and she quickly embraced her. "The Du family's daughter is utterly outrageous. How can she speak to you like that? Calling Kong a hillbilly? If we don't go, then we don't go. Who cares? Why not go?" Yi Kong interrupted. Yi Mama turned in astonishment. Kong. After she spoke to you like that, you still want to give her face?" "Precisely because she spoke to me like that, I must give her a good slap." She calmly uttered the crude and frightening words, then turned to the servant still holding the landline. "Inform young master Wen that I have a meeting to attend today, and cannot meet him." The servant complied but then relayed, "Young master Wen asks where the address is. He'll accompany you." Yi Kong looked at Yi Baizhu. The latter could no longer muster a smile, and after a long pause, she dryly provided an address. The servant finally set the landline down. At the dining table, Yi Haichuan finally spoke for the first time, addressing Yi Kong. "Since you've decided to go, adhere to the rules of this circle, refrain from throwing around slaps, and try to keep your hands to yourself." Yi Kong finally held her tongue, observing her obediently eating. Yi Mama inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. It was only then she realized that since her biological daughter returned home, she had not experienced a moment of relaxation. It felt as though she was constantly on edge, fearing her daughter would clash with someone she shouldn't or get into a scuffle again. Yet, this sensation wasn't entirely unfamiliar. She had raised 3 children, with Yi Tingqiu and Yi Baizhu being quite manageable, but only Yi Zhen had once evoked similar feelings. Reflecting on this, she couldn't help but glance at her son, only to be momentarily blinded by his golden hair, quickly averting her gaze.
Yi Zhen,
Taken aback by his mother's disdainful look, wondered, was this chaotic scene somehow his fault? Why was he being caught in the crossfire? In any case, the first breakfast after Yi Kong's arrival at the Yi household had, at least for the moment, passed with a semblance of peace. After the meal, the Yi family members each busied themselves with their own affairs. Yi Kong found herself intercepted by Yi Zhan in the garden. He appeared to be leisurely strolling, yet there was an unmistakable air of anticipation about him as he awaited her arrival. Once she approached, he straightened his posture and positioned himself directly in her path. "Is there something you wish to discuss?"
Yi Kong invited.
"Your talent for causing disturbances is quite remarkable," Yi Zhen retorted, his gaze piercing. Unlike the ever-smiling demeanor he exhibited in the presence of the Yi family, his expression now was devoid of emotion. His eyes regarding Yi Kong not as a beloved sister but rather as an unwelcome stranger. "Your acting skills are commendable as well," Yi Kong responded. A slight smirk tugged at the corners of Yi Zhen's mouth, yet his eyes grew colder still. "What you intend to do is of no concern to me. Your ambitions regarding the Yi family, whether they involve wealth, status, or affection, are irrelevant. However, there is one stipulation. Do not cause trouble for Yi Tingqiu." His tone was frigid as he warned, "In just this brief morning, you've already made her clean up after you twice. Those were mere trifles. And I foresee many more opportunities for you to create significant chaos in the future. So, while I have the chance today, I wish to issue this warning. Yijin stepped closer, his expression unyielding as he gazed down at her. All troubles caused by the younger generation of the Yi family ultimately fall upon Yi Tingqiu to resolve, and I happen to detest this fact. Therefore, you must refrain from creating any disturbances in the future, at least not in a manner that burdens Yi Tingqiu.
Can you manage that?
Chapter 11. The Allowance from Sister and Brother. The treetops rustled in the wind. Yi Kong regarded the man before her, taking in his tall stature before slowly articulating, "So, it turns out you are rather fond of your sister?" Yi Zhen's lips twitched, appearing ready to counter but ultimately refraining, his impatience surfacing as he asked, "Did you understand or not?" Yi Kong replied with an "Oh, I understand." Surprised by her straightforwardness, Yi Zhen's expression softened considerably.
Good.
He produced a card seemingly from nowhere. "After all, you are my dear sister. Consider this a greeting gift. There are 2 million within, use it as pocket money." As Yi Kong reached out to accept it, Yi Zhen added, "This is my own earnings, unrelated to the family." Yi Kong shot him a glance. "What else would that look? Do you doubt me? Do you have any idea of my worth?" He added, unable to suppress a disbelieving expression. "Surely you recognize me? At such a young age, you must have access to the internet, right?" Yi Kong tucked the card away, glancing at him with disdain. "I didn't utter a single word. You're the one jumping to conclusions." She moved forward, and Yi Zhen followed, querying as they walked, "So, tell me, how many of my films or dramas have you seen?
Where did you learn about me?"
Yi Kong abruptly halted, turning to face him, and casually mentioned a recent headline she had come across. "Genyu's CP seems to be breaking up again." Finally, it was Yi Zhen who fell silent. His countenance visibly darkened. Yi Kong, however, was pleased, continuing, "Consider it a compliment that I've watched the longest-running romantic drama. You performed admirably." Yi Zhen had not encountered such audacity in a long while. Whether at home or outside, no one dared to bring up Tong Xiaoyu in his presence. His assistant had developed a form of PTSD, unable to tolerate even the mention of Genyu, and would jump at the chance to turn off the weather forecast if it mentioned a transition from cloudy to stormy. Yi Zhen observed Yi Kong, his expression impassive. The momentary thaw in their atmosphere plunged back to frigid temperatures. "What are you two doing?" A cool voice interrupted. Yi Kong turned to see Yi Tingqiu. Clad in a sharp suit, she appeared slender and tall, her curly hair casually swept up, exuding a sense of approachability. Yi Zhen's expression softened almost instantly as he called out, "Sister, are you heading to the company? To the airport on business?" Yi Tingqiu's gaze flicked over him before settling on Yi Kong, and she beckoned her over. Yi Kong obediently approached, only to be handed another card. "There's 5 million within. Use it as pocket money. Furthermore, I will transfer 30,000 to you each month for living expenses." Her words were succinct. "Since you've just returned to the Yi family, you might not know that while we are not lacking in wealth, we do not permit our children to become parasites. You must earn your own way, whether through entrepreneurship or other means, should you require startup funds. Feel free to approach me." Yi Kong examined the card, asking, "What about Yi Baozhu? Is she also earning her keep?" She hasn't graduated from university yet, so there are no strict requirements. However, she has interned at the company, holding a designer position and occasionally earning some money. That said, you are only 20. There's no immediate pressure for you to work. It occurred to her that her newly acquainted sister and the suddenly transformed fake sister, Yi Baozhu, shared the same birthday. "Are you still in school?" she inquired of Yi Kong. Yi Kong nodded. "Which school?" "Beicheng University." Yi Tingqiu's casual demeanor abruptly shifted, and Yi Zhen also paused as they both turned to look at Yi Kong. Yi Zhen expressed disbelief. "Is it really that Beicheng University? Are there any others in our country?" Yi Kong shot him a puzzled glance. Yi Zhen fell silent. Yi Tingqiu regarded her with a rare smile. "What a coincidence. I suppose we are alumni then." This sparked her interest in engaging further, and as they strolled, she continued to inquire, "What are you majoring in?" "A double major in fine arts and psychology." Yi Tingqiu paused again. "Both are considered flagship programs at Beicheng University. The admission requirements must be quite high." "Not too bad."
Yi Kong replied.
Yi Zhen rolled his eyes beside her. "The summer break will soon end. When do you plan to return to school?" "I want to be returning. I've applied to Yushan University as an exchange student, and it's already been approved. I'll be staying in Yuzhou for the next semester." Yushan University is the foremost institution in Yuzhou City. Although its national ranking may not surpass Beicheng's, it still falls within the top 5.
Yi Tingqiu nodded.
Then you'll have the opportunity to make more friends. Coincidentally, Baozhu is also at Yushan. Yi Kong remained silent. Yi Tingqiu glanced at her, adding, If you encounter any difficulties at the gathering later, feel free to ask Baozhu for assistance. Yi Kong continued to hold her silence. Yi Tingqiu, unfazed, continued, should you run into trouble outside, you can also seek Baozhu as help. Yi Kong interjected, it seems you truly dislike Yi Baozhu. Yi Kong looked at them curiously. Shouldn't I dislike her? Regardless of whether you should or shouldn't, I advise you not to harbor any animosity towards her. Yi Tingqiu maintained her calm demeanor. With Grandma in the picture, it's impossible to expel her from the Yi family, not to mention that our mother has genuinely cared for her for 20 years. She is firmly rooted here.
So,
your dislike is futile. It will only lead to your own frustration. But I don't feel frustrated, Yi Kong asserted. There is no one in this world who can make me feel that way, whether I admire them or despise them. Do you truly believe that with me in the Yi family, Yi Baozhu can still thrive? Just then, a servant approached, announcing that young master, Wen's car had arrived. Rest assured, the truly oppressed will never be me.
goodbye.
Without a backward glance, Yi Kong walked away. After watching her retreating figure, Yi Zhen finally exclaimed, that temperament is somewhat frightening. At least she won to be bullied. That's rather commendable. The siblings parted ways, leaving the rustling leaves in the wind behind. The black Bentley awaited at the entrance of the estate. Yi Kong peered through the passenger window. The driver was stern and unsmiling, while Wen Can in the back seat offered her a fleeting smile. However, as his gaze fell upon the figure behind her, that smile abruptly vanished, replaced by the same gloomy indifference he had shown upon their initial encounter. Has he studied the art of face-changing? Yi Kong pondered as she prepared to open the passenger door, only to be halted by Wen Can's voice. Are you planning to allow someone else to sit beside me? My fiancé? What was originally a rather sour comment took on an ominous tone in his cold tone. As Yi Baozhu was about to take her seat in the back, she raised her head in disbelief, tears swiftly welling in her eyes as she cast a pitiful glance at Wen Can. Yet, Wen Can did not spare her a single glance, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Kong. Chapter 12. The first day as engaged couple. Yi Baozhu's face turned ashen as she stepped back, forcing a wan smile towards Yi Kong. Sister, you should sit in the back. With a shaky demeanor, she exchanged places with Yi Kong. Outside, Fong Sivan, who had come to see them off, could not suppress her discontented expression towards Wen Can. In contrast, Uncle Yi, with a beaming smile, helped Yi Kong close the back door of the car and expressed concern for her well-being. One might think he was truly a good uncle to Yi Kong. As the Bentley drove off, Aunt Yi let out a soft huff, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Your own daughter, raised in the countryside, has certainly learned some impressive tricks, achieving in a moment what our Baozhu could not in 10 years.
Indeed.
There exists a vast chasm between the daughters of affluent families and those shameless wildlings. What are you saying? Did I say something incorrect? Just as a quarrel was about to ignite, the Bentley suddenly reversed and returned to its original spot. Yi Kong's profile became visible through the rear window as she turned her head to scrutinize Aunt Yi, her gaze cold and discerning, taking in every detail. The look was akin to one inspecting pork, which provoked Aunt Ye's ire. What are you staring at? Is it so remarkable? Yi Kong curved her lips into a slight smile. It appears that a daughter raised in luxury possesses even less grace than the gossiping aunties I encountered in the countryside. How intriguing. Aunt Ye's face flushed crimson. What did you say? Yi Kong, however, had already shifted her attention to Uncle Yi. Uncle, did you marry a woman of lesser quality simply because the Yi family was too impoverished at the time? She pales in comparison to my father's wife. Both Uncle and Aunt Ye's faces began to darken. Yet, Yi Kong had already raised the rear window, leaving behind a lingering remark of pity that hung in the air. This time, the Bentley truly drove away. It was not until the vehicle vanished from sight that Fong Sivan could no longer contain her laughter. Aunt Yi finally erupted in an indignant shriek. That wild girl. I will. Silence. Uncle Yi shot a dark glare at his wife, and only after she quieted did he stalk away, his back radiating fury. Fong Sivan, in contrast, was in high spirits. Though the long-lost daughter exhibited such a temperament, it was indeed unexpected. Yet, it suggested that the child would not be easily bullied in the outside world. Furthermore, judging by Yi Kong's attitude towards her, there was hope for their mother-daughter relationship to grow significantly closer. Simply thinking of this filled Fong Sivan with anticipation for the future. The scenery outside whirled by. Yi Baozhu, sitting uneasily in the front seat for a considerable while, could not help but cautiously remark, Sister, was it too disrespectful to speak to Aunt Yi in that manner? Although her personality is a bit brash, she is a good person. If you spend some time with her, you will find that she reciprocates kindness with kindness. You may not be aware, but the noble class in Yujo places great importance on etiquette and filial piety. What you just did towards Aunt Yi must not be disclosed to others. When we attend the gathering later, you ought to be mindful. I will introduce you to them. But do not be as brash as last night. They will not be as forgiving as I am. Sister? Sister? Yi Baozhu blinked, her tone filled with helplessness and grievance. Sister, I know you do not like me, but we represent the Yi family when we are outside, so you must. As she spoke, she finally turned her head. Her eyes, shimmering with unshed tears, first glided over Wen Can's face like a wisp of smoke before landing sorrowfully on Yi Kong, whose expression immediately stiffened. Yi Kong had fallen asleep, her face turned towards the window, eyes gently closed, breathing steady, appearing to slumber deeply. Yi Baozhu's frustration made her face twitch. But after a long moment of struggle, she contained her anger and forced a bitter smile towards Wen Can. You could have at least given me a heads up. Even without a marriage contract, we have grown up together. Her words trailed off as she noticed the two black earphone wires intertwined around the elegant neck of the man, who rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window, earbuds in place, his distinctly long fingers rhythmically tapping on his knee, clearly engrossed in music. Yi Baozhu, with immense restraint, she maintained her composure, gradually retracting her gaze. Yet, a fleeting glance at the driver, who was desperately stifling laughter, broke her facade. Yi Baozhu clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her skin, drawing a whisper of pain. As she looked at her reflection in the rear-view mirror, her eyes began to redden, yet her expression grew increasingly sinister and fierce. Upon exiting the car, Yi Kong stretched lazily. Wen Can, seated in his wheelchair, glanced at her. Did you sleep well? Fairly, I dreamt of barking dogs. Yi Kong massaged her neck, surveying the architectural marvels before her. This was the Du family's winery, one of their primary gathering spots. As Wen Can began to speak, Yi Baozhu eagerly interjected, although it is the Du family's winery. It was actually gifted to Ruowei by the head of the Du family when she turned 16. Oh, Ruowei is the girl who spoke the most with you last night. Most gatherings are hosted by her. Today is no exception. She loves lively events, and the winery, villa, and racetrack under her name are our usual party venues. You will see for yourself shortly. She is very kind. Noticing her enthusiastic introduction, Wen Can chose not to speak further. The three of them walked towards the estate alongside the servants. Throughout the journey, Yi Baozhu incessantly detailed the various facilities, plants, and even the origins of the road signs within the winery, ensuring Yi Kong gained a thorough understanding of the Du family's wealth and the refined tastes of the Yuzhou aristocracy. These were indeed matters she had never encountered before. Thus Yi Kong listened with keen interest. It was not until they were nearly at the gathering location that Yi Baozhu finally ceased her chatter. Thank you. Upon hearing the words of gratitude, Yi Baozhu thought she had misheard. Wen Can also turned to look at Yi Kong, only to hear her continue earnestly. If I didn't know you grew up in the Yi family, I would almost think you were a servant of the Du family. Quite impressive. Yi Baozhu's face twitched in response. Wen Can lowered his gaze, concealing the fleeting smile at the corners of his lips. The driver had been dismissed by Wen Can. As Yi Kong pushed Wen Can into the grand hall, the once vibrant space swiftly fell into an absolute silence. A majority of the attendees widened their eyes, staring at Wen Can in the wheelchair, their faces alight with expressions of disbelief. He actually came? At that moment, Yi Kong quietly asked Wen Can, so earlier, when you mentioned this was their gathering spot, is it because you typically do not partake in such gatherings? I am quite busy, my fiancé. Wen Can regarded the crowd before him with an expressionless demeanor, yet his voice was gentle. I hope you can deepen your understanding of me soon. Then you will realize how fortunate it is for you to have such a fiancé. Yi Kong smiled slightly. Gripping the wheelchair with both hands, she exerted a forceful push forward before releasing it. A gust of wind swirled as the wheelchair surged ahead. Amidst the stunned silence of the onlookers, Wen Can abruptly slammed the brakes against the table, narrowly avoiding a calamity of overturned furniture and scattered guests. In the ensuing stillness, Wen Can slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze on Yi Kong, and revealed a chilling smile. Chapter 13. The Gathering of the Second Generation in High Society. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. In the pristine interior, a striking beauty with long black hair was the first to make a move. She had initially been seated at the farthest end of the sofa, yet now she was the first to rise. Her initial steps appeared somewhat hasty, but she quickly regained her composure. Extending her hand to assist, she spoke with concern. Is your leg all right? However, just as her hand was about to make contact with Wen Can, her wheelchair was unexpectedly pulled back by someone, leaving her hand to grasp at nothing. The woman paused, turning to reveal a face that, though slightly pallid, was strikingly beautiful. Yi Kong exchanged a glance with her for a brief moment before continuing to draw the wheelchair back, whispering to Wen Can, "Allow me to express my honor." "You have no objections, I trust?" Wen Can replied, "You truly are quite prickly." Her tone was gentle yet tinged with a hint of irony, as she remarked on how she could be sharp-tongued regardless of friend or foe. Yi Kong then lifted her gaze to the onlookers, offering a perfunctory smile. "I merely find pretentious individuals quite vexing." The next moment, raising her voice, she turned to the woman with long, straight hair, smiling as she said, "Thank you for your concern, but with me here, this lady need not offer her assistance." Bathed in light, the woman's expression was somewhat obscured. Yet she soon broke into a smile, cryptically commenting, "Missy certainly possesses a strong sense of possessiveness." "You speak the truth," Yi Kong readily acknowledged. "Fortunately, I have heard that no woman in Yuzhou has ever shown interest in my fiancé, which pleases me greatly." When canned, all present, just as an inexplicable silence enveloped the gathering, a sudden snicker shattered the tension. It seemed that this new Missy was far more entertaining than Baozhu. Having been overlooked since her entrance, Yi Baozhu pinched her fingers and looked up with a smile. "Zinzu is teasing me again, and so is Sister Ranchio." She stepped forward, linking her arm with the long-haired woman, affectionately saying, "I've missed you. You didn't attend my family's banquet last night. How come Uncle Qin has released you today? Ranchio was still in the hospital yesterday. That banquet wasn't anything particularly special, so there was no need to attend." Du Ruowei finally spoke up, her expression returning to its haughty disdain, laced with a dash of malice. "But you dare to mention last night's banquet?" Under the weight of her malicious gaze, Yi Kong lifted her head to meet Du Ruowei's piercing stare. "Go on, country bumpkin. Someone like you can't possibly be the true Missy, can you?" All right, Ruowei. Do keep your comments to a minimum. This is the first time Wen Can has attended a gathering you've hosted. Shouldn't the hostess at least acknowledge him instead of picking on Baozhu? Indeed. Sister Ranchio, you must speak up about Ruowei, otherwise, one might think the person who grew up alongside me for all these years isn't her. Yi Baozhu interlaced her arm with Qin Ranchio's and settled onto the sofa. Du Ruowei let out a disdainful huff, her gaze drifting toward Wen Can before she finally remarked with feigned cheerfulness, "It's truly unprecedented for such a busy young master to grace my gathering. My vineyard has never been so honored." Ruowei. Upon hearing Qin Ranchio's mildly reproachful tone, Du Ruowei huffed again and turned her head away. With all the guests finally present, the gathering was set to commence. The theme for the evening was wine tasting and performances. Yi Baozhu leaned closer to Yi Kong, softly explaining, "It's perfectly fine if you don't know much. Just being a spectator is enough. They want to make things difficult for you." The servants of the vineyard moved gracefully among the guests, draped in white cloth that concealed unmarked wine bottles. The vibrant hues of the wine swirled in each glass before being savored by the guests. One by one they sampled the wine, closing their eyes to savor the flavors before articulating the vintage and origin. Most were accurate, though occasional miscalculations elicited laughter and mockery from the crowd. Nearby, an ensemble played elegant melodies, filling the space with an intoxicating aroma of wine and the sweet notes of music. Even the fruit platters, seemingly destined for waste, were said to be handpicked from various estates around the world. "Sister, this is the upper class of Yuzhou. Do you think you can adapt?" Yi Baozhu whispered with an air of arrogance, while Yi Kong merely rested her chin on her hand, silently observing the scene before her. Du Ruowei was engaged in playful banter with a man, hurling fruit from the platter at him. After narrowly missing, she managed to knock over an entire platter of untouched fruit onto the floor. She continued this way, tossing 5 platters before finally hitting her target. The man jumped up in alarm, exclaiming, "Du Ruowei, I waited a month for this haute couture." Laughter erupted around them, while the scattered remnants of fruit gleamed under the sunlight, yet no one seemed to care. "Are you interested in that man?" A voice suddenly whispered in her ear. "His name is Li Yin, the only son of the Li family, and he and Du Ruowei have been childhood friends, always playing the part of adversaries. Though he appears to be a carefree playboy, many believe he harbors feelings for her. I advise you to abandon any thoughts. This young master is quite the libertine, and even has a driver's daughter on the side." Yi Kong did not turn around, but sighed softly. Wen Can glanced at her. "No need to sigh. If our collaboration proves fruitful, I can introduce you to a man of far superior quality." Yi Kong continued to gaze at the chaotic fruit on the floor, finally clicking her tongue before swiftly grabbing a platter from the table and thrusting it into Wen Can's hands. She seized another for herself and began to eat. Wen Can looked bewildered at the platter in his hands and then back at Yi Kong. "I don't particularly want any fruit." "You do," Yi Kong insisted, biting into a piece of orange and turning to look at him with utmost seriousness, reiterating, "You want to eat." Wen Can twitched his lips. Though still young, he considered himself to have faced numerous challenges and encountered countless individuals. Yet, he had never met someone as inscrutable as Yi Kong. "Fine. I suppose I do want to eat." After all, he had always been tolerant of his partners. By the time the wine tasting concluded, the two had consumed nearly half of the fruit on the table. Wen Can looked utterly resigned, while Yi Kong remained unfazed. As she prepared to hand him yet another platter of fruit, Qin Ranqiu could no longer hold her tongue. "I remember that Wen Can doesn't particularly enjoy fruit. Perhaps we shouldn't force him?" Chapter 14. Yi Kong could hardly swallow her indignation. Wen Can maintained an impassive expression. "I'm not being forced." Qin Ranqiu chuckled lightly. Shifting the topic, all right, we've had enough to drink. Xinzhou, are you ready with the pieces you prepared? It's time for us to witness them. Lin Xinzhou, though not as affluent as the others, held a significant position among the second-generation elite, thanks to her father being the deputy mayor and likely to become the next mayor. Though she lacked interest in politics, she was passionate about music, composing pieces and leading ensembles, and was genuinely a good person. Just as Wen Can concluded his introduction, Yi Baozhu stood up. "Sister, I'll be back shortly." She looked down at Yi Kong before heading toward Lin Xinzhou. She was also a member of Lin Xinzhou's ensemble, responsible for the piano section, and it seemed she was quite accomplished at it. Yi Kong listened with an expressionless demeanor until the first note sounded, finally piquing her interest. However, at that moment, Qin Ranqiu unexpectedly approached her, expressing a desire to discuss something with Wen Can meeting her gaze. The woman smiled amiably. "Don't worry. I want to snatch your fiancé. I merely wish to exchange a few words regarding work." Yi Kong shrugged, watching as Qin Ranqiu pushed Wen Can's wheelchair out of the room. Beyond the glass door, the spirited melody dulled into a muffled sound. Qin Ranqiu stood beneath the tree, not looking at Wen Can, but gazing into the distance, slowly saying, "Are you really going to get engaged to her? Is this Miss Yi truly her biological daughter?" She could not help but indulge in gossip. Could Yi Haichuan truly tolerate such a blunder within his own household? Whether he could withstand it was a matter of fact. And moreover, compared to the absurdity of a child swap, this circle was rife with even more ludicrous occurrences. Qin Ranqiu fell silent for a moment before turning to him, her eyes glimmering with concern. "Are you truly resolved to take action? Your grandfather appears to be in reasonably good health. Yet, I fear your endeavors may not unfold as smoothly as you hope." "That is precisely why I require Yi Kong," Wen Can replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "How pitiful," Qin Ranqiu teased. "This newly arrived Miss Yi, having just entered this unfamiliar circle, likely regards you as her support. Did you see the way she looked at me earlier? She genuinely sees you as her fiancé, and yet you are manipulating her from behind." Wen Can opted for silence rather than revealing the truth amidst her continued inquiries. However, Qin Ranqiu seemed to lighten considerably. Exhaling a sigh of relief, "You must handle your relationship with Miss Yi with care. After all, she is still Yi Haichuan's daughter, and with Yi Tingqiu as her sister. Should you deceive her too deeply, it might become difficult to extricate yourself later." Wen Can remained silent. Qin Ranqiu scrutinized his profile before glancing at his leg, asking, "And what of your leg? How is it healing? The news of your car accident left both me and Jiang Su quite frightened." "Why would you worry?" Jiang Su. Frightened? Wen Can chuckled softly, patting his leg, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Rest assured, it will mend in due time when I need to stand." Their conversation shifted to matters of work, and it was not until the music within ceased that Qin Ranqiu pushed Wen Can back inside, only to collide with the scene of Yi Kong being besieged. Du Ruowei had, unbeknownst to anyone, seated herself beside Yi Kong, playfully toying with a vertical flute as she cheerfully inquired, "Miss Yi, how do you find your first attendance at my gathering? And that piece we just played, could you offer us your critique? It was composed by Xianzhou, you know." Yi Kong pondered seriously. It was pleasant. Du Ruowei waited for a follow-up that did not come, her expression one of surprise. "Is that all? Is there more to say? How dismissive. Are you dissatisfied with me? Or do you think Xianzhou's composition is mediocre?" "Neither." "Oh, I see," Du Ruowei exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "So, you simply cannot critique? Have you never experienced a live performance before? Have you ever been to a concert hall?" "No, wait, I heard you grew up in an orphanage." In a rural area, no less. Should I ask if you are familiar with these instruments? How many do you recognize?
You must know the piano, right?
The one your sister Baoju plays. She smiled brightly, adding, Baoju plays exceptionally well, having passed the 10th grade at a young age and later studied under a world-class pianist. Touring across the globe. Impressive, isn't it? Why are you silent? Are you feeling unwell? I heard you are the true young lady of the Yi family. Yet it seems yesterday that Grandma Yi did not acknowledge you. Does she not favor her own granddaughter? You are rather unfortunate. Grandma Yi holds a significant position in the Yi family. If even she dislikes you, it is likely you will soon be cast aside. I propose you join our ensemble. It matters not if you lack instrumental skills. You may wield a triangle.
You do know what that is, right?
If not, I'll explain it to you later. Du Ruowei appeared quite animated, sitting upright as she addressed Yi Kong. I, Du Ruowei, hold a modicum of status in this circle. Be it attending my gathering or joining Xianzhou's ensemble, either could serve as leverage for you to remain in the Yi family, don't you think, Li Yin?
Li Lin,
Who had shifted his seat to face Yi Kong alongside Du Ruowei, lazily lifted his gaze, casting an indifferent glance at Yi Kong, his tone wooden. Indeed, indeed. Miss Du is akin to a princess. Even becoming a maid to her highness would bestow upon you supreme status in the circle.
Li Yin.
Du Ruowei shot him a glare, though she appeared far from angered. Her eyes bore an innate superiority, and her radiant smile could not conceal her condescension. That may be an exaggeration, yet the principle holds. Do consider it. Yi Kong silently forked a piece of fruit and placed it in her mouth, continuing to gaze vacantly, remaining utterly mute. In the ensuing silence, the expressions of all present grew subtly awkward. Du Ruowei's demeanor gradually stiffened. Li Yin furrowed his brow. Taking a serious look at Yi Kong for the first time, his gaze cold and displeased. At your first attendance at another's gathering, how can you neglect to respond to the host's inquiries? Such rudeness. Yi Kong swallowed the fruit, casting a quizzical glance at Li Yin. Wasn't it your princess who requested my presence? You, the sycophant. In the midst of the stunned silence, Yi Kong continued to regard Yi Baoju. Come now, repeat the content of that phone call you received. Wasn't it your highness who threatened you, insisting I come? Why is it that after my arrival, you no longer acknowledge me? Is this what the upper echelon of Yuzhou is like? Yi Kong set down the empty fruit platter, clapping her hands. Had I known this was merely a gathering for sycophants to entertain your highness, I would not have bothered to attend. Even if you expelled Yi Baoju from Yuzhou, who are you calling a sycophant? Li Yin erupted, rising from his seat, veins bulging on his forehead. Yi Kong regarded him coolly. Why, it is obviously you, the loyal dog of her highness. You, oh, and you want me to play the triangle? Yi Kong chuckled as she turned and strode purposefully toward the piano. Chapter 15. The sound of the suona heralds the arrival of a talent. All eyes were fixated on her retreating figure. Du Ruowei squinted slightly, asking Yi Baoju beside her. What? This bumpkin can play the piano? Yi Baoju clenched her fists in anxiety. I've never heard of it. Yi Kong had already halted before the piano. Yet, she did not sit down. Instead, she hesitated, surveying the other instruments scattered throughout the room. Du Ruowei could not help but laugh. Why have you stopped? Planning to play Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star to intimidate us? Li Yin, wearing a gloomy expression, chuckled derisively, proclaiming loudly, Country bumpkin, unless you plan to astonish us with something impressive, you shall have to kneel and beg for forgiveness for your earlier remarks. Yi Kong turned back from the piano. Casting a distant glance at Li Yin, you certainly love to talk to yourself. After saying this, she moved to one side. Just then, Qin Ranqiu, who had pushed her wheelchair through the door, leaned down to ask Wen Can. Do you know what she intends to do? Not a clue, Wen Can replied, observing her figure with a slight smirk. But I am quite eager to see. Qin Ranqiu paused, regarding him with surprise. Yet, Wen Can remained oblivious. His gaze still fixed on Yi Kong. Yi Kong wandered among the instruments, ultimately opening a box and lifting out a suona.
Uffed.
The others, who had previously been incensed by Yi Kong's indiscriminate provocations, could not help but burst into laughter. Surely not? A suona? What does she think this is? How did that suona find its way here? It feels as out of place as she does in our circle. Truly the bumpkin. She can't possibly think to play us a tune to send us away, can she? Amidst the disdainful and mocking discussions, Yi Kong inhaled deeply and blew the first note. The suona's tone was overwhelmingly powerful, the initial sound erupting with tremendous force that reverberated through the hall, causing the servants outside to instinctively halt in their tracks. The young masters and misses on the sofa covered their ears in disgust. It was not until 10 seconds later that someone suddenly straightened up. After 20 seconds, those who had previously performed looked ashen. 1 minute in, the melody surged to a climactic crescendo that pierced the heavens. If the preceding notes were akin to curling smoke amidst a battlefield strewn with ruins, then this climax was a tumultuous dance of the dead amidst the chaos of cannon fire and anguished cries. The Swona's piercing wail evoked visions of hollowed bones, with its two dark voids revealing a shadowy sky and the splatter of burning blood. The piece concluded with a sharp, ethereal long note. With a crisp and decisive motion, as if the camera were panning upwards, one could behold a cold, indifferent moon hanging in the sky, reminiscent of the retreat of troops from a battlefield. Yi Kong twirled the Swona in her hand before returning it to its case, then turned to face the audience. She beheld a hall filled with statuesque figures, all eyes wide open, rendered speechless. Even those devoid of musical talent could discern the brilliance of her performance after merely 3 minutes. What she had just played was a new composition recently unveiled by the second-generation orchestra. The distinction lay in their use of the violin as the primary instrument, accompanied by piano, bagpipes, and various other classical instruments, achieving the desired effect envisioned by Lin Xinju. Yet now, with just a single Swona, Yi Kong had undoubtedly eclipsed the entirety of their ensemble. "Hey," someone finally murmured. Did Lin Xinju secretly show her the score? Lin Xinju's gaze was fixed intently on Yi Kong. "This is the first time I've encountered Miss Yi." Before she could complete her sentence, she was already rising, nearly stumbling 2 steps before regaining her balance and striding towards Yi Kong. Yi Kong halted as she was intercepted, looking back at her. "You learned it after just one listen? Was it particularly difficult? What made you think to play it on the Swona? Is it simply because you can play the Swona? Or is there another reason?" "The Swona is indeed fitting," Yi Kong replied. "I've heard it was composed by you. It is quite remarkable."
Is it?
Lin Xinju's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I think it is quite marvelous as well. I also find you to be quite impressive." She extended her hand towards Yi Kong. "I now invite you to join my orchestra. Regardless of the instrument you primarily play, I shall make you the principal. Will you accept?" "Not interested." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Kong declined her. She maneuvered around Lin Xinju and continued forward. Unperturbed, Lin Xinju followed. "Why not? With your talent, it would be a shame not to join an orchestra. I could compose pieces tailored to your preferences. Moreover, I could be your good friend, always at your beck and call. I'll stand by you in any conflict."
Ye Kong, Kong.
"Little Kong Kong, I implore you, join my orchestra. Even if you only play the Swona, I can adapt to you." Lin Xinju's tone grew increasingly fervent, nearly grasping Yi Kong's sleeve in desperation. Yi Kong, her expression steely, paused to regard the girl clinging to her leg, reputedly of significant standing in the circle. Lin Xinju had abandoned her earlier scholarly demeanor, now gazing up at her with a pitiable expression, blinking innocently. "Actually, the Swona is what I brought along, as I felt this piece suited it perfectly, but, regrettably, I am not proficient in playing it. Just look at how in sync we are." Lin Xinju was a strikingly beautiful girl, her features soft and her eyes large. Anyone else subjected to such a pleading gaze would likely capitulate instantly. Alas, Yi Kong was known for her ironclad resolve during her time in the orphanage. Without batting an eyelash, she reiterated, "I refuse." Coldly extricating Lin Xinju's hand, she approached Li Yin. Li Yin was tall. Even standing, Yi Kong was only slightly shorter. Yet her gaze conveyed an unmistakable sense of superiority, akin to a human looking down at an ant. "Did you just say I should bow my head and apologize for not being impressive enough? Do you now think my Swona is sufficient?" Veins bulged on the back of Li Yin's hand, his fist clenched until the knuckles protruded ominously. His expression darkened to a terrifying degree. Yet he could not utter a word. Lin Xinju continued to gaze at Yi Kong. If he dared to claim that Yi Kong's performance was lacking, she would undoubtedly be the first to confront him. Even in her absence, everyone present had ears. Should he utter a word of criticism, news of his defeat would ripple through the entire circle by morning. Yet to admit Yi Kong's prowess was something he could never bring himself to do. In this increasingly tense atmosphere, Du Ruowei leaned in, lifting a glass of wine, her smile enigmatic. "I must say, newcomer, you appear to be rather arrogant." Rising with her glass, she positioned herself before Li Yin. "You haven't even established your standing within the Yi family. Yet you come to my gathering to cause a scene. Do you truly wish to jeopardize your future in Yuzhou?"
Ye Kong regarded her,
then glanced past her at Li Yin, suddenly breaking into laughter. She clapped her hands. "Congratulations, Mr. Lapdog. It seems your servitude has not been in vain." as you've garnered the princess's defense. You should be able to keep licking for another decade. Li Yin's forehead throbbed. He yanked Du Ruowei aside and raised his hand to strike Yi Kong. You country bumpkin, don't push your luck. Amidst a chorus of gasps, Li Yin's downward swing abruptly halted midair, obstructed by a slender cane. His expression froze as he turned to follow the cane back to its owner. Chapter 16. That woman bears a most irritating surname. It is Wen Can. He was pushed forward at some point, the other end of the cane firmly in his grasp. From the moment I entered, I wish to address this. You all refer to my fiancé as a country bumpkin and a rube. Is that not rather dismissive of my standing? The atmosphere, which had been on the verge of erupting due to Li Yin's aggression, suddenly froze. If there had been onlookers eager for entertainment, now, everyone held their breath, fearful of the palpable pressure emanating from the man. Even Du Ruowei stiffened, her limbs and expression rigid, managing to stammer. What? Young Master Wen, are you truly? Her words faltered in the icy gaze of Wen Can, which conveyed a chilling intensity, as if her next syllable could lead to her demise. Wen Can averted his gaze, retracting the cane. Methodically, he shortened it and placed it into the side pocket of his wheelchair, all the while speaking calmly. Even if the Yi family has yet to bestow upon her an exclusive identity, she remains my one and only fiancée. Or do you all believe that the eldest daughter of the Yi family holds more prestige than my intended bride from the Wen family? At his final remark, he lifted his gaze to the crowd. No one dared to meet his eyes. His final glance fell upon Du Ruowei, who, under his cold scrutiny, inexplicably felt her eyes well up. She smashed her glass and hurriedly fled. Ruowei. Li Yin hastily followed her, a hand extended towards Yi Kong. She looked down to meet Wen Can's gaze, observing the slight curve of his lips as he smiled at her. Let us go. It would be best if you refrain from attending such tedious gatherings in the future. Yi Kong pondered for 2 seconds before placing her hand in his, then paused mid-turn. If you hold my hand, how am I to push your wheelchair? Can you not push with one hand? That would result in a rather awkward posture. Then use both hands. Just as Wen Can was about to release her hand, she tightened her grip instead. I prefer not to. Yi Kong looked ahead, stating, you should turn the wheels with one hand. She proceeded forward. With each resolute step, Wen Can was compelled to maneuver the wheels with his right hand. Had I known, I would have opted for a smart chair. Then why not use a smart chair? Old-fashioned wheelchairs require someone to push them. They bear a certain gravitas. Disliking pretentiousness, Yi Kong chose to remain silent. The dialogue that followed between them was indistinct. Yet it did not hinder the onlookers from perceiving the unique, impenetrable atmosphere that enveloped them. Could it be? It was only when the pair's somewhat crooked silhouettes completely vanished that someone finally murmured, dreamily, has one can truly taken a liking to this country bumpkin Yi Kong? All present were engulfed in disbelief. Only Lin Xinju lay sprawled on the sofa, despondently murmuring, Why? Why won't you join my orchestra? I could be your servant. The journey to the gathering had begun with 3, but the return journey dwindled to 2. The road felt even quieter, with only the sound of Wen Can's fingers tapping on the keyboard resonating in the silence. After quite a while, Wen Can finally concluded his work and shut his laptop. He turned to observe Yi Kong, who was gazing out the window, and inquired, You possess quite a talent for music, don't you? Yi Kong, without turning her head, replied nonchalantly, I am gifted in many areas. Pray tell, aside from music, what else are you proficient in? She dismissed the question lazily, finding it too cumbersome to enumerate. Wen Can felt a twinge of uncertainty, pondering whether she was jesting or speaking earnestly. Very well, let me pose another question. Where did you learn to play the suona? Your skill is remarkably high. You must have trained for many years. Aren't you aware that I grew up in the Huahua County orphanage? Yi Kong glanced at him momentarily. Of course, I learned there. Is there truly such an accomplished suona master at Huahua? Wen Can was momentarily perplexed, but soon relinquished his inquiry. Amongst the myriad of instruments, why did you specifically choose the suona? It was not my choice. Yi Kong rested her chin on her hand, continuing to gaze at the fleeting scenery outside. When I was 4, a friend from the orphanage passed away. The orphanage could not afford a funeral, so the director assembled a small ensemble to play at her send-off. And I was tasked with the suona. You were quite kind-hearted as a child. Yi Kong paused for a moment before replying. The director said if I didn't participate, he would place onions in my lunchbox every day. I detest onions. This was indeed an extraordinary conversation. The juxtaposition of a small-town orphanage, a deceased child, a director so impoverished he could not afford a funeral, and a 4-year-old forced to take up the suona for the funeral procession painted a picture both cruel and frigid. Yet Yi Kong recounted it all with such nonchalance, even infusing a touch of humor regarding the onions. Wen Can's expression was inscrutable, but within him stirred a peculiar, ineffable premonition that this girl, nearly 7 years his junior, bore within her a complexity of memories beyond the ordinary. It was as if Yi Kong, sitting silently beside him, exuded an intense yet contradictory presence. Whether it was innate or a product of her past that forged her into such a person remained uncertain. Even in her silence, she magnetically drew the attention of all around her. As Wen Can resumed his new tasks, he became acutely aware of his racing heartbeat. Do not misconstrue. It is not some absurd infatuation, he thought. I have merely awaited this day. A meteor capable of instigating significant upheaval in the Wen family had, through his diligent efforts, seemingly descended from the heavens, and the transformations this individual would catalyze were beyond even his own predictions. How could he not feel exhilarated? Amidst his multitasking, Wen Can suddenly heard Yi Kong ask, "You introduced me to quite a few people today, yet one remains unintroduced." Yi Kong turned to him, questioning, "That woman who pushed you outside, she appears to be quite close to you. Who is she?" "Qin Ranqiu. She is an ally of mine," Wen Can replied effortlessly. "She is the daughter of the Qin family, exceptionally capable, which is why she holds a significant position in the corporation despite her youth. We have considerable professional interactions." "Which Qin?" "Naturally, the Qin of the Qin dynasty. Are you familiar with the shipping magnate from Nankong? They are a branch of that prominent family, and are considered one of the leading families in Yuzhou." "Ah, that Qin," Yi Kong murmured, gazing out the window. "Indeed. A rather detestable surname." Wen Can paused and turned to her. "Why? Do you harbor animosity towards someone with the surname Qin?" Chapter 17. I have reached the age where I can kiss you. Yi Kong completely disregarded the question with remarkable ease, and Wen Can chose not to press further. The black Bentley glided through the urban landscape, eventually veering onto a mountain road. "Smoke Bridge Slope?" Yi Kong read aloud the signs they passed, glancing at the ascending mountain path. "It looks more like a mountain than a slope, doesn't it?" "More or less," he replied. "The name is rather poetic. Not quite befitting the character of Yuzhou City, is it?" "Oh." Wen Can's interest piqued. "What do you believe is the character of Yuzhou?"
Fake.
Yi Kong offered her blunt assessment of the city. "The locals are fierce yet pretend to be cultured and gentle. Upon my arrival, I witnessed 2 drivers from unlicensed cabs brawling at the airport, leaving each other bloodied. Anything else? Hard to say. It remains to be observed." Wen Can chuckled. When alone, the melancholy and aloofness that cloaked his demeanor would completely dissolve, revealing his inherent gentleness. Yet, when Yi Kong occasionally caught his smiling gaze, she couldn't help but wonder if this was merely another facade beneath the gloom. Though their encounters had been few, it felt as if she had glimpsed several distinctly different aspects of his character. It was as if a veil shrouded him, rendering everything obscured. "This place was not originally called Smoke Bridge Slope," Wen Can suddenly spoke. "It was a name my father later bestowed." Yi Kong turned to him, intrigued. This was the first instance when Can had mentioned his family, yet for some inexplicable reason, the fog surrounding him did not dissipate. Rather, it seemed to thicken. However, Yi Kong's greatest strength, and her most significant flaw, was her lack of curiosity, particularly concerning human beings. Thus, she merely replied with an "oh," asking nothing further. The Bentley traversed the mountain road for nearly half an hour before reaching the summit. Upon disembarking, Yi Kong finally understood why this place was dubbed Smoke Bridge Slope. The mountain breeze was invigorating, and the water shimmered like countless diamonds. A mirror-like lake nestled atop the mountain, with numerous streams winding through the lush greenery, and long wooden bridges intermittently appearing above the babbling brooks. At the summit stood a large wooden cabin, devoid of a sign. Yet a person resembling a manager awaited them at the entrance. However, Wen Can did not enter. Instead, he led Yi Kong to a clearing. A long wooden platform had been fashioned into a modest open-air dining area. Yi Kong walked to the edge of the railing, peering down to behold the entire city beneath her. "You promised to be my tour guide. How do you find it? Are you satisfied?" Yi Kong gazed down at the city. Amidst the towering skyscrapers, she could faintly discern the bustling throng below, like ants swarming. Vehicles surged along every street, and this multitude of lives was reduced to mere black dots upon a canvas from her vantage point. They appeared as deities, elevated above the fray. No wonder everyone desires power and wealth. If one could look down upon the masses from this height every day, it would indeed be easy to become intoxicated by it. Wouldn't it? And you? Do you desire it as well? If I claimed I did not, would that not render me excessively lofty? Wen Kan turned to her. Although she uttered such words, there was no fluctuation in her eyes, as if what lay before her was merely a painting, an inanimate object, rather than the emblems of power and wealth she spoke of. She appeared genuinely uninterested. Wen Kan raised an eyebrow. It seems you are indeed quite lofty. Yi Kong chuckled softly. Perhaps what I seek is far more precious than these. She stepped away from the railing and took a seat at the round table. The waiter, who had been patiently waiting, approached them and handed her the menu. Wen Kan was guided to the table by the manager, meeting her probing gaze. Order as you please. The tour guide treats. Yi Kong eagerly opened the menu, casually selecting a main dish before flipping to the dessert section. As she beheld the illustrated desserts, a radiant light sparkled in her eyes for the first time. Wen Kan stared in astonishment, then followed her gaze to the menu and suddenly burst into laughter. Hearing the commotion, Yi Kong did not look up. She continued fervently sketching her selections, her voice tinged with annoyance. What are you laughing at? Wen Kan propped his chin on his hand, gazing at her. It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered. You are nearly 7 years younger than I, still a child. Are you not? Is it possible to be betrothed to a child? Yi Kong's dissatisfaction grew, and she cast him a disdainful glance, declaring, I have reached the age where I can kiss you and share a bed.
Cough.
Wen Kan choked on his drink, turning his head to cough violently. The store manager approached, listening attentively and pouring him water, feigning ignorance of the conversation. By the time Wen Kan ceased coughing, his face was flushed. He awkwardly raised the glass to take a sip, advising, I suggest you refrain from broaching such topics with men. It can attract the wrong kind of attention. Of course, I would never speak of such matters in front of others. Yi Kong shot him another look, her gaze drifting downward to the part obscured by the table. A flicker of contempt in her eyes. But aren't you a cripple? Wen Kan replied, I had no idea the people of Huahua County were so bold. Unlike you and Yuzhou, who can propose marriage to a complete stranger, and they are but a child. Are you aware that being argumentative is also a trait of children? Are you referring to yourself? It seems those 6 years you've lived more than me have been for naught. If you utter one more word, Wen Kan said expressionlessly, I shall instruct the pastry chef to add onions to your ice cream. Yi Kong shot him a fierce glare, her anger erupting for the first time. What a wicked adult. Wen Kan smiled, albeit without mirth. Good to know. Yi Kong sulkily closed her mouth, venting her frustration by aggressively snagging 2 desserts. As Wen Kan observed the back of her head, for some inexplicable reason, his lips curved slightly. This smile went unseen by anyone but startled him. Realizing he was smiling, the momentary curve faded. Yet, he raised his hand to touch the corner of his lips, then turned his gaze toward the city outside the mountain. It occurred to him that it had been many years since he had argued with someone or experienced such carefree laughter. How perilous! Considering they had only known each other for a day. Wen Kan lowered his head slightly, concealing all expressions. If Yi Kong were to glance at him then, her intuition would undoubtedly reveal that this was his truest self. Compared to his usual gloominess, this was a far more chaotic and profound darkness. In contrast to gentleness, this was a complexity and danger 100-fold deeper. Yet all of this was fleeting. By the time Yi Kong finally completed her order and looked up with satisfaction, the man had returned to his indifferent, yet gentle demeanor. Now, let us discuss the specifics of our collaboration. Chapter 18. The False and the True Intentions. Yi Kong had initially believed that discussing collaboration with someone like Wen Kan would inevitably involve signing numerous contracts. However, to her surprise, the two merely engaged in verbal exchanges. Wen Kan showed no inclination to present a contract for her signature. The terms of the collaboration were, in fact, quite simple. During the partnership, Wen Kan promised to be at her beck and call, completing any tasks she desired, provided they did not infringe on his own interests. In return, Yi Kong was obliged to fulfill the task of publicly displaying their affection, ensuring that everyone believed their relationship was genuine and that they would indeed marry. Yi Kong fell silent for a moment. This condition is rather vague. I lack experience in romance, and do not know how to convince everyone that we are truly in love. Wen Kan shrugged. The somewhat rogue gesture he made took on a touch of charming gentility. Therefore, we shall explore it together. Yi Kong locked eyes with him for a moment before suddenly asking, what is your true objective? The Wen family's fortune? But I heard that you are already managing the Wen family. That was the case, but you know I am disabled. A prominent family like the Wens would never allow a cripple to retain the title of head of the family, Wen Kan explained. Fortunately, my great-grandfather left a will stating that once I marry, I can officially inherit the position of head of the Wen family and receive all his shares. In that case, even if I cannot continue to manage the entire corporation, I will still possess the power and status to easily shake the foundations of the Wen family, enjoying substantial benefits without having to work. Is that not delightful? But all of this hinges on the premise that you are truly a cripple. Yi Kong was speechless. You can stand at any moment, yet you deliberately place yourself in jeopardy and complicate matters by collaborating with a stranger. Is it merely to slack off? Do not underestimate the laziness of modern individuals, Wen chuckled. After working day and night for so many years, it is not surprising that a young man like me desires to retire early, is it? Yi Kong found it hard to believe him. Just don't betray my trust. The waiter began serving pre-meal desserts. Yi Kong's eyes lit up as she picked up her knife and fork to dig in. Her movements were not particularly graceful, and her manner of wielding the utensils possessed a certain childish charm. When Ken found it amusing, having promised not to deceive her, he asked, "Do you enjoy desserts that much?" Yi Kong nodded earnestly, carefully slicing a piece, and with a delighted expression, devoured it. Without needing to utter a word, onlookers could discern her current joy. Were she given a pair of wings, she would likely have soared into the sky. Moved by her delight, Wenkin leaned slightly toward the store manager and whispered a few words. Moments later, the manager brought over a card. Wenkin took it, placed it on the table, and pushed it toward Yi Kong. With her mouth full, she glanced at the card, asking, "What is this?" "With this card, you can come here anytime for desserts. And they are unlimited." Yi Kong's eyes widened in astonishment, her face alight with disbelief at such a windfall. Before she could speak, Wenkin added, "Not only here, but at all the renowned dessert shops in Yuzhou, you can enter and exit freely, enjoying them at no cost." Having never encountered such a privilege in her small county, Yi Kong was left in a daze. She picked up the card, scrutinized it, and cautiously asked, "Is this for real? You're not deceiving me, are you? If you do not believe me, you may try it."
All right.
Yi Kong swallowed hard, quickly stashing the card in her pocket, then looked at Wen Can with solemnity, asking, "What do you want me to do?"
Just say it.
"Even if it's to take kissing photos for social media, I'm fine with that." Wen Can's lips twitched slightly. "Your lack of backbone makes me quite uneasy. Does that mean anyone who offers you dessert can easily win you over? What do you take me for?" Yi Kong glared at him. "Am I so easily swayed by mere desserts? At the very least, it should be like you, securing all the dessert shops in the city for me to consider." Seeing Yi Kong return to her dessert with gusto, Wenkin suddenly felt a profound sense of crisis. It seemed he should gather the world's top dessert chefs or perhaps develop a dedicated line, purchasing all the dessert shops in the city to create a high-end brand under the Wen name, establishing a new subsidiary under the restaurant division. Wenkin silently calculated this in his mind, then considered the men in Yuzhou who could rival him and potentially steal Yi Kong away. Only then did he finally feel at ease. Both were in remarkably good spirits, leading to a delightful meal. During the main course, Yi Kong ate with little enthusiasm. While she did not waste any food, she devoured it hastily. It was only when the post-meal desserts arrived, filling the table, that she revealed her blissful expression once more. Wen Can, who did not have a sweet tooth, could not help but inquire, "Isn't it overwhelming?" "It's exquisite, not overwhelming at all." Yi Kong shook her head. "The pastry chef here is quite skilled. Aren't you worried that overeating might lead to weight gain?" "I don't gain weight."
Ye kom, blissfully indulget in desserts.
Felt the prickliness within her dissipate, and in their conversation, she even appeared harmless. "The doctor said I had a poor digestive system when I was young, making it difficult to absorb food, which is why I don't easily gain weight." She spoke lightly, and Wen Can's response was likewise casual. "Then perhaps you can have your mother help you with your diet. I recall Aunt Fong is quite meticulous about health. However, I am reluctant to change. If I were to do so easily, I would inevitably gain weight, and would that not mean I could no longer indulge in desserts?"
Indeed. Such is the thought of a child.
Upon receiving his unlimited dessert supply card, Yi Kong dismissed the matter with indifference. For a moment, the mountaintop was filled only with the sound of the wind rustling across the water as surface and the leaves whispering in the breeze. After a prolonged silence, Wen Can suddenly inquired, "Why do you insist on remaining with the Yi family?" Yi Kong paused momentarily. Without meeting her gaze, Wen Can continued, "If I had not proposed engagement, you could not be certain of your place within the Yi family. Faced with your grandmother's disdain and Yi Baoju's malice, would you truly endure such treatment?" Gripping her small spoon, Yi Kong replied slowly, "I would." "What is your underlying reason for wanting to stay with the Yi family?" Wen Can pressed, "Even to the extent of engaging with a stranger such as myself, what do you seek to secure for yourself within the Yi family?" Yi Kong tightened her grip on the spoon and looked up at him, "What everyone possesses." The girl's eyes, as dark as the night, conveyed her resolute words. Yet her pupils remained devoid of emotion. I merely wish to acquire everything that I am inherently entitled to. Surely, you do not mean the wealth of the Yi family or the status of being a Yi family heiress. Wen scrutinized her eyes, seemingly in search of confirmation. You speak of parents and siblings, do you not? A hint of ambiguous irony surfaced on his face. Do you truly believe these are undoubtedly desirable things? If I am not mistaken, your parents did not fully align themselves with you yesterday, did they? Chapter 19. If only I could feel jealousy. After finishing their meal, Wen did not linger on the mountain for long and promptly escorted Yi Kong back to her residence. After a cold farewell wave, Yi Kong traversed the estate and entered the main residence, where she immediately encountered a scene strikingly familiar. It mirrored her first arrival. Almost all members of the Yi family were present, including Yi Haichuan and the siblings Yi Tingqiu. As Yi Kong stepped through the door, she could still hear the icy voice of the matriarch, which did not cease upon her arrival. Meeting the old woman's murky, disdainful gaze, Yi Kong listened as she continued, "Since none of you heed my words, I, as a mother and grandmother, find little meaning in remaining with the Yi family. Yi Haichuan, find me another residence where I can take Baozhu to live. It is far preferable to staying here and being driven to despair by your precious daughter."
Ah,
That was directed at me. Yi Kong confirmed this in her mind, halting in the center of her line of sight. "Mother," Fong Sivan said, visibly pained. Yet unsure of what to say, she simply waved her hand, gesturing for Yi Kong to sit aside. Yi Kong blinked and quietly took a seat next to Yi Zhen. Yi Zhen was engrossed in a game, casting her a fleeting glance before returning his focus, murmuring, "It's all your fault for causing trouble. I was just called back to the office for a meeting right after arriving." "A meeting? What kind of meeting? Can't you comprehend?" "A family meeting to discuss your stay." Yi Kong silently retrieved her phone and swiftly sent the first message to Wen, who had just departed. Meanwhile, Yi Baozhu remained nestled in the old woman's lap, speaking in a soft, understanding voice. "Grandmother, you are the pillar of the Yi family. How could you possibly leave? My sister does not like me. I could simply walk away." She lifted her face, presenting a radiant smile to the old woman. "In any case, I have grown up. It is time for me to become independent. You need not worry about me, grandmother. That is out of the question." The old woman tenderly caressed her face. "Our Baozhu has been cherished and pampered since childhood. She is meant to be my little granddaughter for life. They may neglect you and show favoritism, but that is of no concern. Grandmother will love you all the more. We have not neglected Baozhu." Fong Sivan's words were abruptly cut off by the old woman's icy retort. "Indeed, you have cared for her, allowing her to be bullied by Yi Kong both at home and outside, while expecting her to endure in silence. Is this your version of care?" "I have not bullied my sister." Yi Baozhu quickly interjected. "Grandmother, please do not blame mother. She has been more than good to me. I understand. It's just that my sister has endured so much hardship outside, and now that she has finally returned home, she must surely want to make amends. If you blame father and mother, that is akin to blaming me. It is because I cannot bear to part with you, nor with father, mother, and my siblings, that I insist on staying in the house." As she spoke, tears began to trickle down her cheeks. The old woman gasped in distress. Fong Sivan hurriedly called for someone to bring tissues. Yi Tingqiu handed over a tissue and gently patted Yi Baozhu's head. "You need not cling to the Yi family. You will always be mother's daughter and grandmother's granddaughter. No one will cast you away." "Indeed, indeed," Fong Sivan said, tenderly wiping her tears.
Ye Baozhu, sinifling.
Looked up at her, astonished by the affection. "Sister, will I always be your little sister?" The woman, with long hair cascading down, displayed no smile, her gaze indifferent. Yet she responded without hesitation, "Of course." While Fong Sivan wiped her tears and smiled, she added, "Although your sister may appear aloof, she has always cared for you siblings." Yi Baozhu managed to smile through her tears. It was only at this moment that Yi Zhen, who had been engrossed in his game, finally looked up and cast a glance in their direction. After observing Yi Tingqiu's hand resting on Yi Baozhu's head for a moment, he turned back to Yi Kong. Noticing her expressionless gaze fixed on that direction, he smirked in delight, asking, "What's wrong? Feeling jealous? If only I could feel jealousy." Yi Kong replied emotionlessly, "That is precisely why I am here." Yi Zhen, puzzled by her words, was about to inquire further when Yi Haichuan interjected, "Mother, please do not remain angry. It's merely a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. If you truly dislike Xiao Kong, simply disregard her presence." The old woman's previously softened expression hardened once more as she scoffed. I can disregard her. But what of others? Did you not hear Baozhu? Today was her first outing, and she has already offended the children from the Du and Li families. Moreover, she publicly humiliated Baozhu. At this rate, within a month, our Yi family will be utterly disgraced because of her. Indeed, Aunt Yi heir, who had been silent until now, finally found an opportunity to interject. While our Yi family is not one to be intimidated, making enemies everywhere is ultimately unwise. These young masters and misses are the future of Yuzhou. If Yi Kong offends them now, it will hinder our children's future collaborations. The old woman shot Yi Kong a glance and stated flatly, I understand that you have just reunited with your daughter and wish to spend more time with her. But for the sake of our family's harmony and the Yi family's reputation, I cannot permit her to remain in the main residence. Did she not gain admission to Beijing University? I do not insist upon sending her abroad. Let her attend school in Beijing instead. And send a steward to teach her decorum. She may return once she has mastered it. With an expressionless face and a resolute tone, the elder added, If anyone has further objections, I will take it as a desire for me, this old woman, to vacate the Yi family, and I shall not oppose it. I will take Baozhu and leave, allowing you all to enjoy your family unity. The living room fell into an eerie silence. Yi Zhen once again turned to Yi Kong, asking, You truly do not feel jealous? Yi Kong, now somewhat impatient, feigned ignorance and lowered her gaze to her phone.
Meanwhile,
Feng Sivan slowly withdrew her hand from atop Yi Baozhu's head. Her face flushed slightly, and after a moment, she stated, If that is the case, I shall move out with Xiaokong. At that instant, both Yi Kong and Yi Baozhu shot their heads up in unison. The former was in a state of disbelief, while the latter was filled with incredulity and sorrow. The old woman's expression darkened immediately. What do you mean by that? Do you wish to make others think that this old woman cannot tolerate anyone? Even my daughter-in-law must be driven away. Feng Sivan felt a pang of anxiety, but remained unyielding. That is not my intention. But it is absolutely out of the question for me to separate from my newly found daughter. Are you threatening me? The old woman's chest heaved rapidly with anger. Does that mean if I wish never to see her again, you must accompany her to live outside for eternity? Are you suggesting you might as well divorce the eldest son? Mother, grandmother. At this moment, both Yi Haichuan and Yi Tingchu wore grim expressions, their icy and dangerous demeanor strikingly similar. The elderly matriarch seemed to sense the tension, her face displaying a hint of distress, yet she persisted. What did I say wrong? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the butler hurriedly entered, announcing, Sir, young master one has arrived. Chapter 20. Then let us divorce. A moment later, when Ken was ushered into the living room, the matriarch's countenance darkened further. However, this time, when Ken brought with him a substantial collaboration proposal. Mr. Yi, he began, I have been focusing on internet-related industries in recent years, achieving modest success. I am on the brink of launching a major project that requires a primary partner. Seated in his wheelchair, he calmly addressed Yi Haichuan. I wonder if the Yi family would be interested? His secretary handed over a document folder to Yi Haichuan, who extracted its contents, glanced over them, and then passed it to Yi Tingchu. As she perused the documents, the two men began conversing openly in front of everyone. With such a significant project, I assume numerous enterprises are vying for your collaboration. Why choose us? There's no need for false modesty, Mr. Yi. While the Yi family may not have deeply delved into the internet sector, your financial resources are substantial. Moreover, with the young lady present, he cast a glance at Yi Tingchu. I believe the Yi family is destined to carve out a niche in the internet realm. Yi Tingchu finished reviewing the materials and looked up. With such a lucrative opportunity, how could you willingly share it with us? State your terms. The conditions are simple. Wen Ken replied without hesitation. I want my fiancée, as the second daughter of the Yi family, to reside either in the Yi family estate or move to my home. In the ensuing silence, Wen Ken's gloomy expression softened into a rare smile. How about it? Quite straightforward. Wouldn't you agree? In fact, it won't require any sacrifice on your part. Neither Yi Haichuan nor Yi Tingchu responded. The father and daughter exchanged a tacit glance, turning their attention to the matriarch. Although she was not well-versed in business matters, she grasped the implications of Wen Can's final words. Infuriated, her wrinkled skin trembled slightly as she pointed an accusing finger at Yi Kong. Is it you? Did you summon him here? After merely 2 days of returning home, instead of showing filial piety, you are entirely preoccupied with a man, relying on a man for support. Is that it?
Mom.
Fong Sivan exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. The elder, however, was beside herself with rage. You get out. Leave this instant. The Yi family will never acknowledge a descendant as shameless as you. She then pointed at Wen Can, and you. Do you think that by waiving a betrothal as a pretext, you could provide her support? Do you really believe the Yi family cannot survive without this engagement? This old woman will annul the engagement today. Let's see if you still wish to marry such a shameless woman without status.
Mom.
Fong Sivan stood up abruptly. Her eyes red as she glared at the elder, her chest heaving for a moment, yet she could not articulate a word. Finally, she turned towards Yi Kong with determination. Yi Kong stared at her, bewildered. Yi Baozhu seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, rising to intervene, but Fong Sivan dismissed her without a glance. Amid the elder's tirade, she strode to Yi Kong and pulled her up.
Mom.
Please stop scolding. If my child is so unworthy in your eyes, then I shall leave the Yi family with her. Fong Sivan brought Yi Kong to the center of the living room, bowing gracefully toward the matriarch. Thank you for your care over the years, but I apologize for being unable to fulfill my filial duties any longer. However, with Ting Chu and the others remaining, I trust you 1 tilak for younger generations to honor you. She shot a stern glance at Yi Kong, bow. Show some semblance of a junior. Having never been scolded by her mother before, Yi Kong felt a strange mix of emotions but complied obediently. Yet Fong Sivan deemed her bow insufficient, pressing her head down to bend deeper. Straightening up, she maintained a stoic expression. As for the divorce you mentioned earlier, let it be. I will prepare the divorce agreement. Yi Haichuan, Yi Tingchu, Yi Zhen. The 3 men stood frozen, resembling statues. Meanwhile, Fong Sivan paid them no mind, firmly grasping Yi Kong's hand as she ascended the stairs. What are you still doing? Hurry and pack your things. Yi Kong, stunned, replied with a soft "oh," gripping her hand tighter. In the now silent living room, Wen Can spread his hands in disappointment. Well, since my fiancé is no longer a member of the Yi family, this collaboration must naturally be discarded. His secretary stepped forward to retrieve the document folder. Wen Can continued, however, Grandma Yi, there is one thing you misunderstood. My willingness to do this for Yi Kong is not because she is a member of the Yi family but because she is Yi Kong. Even now, despite her not being a member of the Yi family, she remains my fiancé. When we wed, you are all welcome to join us as guests to celebrate. He nodded politely before being escorted away. It was only then that the matriarch seemed to grasp the entirety of what had transpired. She clutched her chest, gradually struggling to breathe. Yi Haichuan stepped forward to support her, and she clung tightly to her eldest son's hand. What does your wife mean? Is she truly willing to defy for a mere child? Yi Haichuan's expression remained impassive. You are the one who would rather sacrifice your son for a mere child. Having previously distanced himself from the matter, Yi Zhen now stood up, exclaiming, Grandma, I certainly do not wish to experience the farce of my parents' divorce at this age. If word gets out, our family will become a laughingstock. He approached, tousling his golden hair back, revealing his rebellious brows and eyes. You know how those paparazzi are. They can unearth anything. I'm used to being criticized, but if it comes to light that you are intolerant of your granddaughter and daughter-in-law, can you bear the shame? The matriarch fainted once more. The butler and servants were well accustomed to this routine, swiftly carrying her upstairs. Yi Baozhu looked around, bewildered, until Yi Tingchu gestured for her to attend to the matriarch. With the situation escalating, and seeing Yi Haichuan's displeased expression, Aunt Yi Heir wisely chose to depart hurriedly. Once the living room was left with just the father and daughter, Yi Tingchu inquired, Dad, do you think Wen Can's collaboration proposal is genuine? The contract is comprehensive. He likely does wish to collaborate.
Yi Haichuan replied.
For someone like him, who is ruthless in business, it's surprising he would genuinely offer us concessions. What do you think of his interest in Yi Kong? Yi Haichuan shook his head. He won't engage in actions without benefits. We should observe further.
Yi Tingchu nodded.
And what about Mom? Divorce is out of the question, Yi Haichuan said, his expression unwavering. Don't even think about it. After a pause, he added, Didn't you buy the villa next door a few years ago? Let your mother and Yi Kong stay there for now. During their conversation, Yi Zhen had already sneaked to Yi Kong's door. He watched as she began to pack her belongings, a smirk tugging at his lips. You really are something. Causing a ruckus for your parents' divorce on the second day home. Yi Kong zipped her suitcase and turned around. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, momentarily causing Yi Zhen to freeze. Are you smiling? Am I? Yi Kong raised her hand, brushing her fingers against her slightly upturned lips. Standing amidst the sunlit room, her eyes sparkled with glee, yet her tone was imbued with a chilling bewilderment. But why? What am I smiling about? Yijin stood at the door, gazing at the radiant girl before him, his pupils dilating in sudden realization, a shiver coursing through him at the peculiar contradiction. Chapter 21. I'm not sure if you have the qualifications. Madame Yi once again reclined on the second floor. Fong Sivan seized the opportunity to quietly tidy her belongings for half the day, until Yi Haichuan, leaning against the door, finally inquired, "Are you truly not planning to return home? Surely you do not intend to divorce me?" The woman tucked her long hair behind her ear, lifted her suitcase, and replied calmly, "Since your mother has said so, I am indeed serious." Watching his wife stroll past him, Yi Haichuan's pupils instinctively constricted, and for a moment, he was momentarily stunned. Just as he was about to step forward to pursue her, he heard her call out without turning back, "Please help me with the other luggage. I can't manage it." "Oh," he responded instinctively. It was only when the sound of the wheels faded into the distance that he turned to glance at the room overflowing with various pieces of luggage, unable to suppress a deep sigh as he covered his face with his hand. Facing middle age, he found himself grappling with such a crisis. It was truly disheartening. In front of her husband, Fong Sivan could maintain a facade of calm refusal. However, when their eldest daughter, wearing a similarly aloof expression, made a request that resembled a child's plea, she found it impossible to decline. Thus, she turned to Yi Kong to negotiate. "Shall we temporarily reside next door? Do not worry, although we will be neighbors, there is still some distance. As long as you are unwilling, no one shall disturb us." Yi Kong nodded in agreement. Consequently, Yi Tingchu personally drove, transporting Fong Sivan's various bags and belongings to the so-called next door. Nestled between a fountain and a vast expanse of grass stood a white villa. It appeared somewhat aged, yet its design was exquisite, resembling a quaint castle. "Originally, your sister purchased it to serve as a family office," Fong Sivan explained to Yi Kong with a smile. "She enjoys tranquility and often complains about the excessive number of servants in the main residence. However, in truth, they are all quite professional, moving about silently. I never hear them, and I am puzzled as to how our ears are attuned to such things." Yi Haichuan and Yi Jin busily assisted Fong Sivan in transporting her luggage. Yi Tingchu had already descended from her tour of the upper floor. Holding her phone, she approached Fong Sivan, who was seated on the sofa, and said, "Mom, I have informed the steward to send over 2 individuals to assist you. They will arrive shortly." Fong Sivan nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Kong glanced at her but remained silent. Walking across the thick carpet, Yi Tingchu stood before the two, casting a sidelong glance at the meager luggage Yi Kong carried. "Is this all you have?" she inquired, noting that it seemed insufficient to even contain a few outfits. "You are studying painting, are you not?" Fong Sivan prompted. "Surely. You must have tools and sketches you use? Did you not bring them to Yuzhou?" Yi Kong replied. "I actually possess many things, but they are still stored at the orphanage. I am uncertain if I can bring them here." "My child." Fong Sivan grasped her hand, a tinge of reproach mingling with deep sorrow, tears welling in her eyes. "What is there that prevents you from bringing them? You are the daughter of both your father and me. Wherever we are, that is your home. Is it not a given that you should keep your belongings in your own home?" You misunderstand." Yi Kong looked into Fong Sivan's eyes and said, "It is not out of timidity or fear that I refrain from bringing my belongings. Rather, I am uncertain whether this truly is my home. In other words, I am unsure if you both are indeed deserving of being my family." Fong Sivan was momentarily taken aback, her grip on her hand involuntarily loosening. Yi Zhen and Yi Haichuan, who were busy moving luggage, also halted in their tracks. The 3 individuals, connected by blood, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Yi Kong. Yet, Yi Kong appeared oblivious, her gaze icy and almost condescending as she regarded them. "My standards for home and family are quite stringent. How can a place that is not trustworthy and people who do not inspire confidence be entrusted with my precious belongings?" With a sharp sound, Yi Tingchu slapped the back of her head, exclaiming, "What are you doing? No one has dared to hit my head since I grew up." Just as she finished speaking, she received another slap. The hand then rested on her fluffy head, holding it in place. As Yi Kong attempted to struggle, Yi Tingchu bent down until their foreheads touched, gazing intently into her eyes, and slowly said, "To become family requires no qualifications. I do not know where you acquired such peculiar notions. But now that you are in my territory, I shall not permit you to spout such arrogant words that cause our mother distress." Initially prepared to retort, Yi Kong paused and turned to Fong Sivan, asking, "Has Mom been upset?" Before she could fully gauge Fong Sivan's expression, her head was forcefully turned back. Yi Tingchu continued to fix her gaze on her. "Even if we accept your rules, tell me, what would it take for you to feel secure enough to send your belongings here?" Yi Kong, drawn into contemplation, pondered for several moments and replied, "Firstly, I cannot reside in the Yi family house. What if that old woman decides to drive me away again? This is my house, and it is under my name. Do not refer to Grandma as that old woman. Even if it is your house, can you guarantee that you'll never expel me one day? Just look. You just hit my head. What assurance do you have that you will not act like that old woman one day?" Even the usually cold Yi Tingchu could not suppress a twitch of her lips, revealing a hint of restraint. Meanwhile, Fong Sivan hastily intervened, "Xiao Kong, your sister would never do that." "Very well." Yi Tingchu finally released her grip, standing tall before Yi Kong, her expression indifferent as she declared, "I am gifting you this house. The property deed will be handed to you tonight. Do I appear to be the kind of person who arbitrarily seizes others' properties?" Yi Kong frowned in disagreement. "I am not a robber." Yi Tingchu closed her eyes momentarily. "Then what do you wish for?" Yi Kong turned to Fong Sivan, and after a few seconds of contemplation, stated, "Transfer the property to Mom's name. Furthermore, aside from me and Mom, no one is permitted to enter this house unannounced." Surprisingly, upon hearing such a request, neither Yi Tingchu nor Yi Haichuan reacted with anger. Only Yi Zhan exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Yi Kong, do not be excessive. Must I seek your permission to visit my own mother? Mom's consent is sufficient. I merely stated that you cannot enter without prior notice. I did not say that the authority to open the door lies solely with me. Do you think I am a pervert intending to imprison Mom?" Yi Kong regarded him as though he were a fool. Yi Zhen, in exasperation, slapped his own face, suppressing the urge to continue arguing with her. "I refuse to stoop to the level of a fool." In the face of such verbal attacks, Yi Kong remained unfazed, lifting her small suitcase and quickly ascending the stairs to choose a room. In the living room, the remaining 4 members of the Yi family sat in silence. The first to speak was still Yi Tingchu, who looked at Fong Sivan and called out, "Mom." Fong Sivan exhaled deeply, covering her face with her hand. Struggling to control her voice as she wept, "It is all my fault. How could I not recognize my own daughter all those years ago? If not for my shortcomings as a mother, Xiao Kong would not have turned out this way. Mom, it is not as dire as you think." Yi Tingchu knelt before Fong Sivan, grasping her wrist. "Do you not see? Although Yi Kong is guarded against us, the one person she is willing to trust is you." "Indeed," Yi Zhen chimed in, "otherwise, why would she request that sister transfer the property to your name? It signifies her trust in you. As long as you are here, she is willing to move her belongings and regard this as home. That is the innate bond between mother and daughter." Yi Haichuan silently handed over a handkerchief, nodding in agreement. Fong Sivan, with tears welling in her eyes, lifted her head and asked hopefully, "Is it true? Does Xiao Kong truly wish to believe in me?"
Ah.
Yi Zhen feigned impatience as he took a handkerchief and somewhat roughly wiped Fong Sivan's tears away. "There are still many days ahead," he continued. "In fact, having the 2 of you living apart is rather beneficial. With Yi Kong's temperament, if she were to remain at the Yi residence, Grandmother might genuinely be driven to her wit's end. Moreover, with Yi Baozhu around, it's likely that you, Mother, would find it challenging to fully support her. That would indeed make it difficult for her to let down her guard. This way is better. You can cultivate a mother-daughter bond with her in peace." "You are absolutely right." Fong Sivan's eyes sparkled as she grasped Yi Zhen's hand. "Son, when did you become so astute all of a sudden?" "I have always been clever." Yi Zhen flared up for a moment before slumping his shoulders with a sigh. He ran his fingers through his bright golden hair, somewhat awkwardly diverting his gaze. "I think you both must have noticed that Yi Kong is indeed rather unique." He recalled the scene he had witnessed earlier that day, the radiant smile under the sunlight, juxtaposed with the icy detachment that was so starkly different. Yi Zhen's expression grew solemn as he remarked, "I had previously assumed that children raised in orphanages would either be excessively well-behaved or excessively rebellious. I thought Yi Kong would belong to the latter category. But after several conversations, I found myself shaking my head. Her personality seems to be far more intricate than either of those extremes." As he spoke, Yi Zhen turned to Yi Haichuan. "Father, did you not hire someone to investigate? What were the findings? How did she grow up in that county? Didn't you show no interest in this before?" Yi Haichuan lifted his eyelids to glance at him. Yi Zhen bristled again. "What business is it of yours? I thought she was just an unremarkable sister like Yi Baozhu. Who would have known she was so peculiar?" Fong Sivan smacked his head playfully. Do not call your sister peculiar. Yi Zhen grimaced as he covered the back of his head. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs, and their conversation naturally came to a halt. They turned to see Kong rushing into the corridor, her face alight with an unusual joy. I want a room next to the big tree, she declared. Fong Sivan paused for a moment. But that tree's branches are too lush. Not only does the balcony often get covered in leaves, but they might also drift in through the windows. That's all right. It can block the sunlight. Do you not prefer a sunlit room? Fong Sivan recalled something and her voice dropped. I'm sorry, Xiao Kong. I thought you would like it. So, I chose that room for you at the Yi residence. Yi Kong suddenly fell silent. The smile on her face vanished. Standing upstairs, separated by a long distance, she stared at Fong Sivan for a few seconds before breaking into laughter again. It's fine, I forgive you. With that, she turned and dashed into the depths of the corridor, calling out, Sister, hurry and give the property deed to Mom. I'm having the director help me send my luggage tonight. You little brat, who are you ordering around? And who gave you the right to forgive your mother? Yi Zhen shouted up at her. Yet, Yi Tingqiu was momentarily taken aback by that naturally joyful call of sister. Although she had been called sister by Yi Baozhu and Yi Zhen for many years, why did this particular instance suddenly feel different? It was as though she were experiencing the role of an elder sister for the very first time. Yi Haichuan had initially intended to stay for dinner, but Fong Sivan advised him to return. Even though Mom is resting, Baozhu is still at home. If you all stay for dinner, she would be left alone at the table. That would make her sad. Fong Sivan's eyes reflected her guilt. I truly cannot divert my attention from Xiao Kong right now. But I also do not want Baozhu to genuinely think that we no longer want her. Given time, I believe the two of them will be able to resolve their misunderstandings and get along well. Reluctantly, Yi Haichuan and Yi Tingqiu had to return home. However, Yi Zhen stubbornly lingered, much to Yi Kong's annoyance. I just want to have dinner with Mom. What do you want, Yi Zhen? I also want to have dinner with Mom. Is that not permissible? Yi Zhen shot her a cold glance. And everyone else calls you naturally. Yet you only refer to me by my full name. Do you not understand basic manners? Yi Kong averted her gaze and walked towards the kitchen. What are we having for dinner? It must be sumptuous. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. On the way back to the Yi residence, Yi Tingqiu parked the car by the roadside. The streetlights spilled in through the windows, while the distant fountain cast shimmering golden light, illuminating the remarkably similar faces of father and daughter in a dance of shadow and light. Father, the question Yi Zhen asked earlier, I too wish to know the answer. She said, you must have investigated how Yi Kong lived before, right? Leaning back against the chair, Yi Haichuan gazed out the window. The results of the investigation were quite ordinary, just as we had imagined. She has always grown up in an orphanage and has never left. And nothing particularly extraordinary ever happened there. At most, it underwent a transformation from poverty to wealth, and then back to poverty again, thanks to the support from affluent benefactors. Hua County is a small town that thrives on flower cultivation. Years ago, due to certain news events, it became notoriously impoverished nationwide, only to receive generous donations from wealthy patrons shortly thereafter. Several enterprises initiated charitable endeavors there, gaining significant recognition, one of which was the Jiang family. The orphanage where Xiao Kong resided was among those that received support. At this point, Yi Haichuan suddenly paused. Yi Tingqiu lowered her head, her eyes sinking into shadows, and her voice grew colder as she spoke. But I just remembered something. Speaking of charitable endeavors, I immediately recall the name Hua County. Father, did not something else happen there? Wasn't it quite a scandal? Chapter 23. The Past of Hua County. Approximately 6 or 7 years ago, when Weibo was just beginning to rise, a painter named Yuan Shaoqi became quite popular. Unlike other artists who favored creating various trendy personas in the realm of anime, he preferred to capture real-life scenes with delicate strokes. In less than half a year of maintaining daily updates online, he garnered over 5 million followers, earning him the affectionate title of the two-dimensional doctor among fans. After working late into the night, feeling utterly exhausted, one would glance at Shaoqi's drawings and find renewed hope in the world. He was the embodiment of a spiritual healer whenever one felt disenchanted with life. Viewing the world through Shaoqi's eyes would reveal the abundance of beauty still present. In this context, the artist Yuan Shaoqi quietly began serializing his first and only short comic. The story centers around a group of children living in an orphanage. Although this premise may seem somewhat tragic, Yuan Shaoqi's artistic style remained warm and delicate. The orphans depicted in his work did not appear pitiful or desolate, but rather vibrant, adorable, and full of childlike wonder. Amidst a subtle melancholy, the narrative was infused with heartwarming daily moments. Even the simplest of plots evoked both laughter and tears from the readers. Yuan Xiaoqi released just 5 episodes of this comic, titled Radiant Peter Pan. Yet, it quickly gained immense popularity online. Thousands began eagerly awaiting new updates, and countless fans lamented that this hidden gem had finally been discovered. Thus, the story continued to unfold under the watchful eyes of many, leading to a pivotal moment, the arrival of the benefactor. A plot point that had been foreshadowed since the very first episode. The children eagerly practiced singing, dancing, and reciting poetry in anticipation of this day, resulting in a plethora of delightful and whimsical incidents. Finally, the benefactor arrived, and the children's hard work culminated in a day of reward. Readers, eagerly following the updates, awaited even more humorous antics or touching moments from the children, and they indeed received what they had hoped for. This was, after all, Yuan Xiaoqi's forte. Beyond those mentioned, there are yet more individuals who have sensed a peculiar dissonance. Is it merely my imagination? When Xiaoa spoke of conversing with her uncle, the content felt strangely off-kilter. Why is it that the philanthropist, who comes to engage in charity, does not converse with the headmaster and play with the children, but instead insists on meeting each child individually? Aren't the children's garments typically changed every 2 days? Why, then, does Xiaoxi change outfits after merely half a day? Moreover, this attire appears to be brand new and quite expensive. As an art student, I feel compelled to comment. Xiaoqi has made numerous alterations in this chapter's details, introducing much deeper shadows to the characters. Additionally, the children's conversations often employ perspectives that obscure their eyes, whether from the side or from behind, instilling a foreboding sense within me. While the oblivious readers continue to weep and feel warmth, the perceptive ones have begun to detect the underlying unease. Yet, the comic remains impervious, continuing its updates unaffected. As the plot unfolds, increasingly bizarre details are interwoven into the ostensibly warm and healing daily life. The children are often taken away for private discussions with their uncle, returning laden with expensive gifts and donning new outfits in place of their old ones. Some children even fall ill unexpectedly, confined to bed for several days. There are instances where, during playful scuffles, they reveal numerous bruises hidden beneath their clothing. Despite this, the comic retains its childlike charm, and the orphanage's daily life appears as vibrant and warm as ever. However, the comment section is no longer filled with tearful sentiments. An icy chill begins to permeate the atmosphere, yet some remain unwilling to accept the reality, frantically questioning Yuan Xiaoqi in the comments. Yet, Yuan Xiaoqi remains unresponsive. Only the story continues its indifferent march forward, until the final chapter's update. Suddenly, a new character appears, a stranger, who seems to have wandered into this cloistered orphanage. Initially, he plays games with the children in the sunlit yard, only to be urged by them to leave chaotic graffiti upon the walls. Ultimately, he concludes his day's journey, humming a tune and tossing a black chess piece as he prepares to depart. However, just as he is about to retrace his steps, he passes a dusty window. A casual glance inside causes him to halt involuntarily. Disheveled beds, adorned with colorful hair ties, crumpled children's clothing, and a patch of young skin marred with bruises come into view. The stranger's eyes widen instinctively, drawing closer to the window. But before he can discern the child within, a pair of murky eyes suddenly magnifies before him. The penultimate frame of the comic features a monstrous, enormous eyeball. It fills the weathered window, its filthy pupil constricted to an extreme, the sclera laced with a network of blood vessels, and it glares at the stranger as though hunting prey. The final frame reveals a black chess piece, which falls to the dust-laden ground, shattering silently against the pure white background. Thus, the story concludes. In the bottom right corner of the last frame, a chilling line is inscribed. This story is adapted from true events, penned by Yuan Xiaoqi. At that time, the Jiang family was also implicated, which is why this incident remains vividly etched in my memory. On a summer evening, Yi Tingqiu activated the air conditioning in her car. This was likely the year's most significant public outcry, as the artist gained millions of followers overnight. Every city received emergency calls, with everyone scouring the comic for clues, attempting to piece together the true story concealed beneath its surface. Ultimately, hackers intervened, revealing the artist's IP address, drawing all eyes to Huahua County. This garnered the attention of higher authorities, who promptly dispatched an investigative team. The final findings stirred considerable upheaval within the affluent circles across the nation, even impacting the Jiang family significantly. Memories flooded back, and Yi Tingchu's expression turned solemn. When the incident occurred, the orphanage where Yi Kong resided was not the same one. Yi Haichuan interrupted her, stating, "Based on my investigations, the orphanage Yi Kong was in was so impoverished that it accommodated very few orphans, most of whom were children with disabilities. Moreover, after tracing Yi Kong's whereabouts, I communicated online with Director Sun, who is not the type to engage in such transactions." Upon hearing this, Yi Tingchu relaxed her shoulders slightly, exhaling a sigh of relief. However, Yi Haichuan continued, "The temperament displayed by Xiaogong is clearly not one that develops in a typical environment. I suspect there may be discrepancies in my findings." His gaze was cold as he declared, "I will have someone reinvestigate." Casting a glance at Yi Tingchu, he added, "You received notice to change your itinerary today.
Did you not?
Proceed with your business trip as scheduled tomorrow. I will handle matters at home." Yi Tingchu nodded, restarting the vehicle and heading towards the Yi residence. Chapter 24. Sibling Antipathy. Elsewhere, Yi Kong awaited dinner while nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her drawing. She illustrated the panoramic view of the city she had seen at Yanqiao Slope, infusing it with whimsical creativity before saving it in her draft box. As she finished, the television broadcasted city news. To promote the upcoming Xingshou Cup Go competition at the Cultural Center, the prodigious player Yuan Yi is set to arrive in Yuzhou City tomorrow afternoon, with 5,000 meet-and-greet tickets snatched up within a mere 16 seconds. "It's Yuan Yi!" Suddenly, Fong Sivan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Xiaogong, do you know him?" "Yes, a very popular player with a massive fanbase." "Unfamiliar," Yi Kong replied disinterestedly, without lifting her head. Yizhen scoffed, "Mom, she hasn't even watched my drama. Do you expect her to follow these niche interests?" "Not niche anymore. Ever since Yuan Yi became the world champion, numerous Go clubs have opened across the country, and even Yuzhou has seen a rise in interest classes," Fong Sivan countered. "Xiaogong, are you interested in Go? If you like, I can buy tickets for you to see it with your dad." Yi Kong remained unmoved, still focused on her drawing, not interested. After a moment, she glanced at Fong Sivan's disappointed expression and asked, "Does Dad like Go?" "Indeed," Fong Sivan replied eagerly. "Your dad loves playing Go. Don't let his serious demeanor fool you. He is actually a fan of Yuan Yi." Yi Kong felt an inexplicable pang, losing interest in the conversation.
Dinner was soon ready.
At the dining table, Fong Sivan inquired about Yi Kong's plans for after school starts. "With some time before the new term, do you have anything you wish to pursue?" she asked with concern. "If you want to make more friends, I can help you organize a gathering. You can create the guest list, or you could accompany me to various salons. Of course, you could also choose to play with your brother and sister." At this, she sighed slightly. "However, your sister is a workaholic, so even if you accompany her, you will likely be alone most of the time." "Yes, my sister is so busy. It's probably best not to disturb her. Plus, you're old enough. Can't you play in the mud by yourself without needing company?"
Yi Zhen.
Hearing Yi Zhen's sarcastic remarks and Fong Sivan's admonition, Yi Kong remained resolute. Calmly, she finished a chicken wing, spat out the bone, and then declared, "Mom, I want to play with Yi Zhen." The spoon in Yi Zhen's hand clattered onto the table. Yet, Fong Sivan's face lit up with delight. "How wonderful that you're willing to play with your brother. I want to. In truth, I could also spend time with Mom, but I fear you might find it uninteresting. Your brother, however, due to work commitments, is surrounded mainly by young people, many of whom are quite attractive. I refuse. Just as fate would have it, your brother has recently embarked on a new variety show, offering you the perfect opportunity to witness the vibrant atmosphere of the filming set and perhaps forge connections with a few celebrities. Isn't it often said that children of your age are most enamored by the gossip of the entertainment industry? I say." Yi Zhen, unable to contain his frustration, slammed his chopsticks onto the table. "Is no one listening to me? Are you all being excessively unreasonable? In this household, the second child has no rights. Does he?" He turned to glare at Yi Kong. "Who permitted you to join me? I'm exceedingly busy with work. I have no time to babysit a little brat."
Yi Zhen.
Fong Sivan struck him lightly on the back of his head, her gaze filled with the usual playful reproach. Yet, Yi Zhen discerned a hint of pleading beneath her facade. Momentarily speechless, he rolled his eyes with annoyance and cast an exceptionally cold glance at Yi Kong. Though Yi Kong noticed, he chose to ignore it. After dinner, seizing the moment when Fong Sivan was absent, Yi Zhen inquired, "Why are you following me?" Without any onlookers, the golden-haired man with a rebellious demeanor revealed his true, indifferent self. His expression remained impassive as he regarded Yi Kong with unfamiliarity. "You clearly prefer to be with Mom. Moreover, I am the one you loathe the most in this household, am I not? You possess quite the self-awareness. Yi Kong turned her head away, gazing out at the darkening blue night sky. But being with Mom all the time leaves me at a loss for words. It feels rather foolish. Who would have thought you harbored such burdens? Yi Jin chuckled softly, though his eyes betrayed no warmth. Caring so much about your image. Why not simply be a well-behaved girl? Caring about my image does not equate to being disingenuous. I am not like you, Yi Kong replied earnestly, meeting his gaze. After all, I am not an actress. Do you hold some form of professional prejudice?
You misunderstand me.
Then why do you despise me? Do you not loathe me as well? Yi Kong retorted. Upon returning home, you've caused a myriad of troubles for Yi Tingchu. Is it not entirely reasonable for me to dislike you? Your level of sisterly obsession has crossed into the realm of the abnormal. And yet you dare question me about my disdain? Yi Jun's forehead creased with frustration. If you detest me so, why do you insist on being my shadow? Yi Kong regarded him as though he were a simpleton. If I have nothing to do, isn't it rather amusing to vex someone I dislike? Just as the sparks of conflict between the siblings were about to ignite, Fong Sivan arrived just in time. Yi Jun, why haven't you left yet? Don't you need to rise early tomorrow? Hurry back and get some rest. Stop staying up late. Just look at those dark circles under your eyes. The tension dissipated instantly. Yi Jun, now subdued, departed under Fong Sivan's relentless admonitions, while Yi Kong nestled back into the sofa. After a few moments, she retrieved some paper and began sketching the night outside the door. By the time Fong Sivan returned, she had just completed her final stroke, depicting a crescent moon illuminating the silhouettes of a mother and child walking together. Shao Kong. Fong Sivan approached her with a gentle smile. Yi Kong looked up to hear her mother's warm, composed inquiry. Shao Kong, what time do you usually go to bed? Like many young people today, Yi Kong had developed a habit of staying up late. She lowered her head in silence, noting the date on her paper. A shadow loomed above her as Fong Sivan leaned closer. Shao Kong, I've noticed that when you encounter questions you'd rather not answer, you tend to pretend not to hear. But this also suggests you enjoy staying up late, doesn't it? This simply what to do from now on. I shall ensure you rise early and retire early. Yi Kong collapsed onto the sofa, burying her head into the soft cushions. Fong Sivan shook her head and walked away. Believing she had narrowly escaped a predicament, Yi Kong was abruptly roused the following morning by a loud knocking at the door. Groggy, she opened her eyes to glance at her phone. It was 8:30. Yi Kong felt a wave of darkness wash over her as she painfully covered her ears. Breakfast consisted of sandwiches and salad, each ingredient supposedly chosen with great care. Fong Sivan elaborated on the details at the dining table, but Yi Kong felt as though she were swaying on the brink of consciousness. Only when the aunt served a chocolate dessert did her eyes light up with renewed energy. Shao Kong has quite the sweet tooth, Fong Sivan observed, to which Yi Kong nodded emphatically. Yet, Fong Sivan continued, but too much sweetness isn't advisable. It can thicken the blood. Yi Kong ignored the warning, relishing each bite with satisfaction. Observing her delight, Fong Sivan mirrored her joy. But when Yi Kong requested another serving after finishing, her expression suddenly shifted to concern. It seems Shao Kong lacks restraint with sweets. I'll need to keep an eye on you from now on. She shook her head and instructed the aunt to leave. You may only have sweets in the morning. At all other times, they are strictly prohibited. Yi Kong was momentarily stunned. A flicker of confusion and indifference crossed her face as she regarded Fong Sivan, as though silently questioning her authority. Yet, she soon lowered her head in resignation. All right, if this is the price I must pay to be accepted by my family. Her murmured protest was barely audible to Fong Sivan. What? Nothing, Yi Kong replied, cherishing a small spoonful of chocolate, a treat that should have been consumed in mere bites. But she took nearly 10 minutes to savor it. Fong Sivan's worry deepened. Is your craving for sweetness truly this severe? Perhaps it's time to have your blood sugar checked. I absolutely refuse to go to the hospital. Yi Kong shot Fong Sivan a glare, her patience wearing thin. And she stood up to leave. By midday, Yi Kong finally received her luggage. The delivery truck parked at the villa's entrance and the courier, drenched in sweat under the scorching sun, made several trips back and forth. Meanwhile, Yi Kong leaned against the shade of a tree, lost in thought with a bottle of icy water in hand. This community resembled more of a sprawling estate than a neighborhood. Expansive lawns, winding pathways, dense trees, fountains, and flowing water surrounded her. Yi Kong, unfamiliar with landscape design, could not articulate the intricate combination of elements, yet she found herself captivated by the scenery. unlike anything she had ever encountered before. Even the meticulously trimmed shrubbery exuded an air of capitalist opulence. To think that her belongings, once housed in a county orphanage, were now destined for such a precious locale? Would she truly reside here long-term? Was she genuinely to become a member of the Yi family? Yi Kong was inherently resolute, having approached each step of her life with an unwavering determination that most could hardly fathom. People often say one realizes the need to turn back only after hitting a wall, yet she was the type who would never retreat, even if it meant risking injury. She would charge forward, determined to break through the barriers until she reached her destination. Yet, at that moment, even she felt a twinge of uncertainty. In comparison to the world she once inhabited, everything here seemed excessively extravagant. Even the air was tinged with luxury. Once, someone had remarked that she was akin to a dandelion suited for wild growth, able to drift with the wind and take root wherever it settled. Although she scoffed at such poetic notions, she could not dismiss them entirely, for the individual who uttered them understood her profoundly, leaving her wary of every word spoken. Thus, she found herself questioning whether she could truly extract the nourishment she sought from this gilded soil, and if, as she had long desired, she could live a life filled with joy and fulfillment. Leaning against the tree trunk, Yi Kong gazed at the castle-like villa ahead, lost in thought. Would her father, mother, sister, and Yi Zhen, all those connected to her by blood, truly fulfill her expectations? A leaf, swept away by the wind, danced gracefully across her line of sight and, upon reaching her nose, she gently blew it away. The green leaf fluttered off, revealing a slender figure approaching from a distance. She let out a soft click of her tongue and closed her eyes, attempting to feign sleep. But it was of no use. The individual approached her once more. Gazing at the couriers laboring under the sun, Yi Baozhu raised her umbrella and inquired, "Sister, are they moving your luggage? I spotted numerous easels, so you're an artist. Are you? Would you like to join me in the company as a designer? I can bring you along to work." She continued, "Sister, I heard that Wen took you to Yanxiao Slope yesterday. That place is the private territory of the Wen family. Even Du Ruowei has yet to visit it. She will surely be furious when she finds out, so you must exercise caution. She will undoubtedly target you even more. Sister, are you truly going to become engaged to Wen Can? Although he possesses remarkable qualities, noble lineage, impeccable background, and undeniable talent, he is, after all, a cripple. If only he hadn't been in that accident, perhaps he would not have needed to return at all." Yi Kong did not open her eyes. Her tone indifferent. "Even to this day, you still assert that our parents summoned me back to avoid burdening you? What exactly are you trying to prove?" Yi Baozhu hesitated for a moment, but then, as if she had not heard, continued with a smile. "Sister, did you know? Everyone is aware that mother brought you out from the Yi family. Would you like to know what they say about you? They call you a meddlesome spirit, a calamity, a harbinger of misfortune. But do not worry. I have defended you." Once the couriers had completed their task, Yi Kong opened her eyes and signed the delivery slip before striding purposefully through the iron gate. Yi Baozhu followed closely behind, still chattering away. "By the way, sister, I came to find mother to bake today. We've had this bonding time every week for years now. Sometimes we learn cooking, other times flower arranging. How about it? Would you like to join us?" As her words faded, Yi Kong abruptly halted. A smirk of sarcasm and triumph blossomed on Yi Baozhu's face as she awaited Yi Kong's wrathful and envious reaction. Yet, upon meeting those frigid, unyielding eyes, her smile faltered. In the next instant, the iron gate of the villa slammed shut before her. "What's your meaning?" Yi Baozhu asked, stunned. Yi Kong did not respond, merely casting a glance her way. Yet, within that single gaze, Yi Baozhu received a more painful answer than words could convey. Like a deity observing mere mortals, she was rendered insignificant, losing all semblance of presence. Yi Baozhu's lips twitched uncontrollably as she watched Yi Kong's retreating figure, slowly revealing a distorted grin. Indeed, it was clear. She was forbidden from entering to see mother. How convenient. She lifted her gaze to the blazing sun overhead, then coldly folded her parasol. Her slender silhouette stood rigidly at the door, appearing exceedingly fragile, yet her gaze, fixed on Yi Kong's back, was laced with venomous needles, sharp and chilling. "I was troubled by the impasse, and now you've graciously delivered the opportunity to me." Yi Kong remained oblivious to her murmured words. Yet even if she had heard, she would remain indifferent. The scorching sun blazed above, while the girl's face, pale as snow, bore a small mole on her left cheek that accentuated her aura of aloofness, rendering her even more unapproachable. Undeterred, she strode forward without a hint of hesitation or doubt. Upon returning to the house, she even settled onto the sofa. From this vantage point, she could easily glance up and see the unmoving figure outside the window. Yet Yi Kong did not lift her gaze even for a moment. Chapter 26. Does she not fear my death? Time ticked by, and Yi Baozhu began to feel lightheaded. The sun blazed fiercer, and sweat gradually soaked her clothes and hair. Occasionally glancing at the immovable Yi Kong inside, she felt an overwhelming urge to turn and flee back to the Yi residence, to her own room, where she could indulge in the cool air and the soothing touch of a servant. Yet a more intense desire kept her anchored in place. Despite every cell in her body screaming for shade, yearning for escape, she was bound by that longing, firmly rooted to the spot. The scorching rays of the sun scorched her thoughts, and her vision blurred, leaving only Yi Kong's silhouette within the glass wall, distant, tranquil, and utterly indifferent to her plight.
So detestable, so loathsome.
But it mattered not. She mused, you must not come to let me in. You must not fear the consequences. Just continue to observe. Ideally until I suffer heatstroke and collapse here. I have awaited this moment for far too long. It was unclear how long such thoughts persisted. As her vision faded completely, a flicker of subtle terror rose from the depths of her mind. I cannot truly die here, can I? Why is Yi Kong able to observe so calmly? Wouldn't a normal person suspect this as a ploy? It cannot be. Knowing I am employing such a tactic, why does she allow it? She hasn't even left the living room, merely pretending to be unaware. Is she truly unafraid of our parents' anger? Does she not fear that the Yi family will deem her cruel and monstrous? Or does she even wish for my demise? Under the blazing sun, Yi Baozhu shivered involuntarily. Fortunately, her mind had entirely lost its ability to think rationally, leaving only her instincts to repeat in agony, "Why haven't I fainted yet? Why haven't I fainted yet?" Until a muffled sound of a door opening reached her ears, accompanied by a screech of brakes. The timing could not have been more perfect. A smile crept onto Yi Baozhu's lips as she finally surrendered to unconsciousness. When Fong Sivan descended from upstairs, she stretched lazily. Though the bedroom felt unfamiliar, the thought of having her lost daughter back in the house made her afternoon nap exceptionally sweet. Upon seeing Yi Kong absorbed in a book on the sofa, her mood lifted even further. "Darling, would you like some fruit? Mother will cut it for you." Yi Kong paused, lifting her gaze for the first time. It was the first time anyone had called her darling. Caught in Fong Sivan's warm, smiling gaze as she descended the staircase, Yi Kong hesitated again, but did not respond. Instead, she turned her attention to the view outside the floor-to-ceiling window. "What's wrong?" Fong Sivan approached the sofa and followed Yi Kong's gaze outside. "What is so interesting?" The unfinished words caught in her throat. Fong Sivan stared at the slender figure standing under the sun, her pupils dilating as she froze for a moment before slowly uttering, "Is that
Baozhu?"
Yi Kong responded with a simple "Mm." "How long has she been standing there?" Fong Sivan's voice grew hoarse. Yi Kong, however, remained composed and detached, glancing at the time like a robot before replying, 2.5 hours. Fong Sivan opened her mouth, intending to say something, but her throat was so dry that no sound emerged, her body instinctively moving into action. She dashed for the door. In her haste, she collided with the coffee table, losing a shoe in the process, and stumbled as she opened the door, her figure appearing utterly disheveled. As the Villa's door swung open, a wave of heat rushed in, and Fong Sivan could no longer contain herself, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. "Baozhu." At that moment, the delicate figure trembled slightly, softly swaying backward. Simultaneously, Yizhen's car came to a stop outside. Although he had yet to fully comprehend the situation, upon witnessing Yi Baozhu collapse, he was evidently startled and hurriedly rushed over to catch her. How hot! The moment his skin made contact with hers, Yi Zhan was astonished and swiftly lifted her up. Was it a fever or heat stroke? What on earth was happening? Fong Sibuan's lips trembled, and she instinctively tightened her grip on Yi Zhan's arm, her expression betraying a hint of helplessness. Yi Zhan pressed his lips together, cradling her in his arms as he strode purposefully into the villa. "Mother, quickly call Dr. Zhou. She just prescribed medication for Grandma and hasn't he left yet?" Yi Baozhu was hastily placed on the living room sofa. The family doctor arrived promptly and, after examining her, concluded that she was suffering from heat stroke. The cooling treatment persisted for quite some time before her skin finally felt less feverish, yet she remained unconscious. "Severe heat stroke can be life-threatening. You must be more vigilant," the doctor admonished, frowning. "Miss Baozhu has never been in robust health. Such occurrences must never happen again. Fong Sibuan sat on the sofa, continuously applying an ice pack to Yi Baozhu, her head bowed in silence, concealing her expression from view. Dr. Zhou couldn't help but glance at Yi Kong, who sat on the opposite sofa. The affairs of the Yi family were well known in their circle, and as their family doctor, she had certainly heard whispers of the matter. Although she was unaware of the specific details, it was evident that today's incident was intricately linked to the newly arrived Miss Yi. Nonetheless, to have driven someone to faint under the scorching sun, it was clear that this Miss Yi was not to be underestimated. The Yi family truly was unfortunate. They might have been better off without bringing her back. It was not merely an addition of a daughter, but rather the arrival of a calamity.
Doctor.
Zhou involuntarily pursed her lips, only to be suddenly fixed by a piercing gaze. It was Yi Kong. She had been engrossed in her book, when without warning, she shot a glance in her direction. Her dark pupils bore into her with remarkable precision, as though they could see through the very thoughts in her mind.
Yet,
she remained indifferent, as she averted her gaze the next moment, dismissing it as one would discard a piece of dead flesh. Dr. Zhou stood frozen for 3 seconds, her fingers twitching slightly before she hastily made her exit. With the outsiders gone, the villa was left with only the Yi family, and the vast space descended into an even deeper silence. Yi Kong remained silent. Fong Sibuan dared not speak. Yi Zhen was still pondering his next words. Only the sound of pages turning broke the stillness. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It was remarkably rhythmic, composed, and nonchalant, as if nothing had transpired. At last, Yi Zhen could no longer contain himself. He strode over and seized Yi Kong's wrist, forcefully dragging her out of the room. Barefoot, Yi Kong stumbled after him, attempting to resist, but his strength was overwhelming. Fong Sibuan watched their retreating figures, wanting to call out, but ultimately turned away, her gaze landing on the still unconscious Yi Baozhu, a single tear finally escaping her eyes. Chapter 27. My younger sister is a madwoman. Yi Kong was flung away with such force that she nearly fell to the ground. Regaining her balance with difficulty, she rubbed her wrist, which bore the marks of his grip, and looked up at Yi Zhen. What are you doing? Smack. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Yi Kong turned her face to the side, her pupils constricted, remaining utterly still. What am I doing? I should be asking you what you are doing. Yi Zhen's expression was devoid of emotion, yet his tone was colder than ever. I know you despise Yi Baozhu. No one in the Yi family is unaware of that, and everyone tolerates and understands it. But that does not mean we can condone your cruelty toward her, or even that you wish for her demise. I wouldn't care if you bullied her occasionally in secret, but what are you doing? Do you want to torment her? Do you want her dead? Only then did Yi Kong touch her face. Her thoughts seemed to stall, and she replied slowly, No, it's her who wants to die. She looked up at Yi Zhen, her demeanor still calm. If it were you locked outside and under the scorching sun, would you choose to leave or stand there? Who doesn't know she is putting on an act? Yi Zhen let out a cold laugh, and though he recognized her manipulation, any situation that endangered a life, even if there was only a 1% chance, should be prevented. This is the thought process of a normal person. Essentially, are you implying that even if she seeks her own death, the blame lies with me, the bystander? She is not a stranger. Yi Zhen ground his teeth. She is the daughter our parents raised for 20 years, the sister I have called my own for 20 years. Do you know how long 20 years is? Even a dog can become family, let alone she, who is 1,000 times more obedient than you. Yi Kong touched her face and tilted her head slightly. Does that concern me? Yi Zhen's pupils constricted as if struck by a sudden blow, leaving him speechless. I told you yesterday, this house is my territory. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter, and you all agreed. Yi Kong fixed her gaze upon him. I am merely enforcing my own rules. And you have violated them within a day. Have you gone mad? Yi Zhen had never felt so profoundly that his younger sister was a madwoman. He stepped closer, gripping her shoulders as if to rouse her to reality. This is a life. No matter how much you hate or despise her, you cannot. Why should I cherish something you do not value? Yi Kong interrupted. Do you think I am more normal than someone who seeks death for the sake of an act? Or do you believe I am kind-hearted? Yi Zhen fell silent for a moment, his grip on her shoulders tightening. Do you know who will suffer the most from your actions? It's Mother, he said. She has been trying so hard to reach out to you, to make amends and love you. Yesterday, she chose you over the Yi family, without hesitation. But what do you show her today? Yi Kong's expression shifted slightly. You make her witness the mutual destruction between her children. How cruel is that for a mother? Do you truly understand? The sun blazed brightly. Yi Zhen's golden hair quickly became damp, and he faced Yi Kong under the sweltering heat. Can you imagine standing out here for 2.5 hours in this temperature? After uttering those words, Yi Zhen suddenly sensed a dissonance. He had only been standing there for a few minutes, yet he felt unbearably hot, as though steam were rising from his head. Yet Yi Kong before him exhibited no reaction whatsoever. No sweat, no flush. Even the skin he touched remained chillingly cool. Is it hot? Before Yi Zhen could inquire further, Yi Kong spoke. In Huahu County, the average summer temperature reaches 40 degrees. The orphanage has no air conditioning, and even the fans are perpetually broken. 2.5 hours? I have spent 17 summers in such temperatures. Care to calculate how many hours that amounts to? Yi Kong forcibly pried Yi Zhen's hand from her shoulder, slowly lowering it. Her slender fingers released his reddened knuckles. Perhaps it was the sweat that brought a hint of dampness, but in that moment, for some inexplicable reason, Yi Zhen felt a phantom pain. As if flesh were being torn apart, Yi Kong stood before him once more, raising her hand to touch her face. The spot where Yi Zhen had struck her was slightly reddened, and the small mole adorning her cheek only accentuated her apparent vulnerability. You hit me. It was as if she had traversed an excessively long reflex arc, or perhaps it was only now that she could finally articulate the overwhelming impact of her emotions. Yi Kong covered her face, staring intently at the man before her, and slowly said, "The last time I was hit was 10 years ago." Yi Zhen's fingers twitched slightly. His mind told him he had done nothing wrong, yet another sentiment began to surface within him, causing the fingertips that had struck her to tingle with unease. Yi Kong stepped forward, tilting her head slightly to gaze at Yi Zhen, and spoke slowly. "Originally, I should have sought tenfold retribution. But our blood ties have rendered that unnecessary. Yet, this time, I implore you, Yi Zhen, do not lay your hands upon me again. I am not a beggar seeking your familial pity. You hold no authority to condescend and lecture me." With that, Yi Kong turned and strode into the villa. As she passed the sofa, her footsteps hesitated momentarily. Fong Sivan did not lift her head, and Yi Kong merely observed her silhouette, stating coolly, "When she awakens, let her depart from here. And, should there be a next time, I will make the same choice again. Tell her, if she is unafraid of death, she may continue to test her limits." Fong Sivan trembled slightly. Without looking back, Yi Kong ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Yi Baozhu, who had been awake for some time, could no longer maintain her facade. She slowly opened her eyes and, under Fong Sivan's concerned gaze, softly inquired, "I seem to have heard my sister saying something?" Her expression was filled with sorrow and despair. "Mother, do you truly intend to stay here forever? Will I never even have the chance to see you again?" Fong Sivan held her hand in silence, tears streaming down Yi Baozhu's cheeks. At that moment, Yi Zhen entered from outside, locking eyes with Yi Baozhu's tear-filled gaze. "Brother, thank you for earlier. I truly thought I was on the brink of death." Yi Zhen approached her, first assisting Fong Sivan to her feet, then coldly looking down at Yi Baozhu, remarking, "If that is the case, why did you linger at the door for so long? I had assumed my sister would surely open it." Tears continued to fall relentlessly. However, Yi Zhen remained unmoved, even managing a small smile. "Is that so? It seems you still hold a favorable impression of Yi Kong. Despite her having exposed your true nature at the banquet and humiliated you before your friends, such a person who could even enrage our grandmother, you still believe she would show you kindness? Baozhu, I never realized you were such a person who repays kindness with malice." Chapter 28. If she were to marry, she would undoubtedly excel in the art of emotional manipulation.
Ye Baozhu slips stiffened.
A sense of panic began to rise within her, and she even began to resent Yi Zhen. Why did things not align with her expectations? Even if she had resorted to a desperate ploy, she had fainted. Wasn't Yi Kong's indifference to her plight the far more unacceptable offense? Why was Yi Zhen still picking at the wounds of this victim? Yi Baozhu instinctively grasped Fong Sivan's hand. "Mother, I was merely overwhelmed by emotion and did not consider the consequences. If given a chance to do it over, I would not have been so obstinate." Fong Sivan sighed deeply. She lifted a cup of water and handed it to Yi Baozhu, who obediently drank it all in one go before seizing Fong Sivan's hand. "Mother, please return with me. I will plead with grandmother to allow my sister to stay. Do not live alone with her." She leaned forward anxiously, her weakened body swaying slightly, but she paid no mind to her frailty, her face etched with veiled concern. "Mother, I am very afraid. At the very least, do not stay alone with her. Let brother or sister come to accompany you." Fong Sivan paused momentarily. "What do you mean?" "I do not wish to speak ill of her, but..."
Ye Baozhu averted her gazı.
lowering her head and gripping the hem of her skirt tightly, eventually confessing, I still find her character quite perilous. I know I am merely an adopted daughter and have no right to voice such concerns. But the Yi family has raised me for 20 years. I cannot help but worry for you from a family perspective. Her speech slowed, as if each word came from the depths of her heart. Mother, you know. Although grandmother can be irritable and stubborn, she truly cares for us younger generations. You and grandmother once had a wonderful relationship, did you not? Yet, since my sister's return, she has infuriated grandmother multiple times, leading to your departure from the Yi family. I am truly frightened. She lifted her head, revealing a tear-streaked face within Fong Sivan's bewildered gaze. I am not afraid that you will abandon me, having lived in the Yi family for 20 years. How could I not know who my parents are? I am simply terrified that the harmonious, happy family I have cherished for 2 decades will shatter, never to return to its former state. Her already dehydrated body, having cried so intensely, grew even weaker. She stumbled into Fong Sivan's embrace, murmuring, Mother, we were once so happy. I wish to share that happiness with my sister, but why is it so difficult? Why must it be so arduous? It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Fong Sivan's mind, rendering her motionless. She remained still for a long while before gently stroking Yi Baozhu's hair. Baozhu, I am so sorry for the distress you have endured. Mother, Yi Baozhu looked up at her with hopeful eyes. Do you agree to return with me? Fong Sivan paused for a moment, shaking her head. Yi Baozhu's expression fell in disappointment. But mother, I am genuinely worried. Precisely for that reason, I must accompany her. Understand her. I need to grasp why she possesses such a character. Fong Sivan smiled sadly. Zhu, you are a good child. I am grateful for your understanding and your desire to accept Xiao Kong, just as you wish for her acceptance in return. However, Zhu, she spoke with sorrow. Originally, Xiao Kong should have spent those 20 years in the Yi family, living in happiness. Yi Baozhu seemed frozen by those words, the pity in her eyes turning to ice. Fong Sivan managed a bitter smile. You may regard me as a befuddled mother, unable to teach my rebellious daughter, and only knowing how to defend her. Indeed, I have been quite inept, but this is the only method I could conceive. Rising to her feet, she declared, Baozhu, I will have your brother escort you home. Unless there is something truly important, do not come here again. Xiao Kong harbors a significant amount of hostility towards you, and even if you are hurt because of her, it is still difficult for me to seek justice on your behalf. So, you must protect yourself. Yi Baozhu could hardly believe her ears, her lips twitching nervously. Mother, what do you mean? What I mean is, I am now a mother eager to mend the relationship with my youngest daughter. If you truly wish the best for me, do not come here to complicate matters. With that, she ascended the stairs. Yi Baozhu stood in shock for a while before turning to Yi Zhen in disbelief. Brother, mother. Yet Yi Zhen was equally astounded. When I was rebellious, mother certainly did not speak this way. This is so hypocritical. The bedroom was cluttered with numerous delivery boxes, yet Yi Kong was too disinterested to tend to them. She lay on the bed, lost in thought. After an indeterminate time, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Wen Ken. I heard you mistreated Yi Baozhu. She fainted? Yikom. The first message exchanged after sharing contact details was gossip. Just by looking at Wen Ken's dignified and aloof demeanor, one could hardly imagine his expression while indulging in such drama. Yi Kong was reluctant to engage, but the thought of that dessert card, which could be used indefinitely, compelled her to endure and reply. Heh. What does he mean? Do you think it's merely a trivial matter? Nothing to be overly concerned about? Share a bit more. I would love to learn how to easily knock someone out. Are you naturally reticent? Very well, from now on, for every 10 words you share with me, I shall instruct the pastry chef to create a new dessert, all to be included in your exclusive menu. Does that not entice you? One would never guess you are such a loquacious person. Before meeting you, I had no inkling of this. I did not mistreat Yi Baozhu. She harmed herself. Be more specific? She fainted from heatstroke. More details? Remember to count once a week. The phone screen glowed with a soft light. Her porcelain-like, pleasing fingers tapped away at the keyboard, sending a flurry of probing and enticing messages, one after another. However, regardless of what he sent, the other party showed no inclination to respond. How cold-hearted. The man's low and cool voice echoed, laced with a hint of amusement that danced in the air. The other person, reclining in a chaise lounge, tilted his head slightly, lifting his eyelids to glance at him. You actually have a day to complain about someone else's indifference? It seems retribution has arrived. Who could argue otherwise? Wen Can replied with a slight curve of his lips, his gaze sweeping over the brief replies. I've sent so many messages, yet she has only responded with a mere 30 words. I have a distinct impression that when it comes to marriage, she would excel at employing emotional coldness. The person on the chaise lounge fell silent for a moment, then suddenly flipped over to sit upright. Mr. Wen, you've only known her for a few days, and you're already fantasizing about life after marriage? Removing the book that had been covering his face, he revealed a sharply contoured visage with deep-set features, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Wen Can. Are you certain you regard her merely as a tool? Let's not put it so harshly. We are merely engaged in a mutually beneficial partnership. In a partnership, do you often fantasize about her inflicting emotional coldness on you post-marriage? Wen Can paused, pondering whether this was indeed abnormal.
For you, undoubtedly.
The man chuckled softly, tossing an orange from hand to hand. Given your demeanor, I've begun to grow curious about Yi Kong. To be curious about someone else's fiancé is rather impolite. Look at you. Does this appear normal? Are you not aware that I possess a strong sense of possessiveness? Even if it's merely a partnership, she currently qualifies as my fiancé. Wen Can smiled, adding, moreover, for some reason, I feel she seems somewhat familiar. Is it not that you've seen her at your grandfather's house? Not that kind of familiarity, Wen Can contemplated, uncertain how to articulate it. Perhaps he hadn't even confirmed in his heart whether that sense of familiarity was truly existent. He shook his head. But none of this is of great significance. What matters is that I have already informed my family that I intend to hold an engagement ceremony within a year. The man's hand, which had been tossing the orange, stilled, and he turned to look at Wen Can. What was your father's reaction? If he were to react so easily, would I have needed to endure for so many years? In the distance, the sun dipped low, casting a golden-orange glow across the balcony. Wen Can sat enveloped in this golden light, his smile half bright, half shadowed, his tone slowly unfurling. But it's fine. He will eventually react. After all, my fiancé wields considerable impact. Shedding the facade of gloom, Wen Can now embodied the persona most familiar to those around him. Always smiling. He balanced the inherent arrogance brought by his fair complexion and flawless features, leading everyone to mistakenly believe he was a gentle soul. Observing the smile on his face, the other person let out a soft hum and lazily reclined back in the chaise lounge. Very well, I shall await the unfolding drama. Have you heard? The third son of the Yi family, who made Du Ruowei suffer, today forced Yi Baozhu to stand under the sun until she fainted. It's said that Aunt Fong and the matriarch had a quarrel, and not only did they move out of the Yi household with Yi Kong, but they are also seeking a divorce from Yi Zong. The new third member of the Yi family has become invincible. Is there no one to rein her in? What about Yi Tingqiu and Yi Zhen? Aren't these siblings each more formidable than the last? They can't even manage a newcomer? News about Yi Kong was once again trending within the Yuzhou internal network. Yi Haichuan and Yi Tingqiu were naturally aware of the new developments at home. Yet none of them spoke up. In fact, Yi Haichuan had issued a strict command within the Yi household, forbidding anyone from informing the matriarch about Yi Baozhu's fainting incident. With his orders in place, even if Yi Heirs Hui felt dissatisfied, she dared not speak out. As for Yi Baozhu herself, she received a call from Yi Haichuan the moment she returned to the Yi residence. Do not let your grandmother's relationship with Yi Kong deteriorate any further. Aside from possibly causing your grandmother real harm, it won't affect Yi Kong at all. He stated clearly over the phone. You wouldn't want to completely lose your grandmother as a protective shield, would you? Yi Baozhu gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles whitening with tension as she bit her lip to suppress her tears and asked, Father, why are you treating me this way? Is blood relation truly so important that you can overnight turn me into a stranger? Had it been in the past, Yi Baozhu would never have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yi Haichuan was not an overly traditional father. He loved Fong Sivan dearly and often participated in parent-child activities with his children when not busy.
Yet,
perhaps due to his naturally stern countenance and the formidable aura he exuded from holding a high position for so long, none of his 3 children dared to approach him with affection. Yi Baozhu, accustomed to being pampered, grew even more timid after being reprimanded by Yi Haichuan a few times, to the extent that she was afraid to raise her voice in his presence. This was perhaps the first time in many years that Yi Baozhu nearly cried into her phone. I've called you father for 20 years. I've truly been your daughter for 20 years. Yet you've only met her a few times. How could you threaten me for her, rather than a threat? This is more of a counsel. On the other end of the line, Yi Haichuan showed no sign of emotion. As you said, even if the blood relation is a facade, those long 20 years of coexistence cannot be false. Because of this, I wish for you to have a happy future. You are so biased towards Yikong, yet you still say you hope for my happiness. Do you know that heatstroke can also be fatal? Yi Baozhu was nearly in tears, father. Do you know what I was thinking right before I fainted today? I wished I could just die. To escape the fear and pain caused by you all. I'm truly suffering. I have never endured such hardship throughout my life. After a long silence, a deep sigh emanated from the other end. The fact that you can express such thoughts in front of me indicates that you still harbor boundless hope, hoping that I, and even all the members of the Yi family, will choose you and abandon Yikong. I do not. Whether you do or not, let me tell you the outcome. Yi Baozhu, it is impossible. At least as long as I am alive, the Yi family will never make such a choice. Yi Haichuan's voice remained unwavering. So, it would be best for you to remain clear-headed. The only way for you to regain stability in the Yi household is to get along well with her and ensure she has a good relationship with your grandmother. If you cannot do that, at the very least, do not cause trouble, or the one who will ultimately pay the price will be you.
Why?
Yi Baozhu almost forgot to cry, murmuring, "Why treat me this way? Why so heartlessly? The only one being heartless here is me, Yi Baozhu. From now on, if you change your mindset, you can continue to be the favored young lady of the Yi family." Yi Haichuan quickly concluded the call, leaving behind a final remark: "Do not cause your mother grief." The call ended. Yi Baozhu stared at her phone for a long while before slowly turning to look at Yi Zhen, who was driving. "Brother, isn't Con the one who makes mom sad?" Yi Zhen regarded her face. Over the years, he had grown accustomed to seeing his sister as obedient or arrogant demeanor, yet this was the first time he had witnessed her so utterly despondent. His earlier irritation softened considerably. He handed her a few tissues, then turned his face away, speaking slowly. "You all have caused her quite a bit of heartache. But for Yikong, mother still harbors endless guilt. Just like you said, you have enjoyed happiness for 20 years. You wish to share this happiness with Yikong. However, that happiness was originally meant for Yikong. You merely stumbled upon everything that was rightfully hers. Compared to you, Yikong, who has no idea where she developed this personality, is indeed far more heart-wrenching." Yi Baozhu suddenly grasped the situation, an infinite sense of regret flashing in her eyes. Had she known, she wouldn't have said that. She bitterly thought, so focused on stirring up mother's memories. She forgot that these were precisely the things Yikong lacked, inadvertently casting Yikong in a tragic light. What a stroke of bad luck. Yet, Yi Baozhu, with her head lowered, softly stated, "Isn't it a sign that she has lived well for these 20 years that she has developed such an unruly character? If no one were to indulge her, how could she be this way?" Yi Zhen found herself at a loss for words, merely offering a tissue to wipe away her tears. After all, her health was fragile. Overthinking would only exacerbate her condition. "Let's head back and get some rest." The two of them made their way into the Yi residence, one after the other. Meanwhile, Yi Haichuan, having ended his phone call, lifted his gaze to fully take in the building before him, the flower box. As he uttered those two words, an elderly man with graying hair emerged from within. Adjusting his tie, Yi Haichuan strode forward, extending his hand with an unprecedented air of respect, slightly bowing his head. "You must be Director Sunday. I've long anticipated this meeting. I am Yikong's biological father, Yi Haichuan." Chapter 30. A Father Like You. In stark contrast to the vast expanse of Yuzhou, Huabox County is a pitifully small and impoverished locale. Although it has shed its title as one of the most destitute counties in the nation after years of support, to a businessman like Yi Haichuan, it remains a city devoid of prospects. The Flower Box Orphanage is situated on the outskirts of the county, backed by a stretch of rolling hills, with the faint outlines of old neighborhoods visible nearby. Clad in a sharply tailored suit, accompanied by equally well-dressed secretaries and bodyguards, and with a brand-new Maybach parked at the roadside, he stood in front of the dilapidated orphanage, an incongruous sight indeed. Two children peeked curiously from the security booth, their heads bobbing as they gazed in their direction. When the director stepped out, the children cheered and waved their hands. "Grandpa, Grandpa." The director greeted them with a warm smile before turning his attention to Yi Haichuan. "You must be Director Sunday. I've long anticipated this meeting. I am Yikong's biological father, Yi Haichuan." In the presence of the much shorter elder, Yi Haichuan bent slightly, speaking with calm sincerity. "You may call me Little Yi." To his surprise, the seemingly amiable and polite director did not respond immediately. Behind his reading glasses, his eyes scrutinized Yi Haichuan from head to toe before he chuckled enigmatically. "You have arrived quite late. A father like you will likely never gain Eleven's trust." Just as Yi Haichuan straightened up, he felt a peculiar sense of being attacked. Even his otherwise calm heart fluttered slightly. His secretary raised an eyebrow in silent disbelief, casting a sharp glance at the audacious old director. After years of service to his boss, this was the first time he had witnessed someone speak so harshly and critically to him. While aware that the purpose of this visit was to learn about the past of the third young lady, the director's remarks seemed to imply condescension towards her instead. Wasn't that absurd? However, the director chose not to pursue that topic further. He patted the two children who had huddled behind him and turned to the security booth. Shall we go inside? 11 used to spend a lot of time here. Yi Haichuan hesitated, and the two children suddenly perked up. 11. Is she coming back, Grandpa? When is she coming back? I have a drawing, I want to show her. The director gently patted their heads. Haven't I told you? 11 probably won't be back for quite a while.
Ah?
When will she return? The children's faces visibly fell. I wanted her to teach me how to write. That depends on what kind of person this uncle is, Director Sun remarked, his gaze fixed on Yi Haichuan. If this uncle is a good father, then 11 might not return for a long time. But if he is not a good father, then she might come back sooner. The children blinked in confusion and then clung to Yi Haichuan's trousers. Uncle, can you be a bad father? We want 11 to come back. Yi Haichuan. Before he could devise a response to their bold request, Director Sun shooed the children away. Watching the two little figures skip off hand in hand, Yi Haichuan inquired, they really like Xiao Kong?
Xiao Kong?
Oh, you mean 11, Director Sun chuckled. Indeed, all the children in the orphanage adore her. Is that so? Yi Haichuan mused for a moment before adding, it seems there is a significant difference between her life here and at the Yi family. Director Sun paused, then burst into hearty laughter. You don't think she was a well-behaved and understanding child in the orphanage, do you? A good older sister in the hearts of the children? Isn't she? Certainly not. 11 is not the kind of child who would change herself due to her environment. Director Sun glanced toward the empty space where the two children had vanished, nodding his head. These two children, one learned calligraphy from her, and the other learned painting, have been brought to tears by her harsh critiques more than 10 times within a year. There are plenty of such children in the orphanage. One could say no child has escaped her tears. Yi Haichuan, the secretary. Both men were momentarily speechless, taken aback by the pride evident in the director's expression. You mentioned that Xiao Kong enjoyed spending time in the security booth? Indeed, Director Sun replied, leading him toward the booth. Originally, the orphanage had no security booth. But after receiving funding, they improved the facilities and built one. However, it fell into disrepair within a few years. And that was when 11 took it upon herself to man it for a time, responsible for recording the names and phone numbers of visitors. As they approached the booth, Yi Haichuan was immediately struck by the contrast between its shabby exterior and the meticulous interior. Inside, a delicate writing desk stood at window level, accompanied by a large, comfortable old sofa. The space was clean and orderly, as if someone had been there just moments ago. Yet, what captivated him most were the vibrant flowers that adorned the aged walls. So lifelike were they that he momentarily felt as if he had stepped into a blooming garden, only to realize upon closer inspection that they were all painted, not with paint or spray, but with colored pencils. From the floor to the ceiling within reach, a myriad of flowers flourished, undulating with the breeze, filling the confined space with an endless bloom that seemed to whisper the sound of the wind. These were all painted by 11. Director Sun approached the desk and bent down to retrieve a worn notebook from beneath it. After it fell into disrepair, 11 volunteered to act as a security guard for a while, responsible for registering the names and numbers of incoming visitors. Let me find it. He flipped open the notebook and quickly raised it, pointing to the names inscribed within. See? From here onward, the rest of the pages are all her doing. During this time, she transformed this place into what you see now, and it took me by surprise. Yi Haichuan took the notebook. Its yellowed pages filled with names and phone numbers written in various colored pencils. He flipped through the pages, unable to stop as the sound of rustling paper echoed through the air. In that moment, he envisioned a small girl, her tiny frame perched on the wide windowsill, handing out the notebook and pencil to every person who entered. Please register your name and number. Thank you. The scent of flowers wafted in through the window, and the pages of the notebook fluttered wildly in the breeze. The sound of rustling was like waves, drowning out the ethereal image bathed in sunlight. Yi Haichuan closed the notebook and suddenly asked, could I take this notebook with me? Director Sun paused for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. You still have ample time to create memories related to her. Let this little piece remain with me, an old man. Director Sun retrieved the notebook. Placing it reverently back into the drawer, every trace left by 11 in the flower box is invaluable. Even the children instinctively safeguard and organize everything she has left behind. You must refrain from uttering such words again, for the children would be distressed. Come, let us converse in the office. Chapter 31. The Tales of the Flower Box. The flower box was not always known by that name. As they made their way to the director's office, the elder and Yi Haichuan engaged in casual conversation. This place was once called the Blue Sky Orphanage, and after receiving sponsorship it was afforded the opportunity for a name change, with the title flower box being suggested by 11. With his hands clasped behind his back, the elder greeted the children, dashing about with a jovial smile. I still vividly recall that day, when reporters arrived to conduct interviews. They were tasked with renaming the orphanage and aimed to capture the innocent play of the children under the shade of the trees. Look, it was right there. The director pointed to a tall pear tree. It was spring, adorned with numerous pear blossoms. While other children were brainstorming endlessly for names, 11 sat apart, seemingly indifferent, until tensions escalated and someone finally inquired about her thoughts. She lifted her head and said, "Do not call it an orphanage." The girl sat beneath the dappled light of the tree, her soft black hair billowing in the breeze, revealing her small, snow-white face. A tiny mole rested in the shadow of the leaves, giving her an air of discontent. "This is my home in the flower box. Let us call it the flower box." She picked up the wooden box she had been fiddling with and opened the lid. The wind and sunlight cascaded through, lifting countless pale pink petals that danced around her, enveloping her in a floral embrace before drifting toward the distant hills. It symbolizes a box filled with flowers. Someone chuckled, teasingly pinching her nose, comparing herself to a flower. Little 11, how unabashed. You're the one who is unashamed. I simply like this name. The girl tilted her head to evade the large hand and tumbled back onto the grass. Petals collected over time erupted from the wooden box in her grasp, showering her hair and cheeks, only to be whisked away by the next gust of wind. The scene remains vividly etched in my memory. The director gazed at the tree, pausing only for a moment before proceeding with Yi Haichuan around the corner, as if a great wind had stirred. Yet, the edges of everyone's garments remained tranquil. It was not until the secretary behind them gasped in astonishment that Yi Haichuan turned his head, sensing something amiss. The image emerged anew from the director's recollection. Before him stood an entire wall painted with sunlight. Within those confines resided howling winds, an endless sea of flowers, and a sky adorned with petals. Even through the discerning eyes of Yi Haichuan, who had attended countless auctions and viewed innumerable prestigious art exhibitions, this piece undoubtedly qualified as a masterpiece. While many artists depict floral landscapes, few possess the ability to imbue each blossom and every breeze with a flowing spirit that makes it difficult to distinguish between illusion and reality. Such a remarkable artwork was carelessly imprinted onto the cracked, aged wall, yet neither the elderly director nor the children paused in their steps, aware of their slowing pace. The director turned to glance back. Oh, I forgot to mention, this was also painted by 11. To prove that the name she proposed was the best, she adorned the entire orphanage with flowers, although it may not be apparent from the outside. All who have visited here know that our flower box is truly a box filled with flowers. With a swift motion, the director opened the office window and settled onto the visitor's sofa. Now, let us discuss why you have suddenly come here in silence. What is it that you wish to know? Yi Haichuan took a seat across from him, glancing at the empty teapot, and calmly replied, everything. All of Xiaogong's past experiences. The elderly director snorted softly through his nose. You didn't come when you first learned of her identity. Why now? Has 11 caused some trouble at your home that you cannot resolve? There is nothing in the Yi family that I cannot handle, Yi Haichuan asserted. I merely realized that her upbringing might be rather extraordinary, which is why I seek to learn more. In truth, you have discovered that you cannot control this child.
Have you not?
The old director offered no regard. If 11's behavior were mundane, you likely would not have bothered to make this trip, would you? I do not deny that. If Yi Kong were a child whose depths were easily discernible, I could have imagined her growth without coming here. What an arrogant father. The director initially expressed discontent but soon revealed a mischievous smile. Unfortunately, 11 and the concept of ordinariness are two entirely different extremes. Not to mention you, a mere stranger who has only just met her a few days ago. Even I, who have raised her for over 10 years, do not dare claim to fully understand her. Over a decade? Yi Haichuan raised an eyebrow. Did you not find her when she was an infant? The director, who had consistently displayed dissatisfaction and criticism since their introduction, suddenly ceased his laughter and solemnly stated, "Indeed, I was the one who initially found her. But I did not remain here." Taking a deep breath, the director continued, "It was around the time she was 6 or 7 years old that my son passed away. I was profoundly affected, resigning from my position as director and relocating with my spouse to another city, only to return 3 years later." The elderly director slowly bent his already stooped figure, covering his face as he lamented, "That was the most regrettable decision of my life. Before I left, little 11 was able to communicate normally and was quite healthy, but by the time I returned, she had become emaciated and utterly refused to engage with others." Yi Haichuan's pupils constricted sharply, the news of the flower box orphanage flashing through his mind, nearly compelling him to leap from his seat in shock. Fortunately, the old director noticed his emotional state and quickly reassured him, "It is not as you may think. This is unrelated to those reports." His heartbeat pounded loudly in his ears. Yi Haichuan, grappling with dizziness, struggled to maintain his composure. "Please continue. It was a common occurrence in the orphanage. Bullying." The director replied, his expression bitter. "Mr. Yi, you must understand that those who stand out in a crowd typically receive one of two treatments. They are either revered or entirely isolated. Unfortunately, little 11 encountered the latter during those 3 years. However, she is a person who harbors a deep sense of retribution and never concedes defeat. If someone bullied her, she would undoubtedly retaliate in kind, or even tenfold. Yet, 11 was far too intelligent. Her methods of revenge, in the hands of the then-director, transformed her into a complete pariah. Consequently, not only the children but even the director and teachers regarded her as a target for their bullying, and no matter how clever she was, she remained just a child. On one side stood the entire orphanage, and on the other, 11, who would never yield or back down. This struggle persisted for 3 years. And by the time I returned, 11 had become entirely unable to communicate. The laughter and commotion of the children below felt like echoes from a distant world. Bathed in the blazing sunlight that streamed through the window, Yi Haichuan sat silently, resembling a statue frozen in time. Chapter 32. The Dream of a Monster. Monster. The wind flowed from beyond the barbed wire. The girl, clad in a dirt-stained dress, stood amidst the swaying dandelions. Monster. Crazed.
Sick. Goody.
You're so abnormal. You deserve to die. No one will ever want to adopt you. It's no wonder you were abandoned by your parents and cast aside by Grandpa Director. You deserve this. Monster. Dead monster. No one will ever like you. Countless small, tender hands grasped stones, reaching through the barbed wire to strike her forcefully. The wind rustled the hem of the girl's dress and her dark hair as she stood with her head bowed for a long time, until only her own breathing remained in her ears. As her gaze sank, she lifted her head to behold only the verdant blades of grass and the ground strewn with soiled dandelions. Those tender hands continued to scatter the earth, lowering her line of sight further into obscurity. Then, the feet that had carried the sound of silver bells faded away. The only remnants within the wire enclosure were the whispering winds and the cicada's song, as all human figures vanished from view, until the night enveloped the world. A solitary star flickered on the horizon. The girl, with only her head exposed, gazed intently at the celestial expanse, as if this night would never come to an end. Yet, a sharp flash of snow white jolted her awake, and upon regaining her senses, she found herself before a deep blue window, beneath a crescent moon. Barefoot, she stood on the floor, clutching a glinting blade. Drops of blood trickled from the edge, splattering onto the ground, rising in crimson steam that tainted every pair of terrified eyes lurking in the corners. Gripping the knife, the girl stepped through the bloodstains, advancing silently amidst her muffled screams. Monster, monster, do not approach. Madman, you truly are insane. Shao Kong? Shao Kong? Are you sleeping? Come down for dinner. Mother has cooked for you. A gentle and cautious call resonated from afar. The girl turned in bewilderment, catching a glimpse of dawn's first light beneath the sharp crescent. Shao Kong? Kong Kong? Sweetheart, rise and come eat. As the sun-drenched ceiling flooded her vision, Yi Kong momentarily forgot her whereabouts, until the door was knocked upon once more. Kong 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 Kong, Shao Kong, Shao Kong, sweetheart, sweetheart, sweetheart. Yi Kong sat up in bed, pressing her fingers to her temples. She hesitated to respond immediately, listening to Fong Sivon's voice, suddenly curious if she would persist in her patient calling if no answer was forthcoming. But as this thought emerged, the knocking grew, increasingly insistent. Yi Kong, Yi Kong, get up for dinner. If you don't come out, I'll break down the door. You need to eat on time, you know. Or you'll end up with a stomach ailment, just like your brother. Are you getting up? Will you open the door? You aren't angry, are you? Mother isn't angry with you, yet you seem to have a temper. No one can just stand by while another faints without calling for help, right? I'll count to 3. If you still don't come out, I'll click. The door swung open. The hallway's light spilled into the disheveled room. The girl's face, shadowed by the evening sun, shone with an ethereal brightness as her eyes sparkled like the Milky Way reflected in Fong Sivon's gaze. The formidable Mrs. Yi, who had just been asserting her maternal authority, fell silent at once. She took a step back, rubbing her hands awkwardly, with a sheepish smile. Mother has prepared dinner. Come down quickly. Yi Kong remained still, gazing at her inquisitively. Are you angry? Well, in her ice-cold eyes, Fong Sivon's confidence evaporated, forcing her to avert her gaze and reply dryly, No, how could Mother be angry with you? Mother merely wishes for you to come out for dinner. Yi Kong lowered her eyes. I'll wash my face. She left the door ajar and turned towards the bathroom. Fong Sivon stood at the threshold, looking inside, raising her voice. Why haven't you collected your packages yet? Do you need Mother to help? A faint reply echoed from the bathroom. No need. There are so many easels. Do you want Mother to set up an art studio for you?
Sure.
Wonderful. What requirements do you have for the studio, darling? None. The sound of water ceased, and moments later, the girl emerged before Fong Sivon. I just remembered. Droplets cascaded from her long lashes, burdened with moisture, tracing down her pale cheek, pausing at the rosy corner of her lips. The girl held that droplet delicately and fixed her gaze upon Fong Sivon, uttering, I want a window that can see the stars, preferably a larger one. Is that all right? She asked earnestly. There was an unmistakable calmness in her tone. Yet for reasons unknown, Fong Sivon felt tears welling up. Of course. She abruptly turned away, wiping her eyes, and cheerfully exclaimed, Whatever size you want. Let us discuss it over dinner. Mother cooked for you. Yi Kong observed her retreating figure, tilting her head in confusion, and followed her downstairs. As for those 3 years, that is all I can divulge. Far away in another city, Director Sun sighed heavily, continuing, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. I returned too late. And after you returned, did her situation improve? At least she is no longer bullied. Director Sun offered a wry smile. It took an extensive amount of time before she would finally call me Grandpa again. Yi Haichuan suddenly recalled something and interjected. She mentioned she called you Grandpa after hitting you and causing a concussion. The director was taken aback. That girl. How could she say such a thing? He rubbed his sparse hair, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In her presence, I have never held the demeanor of an elder. When she was young, she loved to tug at my beard, which made me too hesitant to keep one afterward. My apologies, Yi Haichuan bent slightly. It seems she has caused you quite a bit of trouble. Neither you nor I are fit to play the role of her guardian. The director replied with a disgruntled expression. You were unaware of her existence while I was busy cleaning up her various messes. Yi Haichuan fell silent.
Yet.
The old man soon slumped his shoulders, rubbing his nose. However, I cannot criticize you. If I were to claim the role of her guardian, I am equally unqualified. Aside from those absent 3 years, when she was 14, I also allowed her to run away from home. Yi Haichuan furrowed his brow deeply. Run away from home? For an entire year. The old man shook his head. I searched for her for a whole year, yet I could not find her. Ultimately, she returned on her own. Yi Haichuan. Chapter 33. Going to work with Yi Zhen. Yi Haichuan spent a night at the flower box. This was an unexpected turn of events. He had originally booked a first-class seat back to Yuzhou for the night, as there was a meeting scheduled at the company the following morning. But everything he heard in the director's office today was astonishing. By the time he regained his composure, he had already instructed Secretary Feng to cancel the early morning meeting. Should we book a hotel? There is only one 5-star hotel in Huahu County, and the facilities are rather inadequate. If you need to stay, it may not meet your expectations. We would need to hire someone to clean in advance. Secretary Feng began searching for a high-end hourly worker on his phone as he spoke. Despite Yi Haichuan always presenting himself as a composed and unworldly figure, he was incredibly particular about his living conditions. He had 3 personal assistants rotating in and out, and it is not an exaggeration to say that each assistant and secretary had amassed a thick notebook detailing his habits and preferences. Yet, under the dilapidated eaves of the orphanage, he looked up at the encroaching twilight and suddenly declared, No need, I'll stay here tonight. The highly professional Secretary Feng could hardly conceal his astonishment. Are you certain? The accommodation conditions here Mei Yi Haichuan had already turned to face Director Sun. May I stay here for the night? The director hesitated, stroking his non-existent beard, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Yi Haichuan pressed on. Can I roam around the premises tonight? Director Sun. The elder huffed in irritation, resembling an agitated old bull as he walked away. Silence from him indicated consent. Yi Haichuan mused to himself, dismissing Secretary Feng and embarking on an adventure at the flower box. That night, the Yi family of four struggled to find rest. Yi Haichuan immersed himself in the nocturnal exploration of the orphanage, remaining wide awake. Yi Zhen was repeatedly jolted from sleep by nightmares filled with slapping sounds. Feng Sivan lay in the adjacent room, tossing and turning, alternating between tears and laughter. Yi Tingqiu lay in a foreign hotel, propped on her hand, contemplating the events that had transpired at home. She remained wide awake until dawn, barely managing to doze off for a brief moment. In contrast, Yi Kong, the catalyst of this sleepless alliance, fell into a deep slumber, dreaming not at all, and woke to the bright morning light. As per her usual routine, she descended to the dining area for breakfast, only to discover that Yi Zhen was already seated at the table. His golden hair exuded an invigorating aura, and the mysterious filling of the glutinous rice cake on the table further roused her spirits. Yi Kong made a beeline for the dining table, quickly beginning her meal while effortlessly engaging in conversation with Feng Sivan. Did you sleep well last night, Xiao Kong? Very well. Did you have trouble adjusting to the bed? Not at all. Shall I help you with your packages? No need. Realizing her responses were rather curt, Yi Kong paused momentarily, reluctantly adding, I can manage on my own. Feng Sivan smiled warmly. There's no need to worry. Xiao Kong can be herself. No need to change for us. Really?
Je kon se movement stilet.
Then I'm accustomed to waking up naturally. That's not permissible, Feng Sivan replied, shaking her finger. The latest you can sleep in is 9:30. You must rise by then. Mrs. Yi wore a pained expression, as if she had made a significant sacrifice. Yi Zhen, amidst their casual exchange, felt increasingly out of place. He absently tore at the soft toast, scrutinizing Yi Kong's demeanor. Only after confirming that she was not deliberately avoiding his gaze and was behaving quite naturally did he find himself even more restless. As breakfast neared its end, Yi Zhen gently cleared his throat. Feng Sivan finally remembered to include him in the conversation. By the way, Xiao Kong, remember we agreed you would go to the film set with your brother? Do you still want to go? Her tone was tinged with a hint of caution. Yi Kong replied nonchalantly, of course. She lifted her gaze to Yi Zhen, directly asking, when do you start working? If we're talking about work, I could go today. Yi Zhen replied, appearing indifferent as he nonchalantly added, I'm heading to the company to discuss some matters. I should run into quite a few celebrities. Would you like to come along? Yi Kong contemplated for a moment before nodding, I'll go. A chauffeur-driven car awaited Yi Zhen. He introduced his two assistants. One male and one female. This is Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan. They usually accompany me on my schedule. He then turned to his assistants. This is my sister. Yi Kong. You may address her as such. After a brief hesitation, Yi Kong introduced herself. You can call me 11. Why 11? Yi Zhen inquired, intrigued. I'm the 11th child in the orphanage. That's how everyone refers to me. Yi Zhen promptly declared, let us call her third Mississippi. I don't like that. Yi Kong retorted. It's one thing for the Yi family to call me that. Why should others? It sounds so feudal. Then we can call you Xiao Yi. Am I your third assistant then? Why are you so difficult to please? Typically the one with two assistants who is more challenging to accommodate? Are you really trying to argue with me? Yi Zhen gradually forgot the anxious feelings he had been harboring and began to engage in this playful banter with Yi Kong, even allowing genuine frustration to surface. The female assistant, Xiao Lan, sensing the tension, quickly interjected, Zhengge. Are we taking third miss to the company to sign a contract today? With the playful banter halted, Yi Zhen frowned. What contract? Just for fun? Just to prevent her from being bored at home all day. It seems rather pitiful, Yi Zhen replied lazily. Xiao Lan exclaimed dramatically. You used to refuse to take the third and fourth misses to work, yet now you willingly take her to the company. Looks like the sibling bond is quite strong. Who has a good relationship with her? Yi Zhen coolly refuted, his denial sharp and decisive.
Je kon moddet kalmli.
It's impossible for me to have a good relationship with him in this lifetime. Yi Zhen felt a sudden lump in his throat. Was it really necessary to be so harsh for a lifetime? The young man with golden hair slouched against the back of a seat, his gaze flickering sideways. His lips pressed into an unsatisfied line, all the while probing Yi Kong's emotions. Since their meeting that morning, she had shown no signs of harboring resentment. There was no bitterness, no sadness, no deliberate avoidance or rejection of contact with him. It was as if she truly bore no ill will regarding that slap. But how could that be? He had witnessed through video the foolish attempt by that Fong person to lay hands on her, only to end up with a bloodied head from her counterattack. Yi Kong appeared to be someone who held grudges. How could she so easily let him off the hook? Was it simply because he was her biological brother? For reasons unknown, a small corner of his heart felt pricked. He brushed his golden hair absent-mindedly. Just as he was about to introduce an amusing topic, his male assistant Xiao Huang spoke up. "Zhenge, is this our cousin? Is she here to visit the Yi family?" The male assistant asked with a naive smile. Why has she suddenly become the third miss? Wouldn't Ti Baozhu get upset with you? The atmosphere in the vehicle plummeted to a freezing point. Yet, the male assistant remained blissfully unaware, continuing with a grin. "If she does get upset, you'll be in trouble. Remember how much effort you had to put in to buy her gifts to make her happy last time?" Yi Zhen felt his expression stiffen in that instant. For reasons he could not articulate, he instinctively turned to look at Yi Kong. Chapter 34, Huazhao Media. Yi Kong wore a blank expression, gazing out the window, her profile delicately illuminated by the slipping daylight, the lines of her face flowing with an elegance that was captivating. Yet, she remained expressionless, as if she had heard nothing at all. Not an act of deliberate disregard, but rather a genuine detachment from reality. Yi Zhen let out a breath. Didn't realize he was holding, but simultaneously felt an unsettling discomfort. Unable to pinpoint the source of this subtle unease, he shifted the blame onto the oblivious Xiao Huang, his face darkening. "What cousin?" "She's my full-blooded sister." Xiao Lan gasped, while Xiao Huang was taken aback, reflexively responding. "Then what about Baozhu? Has she become the fourth?" Yi Zhen furrowed his brow, but before he could respond, Yi Kong suddenly turned her head. "Is your assistant always this talkative?" Xiao Huang was caught off guard. But Yi Kong seemed genuinely curious. "You can recount the number of people in your family in such detail. Yet you really would answer me as if we were in a superior-subordinate relationship?" She rested her chin on her hand, idly remarking. "Or do you operate under a relationship that is neither superior nor subordinate, but rather more akin to friends or brothers?" Yi Zhen. Xiao Huang appeared to finally grasp what she was implying, forcing a dry laugh. Sorry. It's just that Zhenge is usually too lenient with us." "Third miss. Please don't get Zhenge to fire me. I'm counting on this job to support my parents." Yi Kong finally cast a glance in his direction. Still devoid of personal emotion. "Are you being sarcastic with me? You don't look like someone who would engage in such behavior." I'm not. Xiao Huang exclaimed, a pained expression on his face as he looked to Yi Zhen for help. "Zhenge, you know I'm not good with words. Please say something on my behalf." Yi Zhen, agitated, ran a hand through his hair. "You should reconsider your audacity to say whatever comes to mind." "It's only because Zhenge you are so magnanimous and forgiving." Xiao Huang laughed heartily, his gaze no longer daring to stray towards Yi Kong, concentrating instead on his phone. Finally left in peace, Yi Kong leaned back against the window, intently observing the scenery outside. Huazhao Media, one of the three major giants in the domestic entertainment industry, is also a subsidiary directly managed by the Jiang Group. It is said that the Jiang family rose to prominence due to the Huazhao festival. At that time, Yuzhou was still chaotic, and the domestic entertainment industry was just beginning to develop. The founder of the Jiang Group, seizing an opportunity as a small-time thug, navigated through the currents of the era and ultimately forged an impressive empire. Subsequently, the descendants of the Jiang family seem to have inherited the predatory instincts of their forebear, allowing the Jiang Group to expand into a colossal entity in just over a decade, positioning itself alongside the long-established aristocrats of Yuzhou. Today, it has become the only entity that can be compared to the Wen family. With such a formidable conglomerate as its foundation, and being the birthplace of the Jiang family, one can only imagine the grandeur of the Huazhao Media headquarters building. Yi Kong stood beneath the reflective office building, gazing upward, seemingly unable to discern where the structure ended. Yi Zhen, having exited the car behind her, adjusted his hat and swiftly guided her into the building. The panoramic elevator ascended directly to the 32nd floor. As they traversed countless curious glances laden with scrutiny, Yi Kong encountered Yi Zhen's manager, a middle-aged woman with glasses and pronounced nasolabial folds, whose serious demeanor appeared somewhat intimidating in the absence of a smile. "What brings you to the company all of a sudden?" "There's no schedule today," she inquired sternly. Yi Zhen hesitated briefly before casually sauntering to a chair, crossing his legs as he replied, "Isn't the variety show about to commence in a few days?" I came to see if there's anything I need to pay attention to. The manager's expression grew even more perplexed, but she quickly shifted her gaze to Yikong. And who might this be? This is my sister, Yikong, he replied, adding with emphasis, my biological sister, the third child in my family. He gestured with his chin towards Yikong. You can call her Aunt Tong. Yikong raised her eyebrows subtly, but showed no signs of surprise. Obediently addressing the woman as Aunt Wen. Miss Tong appeared taken aback, but refrained from further inquiries, merely saying to Yizhen, since you're here, you might as well take a look at the contract. Yizhen nodded, accepting the documents handed to him by Manager Tong, and turned to Yikong. I estimate this might take some time. If you wish to explore or meet any celebrities, you can have Xiao Huang and Xiao Lan accompany you. He then inquired. Which celebrities are in the company today? Xiao Lan quickly scrolled through her phone, seemingly having prepared in advance. In the idol department, Hua Zhao is present. In the film department, there's Emperor Zhao, as well as me AI, and in the singer department, we have King Qi. Yizhen nodded, looking at Yikong. Do you have anyone you admire? They can take you for autographs or photos if you'd like. Even if you don't know them, it's nice to just take a look. Yikong rubbed her hands together, her face revealing a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Yizhen handed her a card. The company has a restaurant and various entertainment facilities. If you get hungry or want to play, just use my card. Yikong accepted the card and obediently walked away, behaving like a dutiful and compliant younger sister. Once her figure disappeared, Manager Tong remarked, when did you gain a sister? She has always been around. She just returned home recently. Yizhen replied absently. Flipping through the contract. After reading only a few lines, he heard Miss Tong say, oh, there's one more thing you should prepare yourself for. This variety show will also feature Tong Xiuyu. His hand, poised to turn the page, froze. With lowered eyelids, Yizhen finally managed a slow smile. His tone frigid as he remarked, Aunt Tong, you overestimate your niece's significance in my life. Her work is of no concern to me. Meanwhile, Yikong did not rush to meet any stars. She first made her way to the snack area, purchasing some sweets to cradle in her arms, and began to leisurely sample them while exploring. Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang seemed to be quite well known within Huazhao, greeted with smiles and waves from those passing by. Naturally, the curiosity surrounding Yikong's identity was palpable, as everyone was aware that Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang were Yizhen's personal assistants, usually by his side. Today, however, this unfamiliar face was not only escorted into the company by Yizhen himself, but was also accompanied by Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang as she strolled about. Could she be Yizhen's new girlfriend? Some employees whispered among themselves.
Impossible.
He and Tong Xiaoyu are true love. They've been on and off for 5 years without a definitive breakup. How could he have a new girlfriend? No one is allowed to break us up. If I can't have Yizhen, at least let Xiuyu have him. Isn't it said that Yizhen's family has a formidable background? Perhaps his family disapproves of his relationship with Xiuyu, and this young lady might just be the so-called suitable match, preordained for him by his family. It sounds cliché, yet I find it captivating. So, I need not worry. The narrative clearly positions Xiaoyu as the protagonist. The employees in the break room engaged in lively discussions, weaving their own narratives. Yikong listened intently, savoring her chocolate. Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang stood behind her, unable to interject, simply waiting for her to indulge in her curiosity before they could leave with her. Chapter 35. The Rumored Rainstorm CP. Is Tong Xiaoyu also in this company? Yes. Xiao Lan replied awkwardly. Miss Tong signed with Hua Zhao in the same year as Brother Zhen. Have they really broken up? Yes. But Brother Zhen's breakups usually don't hold much weight, Xiao Huang chimed in. They've broken up dozens of times over the years. Everyone has grown accustomed to it. Yikong pondered, stroking her chin with curiosity. If they are so intertwined, why do they keep breaking up? Xiao Huang chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps it's a matter of romantic interest. Recalling Yizhen's reaction when she mentioned the rainstorm CP in the Yi family garden, Yikong shook her head. I don't think so. You're still young. It's natural not to understand, Xiao Huang replied. Yikong shot him a glance. The look was plain and devoid of emotion, yet it sent a shiver down Xiao Huang's spine, causing him to instinctively slow his pace, trailing behind her like a shadow, hesitant to walk alongside her. Oblivious, Yikong remained unfazed. She had little curiosity about people but found unfamiliar environments intriguing. She explored the various floors, wandering from the film department to the singer department and finally to the idol department. Each time she encountered facilities and rooms entirely foreign to her, she would pause and observe them intently. Even when passing by ordinary employees' offices, she would lean at the window to gaze for quite a while. In the elevator, Xiaolon could no longer contain her curiosity. Miss San, may I ask what you were looking at earlier? She speculated. Are you interested in the entertainment industry? Please call me Yikong or 11. Yikong popped a tangerine candy into her mouth. I have no intention of entering the entertainment industry. I merely wish to observe a different way of life. Moreover, I aspire to start my own company, so I'm gathering insights from others' experiences. You wish to start a company? Xiao Huang exclaimed in surprise. Are you thinking of starting an entertainment company? Yi Kong, disliking his demeanor, effortlessly ignored him. Xiao Huang, slightly older, felt his face flush, and it wasn't until Yi Kong nonchalantly exited the elevator that he pouted and followed her. This floor predominantly housed idol practice rooms. As they walked down the corridor, the air was filled with catchy pop melodies and the sounds of youthful trainees laughing and practicing their dance routines. However, Yi Kong had little interest in dance, her enthusiasm waning as they proceeded. Finally, they arrived at the last and largest room. Unlike the other lively practice rooms, this one was devoid of music, with only one individual dancing silently. Yet, even in silence, Yi Kong felt an atmosphere distinct from the other practice rooms. It was as if the heat generated from intense exertion or the glimmer of sweat from a focused individual radiated an urgent energy. Yi Kong finally halted her steps. Xiao Lan's voice resonated fittingly. His name is Bai Chuan. He is the ACE of Huazhao.
Huazhao.
The hottest boy band currently. Also the backbone of our company's idol department. The boss has invested a great deal of effort into this group, hoping for their global breakout. How impressive! Could he not become the ACE of this group, thereby ranking as the foremost idol globally? That is indeed the aspiration of our esteemed boss. Yet we have yet to reach such heights. Yi Kong began to take an interest, which indicated he possessed potential. She began to observe this individual dance earnestly. Though she was utterly ignorant of street dance, she could discern, through mere observation, that he was fundamentally different from the other trainees. Even in the absence of music, lights, and backup dancers, he seemed capable of transforming the vacuous practice room into a grand stage with his very body. Heat radiated from him in an unending stream, and he appeared oblivious to fatigue. His focus was unwavering. When the performance concluded, he finished with a dashing single knee pose, prompting Yi Kong to clap involuntarily. The applause echoed sharply in the quiet practice room, startling him as he turned, his brow furrowed, revealing a face that was androgynous and youthful. Yi Kong couldn't help but chuckle. I suddenly feel that Yijin should become an idol. Xiaolon, perplexed by the abrupt shift in conversation, inquired, why? Because, in terms of both appearance and hair color, he fits perfectly in this environment. Xiaolon. At that moment, the silver-haired youth approached. He showed no intention of inquiring about her identity, merely expressionless as he raised his hand to shut the door. Just as Xiao Huang was about to clarify Yi Kong's identity, she stepped back, allowing the practice room door to slam shut before her. Xiao Huang was taken aback. Aren't you going to say a few words to him? Just mentioning that you are Zhen Ji's sister would deter anyone from refusing you. Yi Kong disregarded him once more, silently noting in her mind that any future assistant should have a clause in their contract stipulating a preference for brevity in speech. Having concluded her exploratory venture in the Huazhao Media Company building, Yi Kong leisurely returned to the 32nd floor. Just as she was about to reach Manager Tong's office, she unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals. Several staff members, clearly assistants or bodyguards, were escorting a strikingly familiar woman directly toward her. As if by mere coincidence, she paused in surprise upon seeing Xiao Huang and Xiaolon. What brings you here? Following her hesitant inquiry, her gaze finally settled on Yi Kong, and her expression gradually morphed into something complex and inscrutable. Yi Kong stood still, her lips curving into a silent smile, internally exclaiming an elongated wow. The other party involved in the recent breakup of the shower rain couple, Miss Tong Xiaoyu, had fortuitously crossed her path. Xiaoyu, you are at the company today as well. The friendly exchange was once again initiated by Xiaolon. What a coincidence, Zhenge is here too. Is he? Tong Xiaoyu's expression returned to calmness. That would be unfortunate. I came today under the impression he would not be present. Yi Kong internally marveled once more. Tong Xiaoyu's gaze had now fixed upon her. Is my aunt signing new artists? Have you two been assigned to her? Or perhaps she smirked slightly. An edge of mockery in her demeanor. It's not that my aunt is signing new talent, but your boss has finally found a new girlfriend. Bringing me here to play on this very day? That's not true. Xiao Lan flailed her hands in a panic. She is not Zhen Ji's girlfriend. She is Zhen Ji's. You really overestimate your own importance, Tong Xiaoyu. Before Xiao Lan could finish, a cold voice interjected from behind. Yi Kong observed as Tong Xiaoyu's expression instantly stiffened and turned pale. Many eyes began to converge upon them, yet Yi Kong remained fixated on Tong Xiaoyu's face. Her dark pupils resembled an unfeeling camera, capturing the image of the person before her with utmost clarity and objectivity, analyzing each frame sequentially. The footsteps of Yi Zhen drew closer, casual to the extreme. Then, a hand rested heavily on her shoulder, deliberately firm. In your perspective, do I need to confirm your attendance in advance before bringing my girlfriend to the company? Who do you think you are? Chapter 36. The power of imagination does not equate to possession. This particular corridor lay at the heart of the building, devoid of sunlight from either end. Only a slant of daylight streamed in through the large windows of the adjacent office, just enough for Yi Zhen to tread upon. Yi Kong glanced down at the shadow cast upon the floor, then lifted her gaze to continue observing Tong Xiaoyu. She remained silent, allowing her insufferable second brother to utilize her as a mere tool, yet instinctively wove a crimson thread within her vision. That thread extended from the woman opposite, spiraling around Yi Zhen, entwining them into a complicated, inextricable knot. The emotions between individuals are often difficult to articulate and far from straightforward. A voice echoed from the depths of her memory, shrouded in a dim, deathly aura, lingering in her mind. While you may possess a natural talent for analyzing others' emotions, the ability to analyze does not equate to empathy, nor does it imply ownership. It is merely logic and reasoning. Just as readers of Harry Potter can envision magic but cannot wield it, you can imagine feelings yet do not possess them, hence your myriad confusions. Just as in this moment, that voice stepped forth from her memories, whispering in her ear. It was as if someone leaned in closely behind her, sharing the view of the two entangled by affection, smiling as they said, "You know she is in pain, and is persistent, yet you do not comprehend why she suffers and clings on." 11. Her lips moved silently beside her ear, yet she could no longer discern the remainder of the words. The only clarity she had was the woman's calm yet pained and astonished gaze. Yi Kong saw her smile, a natural performance, as if Yi Zhen's words had no effect on her. Is that so? Then that would be for the best. She stepped away, pausing briefly as she passed the two, her voice barely above a whisper. I hope this time we can truly put an end to things, so we can seamlessly return to being ordinary colleagues. Therefore, in the subsequent programs, let us collaborate harmoniously, Mr. Yi. After a pause, she added, I wish you and your new girlfriend a lifetime of happiness. The woman walked away, surrounded by her entourage. Yi Kong felt as if she had heard the sound of something shattering. She turned her gaze to Yi Zhen, whose tousled golden hair framed his face, his downcast eyes revealing a cold, unapproachable beauty. From the side, he appeared to carry a hint of desolation and melancholy. Yet, this was only evident while he looked down. When he raised his gaze, the corners of his eyes naturally arched in a rebellious curve, projecting a silent provocation that required no words. Yi Kong met his gaze and firmly stepped on his foot. Ouch! Caught off guard, Yi Zhen could not contain his voice, eliciting incredulous stares from everyone present. Yet, Yi Kong paid them no mind, her foot remaining planted. She coldly observed as Yi Zhen bent over in pain, torn between pushing her away and refraining from doing so, before she ground her foot down once more and remarked, Consider this the interest on your exploitation of me. Only then did she lift her foot, turning to find herself locking eyes with Tong Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to her, Tong Xiaoyu had stopped at a distance, gazing intently in their direction. Their eyes met without immediate turning away, holding the gaze for several seconds before she departed silently. Yi Kong pondered the significance of that look, finding it rather intriguing. Upon returning to the office, she proactively asked Manager Tong, Is Tong Xiaoyu your niece? After receiving an affirmative response, she inquired further, Does Tong Xiaoyu know Yi Zhen's true identity? Ms. Tong glanced at her, a hint of mockery flashing behind her glasses. Are you referring to the identity of the second young master of the Yi family? Are you concerned that Xiaoyu might rekindle a relationship with Yi Zhen because of this? Just then, Yi Zhen, who had hopped in on one foot, frowned at the remark, and his gaze toward Yi Kong instinctively darkened. Why use the word concerned? As if I were particularly anxious about their reconciliation. Apologies, if not, then consider it a misunderstanding.
Ms.
Tong offered her emotionless apology, yet Xiaoyu had been aware of Yi Zhen's identity from the very beginning. It could even be said that many of their breakup reasons stemmed from this revelation. Miss Tong appeared to have more to express, but upon glancing at Yi Zhen's expression, which had frozen into a mask of ice, she pinched the bridge of her nose and relinquished the topic, saying, Let us not discuss this. Yi Kong refrained from pressing the issue further. Instead, during mealtime, she discreetly inquired with Xiaolon. In the bright cafeteria, where the aroma of delicacies wafted through the air, Xiaolon hesitated, biting her chopsticks, and after a considerable pause, she slowly articulated, "You must promise to keep this confidential, and do not mention that I told you." Yi Kong nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling under the natural light, imbued with a hint of anticipation. Thus, Xiaolon found herself compelled to divulge details. Indeed, as Ms. Tong had asserted, Tong Xiaoyu had been cognizant of Yi Zhen's background from the outset. However, the resplendent identity of the second young master of the Yi family did not enhance their relationship. Rather, it stripped Tong Xiaoyu of much of her sense of security. Although Yi Zhen's parents were quite progressive, they were still quintessentially from a prestigious lineage. Even if they could not outright prevent their children from pursuing romantic relationships, they would never endorse Yi Zhen marrying an actress. Consequently, while Yi Zhen approached romance with the intention of marriage, his family was disinclined to formally meet Tong Xiaoyu. Not out of malice or disdain, but rather from a natural, inherent superiority of adults over children, of aristocrats over commoners. "I recognize you are earnest and deeply invested at present, therefore I shan't deter you. However, to think you can settle this now is sheer folly. If, in a few years, you still wish to marry, then come speak to me. Until then, there is no necessity for a meeting." Such a message was conveyed, leading to their first separation. Subsequently, Yi Zhen exerted considerable effort to win her back. Yet, this was not the conclusion. The unwavering stance of the Yi family persistently loomed over their relationship, prompting Tong Xiaoyu to propose breakups time and again, only to be fervently pursued by Yi Zhen. They had perhaps grown accustomed to this cycle, Xiaolon remarked. In fact, during this period, Yi Zhen had reached a breaking point and had clashed with his family, even declaring his intent to sever ties. Yi Kong abruptly lifted her head, her eyes shining with excitement. Did he run away from home? And then what? Xiaolon was startled by her sudden enthusiasm, stuttering. Then Xiuyu took him in, and that was perhaps their most affectionate period. However, eventually, when the eldest Miss Yi met with Zhen, he returned home. Indeed, he was quite the sister's boy, Yi Kong mused internally. Yet, the tale did not end there. Xiaolon continued. Initially, upon Yi Zhen's return to the Yi household, their relationship plummeted to an icy abyss.
Then,
she hesitated, ultimately confessing under Yi Kong's inquisitive gaze. It turned out that the third young lady, Yi Baozhu, came to confront Xiaoyu, delivering a harsh ultimatum, which led Xiaoyu to break up with Zhen once more. Chapter 37. If I Were to Love Someone. At that moment, she had even done so in front of both Xiaoyu and her agent. Xiaolon vividly recalled the scene. The youngest daughter of the Yi family, adorned in elegant attire, obviously raised amidst luxury, stood before Tong Xiaoyu with an unbearable air of condescension, stating coolly, "Father, mother, and sister are all respectable adults who do not wish to harm Sister Xiaoyu. However, I believe Sister Xiaoyu was also an adult, capable of understanding worldly matters. But seeing you and my brother entangled for years without letting go, I realize I was mistaken. Nevertheless, it matters not, since you do not comprehend. Allow me to clarify. Miss Tong, do you know where my brother's starting point lies?" That gleaming young lady, with her small bag, stood before the now celebrated Tong Xiaoyu, a faint smile gracing her lips as she tugged at the clothing of her endorsed brand. "My brother's starting point is that you've climbed to your current status within the entertainment industry. Yet the garments you wear are of lesser value than those worn by our family's maid. Surely you have earned a substantial sum by now. Yet the car you drive is inferior to the one our housekeeper uses for grocery shopping. As for the caliber of female friends that have surrounded my brother throughout his life, I suspect you would not comprehend. In any case, even if you reached the pinnacle of the entertainment world, you would still only qualify to perform for them, while my brother, no matter how passionate he is about acting, will never become a mere performer alongside you. He will always remain a distinguished guest seated in the front row, casually observing you sing and dance. Miss Tong, do you understand? Or will you persist in feigning comprehension, dragging him from the audience onto the stage to perform alongside you, to fulfill your notion of love?"
Yekon,
Stunned, thought, how could she articulate such eloquence? This certainly did not sound like the Yi Baozhu she had come to know over the past few days. Or had the discovery of her existence completely shattered her persona, rendering her foolish? Xiaolon too was taken aback. "Is that truly your sentiment? Otherwise, do you not find Xiaoyu pitiable?" Xiaolon choked slightly. If it were not for the Yi family, they would not have encountered so many obstacles. She appeared to embody a devoted shipper, her aura deflating significantly as she spoke on the matter. At that time, Miss Baozhu was severely reprimanded by Zhen for her actions. Yet this could not amend the situation. Xiuyu's smiles dwindled thereafter. Although they had broken up and reconciled several times, I always sensed that she had never truly moved past Baozhu's words, living in perpetual anguish. Miss Tong inquired about this due to her concern. Xiaolan elucidated. Having heard those words firsthand, she likely harbored some PTSD regarding her identity as Zhen's sister, and did not intend to target you. Yi Kong seemed indifferent. She speared a meatball with her fork, examining it for a moment before taking a bite. It is rather peculiar, she mused. If it truly is so painful, then why not simply part ways? But Zhen is unwilling to let go, Xiaolan replied. He genuinely loves Xiuyu, has for many years. And Xiuyu? Does she love you, Zhen? Of course. If they are so deeply in love, why can they not resolutely focus solely on one another? Did not the Yi family state that if they are still together in a few years, there is hope? But that is merely a verbal assurance. Their refusal to meet indicates their disapproval. Then why not part ways altogether? Xiaolan faltered, her lips twitching, because Zhen refuses to let go, and Xiuyu harbors feelings for him as well. Then why not firmly unite? Xiaolan was nearly driven to madness, disregarding the fact that the other was the boss's sister. She tugged at her hair, exclaiming, "Stop toying with me. I am not toying with you. I am sincerely inquiring." Yi Kong set her fork down, raising her gaze to meet Xiaolan's. Rarely does one encounter eyes so purely and profoundly black, evoking memories of a starless winter's night sky, clear yet ethereal, imbued with a chill. When she fixed her unwavering stare upon another, it effortlessly conveyed her earnestness and sincerity, pure to the point of being alarming. Xiaolan found herself at a loss for words, eventually murmuring, "Matters of the heart are seldom so simplistic. I am unsure how complex it must be for two individuals to part ways countless times, yet remain ensnared in sorrow." Yi Kong withdrew her gaze, casually yet resolutely stating, "All I know is, should there exist someone capable of inciting my love, then regardless of the world's opposition or scorn, I would not so much as blink. If I love someone, I would never allow anything or anyone to foster misunderstandings between us, ensuring he never doubts the depth of my affection. If I were to love someone, even if it meant enduring endless torment myself, I would ensure that he feels happiness." She shoved a piece of potato into her mouth, and after swallowing, she remarked, "Thus, they have been breaking up and reconciling for years, fundamentally, because their love is insufficient." Yi Kong candidly stated, "It is an act of self-torture to prefer prolonged suffering over a complete letting go, yet also refusing to commit wholeheartedly." Xiaolan was taken aback by her declaration, murmuring, "After hearing your manifesto, I feel tempted to date you. Apologies, but I doubt I am inclined towards the same sex, and even if I were, it would be difficult for you to evoke my affection," Yi Kong replied with a hint of regret. Regaining her composure, Xiaolan became embarrassed. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way." Understanding her misunderstanding, Yi Kong politely clarified, "It's not that you're unworthy. Rather, I have my own issues." Xiaolan was curious about these issues, yet it was evident that Yi Kong had no intention of elaborating further. After this meal, the days seemed to accelerate. Yi Kong spent several more aimless days accompanying Yi Zhen on his schedule, eventually disentangling the confusion surrounding Yi Zhen's new girlfriend's identity. During this time, she encountered Tong Xiaoyu once more in the elevator, and it seemed she had come to know Yi Kong's true identity as Yi Zhen's sister. This time, Yi Kong sensed a less complicated emotion emanating from her gaze. Although there was still an air of aloofness and rejection, her body language appeared significantly more relaxed, and her expression bore a greater ease. Yi Kong felt a mix of confusion and amusement. Humanity truly lacks a sense of nonchalance. Their love is equally devoid of grace. Unfortunately, the variety show was set to commence soon, and with Yi Zhen's itinerary now intertwined with hers, Yi Kong was compelled to witness the unfolding of this ungraceful romance. However, before that, during the filming of the first episode after the show's launch, she unexpectedly encountered an old acquaintance. Chapter 38, A Fateful Encounter. The sky was overcast, the air thick with the scent of earth, clearly signaling an impending downpour. The van halted outside a sports arena, and as Yi Kong stepped out, a flying poster struck her squarely in the face. She spat a couple of times, pulled down the poster, and read, "The boy chess god announces participation in the upcoming St. Hand Cup. The press conference will be held at Yuzhou Sports Arena. Hurry and grab your tickets." The corner of the poster was crumpled, suggesting it had been affixed to the wall for quite some time before being dislodged by the strong wind. What a coincidence. It's Yuan Yi, Xiaolon exclaimed. The press conference for the Saint Hand Cup just happens to be today. Perhaps I can even get an autograph later. Yizhen jumped out of the car from another side, glanced at the poster, and mumbled from beneath his mask. Also, get me one.
For his own, right?
Xiao Huang chuckled. Then I might as well squeeze in too. Xiaolon might not manage to secure a front row spot alone. Are you going, Xiao Kong? Xiaolon inquired. Under Yi Kong's firm directive, Xiaolon had already abandoned the overly sweet title of Third Mississippi. Yi Kong crumpled the poster in her hand and tossed it into a passing trash bin, indifferent, not going. The variety show was titled Splendid Years. The theme involved gathering celebrities to travel around the world, showcasing the cultural landscapes of various countries and cities while revealing each star's personality and habits. The show had reached its second season. Although the first season featured relatively obscure celebrities, it produced a notably dramatic couple, which led to a surge in viewership after its conclusion. Seizing the opportunity for fame, the television station promptly allocated additional funds for the second season, inviting several big names. Today marked the opening ceremony, and while it lacked the grandeur of a film or television series launch, it still attracted a considerable media presence due to the attendance of several A-list stars. Yi Kong donned a hat to blend in. Observing as the director arranged Yi Zhen and Tong Xiuyu's seats in the very center, a smirk of anticipation curving her lips. The previously calm flash of cameras erupted into a flurry upon the arrival of Yi Zhen and Tong Xiuyu, and as they settled into their seats side by side, the atmosphere intensified, with an onslaught of questions shouted by reporters. Mr. Yi, what prompted you to participate in the same variety show as your ex-girlfriend? Are you reconciling by joining the recording of Splendid Years? Who signed the contract first? Was the later edition unaware of the presence of an ex? It has been reported that Mr. Yi is now dating someone new, a development unseen in 5 years. Does this indicate that you have truly parted ways? Beside Yi Kong stood a young journalist with a booming voice, the noise causing her eardrums to throb, prompting her to cover her ears and retreat backstage. The press conference was rather dull, and Yi Kong had no desire to squeeze into the adjacent Go tournament press conference with Xiao Lan and Xiao Huang. She found a corner backstage to play games until Xiao Lan rushed over to announce that it had ended, at which point she stretched her stiff body and joined her in exiting. A few media personnel lingered, reluctant to depart, to evade the cameras and inquiries. Yi Zhen opted not to exit through the front door but instead instructed Xiao Huang to bring the car around to the rear parking lot to wait for them. As they stepped out of the sports arena, the rain began to fall. A rare cool breeze, carrying the scent of grass, enveloped them, and raindrops pelted the ground, creating countless splashes and swiftly soaking everything. Yi Kong clicked her tongue softly. She actually adored rainy days, but only when indoors. Xiao Lan stood beside her, flustered. Why did it suddenly rain so heavily? Brother Zhen is still urging us. There are many media vehicles on the road. Xiao Huang doesn't dare to bring the car over, so we'll have to find our way ourselves. Xiao Kong, wait for me. I'll borrow an umbrella. Is the parking point far?
Yi Kong halted her.
Not far, not close. Then let us run. Yi Kong, disinterested in causing a fuss, stepped into the rain, her hands half-heartedly shielding her head as she sprinted forward. After a couple of steps, she paused and turned. I have no idea where to go, you lead. Xiao Lan replied softly, leading the way, while pondering how this new third miss was so different from the previously haughty and wealthy Yi Baozhu. She couldn't fathom how two such contrasting sisters could emerge from the same Yi family. The rain intensified. The brief journey stretched infinitely beneath the heavy downpour. Yi Kong's irritation had mounted to her throat, her gaze fixed on Xiao Lan's shoes as she ran, nearly lost in her thoughts. Just as a large puddle appeared ahead, Xiao Lan, who had navigated around it, reminded her to steer clear, yet Yi Kong stubbornly stomped right through it. Water splashed up from her soles, and a demeanor of resigned calm enveloped Yi Kong, as she allowed the rain to seep into her socks and pants. Subsequently, amidst Xiao Lan's shrill cries, she collided with a solid wall of humanity. A black umbrella was knocked askew, blown several meters away by the wind and rain. Before her appeared a pale, bony hand, gripping the umbrella handle, exposed to the rain. Water droplets quickly adorned that hand. Meanwhile, Yi Kong sat on the ground, engulfed in extreme despondency and agitation. Yet, she was the type of person who appeared increasingly composed on the surface when feeling most unsettled. Thus, when she bumped into someone, she remained unfazed, slowly rising from the ground and muttering an apology without lifting her gaze. Conversely, Xiao Lan appeared more flustered. Behind the person facing them, an angry voice erupted. What kind of pedestrian are you? Can you watch where you're going? My brother has an important match coming up. He can't catch a cold. Xiaolon, hastily apologizing, finally looked up and gasped, Yuan Yi. She bent low again, even more anxious. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Whatever compensation you require, we can arrange, or we can go to our car first. In the distance, Yi Zhen and Xiao Huang approached, holding an umbrella as they sought someone. Xiaolan's eyes immediately lit up, and she squinted, waving at them. Zhen Ge. Over here. Yi Zhen hurried a few steps, first shielding Yi Kong with the umbrella, and scolded. You managed to get into trouble just from a moment of my distraction. You really are something. Xiaolon quickly tugged at his sleeve. Over there, it's Yuan Yi. Yi Zhen raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing at the man across from them. The individual accompanying him, presumably an assistant, had already retrieved the black umbrella that had been blown away, its canopy lowered to obscure much of the man's face. The thin lips and defined jawline visible beneath the dark fabric emanated a chilling, oppressive aura, suggesting a temperament not easily approached. Instinctively averse to such individuals, Yi Zhen nevertheless felt compelled to extend a gesture of respect, recalling that this was the brilliant chess player favored by Yi Haichuan. I apologize, my sister has offended you. If compensation for your clothing or shoes is necessary, please contact this number, and we will duly express our regret. A damp hand reached out to accept the black business card. Yi Zhen then witnessed the umbrella lift, revealing the man's full visage. Holding the card, his narrow eyes briefly scanned it before crossing the rain-drenched space to rest upon the disheveled Yi Kong. His lips parted slightly, voicing two questions laced with mockery. Sister? Chapter 39. A reunion amidst the rain curtain. The torrential rain engulfed the entire city. In a corner of the open-air parking lot, several individuals stood in a relative stance, enveloped in a fleeting silence. Following the genius chess player's gaze, Yi Zhen turned his head to see Yi Kong, drenched and unyielding, her head bowed in refusal to engage. The man beneath the black umbrella chuckled softly. Why not lift your head to look at me, Yi? Have you discarded your old brother for a new one? Triggered by the keywords, Yi Zhen swiftly turned to Yuan Yi, instinctively donning the polished smile of a top-tier actor. Mr. Yuan knows my sister? Observing how Yi Kong was subtly shielded behind him, Yuan Yi emitted a dismissive snort. Your sister? Biological sister? Do you actually have a real brother? I wonder if you still have real parents. Yi Kong remained silent. Yet Yi Zhen discerned a cold provocation and malice in Yuan Yi's tone. He retracted his habitual smile, his eyes narrowing in a manner reminiscent of Yi Kong, exuding a rebellious and indifferent aura. It appears, Mr. Yuan, that you share quite a history with my sister? History? Perhaps, the man replied with a sardonic smile, his gaze fixed on Yi Kong. To call it a connection might be generous, otherwise. Why does she still dare not lift her head to look at me? Wouldn't you agree, Yi? Yi Kong let out a long breath, shaking her head to fling droplets of water from her hair before finally looking up. In truth, she felt neither awkward nor guilty, her dark eyes locking onto him. Who says I am afraid to look at you? The rain fell heavily, the black umbrella crackling under the deluge. Splintering droplets scattered like shattered glass, casting a muted reflection of the two in confrontation. Though Yi Zhen stood nearby, he felt an uncanny sense of detachment, as if he were not present in that moment. It was a unique bond that, even amidst enmity, seemed impossible to penetrate. Despite his ignorance of the situation, he felt a surge of displeasure. Just as he contemplated breaking the tension, Yuan Yi suddenly laughed. Yuan Yi, a prodigy who had burst onto the chess scene, now stood on the cusp of adulthood, having garnered a reputation for his icy demeanor and rare smiles. Yet, in that moment of laughter, he exuded a wild, chaotic beauty akin to the howling winds of a barren wilderness. Stepping outside the umbrella's cover, he unperturbedly embraced the rain, closing the distance to Yi Kong. Really? Before Yi Zhen could intervene, he leaned closer to Yi Kong's face. Why don't you want to see me? It's been years. Do you still despise me? Or are you reluctant to recall that person through my visage? Yi Kong pushed aside Xiaolan's hand that held the umbrella, raising her head to let the raindrops cascade into her dark eyes, reflecting Yuan Yi's features with an indifferent gaze. She remained silent, seemingly disinterested in conversation. Yet Yuan Yi's smile gradually faded. His damp, tousled hair hung over his forehead, adding a hint of vulnerability to his otherwise aloof countenance. No longer fixated on conversing with Yi Kong, he slightly turned his head, still gazing at her, but addressing Yi Zhen. Hey, sir, has she ever called you brother? Yi Zhen, just having sheltered Yi Kong with the umbrella, raised an eyebrow at the inquiry, responding with an unassuming smile. What else would she call me? If not brother, then what? Then you have gone back on your word. Yuan Yi stepped back, hands in his pockets. Scrutinizing Yi Kong, you claimed there would only ever be one brother in your life, or does a person's death nullify their words? Yi Kong remained silent. Yi Zhen paused, exerting considerable effort to suppress the instinctive urge to glance at Yi Kong. However, Yi Kong suddenly laughed. You seem to think you had a good relationship with your brother. Are you now defending him? Yuan Ye's expression hardened, yet Yi Kong advanced a step. Should I remind you? When he was alive, how cold and disdainful was your attitude towards him? How many times did he extend warmth only to receive your indifference? Now you come here pretending to be a good little brother? She tilted her head slightly, water droplets clinging to her hair before cascading down. Isn't that a bit too theatrical? Lightning suddenly struck the city skyline, illuminating Yuan Ye's pale face for a fleeting moment. He grimaced as though trying to suppress a laugh, but chose not to respond to her. Instead, he turned to Yi Zhen. You know, we were all curious about whether Yi Shi's biological parents truly existed. We thought someone like her could not possibly be born of human parents if she indeed has family. They must surely be as deranged as she is. His brown eyes flickered, the icy gaze sweeping across Yi Zhen's face as he continued in a voice as light as air. You should be cautious. The last person Yi Shi called brother met his demise at her own hands. The genius chess player walked away, his silhouette solemn as though he had just emerged from a funeral. The remaining individuals fell into a heavy silence. Yi Zhen was the first to break it, extending his arm to guide Yi Kong, still exposed to the rain, under the umbrella. His brow furrowed as he ushered her forward. What kind of lunatics do you know? You had me out here in the rain for so long. If you catch a cold, I'm holding you accountable. Yi Kong struggled against his grip. Let go. Not a chance. If you catch a cold, Mother will scold me to death. Don't put me in that position. Yi Kong was squeezed into the car like a plush toy, stumbling as she entered. On the way home, Xiaoluan busied herself drying Yi Kong's hair and body with a towel, while Yi Zhen, wrapped in a towel, appeared nonchalant as he played a game. Yet behind the loud sound effects of the game, he discreetly sent threatening messages to his two assistants. If anyone breathes a word about what they've seen or heard today, they'll be done for. Salary deductions and dismissals are minor matters. You wouldn't want to truly provoke me, would you? Beneath the seemingly calm inquiry lay the latent danger he rarely revealed to others. Even if his assistants still harbored some thoughts, they dared not delay, promptly assuring him. After sending the messages, he returned to the game, only to find his character had already perished. In the fleeting interlude, Yi Zhen turned his gaze toward the rain outside the window, momentarily lost in thought. Although he comprehended the impossibility of voicing his feelings, maintaining an air of nonchalance, he alone knew the tumult of emotions churning within him. What did it mean to have only one brother in this lifetime? Could it be that the sole reason this individual refrained from addressing him as brother was due to someone else's prior claim, even compelling her to pledge that he was her only sibling? Yi Zhen felt a peculiar discontent. Though he might not have particularly cherished the sister, the frustration was palpable, almost driving him to madness. Silently, he leaned back in his chair, expressionless, closing his eyes, his fingers tightening to the point where they emitted soft, snapping sounds akin to breaking twigs. Chapter 40. The Art of Flower Arrangement by Yi Haichuan. The first torrential downpour of the summer arrived. Rain cascaded down the car windows, transforming them into undulating waterfalls. Despite it being merely 5:30, the streets were already aglow with countless headlights, the city hastily enveloped in the darkness of nightfall by the downpour. The residential community where the Yi family resided was named Wangshan Park. This seemingly unpretentious name concealed a lavish enclave surrounded by artificial woodlands, seldom glimpsed by the ordinary eye. The entrance lay deep within the shade of towering trees, where two security booths greeted visitors from the outset. Only upon navigating deeper could one behold the grand, intricately wrought iron gates. Generally, from the moment one turned onto this path, the cacophony of the city faded into oblivion. The blurred lights obscured by rain vanished. The clamor of horns and voices receded, leaving only the rhythmic illumination of street lamps overhead, until the gates were swung open by two imposing security guards, standing at attention like soldiers in their raincoats. With such formidable figures guarding the premises, it seemed unlikely that even the boldest of thieves would dare to trespass. Yi Kong observed the two statuesque silhouettes glide past and was suddenly reminded of the several aging security guards at Wazhai. Originally, Wazhai had no security booth. After receiving funding, No one dared to allocate excessive resources for security, resulting in the hiring of several elderly men in their 50s and 60s. Their postures were slumped, spending much of their day idly watching television or dozing off in the booth, easily overpowered by any intruders. Even the older children from the orphanage occasionally had to assist them. The memory brought a faint smile to Yi Kong's lips. The car had now entered the community. The lawn glistened under the rain, illuminated by streetlights, stretching endlessly like a damp sea of stars. Various villas and castle-like structures were shrouded in the rain, the moist air still heavy with the scent of wealth and power. This was the so-called affluent district. Here, when the residents desired tranquility, tranquility was granted. Even amidst the bustling, precious urban core, one could insulate themselves, erecting barriers that segregated the toiling masses from their world. Yi Kong had long understood that the world appeared differently to different eyes. As a member of the proletariat, she never felt angered by this. She recognized it as the established order. Yet, she detested the lofty, isolated silence it embodied. She preferred an environment infused with warmth and humanity, where she could feel like an ordinary part of the whole. The car drove directly into the villa's courtyard, where a waiting servant, holding an umbrella, rushed over to drape a raincoat over her shoulders, kneeling in the rain to assist her into her rain boots before escorting her into the house. Yi Zhen received the same service, his expression revealing that it was merely routine. This only served to dampen Yi Kong's spirits further. Frowning, she stepped inside, where she found Fong Sivan waiting at the door with a long towel. "Did you get caught in the rain? What happened? Quickly dry your hair and drink some hot ginger tea, then go upstairs for a hot bath. You mustn't catch a cold." In her flurry of concern, Yi Kong found herself assisted in shedding her raincoat and boots, shaking off her already soaked clothes as she moved inside. The bright lights above illuminated her path. But she suddenly halted in her tracks. For there, standing in the living room, was Yi Haichuan, engaged in the art of flower arrangement. It was evident that he possessed considerable skill. His deft and graceful movements in trimming the stems showcased his aesthetic sensibility. From the perspective of someone with a background in the arts, Yi Kong could see that the flowers in the vase were arranged with exquisite perfection. Yet, it was not this display of talent that left her momentarily speechless. Rather, it was the abundance of flowers that adorned the entire house. "Dad?" Yi Zhen exclaimed in surprise. "Did you do all this? What's the sudden motivation? Are you turning this place into a flower house? I nearly thought I had walked into the wrong place. Is today some peculiar anniversary for you and Mom?" His tone was laced with sarcasm, yet Yi Haichuan remained unperturbed, calmly explaining. "Some of these were meant for the garden outside, but with the unexpected rain, they had to be temporarily brought into the living room." After inserting another meticulously trimmed blue flower into a crystal vase, he finally glanced at his children, directing a knowing smile toward Yi Kong. "You look all drenched. Like a little puppy. Hurry and listen to your mother. Go take a bath." The golden light was pure and warm, and against the backdrop of the torrential rain and thunder outside, this flower-filled living room radiated an extraordinary sense of security. Beside them, Yi Zhen resumed his teasing. "Indeed. The second child is the most easily overlooked, haha. Would you like me to find you a suitable descriptor? Very well. You can be likened to a drenched large dog. You should also go bathe, provided there's a room for you here." "You're the large dog. You're the old dog." Yi Zhen shot back. "Your father isn't that old." The two began to bicker, while Yi Kong was gently nudged by Fong Sivan toward the stairs. Perhaps it was the warmth of the hand on her shoulder, so perfectly comforting that it felt as though it penetrated her flesh to touch her very bones, that allowed Yi Kong to fleetingly savor a sensation of belonging, a feeling of home that was unfamiliar yet profoundly impactful. It was not sweet, but at least it was not bitter. However, before she could fully embrace it, it slipped away like a fleeting whisper. Yi Kong silently entered the bathroom and immersed herself in the warm water that had already been prepared. When Fong Sivan returned to the living room, Yi Zhen had yet to take his bath. She immediately frowned. "Why haven't you gone to shower yet? There are guest rooms on the first floor. And I've had someone prepare some clothes for you." Yi Zhen approached Yi Haichuan and tossed an item onto the table. "Here, something I got for you." Yi Haichuan raised an eyebrow at the signature of Yuan Yi, responding with a simple thanks. Yet Yi Zhen lingered, not departing. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Haichuan looked at him. "What's the matter?" Yi Zhen seemed to hesitate for a long moment before finally saying, "Yi Kong seems to know Yuan Yi. When they ran into each other today, his attitude was quite poor, and he referred to Yi Kong as..." He glanced at Fong Sivan, his voice trailing off. Fong Sivan paused, then smiled. "Go on." Do you think I'm some delicate flower that cannot endure any shock? Monster. Yizhen spat out the word, shadows flickering in his eyes. He said she has caused someone's death, and she once called him brother. Feng Xivan's previously feigned lightheartedness froze. Yizhen fixed his gaze on Yi Haichuan. Dad, have you truly investigated Yikong's past? What has she experienced? Chapter 41. An unqualified father and a very special daughter Yizhen was also sent to take a bath. The living room was left with only the couple. Yi Haichuan continued his flower arrangement, saying to Feng Xivan, I thought you would manage both sides. It must be disheartening for you. I used to think so too. Feng Xivan leaned against Yi Haichuan's shoulder, her expression tinged with sorrow. Yet, Shao Kong persistently compelled me to make a choice. I could sense that whether it was causing a ruckus at the banquet, speaking disrespectfully before my mother, or even deliberately locking Baozhu outside just days ago, it was all intentional on her part. She simply wished to observe my decision. Would I choose her or Baozhu? I find myself in a predicament. Feng Xivan spoke softly, a hint of grievance in her tone. I can only choose her. Throughout my life, I have never wronged anyone, save for my own flesh and blood, my daughter. Thus, I am left with no alternative. After Baozhu fainted, you didn't even scold her, Yi Haichuan remarked with a hint of amusement, surprised by the revelation. Had it been Yizhen, you would have started throwing punches long ago. Because I can feel that Shao Kong is a rather unique child, Feng Xivan murmured. I always feel unable to treat her with the attitude of an ordinary mother, for I cannot even ascertain whether her uniqueness is a blessing or a curse. What if it is a curse? Then I must bear some responsibility for that, and so should you. Feng Xivan's tone took on a somewhat domineering edge. If she is a troublesome child, it is our fault. Hence, we must be tolerant of her, keep a close watch over her, and at the very least, prevent her from causing a calamity beyond our control. Very well, Yi Haichuan chuckled, inserting the last flower into the vase. Let us pretend we have returned to 20-some years ago and are embarking on the journey of novice parenthood once more. Thankfully, we still have time. After taking a shower, Yikong stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a bowl of ginger tea, while Feng Xivan dried her hair. She gazed outside. Yet her focus was on the reflections in the glass, where flowers lay scattered across the ground. The blossoms, initially intended for planting in the garden, appeared even more beautiful and fragile against the backdrop of the torrential rain. When Yi Haichuan approached her, Yikong did not turn but calmly remarked, You went to the flower box? Such keen observation. No wonder your dean claims you are the brightest child. It was merely ordinary deduction. One can tell from the Yi residence's garden that the owner has no interest in flowers. Surely, you did not transform into an avid horticulturist overnight. I thought you might be angry. Angry about what? That I went behind your back to inquire about your past? Would you not feel your privacy was invaded? Yi Haichuan replied, I have some understanding of your generation. You possess a strong sense of self-awareness and particularly despise being offended. It matters not. For whatever my grandfather tells you will undoubtedly be trivial, and I am indifferent to who knows my story. Oh, is there something that cannot be known? Not cannot, but rather does not wish to be known. Yikong turned to face him, her dark eyes reflecting the room's flowers. That is where my privacy lies. As for other matters, my love for flowers, my passion for painting, my sweet tooth, and my escapades, none of these are private. I would answer anyone who inquires. What about being bullied? Yikong's eyes widened in disbelief, akin to a startled cat, and after a few seconds, she clenched her teeth, declaring, That indeed falls within my privacy. She tightened her fists, and judging by her expression, if Dean's son were present, she would undoubtedly unleash a few punches upon him. That old fool. How dare he divulge such matters to you? The next time I see him, I shall pull out all his hair and uproot his orchids. Yi Haichuan chuckled softly. You are quite fierce. No wonder he fears you so. He then inquired, Will you treat me with such fierceness in the future? For instance, threatening to pluck my hair or shred my documents. Yikong shot him a look as if he were insane. Are you actually looking forward to that? I merely envy you. After all, I am your father, Yi Haichuan said pensively. Where your mother and I reside should have been your home, yet you refer to the flower box as returning home. That place is an orphanage. Regardless of how beautiful its name or how whimsical the tales surrounding it, it remains a sanctuary for parentless children seeking solace, a community you were never meant to join. It weighs heavily on my heart. Despite expressing such sentiments, the man's demeanor and tone remained light, incongruous with the gravity of his words. Yikong could not help but scrutinize him for a while. much like a cat evaluating an unfamiliar object, unsure if it was prey or foe, filled with both curiosity and caution. After a lengthy pause, she finally averted her gaze and remarked, "You do not appear to be a father at all. Did you have other expectations of the paternal role?" "Not specifically, but I envisioned a stern, somewhat patriarchal older man who would declare, 'I am your father,' at the drop of a hat." Yi Haichuan laughed. "Fortunately, I am not. That would be rather unremarkable. Indeed, you are clearly not that type. You seem more like someone who would remain childless throughout life, making it difficult to imagine you have 3 children. That may not be entirely accurate. Does my father seem like an old bachelor?" "Not a bachelor, but he does not appear to be the marrying type, though he might have many girlfriends. Perhaps if he had not met your mother." "Was your marriage a business arrangement?" "Indeed." "Can love blossom within a business marriage?" "Initially, there was none, but before our arranged meeting, I had already developed feelings for your mother. I simply thought she was a girl from a poor family," Yi Haichuan recounted leisurely, as if telling a tale. "I had planned to run away from home, abandoning the Yi family to elope with her. Little did I know that fate would smile upon me, allowing her to become my betrothed." "Fate truly has favored you." "Indeed," Yi Haichuan continued, "but perhaps it is precisely because fate has been so benevolent in love that I lost a daughter who could have grown up by my side." Yi Kong pondered his words for a moment before slowly asking, "If given the choice, would you choose your love for my mother or the chance for me to grow up by your side?" Yi Haichuan paused, turning to look at her. Upon confirming the seriousness in her eyes, he chuckled and patted her head. "How could someone as clever as you pose such a foolish question? Without my love for your mother, neither you nor your siblings would even exist. While I may feel regret now, we still have time to make amends, do we not?" His demeanor was calm, exuding an air of authority that comes only with age and experience. He seemed to possess a mastery over all. "Although mistakes have been made, your willingness to return to the Yi family and call us father and mother indicates that we still have an opportunity for you to truly accept and rely on us. Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am quite fond of challenges. Is forging a bond with your daughter considered a challenge? Do you think this is a game? After all, you mentioned I do not appear to be a father at all. I indeed struggle to approach you solely from a paternal perspective, even with 3 children. I find it difficult to embody the ideal father figure in the eyes of others." "Then, how do you face me?" "With curiosity." "Curiosity about what? My past?"
No.
"I am curious about how to engage with you meaningfully and what changes our relationship may bring about in me." Yi Kong crossed her arms, furrowing her brow. And after a long pause, she declared, "You are truly a peculiar person. I almost do not want to call you father." "Do not say that. A daughter does not shun her mother's flaws, nor does a daughter shy away from her father's eccentricities." Yi Kong's lips twitched. "How could you utter such nonsense? Only your mother knows this. You must keep it a secret for me, or else my reputation will be compromised." The fragrant, spicy aroma of mapo tofu wafted in from the kitchen, signaling that Fong Sivan was calling for dinner. Yi Haichuan responded promptly, then leaned down slightly to ruffle Yi Kong's freshly dried hair until she impatiently tossed her head, akin to a puppy shaking off his hand. He then earnestly and steadily declared, "One day, you will come to regard my abode as your one true home. Let us go eat. Your mother excels in Chinese cuisine. I am certain you will adore it." Yi Kong stood still, watching his retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with a hint of disdain. It is not a conscious disdain, but rather an unconscious distrust that underlies her profound solitude, a solitude that has persisted for over a decade, rendering her unable to assimilate into society. Despite the multitude of individuals surrounding her, those who adore her, despise her, or harbor hatred towards her, she remains incapable of comprehending their emotions. If even she can only strive without assurance of the outcome, what grounds does Yi Haichuan possess to exude such confidence? Truly a naive adult. She silently chuckled inwardly, yet was drawn by the fragrant aroma towards the dining table where her parents sat, akin to a young beast returning to its kin. Chapter 42. Rarely do I see you take an interest in women. In the same city, beneath the expansive veil of rain, nestled within the depths of another affluent neighborhood, a black Maybach halted before the iron gates. A black umbrella unfurled with a sharp crack, shielding the tall man who emerged from the vehicle as he strolled leisurely into the estate. "Where is the young master?" he inquired upon entering. "In the study. Has he eaten?"
Not yet.
"Go call him, and remember to drape a coat over him." The ancient structure soon illuminated with a warm glow. Silhouettes of numerous servants flitting past the windows, yet not a sound escaped their lips. Whether walking or speaking, Their movements were so gentle that they stirred, not a ripple. Approximately half an hour later, at the grand dining table laden with an array of dishes, Wen Can, draped in an outer garment, sat in a wheelchair, his expression devoid of emotion as he grasped his knife and fork. The man seated at the head of the table cast a glance at him, sighed, and began to engage with his utensils, gently remarking, "The collaboration with Germany can come to a close. I was unaware of your excellence until now. The executive president there even entrusted me with a gift for you, which has already been sent to your room." Wen Can seemed impervious to the words, the golden knife scraping against the porcelain plate imbued with animal bone powder, producing a jarring noise. He remained expressionless, as did the man at the head of the table. With a demeanor 100 times gentler than Wen Can's, he savored a piece of steak before stating, "By the way, I've heard that you are quite pleased with the new miss from the Yi family and have acknowledged the engagement. Is that correct?" The knife halted abruptly. Wen Can kept his eyes lowered, motionless, yet the man smiled faintly. "It's rare to see you take an interest in women, if that is your wish. Let us proceed with the engagement." He shifted the conversation, however, since she has only just arrived in Yuzhou and you have scarcely known each other for 2 days. You will need your family to lend their support. Fortunately, I have some free time these days. Why not invite your little fiancé over for a visit? Stating that the Wen family would like to host her, Wen Can set down his knife and fork, remaining still, yet coldly inquired, "When? Tomorrow, perhaps. It is still pouring rain. I checked the forecast. It claims tomorrow will be clear." The man chuckled, "You haven't even wed yet. And you're already fretting about her health?" His mood seemed quite buoyant, his tone cheerfully commanding, "Hurry and eat. Don't think you can use a poor appetite to evade me. You must finish today." Yi Kong received a message from Wen Can before bed, instructing her to wait at home as he would come to collect her for the Wen family. Exhausted, she simply replied with an acknowledgement before collapsing into sleep. Upon waking, she spotted Yi Zhen downstairs and suddenly remembered she had yet to inform him. "I have other matters today. You may go to work by yourself." Yi Zhen, who had waited downstairs for an hour, felt the tension rise in his temples. "Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm almost late." "Then why are you still here?" Yi Zhen ground his teeth. "What is it that you need to do? Have you not recently offended numerous individuals? Are you not going out to confront someone?" Before Yi Kong could respond, a servant hurried in to report that Mr. Wen had arrived. "Why is he here again?" Yi Zhen frowned. "Is he becoming a nuisance?" Fong Sivan dashed over, holding freshly baked black truffle toast, and stuffed it into Yi Kong's mouth. "He's probably here to take you to the Wen family. When Rome called your father ahead of time, and your father told me." Yi Kong munched on the toast, listening as Fong Sivan chattered, "When you go to the Wen family, be sure to exhibit some decorum. They are an aristocratic family, with a legacy spanning hundreds of years. You must not cause a scene." "Yi Kong, what misconceptions do you all have about me? I am not the sort to resort to violence at the slightest provocation." She continued to half-listen. "But do not be overly constrained, although the Wen family is indeed formidable.
We need not bow down.
After all, an engagement is only valid if both parties agree. It ultimately depends on your willingness." As for Wen Can, Fong Sivan hesitated, a hint of regret crossing her face. He is genuinely a good person, but this incident has impacted him deeply. If it weren't for this situation, I would wholeheartedly support your union. Even now, despite everyone claiming he has changed drastically, I still believe a person's true nature cannot be altered. Your father may have his reservations, but Fong Sivan seemed to still be mired in her internal conflict, yet she continued, from a personal standpoint. I still find Wen Can to be a commendable individual. Ultimately, she concluded with a light, airy tone. In the end, it all hinges on you, darling. Yi Kong, are you certain you will persist in calling me darling? Will it never change? Can we not negotiate this a bit? Her expression twisted as she accepted the glass of milk Fong Sivan offered, swallowing with difficulty. Before she could finish her mouthful, the servant who had just exited rushed back in. "Miss, there is another guest." Without her needing to speak, Yi Kong had already caught sight of her visitor, Lin Xinzhou, whom she had met previously. Peeking in from the doorway, she waved at Yi Kong, her smile radiating too brightly for her scholarly demeanor. "Hi, great one. I've come to play with you." Yi Kong withdrew her gaze, hastily finishing her breakfast and tossing a chocolate ball into her mouth. Once everything concluded, she slowly made her way towards the door, casting a nonchalant remark over her shoulder at Lin Xinzhou, who looked on eagerly. "Sorry, I'm not free today." Lin Xinzhou froze behind her, gradually shattering into pieces. Yi Zhen passed by her and chuckled, patting her shoulder before departing. Today, young Master Wen was driven in a black Rolls-Royce. As Yi Kong climbed into the car, A gust of wind blew in from the opposite window, revealing the man's tousled short hair and his still, slightly bowed profile. Just as the weather forecast had predicted, today was splendidly sunny. However, the torrential rain from the previous night had lingered too long, tempering the fervent sunlight with a touch of moisture, casting a soft sheen over Wen Ken's profile that evoked memories of spring's gentle ridges, so tenderly beautiful that even the hardest of hearts might soften. Such striking beauty and formidable presence. Yi Kong hesitated before settling beside him. The car door closed, and the Rolls-Royce glided away silently. Wen Ken closed the book he had been reading and smiled at Yi Kong. "Did you sleep well last night, my fiancé?" "Very well. It seems you enjoy rainy days." "Which is quite the contrast to my preference." Yi Kong rested her chin on her hand, allowing the wind to play with her long hair, casually remarking, "Sleeping during a downpour gives one an extraordinary sense of security, don't you think? I find it rather eerie. I detest the feeling of being damp and sticky. Closing the windows tightly should alleviate that sensation. If necessary, just turn on a dehumidifier." Last night, Fong Sivan had done just that for her, and she found it quite agreeable. He offered no reply. After a few seconds, she turned to look back at him. Chapter 43. Feel free to express yourself. "I eagerly anticipate it." Wen Ken smiled, a genuine reaction that elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. It felt as though the humidity in the air evaporated with that laughter, the sunlight suddenly brightening, prompting Yi Kong to almost raise her hand to shield her eyes. Yet, the smile faded quickly, and when she refocused, he was gazing outside, softly stating, "You cannot shut the windows to block it out. Not even a dehumidifier can eliminate it. The humidity of a rainy day, to me, is akin to moss sprouting from the very bones of humanity. It requires no physical touch to be felt, but rather is a spontaneous sensation emanating from within." Yi Kong gazed at him for a moment before seamlessly shifting the topic. "Won't you share with me the particulars I should be aware of regarding the Wen family? At the very least, introduce me to the key personnel?" "No need." Wen Ken turned his head and smiled again, this time devoid of the illusionary glamour from before, presenting the visage that lingered in Yi Kong's memory. Beautiful, yet superficial. "You may exercise your own creativity. Well, if I end up making a mess of things, don't blame me," Yi Kong cautioned him. Wen Ken emitted a soft hum, his smile now brimming with anticipation. The Rolls-Royce glided onto the azure cobblestone path, and the distant edifice gradually came into view. As she beheld the sprawling shadows, Yi Kong was reminded of Downton Abbey. Though different in essence, the aristocratic ambience steeped in time bore a striking resemblance. "How old is this house?" she inquired of Wen Ken. "Over 100 years," he replied. As the Rolls-Royce entered the estate, it came to a halt at the doorstep. Upon alighting, Yi Kong was greeted by a synchronized bow from 2 rows of individuals. Clad in white shirts and black vests, each person's hair was impeccably styled, and astonishingly, not a single one could be deemed unattractive. The sound of the wheelchair's wheels approached her, prompting Yi Kong to whisper, "Please don't tell me these are all servants from your family." Before others, Wen Ken's demeanor shifted to one of somber detachment, yet his suppressed chuckle was lighthearted. "A century-old family, indeed, is daunting." Straightening herself, Yi Kong noticed a tall figure emerging from the depths, dressed in formal attire with a pristine handkerchief peeking from his breast pocket. He approached with the gait of a perfectly poised gentleman. Even from a distance, she could discern the flawless curve of a smile, and as he stepped out, she realized he bore a rather strikingly mixed-race visage. "You must be Yi Kong." The handsome and debonair middle-aged gentleman extended his hand. "I am Wen Ken's father, Wen Rong. Welcome to the Wen family." Yi Kong grasped his hand, feeling a hint of dampness, hesitating for a mere fraction of a second between remaining composed and acting on impulse. She succumbed to her uncontainable aversion and swiftly withdrew her hand. With an expressionless countenance, she stated, "I am Yi Kong. Thank you for your welcome, but I would like to wash my hands first." Pausing, as if fearing a misinterpretation, she added, "It's not that I am a germaphobe, rather, it is that you have clammy hands." Under the increasingly warm sunlight, the entrance of the Wen Manor fell into an eerie silence. As Yi Kong was led away by a servant to wash her hands, Wen Ken exerted significant effort to suppress his instinct to burst into laughter. He turned his back to the sun, lowering his head, concealing the manic grin that threatened to escape into the shadows. For the first time, the eyes that were perpetually shrouded in clouds exuded a remarkable brilliance.
"Yi Kong."
He whispered her name to himself once more. In the elegantly understated floral hall, Yi Kong sat demurely beside Wen Ken. Earlier, under Wen Rong's guidance, she had casually toured the manor, during which he elaborated on the various amenities and flora present, his demeanor reminiscent of a gentle, sagacious elder intent on ensuring her comfort, unlike the ostentatious pride exhibited by Yi Baozhu. As they arrived at the floral hall to formally settle, Yi Kong couldn't help but feel that Wen Rong was indeed a good man and a commendable father. It was noteworthy that she rarely made such judgments so readily. A maid approached to pour tea for the three of them, a delicate pink liquid gushing into exquisitely crafted porcelain cups. Both father and son engaged in tea-drinking with elegance, while Yi Kong, with a single hand, tilted her cup back and eagerly consumed the pleasantly flavored brew. Wen Rong paused momentarily, then chuckled. "When I spoke with your father last night, though he verbally agreed, I could tell he was quite reluctant." He turned to Yi Kong with a smile and inquired, "And what of you? How do you feel? Do you fancy my son?" "I can. Indeed," Yi Kong instinctively replied. "After all, he is the most handsome man I have ever encountered." Throughout the conversation, Wen Can, who had assumed an icy demeanor, briefly flickered, his eyelashes fluttering as if he wished to glance at Yi Kong, only to revert to his unyielding facade, appearing disinterested. Wen Rong, however, was taken aback. "Is it solely based on looks?" "Of course not," Yi Kong stammered. From a collaborative standpoint, she knew she ought to extol Wen Can's virtues. Yet having known him for only a few days, she struggled to fabricate compliments, finally surrendering to her frustration and admitting, "Isn't that sufficient? In my lifetime, he is the first person who has incited an impulse in me to sketch him upon our first encounter." "Are you an art student?" Wen Rong inquired, his interest piqued. "Where did you study?" "Self-taught."
Self-taught? Why?
Wen Rong asked curiously. "Speaking of which, I am unaware of where you resided previously or what you have studied." He took a sip of tea and added gently, "And by age, you must still be an undergraduate, correct? Where do you attend school? Have you begun working at the family business?" The nature of his inquiries was somewhat pressing, but his tone was so natural and gentle that it transformed into the earnest concern of a paternal figure. Yi Kong pondered for a moment before querying, "Is it necessary to answer these questions if I wish to marry Wen Can? I had thought that our marital bond would suffice." "Not at all," Wen Rong replied, regarding her with the indulgent smile of a bemused parent. "While obtaining a marriage certificate is adequate, if we are to proceed with the wedding, we must ascertain which bridal courses you will require." Yi Kong tilted her head, seemingly under the impression that she had misheard. At that moment, Wen Can, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected, "She does not require any classes." A hand reached over, intertwining its fingers with Yi Kong's, transforming their joined hands into a delicate clasp. Wen Can lifted his gaze, his eyes, usually overshadowed by clouds, now bore an icy glint as he addressed Wen Rong. "The grievances my mother endured shall not befall my fiancé." Yi Kong felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the countenance of the elderly gentleman opposite her had subtly shifted. Chapter 44. The Wen family has a Wendayu. After a brief and rather uncomfortable conversation, Wen Can was nonchalantly summoned by his father to discuss work, leaving Yi Kong once again in the hands of a servant, who guided her through the estate. The sun rose higher, and the servant inquired if she felt warm. Yi Kong remained silent, and the servant, attentive to her needs, kindly led her to a cooler area. Leaning against a three-story villa that was slightly smaller than the main residence, Yi Kong caught sight of a vast artificial lake. The breeze wafting from the water brought with it a refreshing coolness, particularly delightful in the summer heat. However, as they drew nearer, they noticed someone seated beneath a sunshade by the lakeside. The servant appeared unperturbed, approaching the individual with a cheerful greeting. "Young Master Lian, are you here to fish again today?" Yi Kong followed closely behind, observing as the person turned, revealing a pale, yet sharply defined face. He smiled at the servant, gesturing for silence. The servant lowered his voice. "Young Master Lian, given the heat and your health, wouldn't it be better to wait until after sunset to fish?" He shook his head, and just then, a buoy in the distance plunged beneath the surface, eliciting a look of excitement on his face as he promptly began reeling in the line. Yi Kong stood by, watching as this towering figure, likely around 6 feet tall, struggled with the fish until the servant stepped in to assist, ultimately enabling him to haul up a sizable catfish, though by no means a leviathan. The catfish was unceremoniously tossed into the water bucket, its tail thrashing wildly, sending droplets of water splattering in every direction. The man then resumed his seat, slightly breathless. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yi Kong felt as though she had glimpsed a male version of Lin Dayu, a figure of mixed heritage. And who might this be? Lin Dayu, having successfully caught a fish, finally directed her gaze toward the unfamiliar stranger. "This is Miss Yi Kong, brought back by the young master to meet the family." A servant explained. "Miss Yi, would you like to rest here for a while? It's quite cool." "Ah, so you're the third Miss Yi. Please take a seat."
I have always been curious about you.
The servant departed to fetch tea, and Yi Kong settled beneath the sunshade, listening as Lin Daiyu introduced herself. "I am Wen Lian, a child of the Wen family's collateral branch. Due to my poor health, I was taken in by my uncle, and now I am considered his adopted son." He rebaited his hook, beginning a new round of fishing. "Recently, many children from collateral branches have come to our home. You will likely meet a few at dinner later. There are a few rascals among them, but with my elder brother around, no one dares to bully you." "Many children from collateral branches? Is today a special family gathering?" Yi Kong pondered, wondering if the Wen family was truly the warm, loving household it appeared to be. "Of course not," Wen Lian chuckled, though the mirth quickly faded. "They are here to vie for the position of heir." He delivered this staggering revelation with an unsettling nonchalance. Yi Kong turned to him, her curiosity piqued. "Is the Wen family changing its heir?" "You must agree that it's unnecessary," Wen Lian replied. "Even if my brother were to remain incapacitated for life, it would not diminish his ability to manage the Wen family. I fail to comprehend why my uncle insists on this. His relationship with my brother has deteriorated significantly as of late." Pausing briefly, he added softly, "It makes me quite anxious." The man, his countenance and demeanor did not lend themselves to being called youthful by any stretch of the imagination. As Yi Kong observed his sharply defined profile, she inquired, "You mentioned you are the adopted son of the Wen family. When did that come to be?" "I came to the Wen family at around 7 or 8 years old, nearly succumbing to illness. It was my uncle and aunt who took me in. However, the formal adoption occurred only in recent years. I initially thought it made little difference, but since both my uncle and brother consented, I have no objections." Yi Kong emitted a thoughtful hum, as if she had stumbled upon something intriguing. Leaning slightly forward, she propped her elbows on her knees, resting her chin in her palm, her dark eyes scrutinizing Wen Lian with an air of cool detachment, as if she were inspecting a piece of meat. "So, does that mean you are also on the list of potential heirs?" The girl's voice resonated with calm certainty. Wen Lian hesitated briefly before offering a bitter smile. "Please, Miss Yi, do not jest with me. Even if I worry for my brother, there is no need to direct any animosity towards me." He placed the fishing rod back into its stand, rolling up the sleeves of his sun-protective clothing. Yi Kong glanced over, noticing the multitude of bruises adorning his slender arms, each marked with tiny needle-like punctures, one still fresh, evidently from a recent procedure. "With a body like mine, living until 30 would be a stroke of luck. How could I possibly aspire to the position of head of the Wen family?" Wen Lian reclined against the cushion, exhaling. "Even if that position were offered to me, I fear I would be overwhelmed and perish on the very first day. The Wen family is a colossal entity that one like me, with such frailty, cannot bear." Yi Kong withdrew her gaze, leaning back against her lounge chair. She appeared to have been dissuaded from her prior thoughts by Wen Lian's revelation of his weakness, yet when she spoke, her indifference was palpable. Desire and physical frailty are unrelated. There are thieves and murderers as young as 7 or 8, and elderly men in their 70s and 80s who still lust after young maidens. Yi Kong spoke slowly. "If you wish to claim the Wen family, even if you were to die tomorrow, it would not deter you from taking action today." A brief silence enveloped the lakeside until a gust of wind prompted Wen Lian to suddenly burst into laughter. Initially quiet, his mirth escalated into an uproarious fit, his body shaking with uncontrollable laughter. Yet, this joy swiftly morphed into coughing, growing increasingly agonizing. Yi Kong observed as he clutched his chest, bending over, his pale face contorting into a dreadful grimace. She blinked, rising to approach him. "Are you all right?" She gently patted his back, which was heaving violently from the fit, while reaching for a phone to call Wen Can. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance, accompanied by the shouts of several young men and women.
Yan Yi.
"We're here to grill fish."
Yan Yi.
Yi Kong turned her head in their direction. At that moment, someone suddenly snatched her phone from her hand. Instinctively, she reached to reclaim it but only caught hold of Wen Lian's shirt collar. In that fleeting instant, their eyes met, his gaze serene and composed, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. The weight of her body pulled Yi Kong forward, and as she felt herself about to fall, she unhesitatingly released her grip. The shirt slipped from her fingers, followed by a resounding splash as Wen Lian fell into the water. Cries of alarm erupted from afar, a chorus of outrage flooding towards her. "Lian Go has fallen into the water." Someone pushed him. It's attempted murder. Beneath the surface, koi scattered, and the wind whisked away the last traces of humidity in the air, causing Yikong's long hair to whip about wildly. She gazed at the throng of agitated figures before her, calmly confronting a grim realization. The Wen family's invitation was not born of curiosity or welcome, but rather a malevolent trap. No wonder Wen Can had urged her to act freely. Chapter 45 Yikong. Let the games begin. In a room equipped with comprehensive medical apparatus, the heart monitor beeped steadily. The individual on the bed lay with eyes tightly shut, their pallor nearly translucent, the rise and fall of their chest barely discernible. When Rong lingered at the bedside for an extended period before departing, his expression grave. As he passed Wen Can, he casually remarked, "What are you planning to do? What is there to do?" Wen Can replied, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. When Rong, incensed, pivoted abruptly, his cane striking the floor with a resounding clack. "You dare ask me what to do? Your fiancée, on her very first day visiting the Wen family, pushed Wen Lian into the water. Are you not aware of Wen Lian's condition? This is tantamount to attempted murder." When Rong, rarely so enraged, bore new lines of worry etched upon his forehead. "I have long heard that the new third Missy from the Yi family is a lawless individual, capable of causing her own grandmother to faint from anger. Yet, out of affection for you, I was willing to observe. But look at what she has done." His fury swiftly morphed into deep concern as he pointed an accusatory finger. "Wen Can, look at what you've become. Wen Lian is your brother, raised alongside you since childhood. Now he lies in a hospital bed, unaware of his fate, and you display not a flicker of emotion. All for that Yikong. You've only known her for a few days." Wen Can regarded the figure before him with indifference. His father's expression was animated, each wrinkle and strand of hair seemingly narrating the agony and helplessness of a father, as well as his tolerance for his son. Yet, to Wen Can, it all appeared laughable. In his eyes, the man before him gradually distorted, features twisting into grotesque forms, yellowed teeth, plump ears, and a bulbous nose, transforming into a pig in the midst of a farcical performance, spittle flying, gesticulating wildly, absurd enough to provoke laughter. Thus, he genuinely laughed. When Rong's tirade came to an abrupt halt, he stared at the son who now seemed utterly alien to him, and after a moment, he began to temper his expression. Then, when he inquired, "What do you intend to do?" When Rong slowly declared, "The engagement is off. You cannot marry her." Yikong sat on the sofa in the reception room, her gaze fixated on the magnificent array of fruits and desserts laid out before her on the table. Despite her long, rapt contemplation, she had yet to indulge, for she was surrounded by a throng of people. These were the distant relatives that Wen Lian had previously mentioned. Indeed, a multitude had arrived, an assembly of both men and women. They encircled her like siblings of Wen Lian, delivering stern admonishments. "Why did you push brother Wen Lian? Do you realize you're committing an act of murder? I've heard it all. You're the fiancé of the elder brother, right? Huh, but after today, perhaps that will no longer be the case. Don't even think about arguing. We all witnessed it firsthand. Just because you have the elder brother backing you doesn't mean you're beyond reproach. Brother Wen Lian's standing in the Wen family is scarcely different from that of the elder brother. Speak up. Why are you silent? Are you feeling guilty?" A finger jabbed at Yikong's shoulder, but she deftly evaded. "Dare you hide?" Several young masters and misses approached, exuding an intimidating aura, as if ready to strike. "What are you doing?" The chilling voice that emanated from the doorway froze the air, rendering all who were poised to confront Yikong momentarily paralyzed. With an expression tinged with trepidation, they reluctantly parted, calling out, "Elder brother." Entering next was Wen Rong. Unlike the gentle elder he had appeared as before, this gentlemanly middle-aged man, devoid of expression, bore a striking resemblance to his son. He settled into the sofa opposite Yikong, leaning on his cane, his gaze heavy as he inquired, "Miss Yi-san, considering the relationship between our families, I shall refrain from involving the authorities. However, I expect you to voluntarily annul your engagement with Wen Can." In this increasingly tumultuous atmosphere, he stated flatly, "I cannot accept someone capable of harming a patient as my daughter-in-law. I hope you can comprehend this." Yikong regarded him silently. "Aren't you even going to inquire whether I truly pushed him? Or perhaps wait until he awakens to ask him directly?" A hint of derision flickered across Wen Rong's face. Without his prompting, the previously accusatory distant relatives erupted again. "Is there even a need to ask? We all saw it. You pushed brother Wen Lian into the water while he was coughing. With so many eyes witnessing it, how could it be false? Would you dare to claim you never touched brother Wen Lian?" Yi Kong cast a glance at Wen Can. Since he had entered and uttered that one phrase, he had remained silent, now appearing as a cold, immobile shadow, seemingly resigned to despair. Yet, from this shadow, Yi Kong seemed to glean some information. She withdrew her gaze and suddenly declared, "Yes, it was I who pushed him." An immediate hush fell over the chaotic voices. When Rong raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening further. "It is good that the third miss is willing to admit it. Otherwise, we could simply wait until when Lien awakens to question him. No need to ask him. I can confess everything," Yi Kong replied, a smile curving her lips. "But aren't you all curious as to why I pushed him? You see, I had never met him before this incident. I didn't even know his name. Without enmity or grievance, what could possibly motivate such an action?" When Rong's eyes flickered with surprise, as he was about to dismiss her words as unimportant, when a distant relative interjected instinctively, "Why?" "Because he spoke ill of Wen Can,"
came the reply.
The room fell silent again, before erupting into a cacophony of disbelief. "No way. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Wen Lien is not that kind of person. He has a great relationship with the elder brother." Yi Kong leaned forward, seizing a piece of the coveted white cake. Taking a bite before interjecting, "In that case, not only did he speak ill of Wen Can, but he also disparaged all of you." She waved the dessert in front of the distant relatives, encompassing them all. "He mentioned that many distant relatives from the Wen family had come recently, and I thought you all shared a bond of affection. However, he described you as merely greedy fish, come to snatch at the bounty. Each one of you, with your rotund figures and lowly lineage, clinging to unrealistic dreams, ready to prostrate yourselves at the main family's slightest command, eager to replace Wen Can. He said you are all mere plump earthworms, forever unable to leap the dragon's gate, destined to burrow in the mud and ultimately become bait." Everyone told themselves she was speaking nonsense, yet the raw truth that struck at each of their hearts, so brazenly unveiled, caused many faces to flush with embarrassment. "What do you mean, rotund figures? You're talking nonsense." Before the protest could finish, Yi Kong suddenly directed her hand towards the stoic Wen Rong, pointing at him from across the room. "Oh, and you too, Uncle Wen. He said you are a heartless old man, willing to cast aside your own lame son, and would have no qualms using these bait-like relatives. But thankfully," she continued, "he said you passed down your bloodline to him, so whatever you can accomplish, he can too." The young woman finished her last bite of dessert, smacked her lips, and with an innocent tilt of her head beneath the light, regarded Wen Rong, saying, "He claimed he is your biological son, Uncle Wen. So, besides Wen Can, do you have an illegitimate child?" Wen Rong, who had remained calm and composed while watching Yi Kong speak her wild accusations, finally changed countenance, standing up abruptly. Chapter 46. This line is fabricated by me. The small hall was suffused with light, sufficient for everyone to discern the rapid rise and fall of Wen Rong's chest. It seemed as if a fire had been stoked within him, leading one to suspect he might erupt at any moment, revealing an unfamiliar fury. No one had ever witnessed Wen Rong in this manner. The distant relatives who had only been at the Wen estate for less than half a year had never seen this side of him, nor had even Wen Can. Many years prior, in the circles of nobility in Yuzhou, Wen Rong had been known simply as the son of Wen Bo, the husband of CEO Qi, and the father of Wen Can. As the only son of the Wen family for generations, he was widely regarded as an unremarkable individual, lacking in extraordinary talent, means, or disposition. When people spoke of Mr. Wen, it was often accompanied by a tone of disdain. To the extent that when Wen Can was born and grew up hailed as a genius, the title of Mr. Wen naturally fell upon him instead. Initially, before formally taking over the Wen family, Wen Can should have merely been referred to as Little Mr. Wen. Just as Wen Rong had spent over 30 years under the shadow of his father as Little Mr. Wen, he was unceremoniously stripped of that title by his own son. This situation was akin to an emperor bypassing the designated crown prince and directly naming the grandson as the heir apparent. Everyone had anticipated Wen Rong's humiliation. Yet he had accepted it with remarkable grace and tolerance, showcasing his gentle and humble personal charm in subsequent social situations, causing the ridicule to gradually fade. Today, many had forgotten Wen Rong's previous predicament. When mentioning him, they would refer to him as a benevolent philanthropist, the most tolerant leader of the family, and they called him Mr. Wen. Years of habit had become instinct, and the title of Mr. Wen, which represented true authority, never fell to him. Yet he remained composed, as if he were a paragon of serenity, destined only to smile, never to display anger or embarrassment. Until this moment, observing the rapid rise and fall of his chest, several young masters and misses displayed expressions of fear. Fortunately, Wen Rong still managed to control himself with his formidable patience. He took a few deep breaths, then opened his eyes, glaring sternly at Yi Kong. Miss Yi, I do not intend to usurp the role of your elders in admonishing you. But the words you just spoke not only slander the victim, Wen Lian, but also constitute a serious accusation against me and even against Wen Can's mother. I merely relay what I have heard, with no intention of casting aspersions upon you, let alone upon Aunt Wen.
Besides,
Even if Wen Lian were to be speaking in jest, it would only implicate you, uncle, and bear no connection to the late aunt. Yi Kong rudely interrupted him, his demeanor exuding a sense of entitlement that betrayed a lack of proper upbringing. When Rome's fingers tightened around his cane, the veins on his hand visibly strained. Yet his tone remained composed. You may not be acquainted with the nuances of Yuzhou, but my late wife and I differ fundamentally from your parents' business alliance. We married out of profound love, devoid of the sordid dramas typical of affluent families. I would never betray her, not even for a fleeting moment, even in death. Then why did you not accompany her into death? Yi Kong once again interjected rudely, his thoughts audaciously leaping to unfathomable conclusions, his eyes sparkling with an innocent purity as he gazed at Wen Rong. If your love for your wife is indeed so profound, why did you not choose to die alongside her? Wen Rong was momentarily taken aback. Despite his extensive experience with people, he struggled to respond to such a bold statement. I do not comprehend, he stammered. Yet, I have heard it said that true love compels one to live or die for the beloved. Uncle Wen, you did not die for your wife. Does that mean you live for her? But if that is the case, why, upon your son's recent incapacitation, are you so eager to find someone to take his place? Yi Kong's tone was languid, yet every word was articulated with clarity. Silence enveloped the small hall. All the bystanders hung their heads, wishing they could shrink into the floor, feigning blindness and deafness. Meanwhile, when Rong's hand trembled slightly, a manifestation of his escalating rage, teetering on the brink of losing control, only Wen Ken remained unperturbed, sitting upright in his wheelchair, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Rong as if attempting to decipher every nuance of his expression, every twisted line upon his face.
Yet,
a rare blush crept onto his meticulously sculpted features, akin to a slight tipsiness, drawing attention. This profound silence persisted for nearly a minute. Just as Wen Rong tightened his grip on the cane, his icy demeanor poised to speak, Wen Ken finally broke the stillness. Enough, he said, turning to Yi Kong. You are new to Yuzhou and are unfamiliar with many matters. I shall gradually enlighten you. For now, please assist me in exiting. As I wish to take you to my room, the atmosphere thawed abruptly. Yet, when Rong cast a dissatisfied glance at Wen Can, he had prepared a speech to portray himself as the quintessential victim and to formally annul the engagement. However, Wen Can's implication that Yi Kong was merely uninformed and should not be blamed prevented this usually gentle and tolerant father from reacting with indignation. He could only watch impassively as Yi Kong wheeled Wen Can away, observing the quivering, quail-like children of the collateral branches left behind, when Rong's eyelid twitched, and he let out a long, weary sigh. Pressing his hand to his forehead, how did a Ken choose such a fiancé? Did Wen Lian truly say those things to you? Of course not, Yi Kong replied bluntly. I fabricated it all. Are you not afraid he will awaken and expose your lies? Expose? Why should his words be considered truth, while mine are deemed false? In Wen Can's study, Yi Kong fiddled with the hourglass on the desk, stating, at the lakeside, it was only the two of us present. No one can attest to my words, which means similarly, no one can corroborate his. Even so, how did you conceive such fabrications? It's not entirely fabrication, Yi Kong mused. Settling into a chair and recounting the essence of what Wen Lian had told him, he genuinely looks down upon the newcomers. Although he pretends to champion your cause, when I mentioned his eligibility as an heir, he took great pains to elaborate on his physical condition, implying he does not dare aspire to that position. Yet I have always believed that to conceal desire, the best approach is to disregard it entirely rather than repeatedly assert one's disinterest. The more one emphasizes, the more one cares. Yi Kong drummed his fingers on the armrest, leisurely continuing, I am certain he harbors ambitions regarding your position. So that aspect cannot be dismissed as mere fabrication. Then, Wen Can leaned back in his chair, his slender, well-defined fingers propping up his chin, his dark, clouded eyes gazing intently at Yi Kong. You deduce that Wen Lian is his biological son as well? This time, Yi Kong shook his head. No, that part was indeed my invention. Wen Can, Chapter 47. The Void of Yi Kong. Wen Can felt somewhat drained, exasperated. What were you thinking? He inquired earnestly. This particular claim could easily be verified with a DNA test, yet you chose to spout nonsense? Have you considered that if the results prove they are not father and son, everything you just asserted would indeed devolve into mere folly? But that would not be a loss, Yi Kong retorted. I can see that when Lien genuinely yearns to be part of your family, although he insists he is a foster son, his demeanor towards me, a guest, clearly positions him as if he were the master. He possesses both desire and ambition, yet dares not express it. Such a person, even with the slightest possibility of being your father's biological son, would only feel exhilarated and excited, which would further fuel his delusions. In that event, should your father insist on a paternity test to clear his name, and the results confirm their lack of a biological relationship, when Lien would experience immense disappointment and a sense of inferiority, leading to resentment towards your father. Even if he never admits it, the more he denies it, the more he will find himself stifled by this fixation, further solidifying his desires and ambitions. Consequently, a rift would inevitably form between him and your father. And once division takes root, ample opportunities arise for you to exploit, do they not? Did you know that obtaining a paternity test result only requires a single night? He may not even have time to contemplate these matters. Even a minute would suffice. Yi Kong shrugged. The emergence and inflation of desire do not necessitate time. After a brief silence, Yi Kong raised her gaze, her dark pupils fixed on Wen Can. Most importantly, she spoke slowly. After I voiced my thoughts, your father, while exhibiting extreme anger, did not immediately propose a paternity test. Wen Can's eyes suddenly narrowed. Yi Kong hesitated but continued. Though it was indeed a fabrication at the time, I now believe I may have hit upon something. Perhaps you should act preemptively and obtain a strand of Wen Lien's hair. Wen Can remained silent for a long while before asking, Are you studying psychology? Yi Kong nodded, but quickly added, Do not misinterpret. Our curriculum does not cover such dubious practices. I merely possess a certain aptitude for understanding people and have deliberately studied it for many years. Why? Are you curious about human nature? No, quite the opposite. I lack curiosity about humanity. What is the reason for that? I am simply curious about myself. You can see others clearly, but not yourself. What a bitter observation. Yi Kong shivered slightly, as if shaking off goosebumps, her expression reluctant. But perhaps that is the essence of it. When Can's fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, seemingly lost in thought, Yi Kong sat quietly in her chair, surveying his study, then asked, Why are there so many hourglasses? You may employ your talent to deduce that, When Can instinctively replied. Are you my teacher now, setting me riddles?
Yi Kong retorted, som hat displeaset.
Yet out of boredom, she stroked her chin and remarked, You must be a control freak with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, perhaps even a perfectionist. You require these hourglasses to constantly remind you of time's passage, indicating that you have some pressing goals to achieve. You must be intensely eager to accomplish something, yet simultaneously skilled in the art of patience. Otherwise, these hourglasses would be placed closer to your desk rather than artfully arranged in various corners. Once again, I find myself reminded of the passage of time, while simultaneously urging myself to exercise patience. Yi Kong expressed a measure of concern to her collaborator. I genuinely fear for the day you may experience a mental breakdown. Wen Can had initially uttered this remark in jest, yet to her surprise, she managed to articulate a plethora of insights. He couldn't suppress a chuckle. You truly are something else. However, lost in thought, his laughter quickly waned. But are you this candid with everyone? Do you answer every inquiry without hesitation? I had presumed you to be particularly reticent. One must be forthright with collaborators. Wen Can replied, In truth, you scarcely require my partnership any longer. Your mother has relocated from the Yi family for your sake. I believe there is no one left in the Yi household to expel you. But you promise to treat me to the finest desserts the world has to offer, and in unlimited quantities. Yi Kong paused before adding, Moreover, your family is rather intriguing. It is a type I have yet to encounter. Didn't you once claim to lack curiosity about humanity? Yet you could serve as my muse, Yi Kong remarked. Someone once told me that understanding others is tantamount to understanding oneself, so even in the absence of curiosity, I am more than willing to engage with all manner of strangers and experiences. Is that why you are named Yi Kong? Wen Can inquired with a smile, embodying the sky's boundless acceptance. Yi Kong fell silent, turning her gaze towards the window, her eyes reflecting a clear blue sky. After a moment she replied no. She continued, Although my grandfather hoped my name would embody such ideals, it is regrettably not the case. The Kong in Yi Kong signifies emptiness and hollowness.
Given the recent events,
The sumptuous meal prepared to welcome guests was, of course, rendered futile. Upon hearing that Wen Lian had briefly regained consciousness, Wen Ken escorted Yi Kong out of the Wen household. Upon returning home, Yi Kong unexpectedly encountered Yi Haichuan, who was preparing to depart. The man called her over in a gentle tone before casting a frosty glance at Wen Can. "You have failed to care for my daughter." "I apologize," Wen Can replied, slightly bowing his head in the car, her profile and neck exuding a celestial beauty. "There will be no next time." "Next time?" Yi Haichuan replied with a humorless smile. "I hope to receive the announcement that Mr. Wen has decided to annul the engagement. Uncle Yi need not wait. That day shall never come."
Ye Haichuan posted.
Momentarily at a loss for words, "I have heard that when Lian's life hangs by a thread, he is resilient. He will awaken in due time." Yi Haichuan could hardly believe such nonchalant words emanated from Wen Can. Could a car accident truly transform a person so profoundly? Once he had been a gentle ruler, even more refined than when Rome. After a brief silence, Yi Haichuan stated, "My father forbids me from unilaterally dissolving the engagement, unless absolutely necessary. I do not wish to be the first to betray. Therefore, I hope you can address my daughter's reputation issue. What transpired today at the Yi residence has already been leaked." Yi Haichuan's gaze darkened, his jaw clenched. "Your Wen family is quite like a sieve." Wen Can remained silent for a moment. "I will handle it." Before departing, Yi Kong peeked from behind Yi Haichuan, waving goodbye to Wen Can. Beneath his dark hair, the man's eyes crinkled into a smile, and Yi Kong couldn't help but find it reminiscent of a playful puppy. Reluctantly, she turned to return home, only to find an unexpected guest in the living room, Lin Xinzhou. This girl, rumored to hail from a rather formidable background, sat on her family sofa, indulging in her desserts, and waved fervently, crumbs adorning her lips. "Goddess, I've waited so long for you." Chapter 48. The clingy Miss Lin and Yi Kong's true nature. As if oblivious to the scene, Yi Kong calmly averted her gaze. Just then, Fong Sivan hurriedly approached, grasping her wrist and scrutinizing her from head to toe. Only after confirming she was unharmed and her attire unwrinkled did she exhale in relief. "I'm glad you're all right. Did the Wen family give you any trouble?"
None.
Yi Kong replied, confident in her unscathed departure from the Wen household, and thus dismissed the events that had transpired there. Yi Haichuan, who had followed behind, adjusted his sleeves, setting aside a gardening tool to pour himself a glass of water. It was only upon entering that Yi Kong noticed the peculiarity of Yi Haichuan's attire. "What are you doing?" "Gardening," he replied in his farmer's garb. "Would you care to join me? I could use your help." Lin Xinzhou, who had been overlooked until now, immediately chimed in, "Goddess, I know a bit about gardening too." Once again, Yi Kong disregarded her, turning her attention outside. She observed that the earth outside the dining room's floor-to-ceiling windows had been overturned, with numerous flower pots that had sought refuge indoors the previous day now relocated, appearing to be ready for planting in the ground. Yi Kong cast a skeptical glance at Yi Haichuan. "Did you do all this by yourself? Don't underestimate your father's strength." Yi Haichuan replied casually, having shed his crisp suit. The muscles beneath his short sleeves were well-defined and aesthetically pleasing, revealing a clear dedication to physical fitness. "So, will you work alongside your father?" Yi Haichuan donned a straw hat from the table, completing his farmer's ensemble. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Yi Kong vehemently shook her head. "I merely appreciate flowers. I do not enjoy labor." With determined strides, she ascended the staircase, her demeanor decidedly unyielding. Yi Haichuan could only sigh in disappointment. "I had hoped to bridge the distance between us through hard work. Who wishes to toil under the blazing sun to draw closer to you?" Fong Sivan rolled her eyes. "Pushing the man outside, you, with your tough skin, need not fear the sun, but Xiao Kong is a girl." No one broached the subject of the events at the Wen household, as if they were indeed trivial matters of no consequence. Even though the incident involving Yi Kong pushing Wen Lian into the water had spread throughout the social circle, causing quite a stir. The Yi family's villa maintained an air of tranquility. Remaining boxes awaited unpacking in the room, and Yi Kong intended to tackle them all today. However, upon entering, she discovered someone had followed her inside. Turning around, she found Lin Xinzhou displaying a foolishly radiant smile, completely shattering her previously studious demeanor. "I dislike unannounced intrusions into my room," Yi Kong stated flatly. Lin Xinzhou stiffened, quietly releasing the doorknob, stepping back, and standing at attention outside the door. She cautiously rapped on the doorframe, addressing her with respect. "May I enter, Miss Yi-san?" The room, though labeled a bedroom, was actually a suite, complete with a small reception area, study, and entertainment room. Yi Kong, too lazy to relocate, settled onto the sofa in the small lounge, exhaling in mild exasperation. Come in. Lin Xinzhou grinned widely, darting in and seating herself opposite.
What is it that you want?
I told you before, I wish to invite you to join my band. Lin Xinzhou replied earnestly, if not as a musician, you can take on any role you desire. Why are you fixated on me? Yi Kong questioned. All I can play is the suona, and I doubt it aligns with your band style. How many of your compositions could possibly incorporate the suona? How can you belittle yourself so? Lin Xinzhou suddenly erupted, slamming her palm on the table. You must recognize that what you showcased that day was not merely an exceptional suona skill, but also your genius in music. Do you have any idea how long I spent composing that piece? Half a year. Countless revisions, countless experiments, and countless reworks before I could barely produce a complete version. Even I had to practice for an extended period to master it. Yet you only listened once and could reinterpret it with an entirely different instrument, even incorporating your own elements to enhance the original version, making it even more polished and exhilarating. As she spoke, Lin Xinzhou had unconsciously crossed the table, leaning over to bring her face closer to Yi Kong's, ensuring she could see her eyes shining brightly. You are a genius. With unwavering conviction and bubbling excitement, she proclaimed, with your participation, I am certain I can compose an even more remarkable piece, one that will be etched in history. As she leaned closer, Yi Kong, unknowingly leaning back into the sofa, expressionless, reached out and firmly pushed away the face filled with such hopeful anticipation. I refuse. What? Why refuse? Lin Xinzhou, as if struck by lightning, displayed a fissure of disbelief across her expression. You play the suona so beautifully, surely you have devoted countless hours to practice. And such dedication must indicate your love for music, correct? There are many things I enjoy, Yi Kong replied. That cannot be the same. Lin Xinzhou exclaimed. Music is not merely a hobby. It is the vessel of memory, the reflection of emotion, the reservoir of time. Indeed, it is the greatest of the 7 arts. Suddenly struck by a thought, Lin Xinzhou paused her fervent speech and continued, or do you find it unprofitable? Seemingly having found her answer, she rose, crossing her arms and revealing a confident smile. You are mistaken. Our band is renowned within the aristocratic circles of Yuzhou. Furthermore, we tour to the nation's top metropolitan cities every other year. You must understand, these venues are social havens for capitalists and elites. Why else would so many second-generation heirs join a band of an ordinary person like me? With her chin slightly raised, akin to a proud antelope, she declared, if you join my band, I will take full responsibility for your social life in Yuzhou. I shall introduce you to whomever you wish to meet, facilitate friendships with whomever you desire, and even deal with those you despise. Trust me, I can absolutely do it. Yi Kong remained silent, observing the girl before her, who seemed to be delivering a speech. Her mind went blank. Lin Xinzhou, believing she had left Yi Kong awestruck, smirked confidently. It was only when Yi Kong regained her senses that the room was filled with sound once more. Miss Lin, what if I adamantly refuse your offer? Then I shall return another time, Lin Xinzhou replied with a charming smile, determined and unyielding. If not this time, then the next. One day, you shall agree. Very well. Yi Kong responded, her lips curling into a frosty smile. If you come to be my dog, I shall acquiesce. Her expression of excitement froze, gradually cracking. Leaning back against the soft sofa, Yi Kong raised her chin slightly, the small mole on her left cheek accentuating her delicate features with an air of aloofness. She seemed utterly unfazed by the gravity of her words, stating with a calm demeanor, What? Are you unwilling? Or perhaps, Miss Lin, do you prefer the term slave? Regardless, whether dog or slave, you must call me master. Under the sparkling reflections of the crystal, the girl tilted her head slightly towards Lin Xinzhou, her smile radiating innocence. Miss Lin, what do you think? Chapter 49. The Last Display of Impatience. Lin Xinzhou, filled with fervor and determination, arrived with ironclad resolve but departed in a daze, barely registering Fong Sivan's invitation to stay for dinner. What is wrong with her? Fong Sivan pondered, watching Lin Xinzhou's retreating figure with concern. Yi Kong, standing nonchalantly to the side, remarked, I don't know, perhaps it is too hot. But the sun is nearly setting. Without further discussion, Yi Kong turned and entered the kitchen, rummaging through the refrigerator for an ice cream. Before she could even unwrap it, Fong Sivan caught her.
No.
Dinner is about to be served. You cannot have ice cream. You will upset your stomach. Yi Kong stubbornly clutched the packaging. I won't. I have an iron stomach.
No.
Fong Sivan, clad in a large bunny apron, fixed her gaze upon her with a piercing intensity, as if attempting to control her actions through sheer will. Yi Kong, with a stiff expression, returned the ice cream to its place and ran outside to see Haichuan working. Having labored under the sun for most of the afternoon, Yi Haichuan's short sleeves were dampened, yet he appeared in good spirits. One by one, he planted vibrant flowers into the earth, transforming the area into a beautiful flower field. As Yi Kong stepped outside, he happened to be seated on a stool, resting, a towel draped around his neck. When he lifted his hand to wipe his sweat, he bore little resemblance to a corporate president. Have you come out now that the sun is setting? Yi Haichuan teased, glancing at her with a smile.
Indeed.
Yi Kong replied with fortitude. Yi Haichuan, unfazed, gestured towards the area that was once a lawn. I plan to install a swing over there, create a small pond, channel fresh water to the back of the house, and construct a waterway surrounding the villa. Then, I shall plant some lotus flowers and perhaps keep some fish. What do you think? Why are you asking me? You should decide, Yi Kong replied. But this is your home. It should reflect your preferences, Yi Haichuan insisted. Unless, of course, you prefer to build a maze with several walls and then paint and doodle on them? I would not want that, Yi Kong retorted. Previously, at the flower box, the walls were too stark white and cracked, which I disliked, hence my painting. Understood. I shall construct a wall for you. Designed as a shadow wall, Yi Haichuan continued, pointing to other areas. We could add a pavilion over there and leave a space for barbecues and picnics nearby. Do you enjoy keeping pets? Perhaps we could get you some cats or dogs or even cows or sheep if you prefer. Yi Kong observed his enthusiastic demeanor with a cold gaze, feeling an urge to douse his excitement with cold water. What if I wish to keep snakes? Would you agree to that? Would you build me a snake pit? Yi Haichuan's expression faltered slightly. You like cold-blooded creatures? He shifted his gaze, dryly stating, You might need to ask your mother about that. She is terrified of snakes. Yi Kong remained skeptical. Yi Haichuan quickly shifted the topic, discussing whether to expand the yard, as the vast land belonged to the Yi family. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, bathing the villa area in a golden hue, the kitchen window was suddenly pushed open, wafting the aroma of food accompanied by Fong Sivan's voice. You two have returned for dinner. The call was scattered by the gentle evening breeze, the distant trees and houses adorned with golden edges. Yi Haichuan quickly wiped his sweat and stood, clapping his hands. Let's go. It's time for dinner. Your mother has prepared crab roe buns, featuring the finest matsuba crabs flown in from Japan. They are delectable. Yet, Yi Kong did not immediately move. This scene felt familiar. During her time at the orphanage, the teacher would call out similarly every day. Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready. Once such a sound echoed through the dilapidated building, children would rush from every corner to the dining hall, their hurried footsteps and innocent laughter filling the air. Yet, Yi Kong had never been one of them. She did not join others, nor did she run. She always ambled from the most secluded and distant corners, approaching the feeder slowly, resembling a solitary cat, sometimes requiring the caretaker to search for her beneath the slide or within a tree hollow on the hillside. She felt no desire to fill her stomach, as if she had little thirst for life itself. Thus, the calls urging everyone to eat held no significance for her. However, today Fong Sivan's call felt oddly unique. Even the otherwise mundane sunset was imbued with a gentler filter, igniting a desire within her to capture it immediately on canvas. Given Yi Kong's temperament, she would typically act on impulse, doing whatever she wished without hindrance. Yet, the thought of the seemingly dignified but capable of wide-eyed expressions Fong Sivan made her hesitate. Perhaps I shall paint it tonight. This was not out of fear, merely a desire to avoid conflict. Yi Kong steeled herself, silently rising to her feet, poised to follow Yi Haichuan back into the house. When her gaze fell upon two uninvited guests lingering outside the iron gate, their presence unknown for how long, her expression instantly dulled. Yi Haichuan too noticed the newcomers, pausing momentarily, his brows knitting slightly before quickly relaxing as he approached, calling out, Mom. The elderly woman, whom they had not seen for some time, merely scoffed coldly, remaining at the threshold. You still remember to call me Mom? Am I truly your mother? She looked at Yi Haichuan, disheveled as he was, her derision palpable. You would forsake the home you've lived in for decades for a daughter you've only just acknowledged. After nurturing you for so many years, I never imagined you would enter a rebellious phase at this age. Though it was highly inappropriate, Yi Kong found herself stifling a laugh, and before she knew it, she had burst into genuine laughter. Yi Haichuan shot her a glare, and Yi Kong feigned ignorance, turning her head away. Mom, what are you saying? I still reside in the old house at night, don't I? Yi Haichuan stepped forward, urging please come inside. Sherwan has just finished preparing dinner. I wouldn't dare step inside, the elderly woman retorted, her murky eyes glancing coldly at Yikong. Didn't you say that no one is allowed in without your daughter's permission? Baizhu nearly stood outside until she fainted from the heat. As an old woman, how could I possibly dare enter your home? Yi Baizhu, who had remained silent as if invisible, finally lifted her head, casting a swift glance at the two before pleadingly tugging at the elder's sleeve. Grandma, let us go back. Go back. This is still the Yi family's property. Everything belonging to the Yi family is rightfully yours. The elder's harsh reprimand was not yet over when Yikong had already turned to walk back into the house. Seeing her departing figure, the elder's chest heaved in frustration, trembling as she pointed at Yikong. You stop right there. Yikong abruptly halted. Before her, in the spacious kitchen, Fan Sherwan was still bustling about, serving dishes. The crab roe buns Yi Haichuan mentioned had already been placed on the table, though distant. They appeared tantalizing even in shadow under the warm glow of the lights. Yikong felt her appetite stir, yearning to indulge. Yet the presence of the two behind her only intensified her irritation. It had been a long time since she felt such impatience, weariness, disgust, and a dark malice. They were no longer family in her eyes, but rather an impediment, akin to refuse that she wished to dispose of entirely. Turning her back to the last remnants of the golden sunset, Yikong slowly raised her eyes. Chapter 50. Are you happy? You old hag. Yikong. The name was spat from the elder's aged tongue, dripping with venom. Yi Haichuan felt a chill pass through him, stepping forward to shield the elder's gaze. Mom. Get away from me. The elder, for the first time, directed her disappointment and fury toward her eldest son. Her eyes filled with disbelief. I never realized you could be so heartless and callous. Since this calamity returned, not only have you cast aside Baizhu, whom you've raised for 20 years, but I, as your mother, have been rendered utterly insignificant in your eyes. Haven Ti. Yi Haichuan lowered his gaze in silence, and when he finally spoke, his voice was heavy. Mom, please calm down. Whatever you want to say, let us discuss it inside. Inside? How could I dare enter without your daughter's consent? The emphasis on your family dripped with sarcasm. Yi Haichuan pressed his fingers to his temples wearily, only to soil his hand with dirt. What do you wish to do then? We can't just stand here and become a laughingstock, can we? Since this calamity returned to the Yi family, we have already become the laughingstock of the entire Yuzhou.
Mom.
She is my daughter, not a calamity. She is still your granddaughter. She is not. The elder barked. She herself doesn't even acknowledge me as her grandmother. Am I to rush to accept this calamity as my granddaughter? Are you unaware of what transpired at the Wen family today? My old friends have called me, saying this uncouth girl pushed Wen's adopted son into the water on their territory. That Wen Lian, who is already in poor health, has only just awakened after fainting. The elder's expression was one of despair. How well did we get along with the Wen family? Even if Wen didn't acknowledge the engagement, it did not affect the cordial ties between our families. But look at what she has done since her return. Wen would be willing to marry her, but alas. She scoffed. Now, Wen is a cripple who can no longer inherit the family title. What use is it to acknowledge the engagement now? Her return has brought us not a shred of benefit, but rather calamity to the Wen family. Her cold, murky gaze pierced past Yi Haichuan, targeting the unmoving figure of Yikong. Yikong, after committing such an atrocious act, do you not feel a shred of guilt? And you? She glared at Fan Sherwan, who had just emerged. What are you thinking? Cooking and gardening here, as if nothing has happened? Fan Sherwan, having only heard part of the conversation, quickly interjected. Mom, it's not necessarily Kong's fault. Good heavens. The elder pressed her hand to her chest, breathing rapidly. Have you all gone mad along with her? Her face, marred by anger and disbelief, twisted as she pointed a trembling finger at Yikong. This calamity. She first made me faint twice, then forced Baizhu to stand under the scorching sun until she fainted, and now she's off committing murder in someone else's home.
Mom.
What do you mean by murder? When Ken himself said that Kong did not push him, can Wen Can's words still be taken seriously? Who among the Wen family stands by his side apart from that old hag? The elder's voice rose higher and sharper than Fan Sherwan's, cutting her off. I have long suspected that this calamity ensnared Wen Can through some means. You all think she has found a great support and dare to flaunt before me. Yet do you not see Wen Can's current predicament? Were it not for his status as a useless man, would he even glance at Yikong? The elder's malicious gaze fixed upon Yi Kong's back. When I agreed to let her return, it was solely to have her replace Baizhu in marrying that hopeless cripple. Baizhu has been pampered by the Yi family for 20 years. How could she endure such hardship? And now look, she has caused such a ruckus in the Wen family. Infuriating when wrong. I foresee that she won't even be able to marry that cripple, and you fools. She lamented, pulling Yi Baizhu close. You fools. You would allow this wretch to bully my Baizhu like this? You are utterly heartless. In the courtyard before the villa, silence reigned. The distant sun had completely dipped below the horizon, streetlights flickering to life, casting elongated, shadowy forms upon the ground. Meanwhile, Feng Shiwan stood behind, her hands, still damp from cooking, clenched into tight fists, her eyes rimmed with red, her chest heaving, rendered speechless. The elder outside the iron gate, however, seemed to bask in victory. Her grip on Yi Baizhu tightening, a haughty expression gracing her features. Now, the pressing matter is to appease Wen Rong and the Wen family. Although we need not fear them, they possess deeper roots and broader connections than we do. Should Wen Rong seek to make the Yi family pay for this incident, we will inevitably suffer considerable losses.
Oh.
The first to shatter the silence was, surprisingly, Yi Kong. She finally turned around, her tone laced with curiosity. Then what do you think I should do to appease them? Kong. Feng Shiwan stepped forward, but Yi Kong blocked her path without a glance. The elder outside the gate sneered. Naturally, you must go to apologize. Whatever they demand, you must comply. Even if they wish to accuse you of attempted murder and bring you to court, you must obediently take your place in the defendant's seat. She raised her chin slightly and added, of course, as long as you are sufficiently obedient, the Yi family can still exert some effort to ensure your comfort. After all, you are of Yi blood. I must say, I feel truly honored. The elder's flat tone ignited an irate response within her, and just as she was about to unleash a tirade, the sudden white noise emanating from her phone abruptly interrupted her, followed by a familiar sharp reprimand. Can Wen Can's words still hold any weight? Aside from that old matriarch, how many others in the Wen family stand by him? I have long wished to voice this. This calamity has ensnared Wen Can through some unknown means, and you all seem to believe she has found a formidable ally. Trembling before me with audacity, yet do you not consider the predicament in which Wen Can currently finds himself? Were he not rendered a mere shadow of his former self, would he ever deign to look at Yi Kong? My consent for her return was solely to have him substitute for Baozhu, marrying that hopeless invalid. Baozhu has been coddled by my Yi family for 2 decades. How could she endure such hardship? Yet now, she has committed such an act within the Wen household, inciting Wen Rong's wrath. I foresee that she will be unable to marry even that invalid. The phone screen emitted a soft glow, and the venomous voice from the recording reverberated throughout the quiet courtyard. The elder outside the iron gate stood in stunned silence. Her murky gaze reflecting the sight of the girl, had bowed, operating her phone. She even muttered incantations while typing. Let me see, where is Wen Can's WeChat? Found it.
Send. Ok. Successfully dispatched.
I should remind him to let his grandmother listen to the recording. Moments later, the phone vibrated twice, and Yi Kong tapped the screen. Wen Can's deep, cold voice resonated in the night. Understood. Yi Kong then paused her fingers and lifted her gaze. Her pitch-black eyes glinted with a chilling light under the illumination, yet bore a faint smile as they met the elder's gaze. Look, he said, he understood. Yi Kong waved her phone at the elder outside. Are you pleased, you decrepit old woman? Chapter 51. Sometimes humanity truly baffles me. The elder stared at her in disbelief, momentarily paralyzed until a muffled gasp escaped her chest. Once again, she toppled over. Amidst Yi Baozhu's screams, Yi Haichuan's temples throbbed with rage, and Feng Sivan stood aghast. Only Yi Kong suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth growing louder and more unrestrained. Feng Sivan, who had been about to step forward, froze in astonishment, watching the girl laugh uncontrollably as if shrouded by some unseen, terrifying shadow, causing her to involuntarily hold her breath. At a certain moment, Yi Kong abruptly ceased her laughter without warning. All the exuberant emotions vanished in an instant, as if torn from a sticky surface, leaving behind a chilling void. Her inorganic gaze fixed disdainfully upon the fallen figure. It was evident she would be infuriated to the point of fainting, yet she chose to seek out her own torment. She tilted her head expressionlessly. Sometimes, humanity truly baffles me. Are they masochists? For a fleeting moment, her eyes met Yi Baozhu's gaze. which was filled with fear and concealed hatred, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. "I never hinder those who seek their own demise," she murmured softly, no longer inclined to bestow a glance upon the two, turning to enter the house while fiddling with her phone. As she passed Fong Sivan, she politely remarked, "Mom, I'm hungry. I'll eat first." Fong Sivan watched her enter, slowly responding with an absent "oh," adding dully, "Be careful with the crab roe buns. Don't burn yourself." "Understood." Gazing at the figure that sat down at the dining table, seemingly lost in the delightful aromas, Fong Sivan shivered lightly, yet profound sorrow welled up in her eyes. Yi Kong dined heartily, taking a prolonged stroll in the villa area to aid digestion before returning home. Only Fong Sivan was present. Yi Haichuan had taken the elder to the hospital, and it was said that Yi Zhen and the others had hurried back as well. This time, the elder had even been admitted to the emergency room. When Fong Sivan relayed this news to Yi Kong, she didn't even flutter her eyelids, responding with a casual "oh." The living room was brightly lit, the television sounds adding a touch of liveliness to the spacious villa. Fong Sivan sat nearby, lost in thought for a long while, when she suddenly heard a faint voice. "If you have something to say, just say it." Startled, she turned to look. Yi Kong was still engrossed in her phone. Yet the words had indeed come from her. "If you want to ask, just ask, otherwise, you might have a sleepless night." Fong Sivan bit her lip, cautiously initiating the conversation. "What are you playing?" Yi Kong paused for a moment, illuminating her phone screen for her. A kaleidoscope of colors filled the display. Small squares adorned with diverse floral patterns, some of which seemed to bloom incessantly, exuding an oddly whimsical charm. "It's a match-3 game." Due to Yi Zhen's connections in the entertainment industry, Fong Sivan had some familiarity with online trends and immediately recognized the game. Yi Kong retracted her phone, nodding obediently before continuing to play. Fong Sivan hesitated, inching closer to observe her gameplay. Yi Kong's speed was impressive. Her fingers danced across the screen, effortlessly clearing away most of the flowers in the grid, but for some reason, her speed dwindled as she progressed further. Fong Sivan instinctively wanted to assist her, yet she couldn't discern where to tap. Ultimately, she failed the level. As the screen faded to gray, a sharp laugh erupted, and a colossal, colorful clown plummeted from the top of the screen, cackling boisterously, startling Fong Sivan. "You lost! You lost! Yi Kong, you lost!" The clown danced and clapped on the screen, laughing hysterically. Yi Kong's expression darkened, and with a decisive tap, she silenced the screen. Fong Sivan blinked. "Isn't this a casual game? Someone else made it for me. For you alone?" Fong Sivan chuckled. "Are they a friend?" Yi Kong seemed to ponder for a moment. "Not really, we are partners." "Partners?" Fong Sivan's curiosity piqued. "In what way?" "In many ways." Yi Kong's pupils momentarily lost focus, as if recalling something, but she quickly turned to Fong Sivan. "Is that all you wanted to ask? I thought you had more pressing inquiries." Fong Sivan fell silent, and after a long pause, she gently said, "Baby, I want to know how you feel."
Huh?
Yi Kong appeared puzzled. "About what?" "About facing your grandmother, and facing Baozhu. What do you think?" Yi Kong contemplated for a moment. "I haven't thought much about it. After all, I don't regard her as my grandmother, just some inexplicable old woman who loves to trouble me. As for Yi Baozhu, considering your perspective, I've been quite decent to her." Yi Kong asserted, "I rarely have anyone I genuinely dislike, and for those I do, I usually find ways to make them pay. Tolerating her, until now, has already reached my limit. And what do you wish to do next?" Her dark eyes shifted slowly to Fong Sivan, once again bearing that distant and frigid gaze, yet soon, she childishly turned her head away. "I want to tell you. If I do, you'll have to think of ways to protect her." Fong Sivan was rendered speechless, a faint chill creeping into her heart. After a prolonged silence, Yi Kong sensed something amiss and glanced at her. Under the soft light, Fong Sivan had silently shed 2 transparent tears. Yi Kong froze, but her expression turned cold in an instant. "Why are you crying? Are you afraid for Yi Baozhu?" Yet, as soon as she spoke, the woman suddenly enveloped her in a tight embrace. It was an incredibly firm embrace, the soft warmth of her body locking Yi Kong securely within her slender arms, while the woman's tears soaked into her collar, trickling down her delicate spine, sending a shiver through her. "Baby, how did you grow up?" Fong Sivan sobbed. "If only I hadn't lost you, could you be 1,000 times more carefree than you are today? I yearn to uncover the intricacies of your past, to envision the visage of your childhood, to ascertain whether you diligently pursued your studies, if you faced any torment from your peers at school, whether you had adequate nourishment and rest, If there were guardians who cherished and protected you, while simultaneously, dear mother, I am engulfed by trepidation. I fear that your existence may be less favorable than I could ever imagine, and the thought of it sends my heart into turmoil. It is I who have wronged you, and my parents as well. What recourse do you possess, and how might I atone for my transgressions? Tears cascade ever more fervently, saturating Yi Kong's attire, as if under the spell of some peculiar magic, rendering her immobile within this embrace for what feels like an eternity. Eventually, she musters the strength to raise her hand, awkwardly patting the woman's back once, then again, as if attempting to soothe a cold, unfeeling machine. Resting her chin upon the woman's shoulder, her eyelids lowered, she softly and evenly uttered, "It's all right. I'm doing quite well.
Please do not weep."
In response to the desire for reconciliation, Yi Kong reciprocated the embrace, whispering, "Of course, I can. That is precisely why I am here." Chapter 52. Henceforth. You are my dog. The sunset was painted in hues of gray, with wispy clouds tracing the silhouettes of crows perched upon the branches. A magnificent house stood amidst the rosy twilight, its entrance a sea of blossoms, encircling a man clad as a farmer and a languid girl. It should have been a summer evening imbued with warmth and serenity, yet for reasons unknown, Yi Kong's artistic rendering transformed it into a foreboding twilight hour. From the very moment her brush met the canvas, she sensed something amiss, yet she always allowed her instincts to guide her art, never pandering to her own desires. She painted from intuition, and by the time she laid down the final stroke, the hour had advanced into the early morning. Gazing at the completed piece for a prolonged moment, Yi Kong inscribed the title Twilight in the lower right corner. Indeed, it must have been the impending appearance of that old woman that cloaked the scene in her memory with an ominous filter. Satisfied with this explanation, she relinquished her brush to wash her hands. Upon returning to her bed, her phone vibrated twice, emitting a soft whimper. She picked it up to discover a message from an unfamiliar number consisting of a mere single character. Good. For reasons unbeknownst to her, it struck her as somewhat burdensome. Following this inexplicable intuition, she pondered for a moment before a realization dawned upon her. Surprised, she promptly responded, "Lin Xinzhou. It's me." Upon seeing the ellipsis, Yi Kong chuckled heartily. "What does your good signify? Are you feigning ignorance?" I see now. That's your response to my prior request, correct? So, will you be my dog or my slave?" Silence ensued from the other end. Yi Kong reclined comfortably on her bed, her hands sprawled out. Until several minutes later, when her phone chimed incessantly. She answered the call without activating the speaker. Yet the voice that erupted from the other end was enough to shatter her eardrums. "Yi Kong, don't go too far. What kind of pervert are you?" The call was abruptly terminated. Unfazed, Yi Kong added the unfamiliar number on WeChat and, once verified, cast her phone aside. Meanwhile, Lin Xinzhou, in her own room, fidgeted restlessly, having waited for over 10 minutes without a follow-up, finally succumbing to the urge to send another message. Though it contained only a single period, Lin Xinzhou. No response. She could no longer contain herself. "Lin Xinzhou. Why aren't you speaking?" "Lin Xinzhou. What do you mean? At least tell me what you intend to do." "Lin Xinzhou. Just to clarify, I want to partake in any acts of murder or arson." "Lin Xinzhou. Of course, I wouldn't push anyone into the water either. I am a law-abiding citizen." Upon reading this, Yi Kong felt a flicker of interest and decided to return the call. 3 beeps later, the call was answered. In the midst of a silence filled with awkward breaths, Yi Kong remained undeterred and asked, "Knowing full well that I pushed someone into the water at the Wen family, you still dare to accept my terms?" She lounged on her bed, staring at the ceiling, lazily remarking, "You've got quite the audacity, Miss Lin. It's all for the sake of music." Lin Xinzhou's tone was fraught with embarrassment and burdened with indignation. "I warn you, my family is connected to the police. If you dare to involve me in any illegal activities, you'll find yourself in a world of trouble." Yi Kong let out a suppressed laugh. "Would instructing you to bark like a dog count as an illegal act?" Lin Xinzhou was incredulous. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, Yi Kong's languid voice echoed through the receiver. "By the way, I forgot to mention, aside from the suona, I dabble in guitar and bagpipes. Oh, and I can play a bit of drums too." The flames of her indignation were swiftly extinguished as Lin Xinzhou gritted her teeth. "I demand to assess your skills. That's acceptable, but the schedule will be determined by me." Yi Kong chuckled. "Then from this moment on, Miss Lin, you are my dog. Be prepared to respond to my summons at any moment." In a heartbeat, the call was terminated. In her bedroom, Lin Xinzhou furiously pounded her pillow and flailed at the air, her expression a mask of rage, yet she dared not utter a sound. Over an hour later, she succumbed to sleep, her eyes brimming with humiliating tears. In her dreams, she encountered Yi Kong, grinning maliciously, one hand wielding a whip and the other a bone, issuing imperious commands. Go, fetch my shoes. Lin Xinzhou awoke in terror, the chilling sound of a relentless ringtone piercing the veil of her slumber. Dazed, she answered the phone, greeted by the very voice from her nightmare. It was sweet and soft, laced with the remnants of sleep, and accompanied by a gentle smile. It's time to rise. Miss Lin, come play with me today. In the modest yet elegant Lin family villa, a piercing scream erupted, startling the Lin family brother, who was dressing for work, causing him to drop his hat as he dashed upstairs. Xiao Zhou, what's wrong? Oblivious to the chaos she had incited, Yi Kong stood at the entrance of the long-neglected Yi residence, awaiting the return of the legendary old Master Yi. As she set her phone down, a classic black Mercedes rolled into view. Before she could contemplate the significance, a previously languid line of servants suddenly stood at attention, forming two neat rows until the Mercedes came to a halt, and an elderly gentleman clad in a long suit emerged. All bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Master?" Yi Kong mused. It seems the dramas depicting domineering CEOs are indeed drawn from life. Even if this is an elderly magnate, it does not diminish his imposing presence. She gazed forward and met the penetrating gaze of the old man. His face, etched with deep lines, bore the marks of age. Yet his excessively sharp eyes lent him a youthful vigor, akin to a lion whose body has withered, yet whose spirit remains robust. Yi Kong instinctively felt a sense of danger, and the nearby Fong Sivan tightened her grip on her hand. The old man had traversed past the bowing servants and approached her. I was in California surfing with old friends, planning to attend an auction in Los Angeles tonight. But upon hearing that your grandmother was admitted to the emergency room, I had to hastily alter my plans. Do you have any idea of the magnitude of my loss? Outside, another vehicle arrived. It was Yi Haichuan and Yi Baozhu, who had kept vigil at the hospital all night. The man appeared weary, dark circles under his eyes, but his demeanor remained calm and detached as he addressed the elderly gentleman with a simple, "Dad." Yi Baozhu, trembling, managed to utter, "Grandfather," after a prolonged silence. The old man scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Haichuan, useless. Then, turning his attention to Yi Kong, he remarked, "I hear you refuse to acknowledge your grandmother?" Yi Kong fell silent for a few seconds before responding in a tone devoid of inflection. "Please do not portray me as a petulant child. It is not that I refuse. Rather, I do not perceive her as my grandmother." The elder ceased to speak. The atmosphere grew tense in the stillness, tightening like a string drawn taut. Yet, in those lion-like, piercing eyes, Yi Kong did not even blink, returning the gaze with an expression of utter indifference. Chapter 53. The Peculiar Lin Zhenzu. After a long while, the elder suddenly broke into laughter. "All right, considering you managed to deal with Wen Can. That lad is notoriously difficult." When the news reached him, Old Wen was so shocked he shattered his wine glass. The elder turned towards the manor, leaving a faint warning. "Remember, family is always of the utmost importance. I do not care how much discord arises among you. Anyone who dares to harm the Yi family should brace themselves for retribution." The elder returned to the Yi residence, but a mere 10 minutes later, swiftly departing again with Yi Haichuan, reportedly to visit old Madame Yi. "Your grandfather, Fong Sivan, is somewhat difficult to articulate," she explained to Yi Kong. "He is rather unique." Yi Kong replied, "I can see that. In any case, he is generally quite reasonable. Just remember, for him, the interests of the Yi family always take precedence." "And what about the old lady? Isn't he supposed to be very obedient to her?" Fong Sivan hesitated briefly at Yi Kong's casual reference to the old lady before responding. "The matriarch is secondary. However, if her interests conflict with those of the Yi family, he will not hesitate to reprimand her as well. Who holds more power in the Yi family now, my father or that old man?" "Your father is the one in actual control of the group, but within the family, your grandfather still wields greater authority," Fong Sivan struggled to articulate. "The primary reason is that he is not afraid to administer physical punishment. Your second uncle, despite his age, was soundly beaten in front of everyone at last year's board meeting." Yi Kong remarked, "Everyone in the Yi family, apart from you and me, has received a beating from him." Fong Sivan continued, "Even your father has endured quite a few blows from him in the past, and your brother is particularly unfortunate." Yi Kong interjected, "What are you all discussing? I seem to have heard my name mentioned?" Yi Jin strode in from outside. casually grabbing a bun from the table and stuffing it into his mouth. We were talking about your grandfather returning, Fong Sivan replied, pausing mid-bite. The golden-haired man swallowed the food in a few gulps, as if he had heard nothing. I might have to stay at the filming location for a few days. Yi Kong, do you want to join me? Or should I send a car to pick you up each day? Yi Kong regarded him with a peculiar look and shook her head after a moment. No, thank you. Aren't you bored being alone? We are heading to another city. It would be a perfect opportunity for a business trip. Initially, it sounded rather dull, but after visiting your workplace, I realized that your daily routine is even more monotonous. At that moment, her phone vibrated, and Yi Kong glanced at it, tilting her head towards the window. Lin Zinzu, clad in sunglasses and a mask, appeared furtively at the door. Yi Kong smiled and waved at her. Look, I have another companion now. Half an hour later, Yi Kong arrived at a dessert shop in the Lin family's vehicle. While she selected her treats, Lin Zinzu hid behind her, anxious about encountering someone familiar. Just as Yi Kong finalized her choices, Lin Zinzu, with a disgruntled expression, prepared to pay, only to find Yi Kong had already scanned the code. Seeing her approach, Yi Kong inquired, do you want to eat as well? Before Lin Zinzu could respond, Yi Kong had already selected a pastry from the counter, paid, and handed it to her. Consider this a celebration of your official appointment. Dumbfounded, Lin Zinzu looked down to see a delicately crafted dessert resembling a bone. Grinning wickedly at her, Lin Zinzu exclaimed, so this is to celebrate my official appointment as a dog. You perverted fiend. She dared not voice her anger as she clutched the box, mentally preparing herself for a long time before asking, where are we headed? Just stop at the nearest bus station. The driver complied. Lin Zinzu, bewildered, followed Yi Kong off the bus and boarded an old public transport vehicle. The bus swayed and jerked, weaving through the bustling streets, delineating the vast expanse of the city. Lin Zinzu had assumed Yi Kong would take the opportunity to verbally belittle her or command her to perform some outrageous tasks, such as barking like a dog. To her surprise, Yi Kong remained silent throughout, as if she were oblivious to Lin Zinzu's presence. Simply gazing out the window with a tranquility that resembled a long still pond in a deep forest, serene yet unfathomably deep, leaving Lin Zinzu utterly perplexed regarding her thoughts. Lin Zinzu was not particularly loquacious. Others often remarked on her reticence and aloofness. However, the hours of silence became unbearable, prompting her to finally inquire, what exactly are we doing? Why take the bus when we have a car? The still waters were disturbed by a stone, and Yi Kong seemed to awaken from her reverie, glancing at her with a dazed expression. What do you mean? Don't tell me you just remembered I exist? Lin Zinzu's expression froze. Oh, Yi Kong averted her gaze, sidestepping the question. I plan to reside in Yuzhou long-term, so I wish to familiarize myself with the city.
Hey.
What do you mean by changing the subject? Have you truly forgotten I am here? To truly understand a city, the best and quickest way is to board a bus and allow it to take us anywhere. As she spoke, she gestured towards the window, you see? From the day I arrived in Yuzhou until now, I had no idea there were such places here. Lin Zinzu followed her gaze. Against the backdrop of distant skyscrapers lay a dilapidated old district. Tangles of electrical wires and overflowing trash bins were strewn across every dim alley. The shop signs along the street had mostly faded, and children dressed in tattered shirts licked melting popsicles while playing on antiquated arcade machines. The raucous, coarse sounds of the games permeated the sweltering air, and without needing to open a window, the street was one where the stench of the sun-baked refuse could be perceived visually. Lin Zinzu stared in astonishment, involuntarily exclaiming, I've lived in Yuzhou for so many years and never knew there were such places. Perhaps it was just an illusion. But Lin Zinzu seemed to catch a hint of laughter, like a droplet of dew formed from the night, falling from the oldest, tallest tree in the forest. It resonated coolly in the tranquil waters. Yet, when she turned to look, those dark eyes had reverted to their tranquil state. Lin Zinzu scratched her head. So, is this all we are doing today?
She felt as though she might grow sore from sitting.
Not quite. Yi Kong glanced at her watch. I still need to find someone today. Who are you looking for? What for? Yi Kong shot her a look. Miss Lin, do you still remember you are a dog? Lin Zinzu silently clenched her fists, desperately suppressing the urge to retaliate. I almost thought you had an intriguing story behind those eyes. But it turns out you are just an insufferable nuisance. After casually stopping at a noodle shop for lunch, their bus journey continued until evening. Ultimately, Yi Kong followed her phone's navigation through a chaotic and noisy neighborhood, coming to a halt before a bar. She looked up at the sign above. A newspaper office. Indeed, it was a bar named A Newspaper Office. Lin Xinzu was thoroughly skeptical of her eyesight. Are you sure the person you are looking for is here? Without answering her question, Yi Kong had already stepped inside. Chapter 54. She is the sky, I am the fog. As evening descended, the nearby barbecue joints illuminated their signs, releasing the piquant aroma of spices that wafted into the bar's entrance, only to be swiftly eclipsed by the more potent scent of alcohol emanating from within. The dance floor was sparsely populated. A malfunctioning blue disco ball flickered erratically, casting intermittent light upon a handful of patrons at the bar, a rotating cabinet brimming with bottles, and a stage occupied by 2 or 3 musicians. Is this truly a bar? Lin Xinjiao hurried a few steps to catch up with Yi Kong, her eyes darting around in astonishment. I have never been to such a shabby bar. That sound system looks like it could fall at any moment. Yi Kong followed her gaze upward, noting a cumbersome speaker precariously hanging from the ceiling, swaying dangerously just as Lin looked at it. She too felt a twinge of surprise, her eyes narrowing slightly as she checked her phone again to confirm the address, exhaling a resigned sigh before resuming her search through the dilapidated establishment. Lin Xinjiao, perplexed by what Yi Kong was seeking, remained silent, for a dog has no right to question. She trailed closely behind Yi Kong, scouring the most obscure nooks and crannies. After 10 minutes, Lin Xinjiao could no longer contain herself. Do you really think someone would be hiding behind a garbage bin? Are you looking for a person or a rat? No sooner had she uttered these words than Yi Kong pushed aside a decorative wooden barrel, revealing a dark entrance. Lin Xinjiao gaped in disbelief, while Yi Kong exhibited no hint of surprise, instead glancing upward. Above, an old-fashioned camera blinked its red light ominously, akin to a watchful eye. Suddenly, the dark entrance illuminated with a dim yellow light, revealing a long staircase that spiraled downward. As Yi Kong prepared to descend, Lin Xinjiao seized her sleeve. Are you really going to venture into such a bizarre place? Lin Xinjiao swallowed hard, struggling to articulate what could possibly be down there. Why would the person you're searching for be in such a location? Surely it isn't a fugitive murder? I should tell you, my family has connections with the police. Yi Kong paused, letting out a chilling laugh as Lin Xinjiao trembled. You guessed correctly. The person I seek is indeed a deranged killer. If you're frightened, it would be best to leave now, and we can consider our agreement nullified. You needn't seek me out again. With that, she descended. Lin Xinjiao stood frozen for a few seconds, recalling the sound of the swona she had heard that day, before reluctantly following her down the stairs. The soles of her shoes echoed coldly against the metal steps. Only when they emerged from the pitch-black passage, enveloped by the warm orange light, did they hear a loud pop. Before Yi Kong could react, Lin Xinjiao, holding her phone flashlight, let out a shriek. Someone has been murdered. She plopped down on the stairs, her finger instinctively pressing the prepared dial button. It was only when a voice answered, inquiring about her well-being, that Lin Xinjiao realized no shooting had occurred as she had imagined. Yi Kong stood unscathed before her, while the source of the gunshot-like sound was merely a firework. Confetti rained down upon them, and the person holding the fireworks blinked in surprise. Surprise? She tilted her head, glancing at Lin Xinjiao, who appeared dazed. You actually brought someone along? How unusual. At that moment, Lin Xinjiao finally grasped her surroundings. They were in a modest studio, featuring 3 or 4 workstations adorned with graffiti, a cabinet teetering under the weight of books and magazines, and a dimly lit chandelier. The 2 individuals, a man and a woman, who turned to look at Lin Xinjiao due to her scream, appeared perfectly normal. However, the woman before her seemed somewhat eccentric. Dressed in a tank top and loose-fitting trousers, one pant leg longer than the other, her curly hair was haphazardly twisted into a bun with a pen. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses with a chain dangled from her nose, and her left ear sported a row of silver studs while a light green leaf-shaped earring dangled from her right. She resembled a chaotic canvas, vibrant yet unkempt. Yet, her facial features were striking, her chin was pointed, and her large eyes, even obscured by glasses, were captivating. Xiao, what's wrong? The brother's voice jolted Lin Xinjiao back to reality. Her heart raced, though her breathing steadied. Nothing, or at least I shouldn't be in any trouble, she replied hesitantly, slowly standing up. Minutes later, Lin Xinjiao sat down beside Yi Kong, both of them playfully swatting at the confetti above. The peculiar woman soon brought them 2 glasses of water. Lin Xinjiao took a sip, grimacing at the excessive sweetness. It's too sweet, you. Indeed. It seems to be a lethal dose of sweetness that normal people cannot endure, yet Yi Kong relished it. Lin Xinjiao watched as the woman chuckled, then pulled out a poster from her chaotic workspace, handing it to Lin Xinjiao. Miss Lin, you needn't worry for your safety. This is not some hideout for murderers. We are a legitimate company with a business license. The poster was a job advertisement. The company was named Huaya Magazine, with two sections called Shamon Daily and Yuzhou Wins, both seeking reporters. Lin Xinjiao was taken aback. Though she had never heard of Huaya Magazine, Shamon Daily and Yuzhou Wins were quite renowned. The former was even subscribed to by her brother, reputed to be more detailed and incisive than government-run dailies. As for Yuzhou Wins, it was famous in high society for its sharp commentary and scandalous exposés, with several prominent figures having been incensed by its publications, yet no one could determine its location, leading many to speculate whether it was operated by insiders. Lin Xinjiao could hardly believe that she had stumbled upon the physical entity of Yuzhou Wins, which eluded so many. You run both newspapers? Indeed. The woman smiled, gesturing to herself. I am the owner and editor-in-chief, without a doubt. What is your name? Lin Xinjiao inquired cautiously.
Zhou.
Shu, as in the character for mistake, like in Zhou Lengu? Lin Xinjiao furrowed her brow, finding the name peculiar. No, it's Wu as in fog. The woman slid barefoot across the carpet, gliding her chair next to Yikong, wrapping her arm around her shoulders and spinning her around until they both faced Lin Xinjiao, flashing a toothy grin. I am the fog, and she is the sky. It sounds like we belong to the same realm, doesn't it? Lin Xinjiao. What to do with such confusion? One might think your name was inspired by Yikong. Yikong, however, seemed accustomed to her antics, expressionless as she brushed off the woman's arm. I did not come to find you just to listen to your nonsense. She surveyed the surroundings with disdain. With the amount of money invested, this is what you've produced? One might think it's a beggar's den. Hey, don't judge a company by its appearance. Chu Wu retorted, tilting her chin towards Lin Xinjiao. You tell her, Miss Lin. Are these two newspapers I run not well known in Yuzhou? Lin Xinjiao nodded, but then suddenly realized something, exclaiming in shock. Invest? What do you mean? Do you have a stake in this newspaper? Chapter 55, The Eccentric Editor-in-Chief. Don't get it twisted, Yikong said languidly, resting her chin on her hand. I only provide the funding. I have not participated in management or operations. Before coming here, I didn't even know the company's name. She spoke, pulling out a newspaper from the table and clicking her tongue in disdain. This sensational gossip does not align with my aesthetic at all. Lin Xinjiao leaned over to take a look. It was the latest issue of Yuzhou Wind, and the headline boldly proclaimed, When will the wife-chasing crematorium commence? Yi Er and Tong Xiaoyu separate, once again. The title was enlarged and bolded, taking up nearly half the front page. Below it was another headline, Yuzhou's love triangle. Li Yin and Du Ruowei in a cold war for 3 days. The driver's daughter seizes the opportunity to show concern. Followed by, When Ken transforms into a dark overlord after his disability, suspected of having a wheelchair with spirit-polluting capabilities? Lin Xinjiao found it hard to fathom how such a newspaper could gain popularity among the elite. She was at a loss for words, but Chu Wu cherished the newspaper, pulling it back and eagerly unfolding it. What do you know? The wealthier people are, the more they revel in extravagance and melodrama. Just look at your brother's tumultuous CP. They've been breaking up and getting back together for years, yet they've earned me quite a bit of money. Whose brother? Chu Wu paused, suddenly leaning closer and asking, You haven't called him brother yet, have you? He slapped me. We are fated to be estranged in this lifetime. Yikong's tone was languid, but Lin Xinjiao could see Chu Wu's expression change little by little. He hit you? The tone was light, yet Lin Xinjiao felt an inexplicable chill as she gazed at Yikong's face, devoid of expression under the dim light. Yikong shot Chu Wu a glance. What's wrong? Are you planning to help me retaliate? No. How could I dare?
Chu Wu looked again,
Her previous demonic expression seeming like an illusion. With a radiant smile, she declared, I just had a sudden burst of inspiration and know exactly what the next front page headline should be. Take it easy. If your hatred stretches too far, I can't assist you. You underestimate me too much. The idle chatter ceased. Yikong, growing impatient, extended her palm, reminding her of what she was supposed to give. Chu Wu puffed her cheeks and reluctantly pulled out a card from her pocket, placing it in Yikong's palm. It contains your dividends from these past few years. I made a small investment and earned a little more. Yikong revealed a satisfied expression, ready to take the card back, but Chu Wu deftly snatched it back. Yikong. Her face darkened instantly. Are you messing with me? It's not that I'm unwilling to give you money. Chu Wu exclaimed. I know what you want to do with the money. You want to open a studio, right? I could help you with that too. Why must you do it alone? She slammed her palms on the table, leaning over to Yi Kong's face, closing the distance between them. Are you trying to cut ties with me? From the very first day you arrived in Yuzhou, I urged you to come see me. If I hadn't said I wouldn't give you money if you didn't come, you wouldn't even be here now. Were you planning to take the card and then sever ties with me? You say you want to open a studio? With your whimsical, feeling-based approach. What kind of studio can you possibly run? Don't you know I started this magazine so that one day you could freely publish everything you wanted to draw here? I could even make you money effortlessly. What is wrong with me? Why do you want to fly solo? Look at my dark circles. Do you have a conscience? Lin Xinzhou was left speechless. Under the dim chandelier, Yi Kong leaned back in her chair, while Chu Wu had her nose almost touching Yi Kong's. She even seemed intent on pressing closer. Yi Kong, unable to endure any longer, pushed her away. It's precisely because you're so obsessive that I don't want to meet you. Her expression was impassive as she glanced at Lin Xinzhou. The latter's eyes and mouth formed an O shape, but when she caught Yi Kong's gaze, she abruptly looked away, retreating slightly as if afraid of her proximity. Yi Kong, I'm not a lesbian. Yi Kong held back her temper, gritting her teeth. Even if I were, I wouldn't like someone as foolish as you. What did you say? What is wrong with me? Why do you disdain me?
Que vous screamed.
Yi Kong, gritting her teeth, seized her collar. Hand over the card. Chu Wu blinked. Then promise me to let me handle the studio business. You won't even need to put up the capital or find the talent. I'll work for you for free. Aren't you busy enough already? Isn't it good for young people to be a little busy? I like being busy.
No.
Yi Kong released her grip and turned away, her tone resolute. I will never work with you. Even if we don't work together, can't you just let me do things my way?
No.
Yi Kong's heart was as hard as iron, unwavering. The underground space fell into silence, only the old air conditioning fan struggling to turn. 1, 2, 3 seconds later, as Lin Xinzhou, who had been holding her breath, nervously observing the situation, suddenly saw a blur before her eyes. Her head spun, and upon focusing again, she noticed Chu Wu, who had been standing, now lying on the ground. She howled like a child, flailing her arms and legs, quickly rolling over on the floor. I don't care. If you don't agree, I'll lie here until I starve to death. I'll lie here until I die. I'm going to rub myself on the carpet until I ignite and burn to death. I'll write your name in blood on the ground, so everyone knows I died with grievances, and the culprit is you. Lin Xinzhou. Yi Kong. Yi Kong turned expressionlessly to the two employees who looked as if they wanted to shrink into a corner. Hey, aren't you going to manage your boss? Do you think we can? One disheveled girl raised her head, meeting Yi Kong's gaze for a moment before hastily looking down, her voice barely audible. Besides, aren't you also our boss? Only you can manage her. If she wasn't mistaken, there was a deep sympathy hidden in their eyes. Yi Kong. It's precisely because I knew it would turn out like this that I didn't want to come. She looked down at the idiot still rolling on the ground, stepped on her backside, and spoke coldly. I'm giving you a week's time. I want to publish the first chapter of my first long comic. And the requirement is... She curled her lips coolly. The magazine publishing the comic must be placed prominently in every bookstore in Yuzhou. I want to explode in popularity overnight. I want the entire network, I want the whole city of Yuzhou discussing my comic. If you can do that, I'll hand over all my copyrights to you. Chu Wu froze as if someone had pressed the pause button on her. But the next second, she sprang up, her energy bursting forth like a spring tightly wound, exuding an unmistakable vibrancy as she lunged toward Yi Kong. I knew it. Her cheers were sharp, like the explosive sound of fireworks launching into the sky. Before Lin Xinzhou could cover her ears, Yi Kong had already kicked Chu Wu away, without hesitation. With a resounding thud, Chu Wu tumbled down, yet she still laughed heartily. After a good laugh, she lay on the ground, confidently declaring, "It's settled then." Minutes later, the three settled into a bar upstairs. A few more patrons had arrived, and the stage was lazily crooning folk melodies. The dreamy blue light illuminated the small, empty dining area. Yi Kong stepped out of the bar to call Fong Sivan and report her whereabouts, leaving only Chu Wu and Lin Xinzhou to exchange glances. Silence lingered for 2 minutes. It was during those 2 minutes that Lin Xinzhou realized that this seemingly offbeat, eccentric Chu Wu appeared rather serious in the absence of Yi Kong. Not serious, but rather aloof. Her uniquely stylish attire and accessories aside, her own gaze seemed perpetually distant, never resting earnestly on anyone. Just like now, even though they were staring at each other. Lin Xinzhou felt that the eyes behind those lenses weren't truly seeing her at all. However, this feeling was soon dissipated by the arrival of a server bringing drinks. The lemonade was placed on the table, and Chuwu picked it up to take a sip, then smiled naturally. "Miss Lin, you must try their lemonade. It is a special concoction from the owner and far superior to what you would find outside." As she spoke, she instructed the server to add a generous amount of honey to Yikong's glass. "Make it an extra lot." Lin Xinzhou drummed her fingers on the table, engaged in an internal struggle for a moment, and ultimately chose to indulge her curiosity. "Miss Chu, have you been responsible for the Yuzhou Wind and the Mountain Mist daily since their inception? Feel free to call me by my name." "There's no need for such formality," Chu Wu responded with a beaming smile. "Indeed, when we first started the magazine, I was merely a university student."
Ah.
Lin Xinzhou recalled that these two newspapers had been in circulation for at least 2 years, yet to her knowledge, Yikong had only come to Yuzhou for the first time this year. Lin Xinzhou fixed her gaze on Chu Wu and asked, "I am curious, how did you two, being in different cities, come to know each other? Were you perhaps internet friends? Would a normal person invest in a company with an internet acquaintance?" "Good question." Chu Wu snapped her fingers, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "This question illustrates the profound bond between Yikong and me. From the moment we met, it was destined for us to become lifelong companions." Lin Xinzhou's expression was one of incredulity. "Are you reciting poetry?" "No, not at all. It's just that explaining this question is rather complicated." Chu Wu sighed, resting her chin on her hand and twirling a silver stirring stick in her glass.
To simplify,
"We have known each other since childhood. She saved me once, granting me freedom and liberation. From that moment, I vowed to be her unwavering supporter." As the stirring stick clinked against the glass, her voice held a crisp, casual tone, yet it concealed an earnestness that bordered on fervor. "So, Miss Lin, do take care not to upset her." Chu Wu smiled at her, the green leaf-shaped earrings swaying gently by her cheeks. "After all, I am aware of a few secrets regarding your Lin family." Lin Xinzhou's eyes widened, and just as Chu Wu was about to reassure her, she noticed a look of vigilance and confusion on her face. "What? What secrets? Does my father talk to turtles? Do you know about my brother's superstitious beliefs regarding divination?" Chu Wu replied, "Wow, it seems I have stumbled upon quite a significant secret. I must jot this down." As Lin Xinzhou watched Chu Wu take out a small notebook to start recording, she asked, "What are you two discussing?" Yikong approached, taking a glass of lemonade from the server and sipping it with a look of satisfaction. "We're talking about how we met, got to know each other, and fell in love," Chu Wu replied. "Oh, right," Yikong said, looking down at Lin Xinzhou. "Weren't you going to evaluate my skills? There happens to be a band here, and I thought I might as well use this opportunity." She turned to walk toward the stage, but Chu Wu stopped her. "Put on your hat," she advised. "We wouldn't want you to be photographed." Yikong expressed mild disdain for her insistence, yet she reluctantly donned the hat. The two settled into a dimly lit dining area, watching as the young woman strode confidently toward the stage. She conversed with the band for a brief moment before they set down their instruments, leaving only Yikong, who sat alone with her guitar beneath the mesmerizing lights. "Wait." Lin Xinzhou suddenly realized, "I haven't even assigned a topic yet. Why is she taking the initiative? Is a topic even necessary? If she simply showcases her talent, it's hard not to be captivated," Chu Wu remarked, her hands cradling her chin, her gaze fixed ardently on the figure on stage. The intensity of her stare bordering on discomfort for Lin Xinzhou. "How exaggerated," she muttered. "You look like a lovesick fool or a brainwashed apprentice." Just then, Yikong's fingers moved on the guitar, tentatively strumming the strings. Lin Xinzhou felt a shiver run down her spine, instinctively straightening her posture. She noticed that the scattered patrons in the bar, including the bartender and the cleaner, were all drawn to the chaotic, dimly lit stage, as if a strange magnet had descended from the heavens. When her fingers grazed the strings, everyone was irresistibly captivated, unable to divert their attention even for a moment. In the profound silence, Yikong began to play. Her slender, elegant fingers danced across the gray strings, plucking, sweeping, and pressing down, releasing a melody that flowed like water. It evoked images of a golden expanse painted by the setting sun, where a lone cowboy, with a dirty bottle in hand, wandered drunkenly across the plains. It conjured visions of a tombstone, eternally at rest beneath glacial waters, where the deep blue waves reflected ancient sunlight, encapsulating lives and memories that had become part of a silent passage of time. It recalled an old, dilapidated orphanage surrounded by barbed wire, where children's white skirts fluttered in the wind, and their tattered dolls, with eyes as dark as their own, gazed silently at the soaring white birds above. While the distant city buzzed with life, the aroma of coffee and throngs of people feeling like a world apart. She envisioned fields of dandelions, their seeds scattering like white umbrellas in the sunlight, drifting toward a fated conclusion. Finally, as the last note faded into the air, a long moment passed before someone gasped in astonished silence, as if awakening from a profound dream. Lin Xinzhou sat motionless, her pupils frozen as she stared intently at Yikong, who was returning the guitar to the musicians, murmuring in a dazed tone, "What was that piece? I've never heard it before." "It's called The Box of Flowers," Chu Wu replied with a slight smile. "Did she compose it herself?" "Indeed. Who is she, really?" Lin Xinzhou asked again, still in a trance. Not far away, Yikong had declined the band's invitation for another song. 2 patrons applauded her, but she ignored them, pulling her hat down defiantly, appearing rather childlike. Observing her silhouette framed by the lights, Chu Wu's lips curved into a smile. She is Yikong, a truly remarkable and extraordinary individual. Chapter 57. Are you truly a genius? As soon as Yikong sat down at the table, Lin Xinzhou slammed her hand onto the surface, leaning forward eagerly. "You can compose independently?" The once reluctant Miss Lin was now bubbling with excitement. "When did you write this piece?" Yikong was taken aback, recalling for a moment before responding, "About 6 or 7 years ago, perhaps when I was 14. Lin Xinzhou was left speechless. "Could it be that you are genuinely a genius?" Yikong replied, unfazed, taking a sip of water. "I never deny that." Lin Xinzhou, though still in shock, felt an overwhelming urge to strike her. Fortunately, the server arrived promptly with the dishes, providing her a moment to collect herself. "With your ability to write such compositions and your playing prowess, you could easily gain fame and fortune purely through talent," Lin Xinzhou mused. "Why has the Yi family only now brought you back? They never hinted at your existence before this." "I must be blunt," she stated. "I find you 100 times more talented than that pampered Yi Baozhu. She merely fills a spot in our band. If it weren't for the Yi family's financial backing, I wouldn't even consider her as our main pianist." Yikong paused with her spoon, casting a glance at Lin Xinzhou. "I've already told you that Yi Baozhu was switched at birth. She isn't truly a member of the Yi family, while I have only just been recognized."
What?
Lin Xinzhou gasped, shocked that the gossip was indeed true. "Isn't that just a wild fabrication you made to embarrass Yi Baozhu?" Yikong slowly set down her spoon and turned to ask, "What is the current rumor about me and Yuzhou?" Lin Xinzhou's gaze wandered, as whispers circulated that she was sent to a sanatorium from a young age due to mental illness and bipolar disorder. Now that the Yi family had taken her back, they presumed her afflictions had healed, only to discover a relapse. It was said that her sudden mania had led her to push Wen Lian into the water. Yikong. Chu Wu erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Haha, mental illness, bipolar disorder? In a way, they aren't entirely wrong." Yikong expressionlessly stuffed bread into Chu Wu's mouth, silencing her raucous laughter. "Quite well," Yikong stated flatly. "At this rate, I might just find a legitimate reason to commit murder in the future."
Well,
"That might not be too good, right?" Lin Xinzhou gasped in surprise. After dinner, Chu Wu accompanied the two to a bus stop on another street. "Remember to send me the content of the first chapter tonight," she reminded Yikong, who ignored her admonition, not even bidding farewell. Once seated in the back, she began to focus on her game. Meanwhile, outside the window, Chu Wu continued to wave frantically, even pointing to the hat atop her head. "I will never wash this hat again." Yikong, perverted lunatic. She gritted her teeth and averted her gaze. Yet the game on her phone was also created by a certain someone. Choosing to avoid annoyance, she turned off her phone and closed her eyes to rest. Lin Xinzhou sat behind her, watching the oddly shaped woman wave until she was no longer visible, feeling a twinge of emotion. It seemed she truly cherished you. "Of course, I am her boss. But surely it's more than that," Lin Xinzhou remarked. "The 2 newspapers she managed are quite renowned. Speaking of which, their publication must have generated a considerable profit, and there's a dedicated forum online with impressive traffic." She pondered, perplexed. Why is their company situated in such a dilapidated, small place with so few employees? "It's merely her peculiar preference," Yikong replied impatiently. "If you want to know more, ask her yourself. Didn't you exchange contacts just now?" She crossed her arms, eyes closed. "Now your master needs to sleep. Please don't disturb me." Lin Xinzhou, silent resignation as night fell. In the underground studio where all the employees had clocked out, Chu Wu sat alone at her workstation, eagerly rubbing her hands in front of the glowing screen. displaying an excitement that bordered on the eccentric. Finally, the day I've been waiting for has arrived. Just before disembarking, Yi Kong, who had only just awakened, was met with another bizarre question. Are you serious about that condition you proposed? To finalize the magazine's publication within a week and have it displayed prominently in every bookstore? She expressed disbelief. I don't know how skillful you are at drawing comics, but such feats depend on practical circumstances. Accomplishing all that in a week is simply fantastical. Yi Kong yawned, stood, and as she stepped off the bus, lazily remarked, It's precisely because it's impossible that I said it. She scoffed. You expect me to collaborate with that lunatic? Not a chance. Chu Wu, seated at her computer, stretched her neck and shoulders, chuckling. Since the day we started the magazine and established the forum, I've been preparing for this moment. Let the mortals tremble as they await the descent of the divine. At midnight, Yi Kong sent the comic's title and the first chapter's content to Chu Wu as promised, then collapsed into bed. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after midnight, a trending topic quietly ascended to the main list. The fairy tale manga artist Immortal Demon returns after 7 years. By the time Yi Kong awoke, this topic had soared to the top of the main list. Even on her secondary account, there were fans inquiring, Do you know the Immortal Demon? My childhood idol. She's actually going to serialize a comic. Yi Kong, expressionless, she furiously dialed Chu Wu's number. Who gave you permission to expose my pseudonym? With so many aliases, what's the harm in letting me reveal one?
replied.
Look how much your fans miss you. Isn't it nice to bring them some joy? Besides, I reviewed your comic outline, and I believe the style aligns perfectly with the Immortal Demon's previous works. She argued confidently. It's much better than letting them know you're Yuan Xiaoqi, right? Yi Kong. Call abruptly ended. Chu Wu wore a triumphant smile, leisurely rising to brew herself a cup of coffee. As she sipped her coffee, she noticed an employee surfing the web. The expansive computer screen was flooded with news related to the Immortal Demon. Upon realizing she was being observed, the employee, undeterred by potential salary deductions, excitedly asked, Boss, do you know the Immortal Demon? Chu Wu smirked mysteriously, taking a sip of coffee, and leisurely assumed a listening posture. I don't know. Please enlighten me. Chapter 58. The Genius Manga Artist. The previous night, Lin Xinjiao tossed and turned in her bedroom until dawn. Everything that transpired that day felt as surreal to her as Alice's adventures in Wonderland. First, she inexplicably spent an entire day on a bus with that lunatic, witnessing many crowded corners that seemed to exist in a different realm altogether. Then, she found herself in a peculiar bar, where she met an odd woman in a strange basement, who happened to be the elusive editor-in-chief of a renowned newspaper sought after by many. And this bizarre, enigmatic woman was, astonishingly, the collaborator of that lunatic Yi Kong. Before she could untangle the relationship between the two, she was struck by Yi Kong's musical prowess. An exquisite melody that compelled her to rush home and jot down the score, yet she felt something was amiss, unable to capture the essence of Yi Kong's style. By then, she had learned that Yi Kong could compose, perform, and draw, and she even discovered that Yi Kong was the true daughter of the Yi family, while the impostor Yi Baozhu had been running rampant for over a decade. This revelation brought forth a greater dilemma. During those 20 years of being swapped at birth, where had Yi Kong been, and what kind of life had she led? Had she met someone like Chu Wu during those years, and who else had she encountered? What stories had unfolded? An overwhelming curiosity ignited a restless creativity within Lin Xinjiao, compelling her to rise and compose at any moment. Such impulses were rare for her, and after a night of internal conflict, she finally succumbed to the allure of musical inspiration. After all, I stand to lose nothing. Even if it means being a slave by her side. Miss Lin abruptly sat up in bed, her expression twisting momentarily, yet she clenched her fists, convincing herself. Let it be a sacrifice for music. I aspire to be a great artist. Such resolve is essential. Once she fully convinced herself, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, allowing her to ponder Yi Kong's condition proposed to Chu Wu. After meticulously searching for information about Huaya magazine online, as well as the processes of comic production and distribution, she too began to believe in Yi Kong's unwavering cold smile. Achieving what she had demanded within a week was indeed utterly impossible. She deemed the request as nothing short of deliberate torment. Lin Xinjiao drifted off to sleep, cursing Yi Kong's character, only to awaken the next day at noon. Upon rising, she encountered the trending topic about the Immortal Demon's return. Perhaps having heard too much about comics in recent days, a peculiar premonition surged within Lin Xinjiao. After much hesitation, She ultimately decided to trust her instincts and sent a message to the friend she had added just yesterday. Lin Xinzhao, that immortal demon, could it be Kong? Over an hour later, a voice message finally came through in response. Lin Xinzhao clicked to listen, and Chu Wu's laughter rang with unbridled joy. Bingo! Lin Xinzhao mused. Even someone like him, who had little affinity for books in his childhood, held a vague recollection of that name. It belonged to an extraordinarily radiant fairy tale manga artist, whose brilliance had shone brightly before receding into obscurity for many years, yet still evoked tears from a significant number of adolescents of that era. There was even an encyclopedia entry for her online. The Undying Yao, whose true name remains undisclosed. A decade ago, she published her debut work, a fairy tale manga titled Flowers of the Galaxy, in a children's literature journal. In the subsequent 2 years, she released 12 short manga stories that sparked tremendous reactions among children and teenagers alike. 2 years later, her standalone volume titled Our Flower House was released, swiftly surpassing 10 million in sales, and it still holds the record for the highest sales in the realm of fairy tale manga. Yet, the most fervent discussions surrounding the Undying Yao were not merely about this. Upon becoming a sensational figure, countless media outlets sought to obtain first-hand information about her, but ultimately, no one succeeded in interviewing her, nor did anyone unveil her true identity. As inquiries about her proliferated in the realm of children's literature, the authorities, overwhelmed, finally released a morsel of information. First, the Undying Yao is merely a child under 12 years of age. Second, to protect the child's development, her guardians have refused all interviews and invasions of her privacy, hoping that media reporters grant her a safe space to grow. I still vividly remember my astonishment at that time. In the basement of a newspaper office, employees reminisced excitedly about the past. Do you understand the significance of that? I was already in my 3rd year of junior high, believing I had matured, only to learn that the manga creator I had followed for 2 years was, in fact, an elementary school student. I was nearly beside myself. She was an absolute genius. Like an aria, he lamented, at not even 12 years of age. She had already developed a distinctly unique personal style. Though her drawing skills were not yet perfect, her talent was unparalleled, surpassing that of many established masters. I can still recall numerous panels of her work. Another disheveled female employee couldn't help but join the conversation, acknowledging that, despite her youth, she evidently possessed her own ideas regarding panel layouts. Oh, you like her too? Of course. Who in our age group hasn't read The Undying Yao? Even my older sister in high school was a fan. I remember that the older fans of The Undying Yao even coined a new genre for her works called gray fairy tales. It was not as sinister as dark fairy tales that ruin childhood, but neither was it the naive and bright literature for children. Her imagination and artistic style perfectly matched this designation. I still possess merchandise from our flower house. The creatures in those stories were truly peculiar, both strange and beautiful. I have always felt that her art style bore a certain sharpness. After so many years, I wonder if it has changed. Is she really making a comeback? I can't help but wonder who is fortunate enough to obtain her authorization. Regardless of who it may be, I find myself unable to contain my excitement. My heart races. I wonder if her new work will follow the gray fairy tale theme, and if it's a serialized piece, it must surely be a lengthy one? My curiosity is piqued. Unbeknownst to me, Editor Chu, previously ignored by the employees, stood beside them with a coffee cup in hand, a subtle smile playing on her lips. She understood that similar conversations were undoubtedly unfolding in countless corners of the nation. She had awaited this day for a long time. She knew all the power contained within the name Undying Yao. It was like a brilliant meteor, trailing a magnificent tale as it passed through the eyes of countless children. For readers who had now matured into adulthood, it remained an everlasting white moonlight. People, particularly adults who have acquired a certain degree of influence, are willing to do anything for that white moonlight of their childhood and adolescence. She returned to her desk, cradling her coffee, picked up the pad used for receiving messages from Ekong, and opened the first chapter of the manga she had sent, stepping back to the workstations of the 2 employees. Then, she tossed the pad onto the table. Chapter 59, The Hand That Caught the Wolf. The 2 employees, engrossed in their fervent discussion, turned in bewilderment. No extensive explanation was necessary. A colorful cover illuminated the expansive screen. Towering, sharp black buildings pierced the clouds. Chaotic gray steel laid bare beneath the sky. Peculiar yet vibrant plants thrived among the ruins, and litter was ubiquitous. Outside these structures, someone was plummeting. Amidst the wild dance of long hair, a pair of large, sharp blue eyes emerged, reflecting a vast, luminous moon, and beneath it, an expansive wasteland teeming with monsters. This strange sensation, as if suddenly drawn into a world depicted by this vividly colored and sharply penned artwork, sent a shudder through my heart. It was so familiar. The two employees abruptly stood up, their chairs toppling over from their sudden movement, yet they paid no mind. Their wide eyes fixated intensely on Chu Wu. The female employee's eyes growing red-rimmed, while the male employee appeared as though he could scarcely breathe. This is. You guessed correctly. Chu Wu snapped her fingers decisively. This is the first chapter of the highly anticipated new work by the Undying Yao that everyone has been buzzing about. She smiled, the dim light accentuating her green earrings, rendering her smile enigmatic. Congratulations. Thanks to your illustrious boss, you will have the opportunity to personally publish this manga. The only condition to secure this precious opportunity was that we must complete this work within a week. Yet, even with the Undying Yao's comeback as a sensational draw, it couldn't hasten the magazine's production and distribution, could it? The necessary procedures must be followed, and even if expedited, it would still take at least half a month. In Yikong's modest villa, Lin Xinzhou had made herself at home. She sat on the carpet watching Yikong draw, while a small round table beside her held the fruits that Fong Sivan had cut for them. Lin Xinzhou picked up a juicy piece of tangerine and stuffed it into her mouth, then muttered, "Unless Chu Wu has some hidden aristocratic background that allows her to wield financial influence, or her family happens to be in publishing, enabling her to cut in line." Yikong, propped up on her chin, sketched panel drafts on paper, occasionally pausing. At Lin Xinzhou's words, she merely smirked, letting out a soft huff. She has neither. Her parents are both ordinary wage earners. Then there's nothing to be done, Lin Xinzhou remarked, disappointment etched on her face as she glanced disdainfully at Yikong. But isn't this the outcome you desired? Yikong shrugged, appearing unfazed. Meanwhile, in the basement, the three-person meeting had drawn to a close. The two employees, their faces flushed from bickering over ideas, nearly battered the table to shreds, having made countless phone calls only to receive replies of helplessness, with some even suspecting they were being deceived. I know the Undying Yao is making a comeback, but a renowned figure of her stature wouldn't serialize in a magazine you've never even heard of, would she? Are you joking? Do you realize you are the fifth person claiming to have obtained the rights to the Undying Yao's new work? Want me to believe you? Fine. Just send me the manga to review. After hanging up the phone, the male employee felt tears welling up. I've never felt so powerless in my life. He sobbed as he wiped his tears with his sleeve. This is an opportunity to see the Undying Yao's updates before anyone else each month. If I miss it, I swear I'll jump off a building. Once he had composed himself, he turned to Chu Wu, boss. Can't you plead with her directly to grant us a few extra days?
Wu.
She scratched her head. Just this 1-week deadline was something I shamelessly begged for. Why can't you cultivate a better relationship with her? The male employee lamented. If only you had revealed Miss Ye's true identity to us sooner, we could have been begging her alongside you yesterday.
Wu replied, indeed.
My subordinates are just as audaciously shameless as I am. Tian, what are you doing? Noticing that the male employee had been wailing for quite some time while the female employee remained silent, Chu Wu leaned over to glance at her computer. Tian halted her furious typing, adjusted her glasses, and coldly stated, I do not shed unnecessary tears. As long as the deadline has not arrived, we must exhaust every possible means and utilize all available resources. What do you mean? Chu Wu, after scrutinizing her computer screen, suddenly understood, his eyes brightening with realization. Following the impending return of the immortal demon, another related term had surged to the trending topics. Immortal demon's friend seeks help. The content broadly detailed that the owner of a magazine called Huaya, by a twist of fate, had become friends with the immortal demon in reality. The immortal demon's return was contingent upon losing a bet with this owner. However, the immortal demon had now stipulated a condition. She demanded to see her new work featured in Huaya magazine within a week, displayed prominently at the entrances of major bookstores nationwide. Upon the release of this information, it quickly garnered widespread ridicule. You're friends with the immortal demon? Then, I must be the immortal demon's mother. It's all because mommy wanted to see the comic that my darling reluctantly made a comeback. Hee. Even if it were true, what is the point of announcing it? Are you hoping for donations from netizens to help you publish a magazine? Who is this immortal demon anyway? Such a fuss, is it really necessary? It can't be some clumsy publicity stunt, right? If you haven't seen it, then shut up. Comic fans are perfectly content in their own circles. If this turns out to be true, I might be willing to contribute. But how can we verify the authenticity of what the post claims? Where did the post originate? Yuzhou Wind Forum? An internal forum of Yuzhou City. What's this? The immortal demon ISNT even from Yuzhou, right? Voices on the internet were rife with commotion, and countless messages flooding Tion's inbox were requests for information. Yet, the individuals they sought, or awaited, were not among them. After an exhaustive search through a myriad of private messages for an entire day, at the stroke of 2 in the morning, Chu Wu, with dark circles under his eyes, finally uncovered the information he desired. If what you say is true, please contact the number below. As a loyal fan of the immortal demon, I am willing to offer all assistance. Chu Wu's pupils constricted, and under the dim light, he quickly entered the number into the search system and hit enter. What appeared was the Secretary Department of Jiang's Group's presidential office. Chu Wu abruptly leapt from his seat, startling the 2 employees beside him who had dozed off in their quest for information. 5 minutes later, the 3 huddled under the light, watching as Chu Wu meticulously input each digit of the number before finally pressing the call button. As soon as the call was initiated, the 3, having flipped their days and nights, instantly sensed something amiss. It was far too late, and likely no one would answer. Before this thought could fully form, a click sounded in the receiver. Immediately, a languorous and deep male voice came through, its tone indistinguishable from someone just waking from slumber or someone on the verge of sleep. It was as enchanting as the mist of the night. Hello? Chapter 60, When Can Spends Lavishly for a Stranger. In the ensuing days, Yi Kong remained immersed in her creative endeavors, never once stepping outside her home. Naturally, she had completely ceased communication with Chu Wu, for she truly did not believe that the latter could fulfill the seemingly impossible conditions. Thus, when the appointed time arrived, Lin Xinzhou rushed to her home, brandishing a magazine that prominently featured the title of the immortal demon's new serialized work in large letters on its cover, leaving Yi Kong utterly bewildered. How is this possible? Yi Kong murmured, incredulous at her rare misstep. I have no idea how she managed it, but she truly did. Lin Xinzhou exclaimed breathlessly, I suspect that real fans came to her aid, perhaps even crowd-funded her efforts. What do you mean? Lin Xinzhou queried with surprise. Haven't you been online these past few days? They released a call for help, stating that they had wagered with you. She had to win the bet for her return to be genuine. Lin Xinzhou displayed the widely shared call for assistance from a few days prior, and upon reading it, Yi Kong fell silent. Although the magazine was evidently lackluster and its contents appeared hastily cobbled together, it was, nonetheless, a legitimate publication. And, because the cover features your comic, the magazine is selling quite well. The store where I bought mine has already run out of stock, Lin Xinzhou chattered excitedly while flipping through the pages. Yi Kong clenched her teeth, desperately wanting to dial Chu Wu and accuse her of cheating, but her inherent sense of fairness restrained her impulse. Yet, before she could make the call, Chu was reaching out to her. As her phone vibrated insistently, Yi Kong stared at it expressionlessly for a long moment, finally answering under Lin Xinzhou's eager gaze and switched to speaker mode. It's been a week, 11. Have you ventured out to browse bookstores? Chu Wu unabashedly expressed her satisfaction, each syllable laced with delight. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Yi Kong responded coolly. How on earth did you manage this? Lin Xinzhou interjected eagerly. How could you secure a publication number, complete mass printing, and establish connections with major bookstores in such a short time? That's not something mere wealth can accomplish. Yi Kong sat beside her, her expression impassive. She was not truly curious about the answer. She was well aware that Chu Wu would likely boast extravagantly about her accomplishments, ultimately tying it all back to some bizarre viewpoint. She had grown accustomed to this. However, to her astonishment, Chu Wu, who had been reveling in her triumph, hesitated momentarily before slowly saying, Miss Lin is also present. Lin Xinzhou, caught off guard, awkwardly remarked, I'm just here for the gossip. Well, Chu Wu suddenly let out a peculiar laugh. This is indeed quite a juicy piece of gossip. She reverted to her irritatingly mysterious and self-satisfied demeanor, addressing Yi Kong. 11. Can you guess who this benevolent benefactor is? You know them. Speak or don't. Yi Kong replied impatiently. All right. Chu Wu quickly conceded. It's your fiancé, Mr. Wen Can. A few nights prior, the individual who had answered the phone had not disclosed his identity directly. He had engaged in casual conversation to confirm they were not frauds before delegating the subsequent matters to his subordinates. Initially, Chu Wu had assumed this person was a high-ranking executive from Jiang's group, but as communication progressed, she gradually uncovered an unexpectedly surprising identity. The person who had taken their call that night was not affiliated with Jiang's group at all, but rather the illustrious Wen Can from the century-old Wen family. I cannot fathom why it would be him, Chu Wu said, scratching her head. The Wen family has always been the most enigmatic among Yuzhou's elite. And Wen Can is decidedly aloof, never entangled in scandals. Only recently, after his car accident, it was rumored that his personality underwent a drastic change. And that's how my informant managed to capture a few photos of him. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even know what he looks like. I do know a bit about that, Lin Xinzhou chimed in. Wen Can and Jiang Su have always had a collaborative relationship. She continued. They are among the most outstanding second-generation heirs in Yuzhou, having known each other since childhood. However, I've never heard that they were particularly close. Most believe their friendship is quite platonic. Yi Kong had little familiarity with the second-generation elite of Yuzhou and was disinterested in their social dynamics. What she truly wanted to know was, why did he become your benefactor? Does he know that the immortal demon is me? I don't think so, Chu Wu replied slowly. I genuinely believe he is a fan of yours. Yi Kong, though she had never been particularly curious about humanity. Could someone like Wen Can truly become a fan of a fairy tale comic artist? Yi Kong pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, I need you to help me with something. What is it? The next issue of Yuzhou Zhifeng hasn't been published yet, has it? Please add a news item for me. The latest issue of Yuzhou Zhifeng had arrived. As a tall man in a tailored suit entered the Jiang family's ancestral home, he casually pulled out several newspapers. It was only when he reached his study upstairs that he noticed the Yuzhou Zhifeng at the bottom of the stack. He had not subscribed to this publication and assumed it was delivered by mistake. Just as he was about to toss it into the recycling bin, a bold, enlarged headline seized his attention. Wen Can, head of the Wen Corporation, unexpectedly splurges on a mysterious woman. Is this a long-awaited pure love, or a tempestuous spark of passion? As he sipped his tea, he suddenly sprayed it everywhere. After standing still for a few seconds to confirm that the words on the paper were not a figment of his imagination, he erupted into laughter. After a fit of mirth, he shed his suit jacket, loosened his shirt buttons, and reclined on the sofa, comfortably diving into the news beneath the headline. Once he finished reading, his laughter gradually faded, replaced by a sense of foreboding. He quickly dialed his secretary's office. Tell me, has Wen Can tasked you with anything recently? I was just about to report to you, Mr. Wen instructed us to invest in a magazine company called Hua Yi and even communicated with the IP department beneath Hua Zhao. I was about to ask for your advice. Jiang Su inquired. How much was spent? The initial investment isn't substantial, but judging by Mr. Wen's intentions, it seems there will be a long-term collaboration. The executive office has already convened a meeting and suggested that since we plan to work together for an extended period, it might be prudent to acquire Hua Yi magazine and assign our own personnel to manage it. Why was I not informed beforehand?
Huh.
The secretary replied, bewildered. Didn't you say that as long as Mr. Wen has needs, it all equates to your directives? Jiang Su hung up the phone with a click, then called the architect of the situation. Chapter 61. Your version differs from others. On the same day, in the Du family villa, Du Ruowei gazed at the Yuzhou Zhifeng with a look of disbelief. Almost unable to contain herself, she hastily read through the contents. What's wrong? Li Yin, who was lounging nearby with his legs crossed, tilted his head and cast her a curious glance. Nothing. Du Ruowei quickly folded the newspaper, her expression a tangle of emotions. Even as she stepped outside and settled into the passenger seat of Li Yin's sports car, she remained lost in thought. After a long while, she finally broke her silence. Do you think someone like Wen Can would enjoy reading comics? Screech. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a jarring sound that startled Du Ruowei into a yelp. Have you lost your mind? Li Yin remained silent. In the rear-view mirror, his eyes were shadowed with clouds, his lips pressed tightly together. On that same day, across numerous opulent and elegant homes, the young ladies and gentlemen of Yuzhou reacted similarly to the newspaper, including Yi Kong. Although it was her own request, she found herself choking on her own saliva upon seeing the headline. Yet, she still refrained from contacting Chu Wu. For that bizarre woman, each call she made was an absolute victory. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, she would avoid reaching out to Chu Wu at all costs. After steadying her emotions, she arranged to meet Wen Can, deliberately bringing the newspaper with her. Just as she arrived at the estate, Wen Can had just hung up the phone with Jiang Su. Observing the newspaper placed before him by the young woman, he paused momentarily before breaking into a sudden smile. What's this? Are you worried I might stray? Given our relationship, even if you were to be with another woman, it wouldn't quite be deemed infidelity, he added. Then why bring the newspaper to me? To uphold my reputation? Yi Kong tilted her head. Although we both know it's not infidelity, Others are unaware. Wen Ken remained silent, merely smiling gently as he gazed at her. After a prolonged silence, Yi Kong sighed. All right, I confess, I'm just a bit curious. I find it hard to imagine you being a fan of a comic artist. You're actually curious about me? Wen Ken raised an eyebrow, genuinely flattered. Are you mocking me? Absolutely not. Then, would you indulge my curiosity? I do not harbor any admiration for her, nor am I a fan, Wen Ken stated plainly.
Ye kom bilinket in surprise.
Then why invest? Was it from a fan's perspective? But my mother is her fan. Yi Kong was further perplexed. Wen Ken chuckled softly. You know, my mother is quite eccentric and whimsical. In her own words, even at 70 or 80, she still wishes to be a child. So it's hardly surprising she would adore a whimsical artist who depicts fairy tales. I wasn't aware. Yi Kong's expression darkened. That whimsical artist is hardly a child. Are you also a fan of hers? Wen Ken asked, astonished. No wonder you sought me out. Was it to express your gratitude for aiding your idol's comeback?
Ye kom retorted ignardly. Gratitude?
If possible, I would rather punch you. With her fleeting curiosity satisfied, Yi Kong found herself at a loss for further questions. It was only then that she realized this house was not the Wen family estate she had visited previously. This is my private property, Wen Ken explained. I cannot return to the estate at present, so I'm temporarily residing here. Why can't you go back?
Yi Kong instinctively inquired.
Do you know that Wen Lian still occasionally drifts into slumber? Wen Ken chuckled, leaning his elbow on the table. He propped his long fingers against his ink-like face, lazily continuing, When Rome has ordered me to sever our engagement.
Coincidentally,
my grandfather returned and is aligned with my father's stance. In a fit of anger, I left home. Yi Kong scrutinized his face. From his inky brows and eyes to the straight bridge of his nose, and finally to his gently curved, elegantly shaped lips, he embodied the very essence of a languid, modern aristocrat. She shook her head. I can't see how you were enraged. Most of it is likely an act, she thought, then asked, Are you close with Jiang Su? Only as partners, Wen Ken replied nonchalantly. The Wen and Jiang families have had long-standing enmity, though we have managed to engage in some cooperative projects over the years. If I were truly close to Jiang Su, many in Yuzhou would likely be unsettled.
Oh.
Yi Kong understood in her heart, so their relationship was merely clandestine, yet not meant for public display. Having asked all her questions, she found herself at a loss for words. The two sat in silence for several minutes before Yi Kong, seemingly unfazed, stood up. Well, I'll be on my way. As she walked toward the door, Wen Ken's voice suddenly called out from behind her. Stay for dinner. His tone was calm, devoid of warmth, as though it were merely a customary politeness. Yet, Yi Kong found herself halting in her tracks, whether it was a mere illusion or not. She felt a flicker of something else hidden beneath that veneer of tranquility. Yi Kong hesitated, turning back. The man remained seated in his wheelchair. According to him, this was his private property, and upon entering from outside, she had encountered no one along the way. While there might be someone in the kitchen, it was already a sufficiently safe environment. Yet, even in this secure, personal space, he hadn't risen from his wheelchair. Yi Kong was certain he was neither disabled nor limping. The evening before she arrived in Yuzhou, she had still seen him walking his dog in Huahua County. His tall, slender figure exuding a unique aura even in simple short sleeves and long pants. Yi Kong involuntarily cast her gaze upon his legs and, after a moment, inquired, Why do you not rise? There's no one else here, is there? Wen Ken seemed momentarily taken aback, replying, If you stay and dine with me, I shall answer your question.
Ye kom frovnet.
Even if you do not present this as a condition, I would still remain. She walked over, her expression devoid of emotion, and seated herself. I am generally quite generous towards my collaborators.
I see.
I truly appreciate your kindness, came her response, tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction at his condescending tone. Do you regard me as a mere child? I am, in fact, significantly older than you.
Oh.
Yi Kong replied flatly, Uncle Wen. There's no need for that, Wen Ken retorted lightly. Your competitive spirit is surprisingly fierce, he continued, propping his chin on his hand, observing her with a half-smile that bore a resemblance to a child's mischief. Shall I refer to you as grandfather then? She quipped, her smile lacking sincerity. Wen Ken laughed heartily, seemingly unperturbed. Yi Kong guided Wen Ken onto the verdant lawn outside the villa. As they observed the distant gardeners at work, Wen Ken suddenly remarked, A momentary lapse in vigilance invariably breeds greed. After a pause, Yi Kong realized he was responding to her earlier inquiry. Even if it is but once, Once I experience the sensation of standing and moving freely, I find myself irresistibly compelled to seek out that solitary sanctuary time and again. When Ken continued, however, with repeated attempts, mistakes are inevitable. Whether it be inciting suspicion or unwittingly being witnessed, both could yield dire consequences. Yi Kong's pupils widened slightly. So, since your predicament, you have not stood even once? Not entirely. During the flower box incident, I did stand and you witnessed it. Had you not agreed to collaborate with me, I fear I would have been exposed long ago. Wen smiled faintly. You see, even such coincidences can occur. With my extraordinary bad luck, how could I dare to gamble? Yi Kong remained silent for an extended period before suddenly stating, You are quite different from what others portray. Chapter 62. Why am I the exception?
Oh.
Wen asked lazily, What is the portrayal of me in the eyes of others? A spray of water from the lawn's sprinkler formed a fleeting rainbow. Yi Kong gazed at the brilliant curtain of water glistening in the sunlight, reminiscing as she spoke. A genius at the pinnacle of the pyramid, destined to be a leader, yet possessing a gentle disposition. Many admire you, but dare not approach. They say your current demeanor is a result of the accident that severed your leg, that you could not accept reality, thus leading to a drastic change in your character. Yet we both know your legs are intact. To me, you appear as if you were truly a person who had lost a leg. Despondent, lifeless, utterly disinterested in everything, even when alone. She pondered, is it possible that, in addition to physically maintaining the state of disability, you have deliberately adjusted your mental state as well? Wen fell into a prolonged silence. Only when the distant sprinkler quieted did he let out a low chuckle. You truly leave no room for others. Which makes one susceptible to resentment.
Ye konuşuruk, indifferent.
Wen lowered his gaze to his legs, contemplating for a moment before slowly articulating. Having been engaged for a month, it seems you have not investigated me at all. Had you done even a modicum of research, you would know that the accident was real and the blood at the scene was genuine. It was merely another who truly lost their leg and became disabled. Yi Kong instinctively wished to ask who that person was, but her intuition warned her that the depths of this incident were murky. If both the accident and its aftermath were indeed authentic, then how had Wen managed to orchestrate such a grand deception that everyone believed he was the one who had lost his leg?
To achieve this,
he must have bribed all eyewitnesses, including those responsible for rescue and the hospitals involved in treatment. Furthermore, these individuals would have had to assist him in the charade, for it was inconceivable that the entire Wen family would not come to visit after their sole heir encountered such a misfortune. Even when Rome would likely be at the hospital daily. To execute such an expansive and flawless deception required an extensive network of absolutely trustworthy connections. Moreover, why would the true victim, the one who had lost their leg, willingly become a ghost, completely disappearing from this incident? How had they managed such an escape? Most importantly, why was Wen willing to go to such lengths to transform himself into what others perceived as a cripple? What was his ultimate objective? So many questions lingered, and the waters ran deep. Yi Kong found it cumbersome and decided to bypass the intricacies altogether. She directly inquired, So, is it guilt that has led to your despondency? Do you believe you harmed that individual? Wen fell silent once more. From Yi Kong's viewpoint, he focused his gaze on the ground. The sunlight elongated the shadows of the two figures, and he did not need to turn to see Yi Kong's expression. He could discern her indifference from the shadow on the ground. She seemed utterly unconcerned with his answer, even appearing somewhat impatient. Thus, the insincere response that had been on the verge of his lips transformed into something else entirely. No, he replied, I have always been this way. Upon uttering those words, both were momentarily taken aback. Yi Kong was surprised, while Wen found it absurd. It felt as if the clouds had dissipated, revealing a sliver of blue sky. Or perhaps, as if a long-standing gloom weighing on his heart had been lifted, allowing a refreshing breeze to flow in. He found the lightness of this moment to be absurd. Am I truly such a despondent person? Yi Kong stammered, her astonishment evident. Is this something I could have known? You truly are unguarded. Wen could no longer contain his laughter. He chuckled, pressing his palm against his forehead, and his carefree laughter echoed, drawing the curious gazes of several gardeners. They seemed to wonder why the young master was so cheerful today. Yet, Yi Kong felt no indication of his joy. To confirm her suspicion, she deliberately stepped in front of Wen, maintaining a few paces distance, and scrutinized his face intently for a considerable time. Wen, the laughter has faded. Yet, even in that brief moment, Yi Kong affirmed her intuition. Wen was indeed not happy. Rather, he appeared to be quite the opposite, angry, even somewhat emotionally volatile. At this instant, under her piercing gaze, his smile vanished in an instant, an unsettling speed that seemed almost pathological. "What are you looking at?" he asked, his tone unusually stiff. Yi Kong responded with unwavering candor, "I am observing you." "Oh?" He attempted to regain control, smiling nonchalantly. "Are you satisfied with what you see, Miss Yi?" How curious. From calling her a child one moment to addressing her formally the next. Yi Kong blinked. "What is you upset? Did you never consider that you would engage in such discourse with me?"
"Why?"
"If you were originally a person with strong defenses, what makes me the exception? Even if I am an exception, why are you angry? Are you angry with me, or with yourself?" Wen found himself overwhelmed by her relentless inquiries. Exhaling a shallow sigh. "Did you not claim to lack curiosity? It was you who initiated this conversation. Your Chinese must have been dreadful during school, then?"
"No."
"I excelled in Chinese and frequently topped my class. Then your teacher must have been insane," Wen sighed. Yet, Yi Kong stepped closer, maintaining a slightly elevated posture, her calm eyes fixed upon him. "So, will you answer my question? Why am I the exception?" Wen tilted his head slightly upward. He had been accustomed to being looked up to by countless others since childhood. This was the first time he had earnestly looked up at someone else. Frankly, it felt somewhat awkward. Yet her eyes were so serene, despite being a mere child. She possessed a pair of eyes as dark and tranquil as the depths of the night sea. Even when gazed upon so intently, one could still sense her indifference, her emotions remaining as inscrutable as ever. Wen smiled, his ebony pupils reflecting the dazzling sunlight, yet there lingered an illusion of being submerged in shadowy waters. With such a gaze, he nonchalantly regarded Yi Kong. "Why are you an exception? That's a question you must ponder. What have you done to make me regard you differently?" Yi Kong, her face expressionless, replied, "Are you toying with me? Well, I'll cease the jest." Wen averted his gaze, the smile at the corner of his lips ambiguous, and if one were to seek a reason, it might be that you simply appear to be the type who would never harbor feelings for me. Yi Kong, who always prided herself on her exceptional comprehension, found herself perplexed. What peculiar quirk is that? Are you a masochist too? Wen I am not, he remarked with a frown, thinking that the mind of a child should not be burdened with such intricate matters. It is precisely because it is complex that it ignites a meager curiosity within me. Yi Kong took a step back, casting a peculiar glance at him. "If you wish to avoid being overwhelmed by my inquiries, you would do well to refrain from making such ambiguous statements." Wen shrugged, executing the motion with such elegance that it seemed to radiate an air of nobility. "I suddenly find it inconsequential. If it were you, I would likely answer any question you posed." Yi Kong. "So, are you suddenly inclined to befriend this little child across the years?" Wen how vengeful you are. Chapter 63. Excessive longing only brings me pain. In the cool confines of the room, Wen picked up the magazine delivered by the servant. Staring at the eye-catching cover, he took a moment before slowly articulating the name. Kunxing Yi Kong, who was nearby examining the antiques on the shelf, perked up. "Ah, that's the comic you invested in. What do you think? Is it good?" After a moment's contemplation, Wen remarked, "It differs somewhat from what I remember." "You've read the fairy tales she illustrated?" "Since my mother enjoys them, I've seen a bit." Yi Kong straightened, moving closer, and casually asked, "What differences do you see? Your curiosity is quite pronounced today." "I've already stated, it is you who is enticing me." Wen did not dispute her, instead pointing to the enormous moon on the cover, alongside the sharp, black buildings that appeared almost as if they could pierce the heavens. "It's sharper than before." He directed his finger to the eyes of the falling girl depicted, where the distant moon and barren land were reflected. Strangely enough, with her pupils acting as a filter, the moon appeared even colder and more cutting than its physical form. Although she had a distinctive style from a young age, traces of innocence and softness were still evident in some of her earlier works. Now, however, she had evidently ventured far down a different path. Yi Kong hesitated. What path? Wen seemed to ponder for a few seconds before curving his lips. Anger? Yi Kong stood motionless until Wen noticed something amiss, lifting his gaze to meet hers. She blinked and stared at him intently, saying, "Your insights are rather unique." She added, "I can't discern any anger in her work. After all, my insights may not necessarily be correct." When was indifferent, he did not open the magazine further, merely observing the cover before setting it down and covering it with another object. Though his actions were calm, Yi Kong discerned a hint of indifference in his demeanor that suggested he had no desire to delve deeper. "Yi Kong, While I typically do not care much for others' opinions of me, I admit to possessing a certain curiosity about you. Are you not going to look at the content? She casually took the magazine and began to flip through it. After all, she is a comic artist your mother admires. Precisely because she is my mother's favorite that I wish to avoid it, Wenkin replied coolly. Is your relationship with your mother poor? On the contrary. Then why? Excessive longing only brings me pain. Another secret unknown to others? Indeed. Wenkin propped his chin up, a half-smile gracing his lips. But if you were to inquire, I might just divulge. Yikong. She silently locked eyes with Wenkin for a long while before diverting her gaze. My curiosity has reached its limit for today. Very well, I suppose I must wait for the next occasion. Why do you appear so expectant? There is still some time until dinner. Would you care to play video games with me? You still play video games? I didn't tea before, but recently I've had too much free time and started dabbling. Yikong pushed Wenkin to the gaming room on the second floor, genuinely playing games side by side with him. Only after dinner, having taken a leisurely stroll outside, did Yikong finally return home. Once back, she collapsed onto the sofa, reflecting on the events of the day, suddenly feeling a strange sense of dissonance. After lying still for a considerable time, she abruptly sat up and leaned over the back of the sofa to inquire of Fong Sivan, who was practicing yoga. Mom, do you know Wenkin's mother? Why the sudden question? Fong Sivan replied effortlessly, not turning her head as she executed the next movement. I'm just curious. After completing a set of movements, Fong Sivan relaxed, then fell into a brief silence before sighing. Of course, I know her. The circle of wealthy ladies in Yuzhou is quite small, and she was one of the most dazzling and formidable figures back in the day. Was she beautiful? Just look at Wenkin. The entire Wen family has a mixed blood appearance, yet he is the epitome of Eastern beauty. Mom, you make calling him beautiful sound so effortless. It's the truth, Fong Sivan responded. His looks are entirely inherited from his mother, but beauty is merely one of her less remarkable qualities. Her talent was truly astounding. Fong Sivan sat cross-legged on the yoga mat, engaging in conversation. She was originally the youngest professor at Yushan University, teaching mathematics and economics. Later, she was pursued by Wen Rong and married into wealth. Everyone expected her to become a typical housewife, yet she defied the odds and secured the operational rights to 2 subsidiaries from the elder of the Wen family through her own capabilities. Under her management, those 2 subsidiaries have since become significant sources of revenue for the Wen conglomerate. Fong Sivan raised 2 fingers in illustration. One is an e-commerce platform, and the other is a technology company in collaboration with the state. Yikong felt a mix of surprise, admiration, and regret. How did she die? In a car accident. Fong Sivan shook her head, a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. The brakes failed, and she crashed directly into a landslide, dying on the spot. Incidentally, Wenkin was in the car at the time, his mother was driving, and he was seated in the front passenger seat. Yikong suddenly held her breath. Yet Fong Sivan remained oblivious, continuing, it is said that after the accident, Wenkin lost that portion of his memory. The psychologist attributed it to PTSD. I deeply sighed, thinking it was perhaps for the best to forget. He was just barely 20 at the time, still merely a college student. How could he bear the agony of witnessing his mother perish before his eyes, powerless to intervene? Yikong. Her pupils had unconsciously constricted, and she found herself engulfed in a daze. Only when Fong Sivan called her several times did she snap back to reality. After a moment of silence, she suddenly asked, Mom, do you recall approximately when Wenkin's mother passed away? I don't recall the exact date, but it was in spring, I believe. Yikong thought she might have been mistaken, but she exhaled lightly in relief. However, before she could fully relax, Fong Sivan added, but her birthday is in summer. I remember it clearly, because the Wen family held numerous birthday banquets for her while she was alive. Fong Sivan glanced at the calendar, exclaiming in surprise, it's today. In fact, Yikong fell into silence once more. All of Wenkin's reactions she had observed today, the feelings of dissonance, even his invitation to play games with her, suddenly found their explanations. Excessive longing only serves to inflict pain upon me, hence I am reluctant to endure such days alone. Yikong turned his gaze towards the encroaching twilight outside the window, and the silhouette of the figure seated in a wheelchair involuntarily surfaced in his mind. His previously insatiable curiosity surged forth once more, unprecedentedly overwhelming. What could he possibly be doing at this moment? Does he possess a means to alleviate the anguish wrought by his yearning? Chapter 64. A conversation between mother and daughter. The Starry Night phenomenon was not merely a sensation. It was an explosion. Initially, when Yi Kong had posed the audacious challenge of demanding a widespread phenomenon from Chu Wu, he had grossly underestimated both his own capabilities and the influence of the undying demon. Due to time constraints, Huaya magazine had printed a mere 100,000 copies, distributed across numerous bookstores in Yuzhou City. Consequently, the scarcity of copies led to a frenzy in the smaller bookstores, while larger ones saw long queues forming at their entrances, with some even descending into chaotic brawls. A white-collar worker and a university student engaged in a scuffle over the last magazine at a particular bookstore, ultimately ending up disheveled, their faces pixelated, as they emitted peculiar sounds through voice modulators, declaring, "We've decided to read it together." They exchanged contact information, perhaps destined to become friends. For those who admire the undying demon are inherently good-hearted. Herein lies a word of caution. Pursuing idols must be approached with reason. Resorting to violence over material possessions is utterly reprehensible. Our reporters continue to bring you updates. TSK, 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 Fong Sivan shook her head at the television, lamenting the current youth who can idolize in any realm. She casually remarked to Yi Kong, "You have no idea, your brother has some rather terrifying fans. Online abuse is the least of it. There are those who brawl in real life, making headlines, and others who have been stalked and turned over to the police by your brother. I've heard they call them private fans." As she spoke, her dissatisfaction began to manifest. "I was against your brother entering this line of work from the start, yet he was in his rebellious phase and refused to listen to me. Your grandfather gave him a good thrashing, and he simply ran away from home. Isn't that outrageous? Had he not left, he wouldn't have encountered that Tong Xiuyu, entangled for so many years." Yi Kong's ears perked up, and he turned to her, "Mom, judging by your tone, do you dislike Tong Xiuyu?" Fong Sivan scoffed, "It's not that I dislike her, just that I'm not fond of her."
Why?
When your brother abandoned the family to seek her out, she showed no inclination to dissuade him. But people are inherently selfish. Yi Kong found this hard to contest, reasoning that if she harbored feelings for Yi Zhen, it would be natural for her to wish for him to choose her. People may be selfish, but love is altruistic. Fong Sivan asserted earnestly, "Just as I love your brother, even though I am not fond of Tong Xiuyu, I wouldn't want him to suffer caught between family and love. Ultimately, I advised your father to let him be, otherwise. Do you think he could have achieved such ease today?" Yi Kong paused, contemplating her words. Fong Sivan continued, "If Tong Xiuyu truly loved him, she should at least strive to win our affection, shouldn't she? Does she genuinely believe your brother can sever all ties with the Yi family? Even if, hypothetically, he could leave the Yi family to be with her, does she truly think he could find happiness? If you love someone," Fong Sivan elaborated, "you would wish for their life to be complete, never fostering any form of incompleteness while mistakenly believing it to be a testament of love. That is not love. It is selfishness." Yi Kong pondered deeply, then blinked and said, "But I have heard that Yi Baozhu once confronted Tong Xiuyu, hurling many unkind words at her. Could it be that this is the reason she has given up on winning your favor?" "That was a later development," Fong Sivan frowned. "I had met her before that incident. She was utterly silent, showing no desire to earn my approval, which I did not particularly crave. However, I cannot help but question her feelings for your brother. After all, if one does not value their beloved's family, how much can they truly value them? Perhaps it's due to her excessive pride?" Yi Kong offered another rationale. "I heard she comes from an ordinary family. Then she is even less suitable for your brother." Fong Sivan replied, her face betraying an unusual indifference. Since their acquaintance, Yi Kong had never witnessed such a subtly cold expression from her. One that emanated from a breeding of privilege and power, a natural arrogance, though harsh. To transcend class and forge a union with someone from a world to which one does not belong, overcoming such baseless pride is the most fundamental requirement. Should one fail to accomplish even that, even if they were to marry, it would not endure. They would merely become a pair of resentful partners. I am aware that the words spoken by Baozhu were excessive, but if they were to truly become a couple, she would only face 1,000 times worse remarks unless she herself becomes formidable, akin to Wen Can's mother. Yet, it is evident that Miss Tong does not possess such qualities. Fong Sivan plucked a plump strawberry from the fruit platter and fed it to Yi Kong. "Eat, it's delightful." Yi Kong instinctively opened his mouth, the refreshing sweetness flooding his palate as he chewed. Fong Sivan wiped her hands and continued, "Thus, I have long believed that rather than wasting time on your brother, Tong Xiuyu would be better off seeking a man more suitable for her, one who could provide her with happiness. Given her circumstances, this should not be difficult. Yet the essence of love lies in whom I love, not who loves me. Yi Kong countered after swallowing the strawberry. If it were that easy to exchange one person for another, could it still be called love? After a moment's thought, he added, I heard from Dad that he fell in love with you at first sight, even contemplating leaving the Yi family entirely for you. Though later you both fortuitously became destined partners, why is it that while he could act impulsively for the one he loves, when it comes to Yizhen, your son, you must play the role of the villain? I did not play the villain. Fong Sivan flushed with both embarrassment and grievance. It was your grandfather who played the villain. Then your father. I was merely the one attempting to mediate. She looked at Yi Kong with cautious eyes. Sweetheart, you don't think your mother is a wicked stepmother?
Do you?
Not at all. Yi Kong replied, I just suddenly realized that you are only so gentle and amiable when acting as my mother. Otherwise, you seem quite distant and even a tad cruel. Yi Kong found this rather amusing and opened his mouth. I still want to eat strawberries. Fong Sivan, delightfully cheerful, picked out a large strawberry for him, exclaiming with a playful tone as she fed it to him, as though coaxing a child.
See?
Effortlessly transitioning into the adorable mother mode. Yi Kong continued to munch on the strawberry and asked, So, do you know why Dad is so hypocritical? Chapter 65, Parents. Fong Sivan made a face of dismay. Your father, he. Don't put your mother in a difficult position. She would never speak ill of me. The voice of Yi Haichuan suddenly echoed above. Yi Kong looked up to see the man descending the stairs, a cup of coffee in hand. What are you doing here? Yi Kong exclaimed, his eyes widening slightly. I slept here last night. How come I didn't know? While you were busy in your studio, late into the night, I peeked through the door and saw you completely unaware, so of course you would know.
What?
Fong Sivan gasped in shock. Baby, you stayed up all night? Yi Kong diverted his gaze, evading the question. So, Dad, why are you so hypocritical? You should address your mother's question first. Baby, I've told you not to stay up late. I distinctly watched you go to bed last night. How could you sneak out again? Fong Sivan exclaimed incredulously. Are you a primary school student? I was just a bit restless. Yi Kong quickly glanced at Yi Haichuan. But Dad, you came back quite late too, didn't you? Why don't you get criticized? Yi Haichuan scoffed. Sweetheart, do you even know how old your father is this year? In light of this, you've noticed her staying up late, yet why did you not urge her to retire for the night? Fong Sivan indeed discerned the issue, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Yi Haichuan. Are you indulging the child again? Yi Haichuan, taken aback by being caught in his own fault, felt a flicker of surprise. Yi Kong revealed a slight smile, the corners of her mouth lifting momentarily before being met with a gentle glare from Fong Sivan. No more late nights tonight. Your father, brother, and sister are all occupied with work, but you have neither obligations nor academic pressures, so why linger awake? Yi Kong stifled her smile, mumbling, I will try my best. She quickly shifted to another topic. Has the old lady improved? Yi Haichuan, just settling onto the sofa, stiffened for a moment and raised a hand to press against his forehead. Can you consider using a different term? How is your grandmother doing? Yi Haichuan sighed, stating, Never mind. My grandmother has regained consciousness. It's not a major issue, but she truly cannot endure any more stress. The relaxed expression on the man's face faded entirely, his handsome features taking on a somber hue as he cast Yi Kong a cryptic glance. I hope you do not genuinely wish for your grandmother's demise. The conversation had suddenly turned excessively grave, the atmosphere thickening palpably. Yi Kong fell into silence, leisurely consuming a grape. Fong Sivan, on the other hand, exhibited a tinge of anxiety, hesitating as she suggested, Perhaps I should take little Kong and move a bit farther away. Living too close inevitably leads to accidents. No need for that. The old man is preparing to take mother abroad. Yi Haichuan revealed the crucial information, exhaling gently in relief, at least for the next few months. They won't be returning. Fong Sivan was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of delight. That's wonderful. The moment the words left her mouth, she felt they were misplaced, quickly covering her mouth and addressing Yi Haichuan. You know, I did not mean it that way. Yi Haichuan, he replied with a pained expression. Mother has indeed been rather extreme lately. It's no wonder you are so pleased. He turned to Yi Kong, who was intently skewering the slippery fruit on the platter with her fork, appearing utterly indifferent to the news, seemingly unconcerned. Gazing at the young girl's exquisitely beautiful profile, reminiscent of a jade figurine, Yi Haichuan suddenly remarked, Were you curious why I adhere to such double standards? Yi Kong was momentarily taken aback. Was it so sudden? She turned to face Yi Haichuan and found him raising an eyebrow and smiling at her. There's no particular reason, merely selfishness. I can act impulsively for my love, But when I perceive that his love is unworthy, I do not permit him to be as reckless as I am. Yi Haichuan shrugged, yet ultimately your mother intervened, thus averting a tragic rift between me and your brother. You are unexpectedly stubborn and self-centered, aren't you? Every member of the Yi family has their own flaws. In time you will come to understand. Yi Haichuan paid no mind to her assessment, expressing his hope that she too would gradually allow them to know her better. He took the fork from Fong Sivan's hand and skewered a piece of fruit, feeding it to Yi Kong. Yi Kong, while quietly accepting it, she was overwhelmed by exasperation. Do you two consider me a mere toy? The atmosphere in the quaint villa was delightful. The affectionate couple tirelessly fed their child fruits, oblivious to the fact that Yi Kong was accepting their offerings with a mindset of indulgence. Occasionally, they engaged in casual conversations about the news or gossip from the aristocratic circles of Yuzhou. Even when Yi Kong brought up topics related to gaming or the internet, the couple could seamlessly contribute to the discussion, speaking with authority. Thus, Yi Kong discovered that the so-called aristocrats, or at least this couple from the Yi family, were not the aloof nobility that common folk often imagined. Fong Sivan was fond of charity, managing the public image of the Yi group, which led her to frequently engage with the internet. She had even created several accounts dedicated to showcasing the lives of wealthy women, tracking Yi Zhen's fan engagements, charity donations, and various other content, interacting regularly with netizens, never once coming across as aloof or high and mighty. As for Yi Haichuan, he began learning management from a young age and started his career from the grassroots level, thus possessing a profound understanding of the needs and interests of ordinary people. He also indulged in the common pastime of playing Go, even collecting signatures from genius players that Yi Zhen brought back for him. He enjoyed watching football, once skipping an important meeting to attend the World Cup, ultimately appearing on screen moments after his favorite team had lost. The once seemingly untouchable CEO of Yi was caught on camera banging on the railing and exclaiming, FCK. Fong Sivan had even preserved that recording, and today, she decided to share it with Yi Kong. Yi Kong chuckled at the television, while Yi Haichuan showed no signs of embarrassment. Everyone has their hobbies. There is nothing shameful about it. The living room was filled with a cheerful ambience. Glancing at her tall and handsome husband on one side and her daughter happily laughing on the sofa, Fong Sivan felt as if she might float away with joy. An involuntary smile of happiness spread across her face as she reached out to touch the girl's fluffy hair, only to suddenly catch sight of something out of the corner of her eye. Instinctively, she looked up. Outside the clear floor-to-ceiling window, Yi Baozhu stood there, staring at them intently. Fong Sivan's smile quickly froze, her hand halting mid-motion. Yi Kong, wishing to turn her head to look, found her forehead gently pressed down by Yi Haichuan, preventing her from rising. However, mere moments later, another person entered through the door. Yi Tingqiu, returning from a business trip, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the scene in the living room, but she quickly followed Fong Sivan's gaze to the person outside. Without a hint of hesitation, she loosened her tie and marched in, blocking Fong Sivan's view. Chapter 66, merely seeking to resolve the issue.
Sister.
Yi Kong, with her head pressed down, could only continue lying on the sofa, her eyes wide as she gazed at this relative she encountered the least. Yi Tingqiu glanced down at her, reaching out to tousle her hair. Do you have anything planned for the next few days? There are things I could do, and things I could forego. Yi Kong inquired. What's up? If you have no plans, come skiing with me. Yi Tingqiu suggested, just like you accompany your brother on film sets. Spend a few days working with me as well.
You work while skiing?
It's merely that the contract negotiations are scheduled at the ski resort. Yi Tingqiu tilted her head, casually scanning the window, and upon seeing that there was no one left outside, she relaxed and sat down on the sofa. Yi Kong followed suit. She glanced at the floor-to-ceiling window once more, then inexplicably withdrew her gaze, curiously looking at Yi Tingqiu. Is it just the two of us going? Not necessarily. Baozhu might also join, but before that, I need to speak with her. Fong Sivan was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes brightened, only to quickly reveal a look of concern. Yi Tingqiu, however, remained unfazed, calmly addressing Yi Kong. What's wrong? Is there an issue? No, none at all. I was merely contemplating whether I could invite another person. Lin Xinzhu? Yi Tingqiu nodded. You may extend an invitation to her. Yi Kong paused, her expression shifting subtly. Although I'm not in Yuzhou, it seems you are quite well informed about my circumstances. Because I need to be ready to clean up the mess you leave behind at all times. Yi Tingqiu speared a piece of fruit, twirling it in her hand. For example, do you know where I just returned from, where you attempted to drown Wen Lian? ISNT at the Wen family? regardless of the truth. At least for the sake of appearances, someone from the Yi family ought to check on Wen Lian. Yi Tingqiu stated, if Dad goes, it will only solidify your guilt. It must be me who goes. Is he awake? He is. He will also be at the ski resort. Yi Kong chuckled, having nearly drowned. And he still dares to go skiing? There's no choice. The project is about to commence, and the Wen family requires someone in charge. Originally, that person was Wen Can, but due to his adamant refusal to break off the engagement with you, he had a huge quarrel with his father and fled the Wen family. Yi Tingqiu explained, Wen Lian can only go despite his illness. How pitiful. Despite this, Yi Kong's tone was devoid of any sympathy, instead laced with a hint of schadenfreude. So, are you going? Of course. Yi Kong replied. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to see him. Emerging from the quaint villa, Yi Tingqiu returned to the Yi residence and promptly knocked on Yi Baozhu's door. The young girl, her eyes swollen from recent tears, hesitantly opened the door and called out.
Sister.
I am heading to the Yuan ski resort to discuss a contract. Would you care to accompany me? The woman stated directly, her hand resting casually in her pocket. Yi Baozhu paused, her expression transforming into one of incredulous delight. Really? Sister is taking me out to play? Don't be too hasty in your joy. Yi Kong will also be there. Yi Baozhu's smile faltered momentarily before she forced it back. What reason do I have to be unhappy? I have been yearning for an opportunity to converse with her. There's no need for that. I doubt you two could reach any meaningful understanding. Yi Tingqiu decisively dismissed her intentions. I merely wish to observe whether you can coexist, even if only superficially. What do you mean, sister? What I mean is, this is your final opportunity. Yi Tingqiu gazed down at the pitiable girl before her. If this fails, I shall send you abroad to study. Yi Baozhu's face became vacant, and after a long pause, she inquired, why? Because it is bothersome, Yi Tingqiu replied. Every time I hear news of you being bullied by Yi Kong, it irritates me. Yi Baozhu abruptly lifted her gaze to her. The one doing the bullying is her, and the one who causes you distress is also her. Why must I be the one sent away? Because she will never bow her head, Yi Tingqiu stated coolly. If I were to deliver the same threat to her, she would simply turn and walk away.
But she hasn't he left. Ye Baozhu retorted.
Didn't he grandma say she would send her away? Yet she remains in the Yi family. But grandma has fainted from anger several times because of her, Yi Tingqiu replied. Moreover, she has the audacity to call grandma old hag. She said that neither my parents nor I wish to end up like grandma, which is why we dare not threaten her. So you intend to threaten me instead? Because such a threat holds weight with you, Yi Tingqiu asserted. You are not like Yi Kong. You will never leave the Yi family. Therefore, you shall strive to meet my demands, will you not? Yi Baozhu's lips quivered as she fought against the urge to deny it. She longed to declare, I do not care about the Yi family, but found herself unable to voice it. After a prolonged moment of confusion, she softly asked again, why? Sister, you used to like me very much. You brushed my hair, took me to kindergarten and primary school, and even taught me how to deal with the boys who bullied me. Even brother thought you favored me over him. I still like you. After all, you have been my sister for 20 years, and the kindness we have shown you during those years is genuine. Yi Tingqiu stated with an icy demeanor. That is why I have continually provided you with opportunities. Yet, it seems you remain oblivious to this issue, your actions becoming increasingly outrageous. Initially, you merely stirred trouble for grandma, but then you even risked heatstroke by fainting right before Yi Kong. Yi Tingqiu lowered her gaze in the dim corridor light, her eyes resembling a stream of fragmented ice. At this rate, are you planning to hand her a knife so she can stab you half to death? Yi Baozhu's complexion turned pale, her thoughts in disarray. That sounds as though you genuinely care about me. I do indeed worry about you, Yi Tingqiu replied. I am quite busy and do not wish to be burdened by your issues any longer. She furrowed her brow lightly, glancing at her watch. I do not have the luxury of time to engage in heartfelt conversations with you. Now tell me, are you going to the ski resort? Do I have a choice? Yi Baozhu forced a grim smile.
You shall go.
Yi Tingqiu nodded, having intended to say something further, but Yi Baozhu abruptly slammed the door shut. Yi Tingqiu's expression remained indifferent. Even now, she dared to vent her frustrations in front of her, all the while believing she was the one being bullied. As night fell, Yi Baozhu sat on her bed, lost in thought for an extended period before sending a message. The following day, she awakened to a reply from Duruoe. The Yuan ski resort, is it? Such a grand affair. Of course, I shall attend. If you arrive first, remember to book a few more rooms. Yi Zhen somehow learned of Yi Kong's plans to ski with Yi Tingqiu and spent the day enviously making several phone calls. However, the most delighted individual in the household was undoubtedly Fong Sivan. Although she would not be attending herself, she busily scurried about packing Yi Kong's belongings, even arranging for custom ski attire to be made for him and scouring the internet for attractive and practical skiing equipment. Yi Kong quietly observed her excited demeanor, remaining silent. "Are you not going to choose for yourself?" A sudden voice interrupted him. It was Yi Tingqiu. "No, I trust her taste," Yi Kong replied without turning. After a moment, he added, "You truly wish to see me and Yi Baozhu get along peacefully. I merely desire tranquility within the household." That sentiment is exceedingly feudal. The aristocratic family is inherently steeped in feudal values. Immense interests intertwine those of the same lineage, creating a bond akin to ancient noble clans. With time, one grows to deeply understand this reality. That sounds rather ominous. Yi Kong turned to leave, yet he remained eagerly anticipating the ski resort. The day of departure arrived in the blink of an eye. The driver was Yi Tingqiu, with Yi Kong in the passenger seat, while Yi Baozhu and Lin Xinzhu exchanged glances in the back seat. Throughout the journey, conversation was sparse, the atmosphere awkward and uncomfortable, yet each individual appeared remarkably at ease. Lin Xinzhu felt increasingly restless, eventually resorting to browsing forums in the latter half of the trip. Yi Baozhu, seated beside her, inadvertently caught a glimpse of her screen, exclaiming in surprise, "You read comics too? I know this one, Starry Sky. It's quite popular right now. I've heard that one can also enjoys this manga artist, and even invested money in her," Yi Baozhu remarked, turning to Yi Tingqiu in the driver's seat. "Sister, didn't our family recently invest in a gaming company? Perhaps we could consider this manga artist. I hear her themes are well suited for gaming." "The strategy department is already keeping an eye on it," Yi Tingqiu replied as she drove. "But it might be difficult to secure, as several companies are vying for this IP. Perhaps I could lend a hand," Yi Baozhu suggested, her eyes sparkling. "I was a fan of her comics when I was younger. If needed, I could approach her for a collaboration as a fan." Lin Xinzhu, who had been scrolling through the forum, quietly glanced at Yi Kong, who was resting his head in his hands, appearing oblivious to their conversation. "What's the matter?" Yi Baozhu asked, noticing her strange expression. "Nothing," Lin Xinzhu smiled wryly. "When you go to negotiate a collaboration with the immortal demon, remember to let me tag along for the excitement." "Of course."
Ye Baozhu exclaimed joyfully.
"You're also a fan of hers?" "To some extent, yes," Lin Xinzhu reluctantly admitted. Thus, the two of them spent the rest of the journey animatedly discussing the works of the immortal demon. Meanwhile, Yi Kong slept soundly in the back seat. The gently swaying vehicle was the perfect setting for slumber, and halfway through, the rain began to fall outside. As the rhythmic patter of raindrops on the window lulled her, she effortlessly drifted into dreams. It felt as if she were in a rain-soaked landscape. The air was damp, coloring the winding mountain road a deep teal. She carried a massive backpack and a teddy bear, using a bamboo stick she had picked up as a cane, fearlessly traversing the cliffside blanketed in pear blossoms. The journey ahead was long and fraught with uncertainty, yet she harbored a mix of trepidation and indifferent hope, pressing onward without hesitation. "You must go find that person. No matter what happens, they will always stand by your side," whose voice penetrated through the misty rain, resonating incessantly in her ears. "The one who loves you most in the world, the one who will always unconditionally choose you. When you find them, you will understand that life is beautiful, and this world is wonderful. You will emerge from the depths of confusion." 11. I am sorry. I am sorry, 11.
Yekon. Yekon. Yekon.
She jolted awake with a start. In a sudden jolt, her body nearly struck the car roof, but Yi Tingqiu swiftly reached out to shield her, thereby preventing a painful bump on her head. "Did you have a nightmare?" Yi Tingqiu leaned against the car door, observing her with a furrowed brow. Her curly hair tucked behind her ear, her expression of concern appearing rather detached. "It wasn't a nightmare." Although still somewhat disoriented, Yi Kong insisted this. Her deep, dark eyes took a moment to fully focus, settling on Yi Tingqiu's face before her. This sister, who she had seen the least, left the most profound impression on her. Rumored to be a workaholic with little interest in romance or trivial matters, many speculated that she had inherited Yi Haichuan's emotional detachment. Yet, in Yi Kong's eyes, Yi Tingqiu seemed far colder than Yi Haichuan. Perhaps such a person was more suitable for experimentation? As Yi Kong pondered this, she abruptly reached out and grasped a handful of the cascading curls. "Yi Tingqiu, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected gesture, maintained her bent posture, casting a silent glance at her hair being seized before finding her voice. What do you mean? Yi Kong had yet to formulate a response, blinking before simply calling out.
Sister.
Yi Tingqiu, rarely at a loss for words, replied, You must have had a nightmare, right? Do you want someone to hold you? Not that it was out of the question. Yi Kong tightened her grip on her hair and said, Then why don't you hold me? Yi Tingqiu merely pulled her hair back, attempting to suppress the peculiar feeling stirring within her. That's something you should discuss with Mom. Let us get out of the car. She turned to fetch the equipment from the trunk, her tall, slender figure accentuated by the wind tousling her long curls, exuding an air of aloofness. Yi Kong sniffled, hopping out of the car to meet Lin Xinju's exasperated gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you trying to seduce your own sister? If you can't speak properly, just stay silent, Yi Kong retorted. What do you mean trying? Who have I ever seduced? ISN, Tichu Wu merely your subordinate? Lin Xinju followed closely, adding, She practically worships you. She's clearly a pervert. That's why you're terrifying. You can even seduce a pervert. Yi Kong's expression remained unyielding. Do you believe I could make you bark like a dog? Lin Xinju, unable to express her anger, suddenly leaned closer to Yi Kong and said, Hey, Yi Baozhu is looking at you with a terrifying gaze. She must have seen you trying to seduce your sister. Now bark for me, let me hear. Lin Xinju begrudgingly obliged, woof. As their banter continued, Yi Baozhu, who had been trailing behind, suddenly sprinted a few steps forward to assist Yi Tingqiu with the gear. Walking side by side, they indeed exuded a sisterly vibe. Lin Xinju smirked. She must be jealous. Do relatives get jealous too? Of course, as long as one is human and involved in a relationship, jealousy is inevitable. I don't feel that way. Yi Kong replied nonchalantly, but I understand your point. With that, she quickened her pace. Lin Xinju, eager to observe the unfolding drama, followed her. What's this? Are you competing for Yi Baozhu's affection? Yi Kong remained silent, her strides increasingly rapid until she reached the imposing iron gates of the villa, just in time to catch up with the two in front. They seemed to be engaged in conversation. Upon hearing footsteps, Yi Tingqiu turned her head.
Yet.
Yi Kong walked past her with purpose. For a fleeting moment, their gazes met, but Yi Kong's eyes were devoid of warmth as she moved past them. Continuing onward as Lin Xinju looked on in surprise, Yi Tingqiu halted her steps. A hint of cold amusement flickered in Yi Baozhu's eyes as she too stopped, her voice tinged with apprehension. Sister? Does she seem displeased that I'm walking so closely with you? Yi Tingqiu's response was simply silence. Before long, the front-running Yi Kong regretted her decision. As the first to rush into the villa, she was also the first to encounter someone she wished to avoid. Wen Lian, Du Ruowei Li Yin, and several other young masters and ladies she vaguely recognized were present. She let out a soft click of her tongue and came to a halt, only to hear the sound of a wheelchair gliding across the floor behind her. Chapter 67. I say, you wouldn't have feelings for Wen Ken, would you? In front of her, Du Ruowei waved, clearly unashamed of her intentions towards Yi Kong, her demeanor exuding an air of privilege as she beckoned like one might to a pet, a playful smirk gracing her lips. What a coincidence. Yi Kong's gaze skimmed briefly over her before settling on Wen Lian, who was seated in the lounge area, pale-faced and coughing softly. You two seem quite fated to meet again, Du Ruowei remarked, pointing between them, her laughter deepening. The perpetrator and the victim, the killer and the slain. Is your sister here to apologize to the victim? Hey, Du Ruowei, don't go too far. Lin Xinju stepped forward, who had previously stayed beside Yi Kong, reluctant to engage. Everyone was aware that Lin Xinju had fallen completely under Yi Kong's spell, so her presence elicited little surprise.
Du Ruowei smirked.
Is it too much to speak the truth? Wasn't it Yi Kong who pushed Wen Lian? Hearing her name, Wen Lian looked up, her expression clouded with confusion. Yet her demeanor chilled upon meeting Yi Kong's gaze, quickly averting her eyes. Ha. Even Wen Lian is intimidated by you. It's hard not to be afraid of someone capable of inflicting harm on a stranger. Wen Lian's health had always been frail. Her cruelty was truly vicious. A single displeasure could leave her family in turmoil, so what could outsiders expect? There were indeed drawbacks to being raised in such an environment. Though related by blood, they bore little difference from bastards. Amidst the casual chatter of the second-generation elites, a wheelchair was pushed closer. As conversation quieted, a wheelchair came to a stop beside Yi Kong. She turned her head to find Wen Can, dressed in a black shirt with a subtly embroidered collar, a silver crescent moon partially obscured by shadows. His long, slender fingers rested naturally on the blanket covering his legs as he relaxed against the chair. His face resembling an exquisite ink painting, yet his expression remained lifeless, his eyelids drooping, exuding an aura of despondency without uttering a word. "What brings you here?" Yi Kong inquired. "When Lian invited me," he replied lazily, though his tone was clear enough for all to hear. "I came only because I heard you would be here." Wen Lian also stood, smiling as she addressed the gathering. "Indeed, I'm fortunate to have the honor of Yi Miss S company." He then turned to the varied expressions of the second-generation elites. "I didn't expect to see you all here. Is this a gathering?" "Indeed, it is." Du Ruowei finally regained her composure, smirking as she glanced between Yi Kong and Wen Can. "But I wonder if the third Miss Yi would grace us with her presence and join us for some fun?" Yi Kong shot her a glance, remaining silent as she effortlessly pushed aside the assistant who was aiding Wen Can, opting to take over herself. As she maneuvered the wheelchair further into the hotel, she casually struck up a conversation.
Do you know how to ski?
"Of course. I don't. In fact, I've rarely even seen snow."
Well,
"Today you can have a good time. I can be your instructor. But your legs are not well. How can you teach?" "Verbal guidance." "Not entirely impossible." Just as they were about to pass by the group of second-generation elites without a care, Du Ruowei, unable to contain herself, stepped forward to block their path. "Yi Kong, can't you hear others speaking?" Du Ruowei said coldly, "Having returned to the Yi family for so long, you still haven't shed the uncultured habits you developed outside. Is it a failure of the Yi family's teaching, or are you simply beyond redemption? It seems Miss Du has some opinions regarding our Yi family's educational methods." A voice icy as winter drifted in from outside. Yi Tingshu entered, her gear slung over her shoulder, her gaze fixed on Du Ruowei. "Yi Kong has only just returned and indeed struggles to communicate with you all. If you have something to say, perhaps you should address me directly?"
Du Ruowei's expression froze.
In this circle, she is undeniably fearless, with few peers who can rival her audacity. However, in the presence of three individuals, Wen Can, Jiang Su, and Yi Tingshu, she finds herself utterly devoid of bravado. These three are widely recognized among the second generation of Yuzhou as the pinnacle of society. They typically engage with the forebears of the second generation, such as Du Ruowei's circle of friends, with whom they seldom cross paths. At this moment, Yi Tingshu displays a rare, chilling hostility, prompting Du Ruowei to bite her lip in response. "Senior Tingshu, Ruowei has always had this temperament. Please do not take it to heart," interjects Li Yin, his tall frame instinctively shielding Du Ruowei behind him, a courteous smile adorning his face. Without waiting for Yi Tingshu to respond, he turns his gaze to Yi Kong, adding, "Miss Yi surely would not mind, would she? We shall offer our apologies shortly." From Yi Kong's vantage point, she observes Du Ruowei's tightly clenched fists. A slight tilt of her head reveals a gaze of icy malice. It seems that with a knife in hand, she would relish the opportunity to exact vengeance upon Yi Kong. After a moment of contemplation, as Li Yin struggles to maintain his smile and the other second-generation members nonchalantly inquire whether Yi Kong is truly so serious, she suddenly fixes her eyes on Li Yin,
As if just now noticing him.
Mr. Doglicker, we meet again." Li Yin. Before he can react, Yi Kong's gaze drifts back to Du Ruowei. "And you? This marks our third encounter, and I find it curious why, among everyone here, you are the most fervently and seriously targeted towards me."
Du Ruowei's expression shift.
I just pondered for a moment and suddenly considered a possibility. Yi Kong tilts her head, her dark eyes glinting with a cold, inorganic light. "I say, could it be that you harbor feelings for Wen Can?" The previously jovial second-generation members find themselves rendered speechless, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. They are collectively stunned, their expressions a cacophony of shock. Is she out of her mind? What an uncharted territory. What did I just hear? Don't joke around. However, their countenances soon shift to expressions of astonishment. Why is Du Ruowei silent? Surely this can't be true? What in the world? Only two individuals remain unfazed, Yi Kong, whose face reflects nothing but pure curiosity regarding the answer, and Wen Can, who appears utterly indifferent. As if the insinuation of unrequited affection does not pertain to him at all, he even yawns, exuding a sense of ennui. It is not until Du Ruowei finally reacts that the tension breaks. Her pupils dilate, her face flushes crimson. The meticulously applied lipstick quivers silently as she finally manages to stammer, What are you babbling about?" Her voice escalates, becoming increasingly frantic. "Have you lost your mind? How could I possibly like him?" Her trembling fingers grip the hem of her carefully tailored dress, and with gritted teeth, she states emphatically, "I could never like him." She raises a finger, trembling, to point accusingly at Wen Can, a cripple. A worthless cripple who will have everything taken away by an adopted son. Why on earth would I like him? I do not like him. Though she utters few words, it seems as if she expends a great deal of energy in her vehement denial. Wen Can finally lifts his eyelids to glance at her, remaining calm and emotionless. Meanwhile, Yi Kong shifts Wen Can's wheelchair aside, ensuring he is out of the line of her accusatory finger. That is for the best. Yi Kong smirks, her eyes devoid of mirth. I sincerely hope you are not entertaining any thoughts about him. After all, he is now my fiancé. And I am a rather possessive person. She guides Wen Can past Du Ruowei. Throughout this bizarre interrogation, the protagonist, Wen Can, has remained completely silent, as though he were merely passing through a mere breeze, quickly resuming his conversation with Yi Kong. Did you push me in because you've already reserved a room? Not yet, but you surely have, right?
Yes.
I want dessert. Indeed. I brought a pastry chef. You are so considerate. Basic etiquette for a fiancé.
Wow.
You could express a bit more emotion in your wow.
Wow.
That was better. The elevator doors open and close, and the two figures truly vanish from sight. Only then do the second-generation members, who have been internally screaming, regain their composure. Hey, someone breaks the silence with an awkward laugh, glancing at Du Ruowei. She can't be serious, right? Of course. Du Ruowei's voice is nearly shrill, and her glare is fierce. Yet her eyes betray her, reddening in realization. As she notices this, she quickly turns away, fists clenched tightly, ready to storm out. What bad luck, I'm done playing. She barely takes 2 steps before someone seizes her. Turning to confront Li Yin's penetrating gaze, she demands, "What do you mean? I specifically returned from abroad to accompany you skiing, not to waste my time watching you for others." He smirks, his eyes dark and inscrutable, pulling Du Ruowei along as they turn to leave. "Let us return to our rooms for now. We can't let our princess go hungry." As they bicker their way to the elevator, the other second-generation members exchange excited looks, anticipating the gossip that is sure to ensue. By the time they disperse, Yi Tingqiu and the others have long since vanished. With a swift motion, the curtains are drawn back, revealing a vast expanse of white outside.
Ye kon paus momentarily.
Wen Can glances over her shoulder. This is the largest indoor ski resort in the country. Sometimes even national athletes come here to train. But currently, there isn't a soul in sight. The Wen family has reserved the entire place. Such extravagance? The Wen family has always operated this way. And you? Not me. I prefer a bit more liveliness. Especially when it doesn't concern me. After a brief silence, Wen Can abruptly inquires, "Do you truly possess a strong sense of possessiveness?"
Ye kon respons affirmatively.
But rest assured, my possessiveness is only directed towards that which rightfully belongs to me. I have nothing to be concerned about. Wen Can lowers his gaze. Fiddling with his phone, "I'll have the pastry chef prepare something for you. I want matcha-flavored." Yi Kong interjects eagerly. "Very well. Did you bring a gaming console?" "Alas. I did not." "Then we should venture outside. I can push you around the ski resort. But you'll need to grab some clothes. Otherwise, you'll be cold." "What about your clothes?" "I can fetch them for you. There's a suitcase in the room. It should have been moved in by my assistant ahead of time." Yi Kong approaches to rummage through it, pulling out a black down jacket, locating a scarf, and excitedly retrieving a hat, which Wen Can promptly declines.
I don't want the hat.
Just as they are conversing, a sudden knock echoes from the door. Yi Kong rushes to open it, revealing a somewhat familiar beautiful woman standing outside. "Miss Yi," the beauty exclaims, clearly taken aback, her eyes widening. "You are Yi Kong?" "Yes, and you are?" Yi Kong recalls, her brow subconsciously furrowing. "Miss Qin?" "Indeed." Qin Ranqiu smiles gently, her gaze falling upon the down jacket draped over Yi Kong's arm. "What are you doing?" Helping Wen Can try on clothes, Yi Kong replies candidly. "Do you need something from him?" "A minor work-related matter, but there's no rush," Qin Ranqiu nods, suggesting they discuss it later. Yi Kong agrees, about to close the door when Qin Ranqiu calls out to her. "Miss Yi-san, I have heard that you just uttered some rather remarkable words." Her tone was laced with a natural mirth, as if she were teasing or simply expressing genuine curiosity. Yi Kong halted her steps and turned to glance at her. It was merely a bit of ordinary deduction. "Do you truly believe that Ruowei has feelings for Wen Can?" They have never crossed paths, and Ruowei often speaks of Wen Can with a scowl, deeming him too talented and too arrogant. The assessment of talent and arrogance, to my ears, seems more akin to a yearning. Yi Kong continued, but it matters little. She has already denied it. Qin Ranqiu smiled slightly. I must say, Miss Yi-san, you appear to possess a gift for psychology. I am studying psychology after all. Before departing, Qin Ranqiu left behind a cryptic remark. If Ruawei remains, you might want to tread carefully in the coming days, for she is notoriously vengeful. Observing Qin Ranqiu's graceful silhouette as she walked away, Yi Kong remained unmoved. Is there anyone in this world more vengeful than I? She mused to herself. Slamming the door shut. Leaning against the door, she noticed Wen Ken emerging from the inner wardrobe. Only when his figure appeared at the threshold did Yi Kong fix her gaze upon him, murmuring, and for some reason, this psychological expert suspects that the one surnamed Qin harbors feelings for you. What are you mumbling about? Wen Ken, seated in his wheelchair with his back to the snowy expanse outside, had an air of natural aloofness. Yet his position was indeed lower. However, even if it were true, it hardly seemed surprising. Yi Kong approached Wen Can, who remained in his wheelchair, and without responding to his inquiry, she tossed her scarf directly onto his face. The man, half concealed by the fabric, tilted his head to reveal his thin, rosy lips, asking, "What are you doing, little brat?" Yi Kong replied, "I'm feeling rather displeased." Chapter 69. You are a most ordinary person. Yi Kong's ski attire was a vibrant green, standing out against the pristine white snow. She stood outside a hot beverage shop, accepting a cup of milk tea from the server, inserting a straw, and taking a vigorous sip. Suddenly, footsteps echoed behind her, prompting her to pause and glance sideways. It was Wen Lian, bundled up in layers. Though he was heavily dressed, including a hat and scarf, his complexion still appeared pale, as if frozen. The second-generation skiers, nearby, chattering excitedly as they donned their ski gear, slowed their movements upon witnessing the scene, whispers of speculation wafting through the cold air. Goodness! Are the perpetrator and the victim about to converse? Wen Lian is actually approaching her?
His temperament is far too soft.
After all, she was Wen Can's fiancé. It was only natural that he, as an adopted son, would refrain from expressing dissent. How pitiful! Yi Kong, overhearing their remarks, turned to Wen Lian and smirked. Did you not hear? How dare you come near me? Wen Lian smiled back at her. His face, with a hint of mixed heritage, appeared even more fragile and gentle against the backdrop of his pale blue scarf. It's all right, he said, his voice slightly hoarse. I understand you did not mean it last time. Yi Kong burst into laughter, pointing a finger at him. Perhaps I am not worldly enough, but your audacity is truly eye-opening. My honor? Wen Lian maintained his composure, wrapped in thick clothing, smiling innocently. He glanced around. Are you waiting for a can? He requires assistance to move from his wheelchair, and I grew impatient, so I came down first. What about your sister? She is still busy in the room. You probably won't see her until mealtime. Wen Lian nodded and glanced towards the giggling second-generation skiers. Ruawei and Li Yin have yet to come down. Surely you do not expect me to know even this? I am not acquainted with them at all. After a seemingly casual exchange, Wen Lian suddenly smiled inexplicably. Yi Kong focused on her milk tea, not inquiring about his amusement. However, Wen Lian spoke first. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. He did not turn to face Yi Kong, instead gazing into the distance at the snow. When I awoke, only to be told that you had not come to see me, nor even cast a glance my way, I knew you were exceptional. Just like now, even though we both understand the circumstances surrounding that incident in the water, you can still converse with me normally. He exhaled, watching the mist dissipate before turning to Yi Kong, asking, May I know what you truly think?
About what? About me.
Yi Kong released her straw, which had been bitten flat, letting out an exasperated sigh. Of course, I have not thought about anything at all. Do not be deceived by my apparent leisure. My mind is quite occupied with countless thoughts. Why would I squander my brain cells on inconsequential individuals? You claim I am remarkable, do you not? She took another sip of her milk tea, tilting her head to regard the entranced Wen Lian, lamenting, yet regrettably, in my eyes, you are an exceedingly ordinary person. Wen Lian, dressed in a down jacket, when Ken was wheeled over by his assistant. Yi Kong tossed aside her empty milk tea cup and walked towards him, leaving the seemingly devastated Wen Lian behind. What were you discussing? I forgot. Is that so? Wen Ken glanced at Wen Lian, but did not press further, merely stating, Shall we ski?
I can teach you.
Inside the hotel, the door to Du Ruawei's room was knocked upon. Initially, the knocks were rhythmic, exuding an air of well-mannered politeness. However, a minute later, with no response from within, The knocks grew increasingly impatient, culminating in what sounded like an all-out assault on the door, the cacophony suggesting the presence of a beast outside. After a considerable time, someone finally sat up from beneath the covers, her voice piercing as she shouted, "Stop banging. I am trying to sleep." The knocking ceased. Li Yin's voice rang out, tinged with laughter. "What are you sleeping for at this hour? Everyone is waiting for you to ski. I am not going." Du Ruawei lay back down.
Outside.
Silence reigned once more. She stared at the ceiling, slowly closing her eyes. Just as she was on the verge of drifting off, Li Yin's voice pierced through the quiet again. "Come out." Du Ruawei's eyes flew open. She heard the voice, now tinged with an oppressive tone, repeat, "I will say this one last time, come out, Du Ruawei. I told you, I don't want to go." Du Ruawei hurled her pillow across the room, but the person outside responded with an even more vigorous thud against the door. "What are you afraid of? Why are you being such a coward?" He gritted out. "Where has the fearless Miss Du gone? Or is it true that Yi Kong hit a nerve, making you too ashamed to step outside? What nonsense are you spouting?"
Du Ruawei nearly screamed.
Enraged, she leaped out of bed and flung open the door. "Li Yin, have you lost your mind?" The man waiting outside fell silent. He gazed at the woman before him, and after a moment, softly remarked, "The one who has lost her mind is you, Du Ruawei." He raised his hand, his fingertips brushing against her face, only to be forcefully swatted away with a resounding clap. "What are you doing? That is what I should be asking you." Li Yin's once handsome face was now filled with fury, his fingers gripping the doorframe until they turned white. "Do you even realize how puffy your eyes are? What are you crying about?" Du Ruawei, flustered, turned her face away, raising her hand to touch her eyes, then defiantly declared, "I did not cry. I got cleanser in my eyes while washing my face." Li Yin watched her in silence, his tall figure silhouetted against the corridor light, obscuring his expression. Yet an oppressive aura radiated from him. Just as Du Ruawei could no longer hold back her words, he suddenly spoke in a calm voice. "If that is the case, then come down with me." I said, "I do not want to." "What is it that you do not want? If you do not wish to ski, why did you invite us all here? Or is there someone downstairs you wish to avoid?"
Ye kom?
"Surely not. For you clearly came here for her, did you not? Is that the only person you never anticipated to arrive?" Li Yin's voice was frigid, as if imbued with ice. Each word delicately articulated. "Wen Ken? I already told you I did not." Du Ruawei appeared on the brink of collapse, her eyes, already slightly swollen, now glimmering with a hint of red. Meeting Li Yin's heavy gaze, she closed her eyes briefly and took a deep breath. "Fine, let us go." She forcefully shoved past Li Yin's shoulder and stepped outside, but only after a couple of strides did she hear the cold command from behind. "Put on your shoes." Chapter 70. A Madman. Yi Kong was on her snowboard, having fallen hard onto the snow for what felt like the umpteenth time. "Your balance is abysmal," came Wen Ken's languid voice through her earphones. This was supposed to be quite simple. Gritting her teeth, Yi Kong propped herself up with her ski poles and retorted, "You might find it hard to believe, but I actually trained in Sonda for a while."
Oh.
Wen Ken replied, surprised. "That is certainly not apparent. I studied for 6 months and only mastered the shoulder throw," Yi Kong lamented. "I've always considered myself a prodigy until I ventured into sports." After tumbling another 8 or 9 times, she finally conceded defeat. "I'm simply not cut out for any sport. Perhaps it's best to give up." Her tone was tinged with reluctance, and her slow rise was filled with dejection. A girl from another family glided past her, laughing heartily while not forgetting to mock her loudly. "Wow, Yi-san, you can't even snowboard?"
Hey.
"Yi-san, I wagered you'd fall 20 times before you learned anything. And you're still 2 falls short. Keep going." "Hey Yi-san, even if you've been raised outside for 20 years, the Yi family ought to have taught you something, right? Snowboarding is our foundational sport." Those second-generation heirs circled around her with glee, observing from afar. Lin Xianzhou quickly rushed over. "What are you doing?" "Stop bullying her. Just having some fun," one laughed. "I wagered she'd fall 50 times. She has to slide 50 times before she gives up, right? Or should I teach you, Miss Yi-san?" A striking figure suddenly swooped down from above, calling out loudly while whistling a melodious tune. Yi Kong found herself encircled by their arrogant presence, blinked once, and then raised her ski pole, swinging it outward without hesitation.
Whoa.
The young master cried out, but it was too late to alter his course. He tripped and flew out, landing with a thud in the snow and rolling several times before coming to a halt.
Whoa.
"Zhou Song, are you alright? Yi-san, have you lost your mind? Do you know you could break your neck doing that?" Yi Kong chuckled heartily. If you know it's possible to break your neck and still provoke me, isn't that just courting disaster? She rested her ski pole on her shoulder, casting a bold glance at the gathered crowd. You all love to call me a madwoman and a murderer online, yet here you are, surrounding me with your banter. How should I interpret such behavior? Her gaze fell upon the one who had just managed to rise from the snow, and she coolly uttered 3 words. Masochist? Who are you calling a masochist? The group of second-generation heirs felt insulted and appeared ready to confront her, but were interrupted by an unexpected voice. Miss, the gentleman requests you to come up for hot milk tea. It was Wen Can's assistant, whose sudden appearance startled several of them. The second-generation heirs begrudgingly halted their advance. Yi Kong scoffed and, with her ski pole in hand, trudged back slowly. You really can't keep your eyes off people for a second without them getting into a brawl, Wen Can remarked as he handed her the milk tea. You may only know how to perform a shoulder throw, but you have quite the audacity. Is that because you're here? Yi Kong removed her gloves to accept it, biting the straw while keeping her head down, uttering something subtly provocative. Wen Can paused. You wouldn't act this way if I weren't around? Of course not. I'm not one of those fools. Yi Kong swallowed a sip of her milk tea, suddenly making a face of distaste. Why is it bitter? Because I bought pure tea, Wen Can replied innocently. You already had a sweet milk tea earlier, and you're about to indulge in dessert? Too much sugar isn't good for you. Are you my mother?
Yi Kong retorted.
Even if I have a sweet tooth, I prefer quality sweetness. Overindulging in inferior sugars would be a waste, wouldn't it? Wen Can smiled at her. I promise the dessert later will leave you utterly satisfied. The young master, with his exquisitely sculpted visage framed by a soft scarf, appeared even more gentle and breathtaking. Yi Kong found herself momentarily entranced. I suddenly think you would suit the name Wen Lian better. Are you insulting me? I'm merely complimenting your resemblance to a blossoming lotus. Indeed, that is an insult. When Li Yin and Du Ruawei arrived, they witnessed the scene, the second-generation heirs joyously skiing in clusters, while on the wooden platform above, Wen Can and Yi Kong each held a cup of milk tea, one standing and the other seated, leaning closely together as if engaged in a lively conversation. Never have I seen young master Wen appear so approachable, have you? Li Yin's voice emerged low and laced with clear sarcasm.
Oh.
But regardless of whether he is approachable or standoffish, we seldom have the chance to even see him. It's unprecedented to come so close to him twice in such a short span. By that logic, doesn't it seem we've all benefited from Yi Kong's presence? Enough. Du Ruawei snapped, unable to contain herself. What exactly do you want? What do you want? Li Yin smirked. What prompts such a reaction from you? Du Ruawei closed her eyes briefly. Do you not know how much I detest Yi Kong? Someone like her, who thinks she can soar to greatness simply by alighting upon a branch, daring to act arrogant before me like a crow. I simply wish to see her brought low. What's wrong with that? Don't you know my character? She turned to face Li Yin, her eyes brimming with fury. Li Yin lowered his gaze to her, remaining silent for a long moment before he finally smiled gently. In that case, I shall assist you. You know I've always stood behind you. He averted his gaze, pulling Du Ruawei forward, his lips forming a straight line. I heard. A man's voice abruptly interjected between Yi Kong and Wen Can. Their conversation halted, and they turned to look. Miss Yi Sen took quite a tumble. Li Yin approached them, his angular face, which clearly bore a temper, for the first time displaying the smile of an aristocrat. Yi Kong shot them a confused glance. What is it to you? Li Yin remained silent, releasing Du Ruawei's hand and bending down to strap on a snowboard. Yi Kong. So, is your eloquence honed at the negotiation table? Not exactly. I seem to have been adept at pleasing those I wish to please since childhood. Is there truly someone in this world you wish to please? Am I not pleasing you? Wen Can replied calmly, I rarely apply my eloquence to trivial matters like persuading someone to consume less sweetness. Ah, that is indeed true. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Kong's hand was suddenly grasped. The remaining half-cup of milk tea was knocked to the ground as a gloved hand yanked her over. Miss Yi San, aren't you unable to snowboard? Allow me to teach you. Li Yin declared without looking back, asserting that among everyone present, his snowboarding skills were supreme.
Whoa.
Yi Kong was caught off guard and nearly toppled over. But Li Yin's speed was too swift. Her position was already at the edge of the slope, and in mere seconds, she was tugged onto the slope, swooshing down alongside Li Yin with a whoosh. Wen Can's outstretched hand grasped only air. He stood there momentarily stunned, while Yi Kong was already swept away into the cold, howling winds alongside Li Yin. Chapter 71. Fear not, You shall not perish. Are you insane? The girl's furious shout echoed through the entire ski resort. Many heads turned in astonishment, yet only two figures were discernible, gliding down the slope, seemingly swept away by the wind. Li Yin and Yi Kong? What an unexpected pairing. Could I be mistaken? What does this imply? The murmurs of disbelief dissipated into the frigid air. At that moment, Yi Kong had no time to ponder these thoughts. Her sole focus was to maintain her balance, exerting every ounce of strength to prevent herself from tumbling into the snow. This was a far cry from her previous, gradual practice sessions. As Li Yin had claimed, his skiing prowess was exceptional. Even while assisting another, his speed remained formidable, and in the blink of an eye, they had traversed the second slope. For the sake of safety, Yi Kong found herself gripping the hand of this reckless fool with all her might. As the third slope approached, the longest descent of the entire ski resort loomed ahead, causing her legs to tremble merely at the sight. Consequently, she loosened her grip, preferring to fall in this gentle transition rather than risk the lengthy descent. However, just as she began to release her hold, Li Yin abruptly yanked her forward, his other hand firmly anchoring his ski pole in the snow. Yi Kong stumbled, her embarrassment palpable as she clutched at his clothing.
Lilin.
Have you lost your mind? Miss Yi actually remembers my name. What an honor. His voice remained devoid of inflection. Let go of me. I will, in due time. Her body, tense with the threat of danger, paradoxically offered her an unexpected clarity. Amidst this calm, a familiar anger surged within her, a feeling of utter helplessness, suppressed by external forces, devoid of any control. This was the sensation she despised most in her life. The last time she felt such powerlessness and rage was at the age of 15. Are you flaunting your identity as Li Yin, or are you merely using your gender to overpower me with sheer strength? A voice, eerily calm amidst the wind, echoed Yi Kong's thoughts, almost as if she were speaking to herself. Whichever it is, you are undoubtedly the type of person I most detest. And what an honor that is, he replied. As they reached the third slope, rescuers dispatched by Wen rushed closer. Li Yin's skis glided smoothly over the peak, whereas Yi Kong's were already in disarray. She relied entirely on Li Yin's grip to avoid falling, but in the next moment, he pressed down on her fingers. Do not worry. You won't die. For the first time, he turned his head, revealing a sharply defined profile beneath his ski goggles, his lips pressed into a cold line. Then, without room for refusal, he pried her fingers apart.
Yi Kong gasped.
Losing her last point of leverage, she felt herself uncontrollably shifting backward, her gaze fixed on the man who maintained a strikingly handsome skiing posture. As the ceiling of the ski resort filled her vision, the very instant her hand separated from Li Yin's, a smile of madness and coldness flickered across her face. Upon witnessing her expression, Li Yin's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the drawstring of his ski suit was forcefully yanked and Li Yin toppled forward, inadvertently sending Yi Kong crashing into the snow. On the long and steep slope, they tumbled together like clothes in a washing machine, entangled in a chaotic roll as onlookers screamed. The wind howled, and snow sprayed around them. Yi Kong clung tenaciously to the man's collar, exerting all her strength to prevent him from breaking free with each of his attempts. In their chaotic descent, their hands had grasped one another several times until the slope finally reached its end, and Li Yin could no longer muster the energy to react. He lay there limply, his arms spread wide, while Yi Kong, still dazed from the fall, began to rise. After a couple of clumsy attempts that elicited muffled groans from Li Yin, she took a moment to catch her breath. You're venting your frustrations for Du Ruowei, aren't you? Yi Kong scrutinized Li Yin, her dark eyes piercing, her complexion pale, yet a smile curled at her lips. But looking at you like this, are you really acting on her behalf, or is it for your own sake? Have I struck a nerve? Her laughter grew more unrestrained, tiny snowflakes tumbling through her disheveled hair, accentuating the malice on her face. Does Du Ruowei truly harbor feelings for Wen? Is her swollen-eyed state a result of being heard in front of him? Or because, despite her pain, he barely noticed her? If she struggles to contain her emotions in public, how many nights has she wept for Wen in private? Especially during his accident. Did she not nearly cry her eyes out? Did you ever notice the signs? I've heard you two are childhood sweethearts. You've loved her for many years. During those years, has she ever cried for you? Li Yin fell silent. Yi Kong seized his ski goggles and ripped them off, revealing his icy, hollow eyes reflecting the vast whiteness around them and her face, marred with malice. Such a pitiful sight, Mr. Simp. That woeful expression doesn't suit you. She released his collar, kicked off her skis, and staggered to her feet. But no matter how pitiable you are, that is not a justification for you to take your anger out on me. Breathing heavily, she scanned her surroundings, unsteadily approached her abandoned ski pole, and returned to Li Yin's side. I am not the kind of person who will suffer in silence. Yi Kong loosened her scarf, her chilled hands gripping the ski pole tightly, raising it high. From above, the onlookers beheld the scene.
No.
Du Ruowei's anguished scream echoed as Li Yin's pupils reflected the descending metal ski pole, and the juxtaposition of Yi Kong's calm demeanor against her violent intent was striking. She even managed a slight smile. Rest assured, you won't die. With a resounding thud, before the first person could arrive and intervene, Yi Kong had already struck Li Yin with the ski pole, blood spilling forth, his body curling in response. Stop. Are you insane? Are you truly trying to kill him? Yi Kong was finally restrained by several individuals, holding her legs and waist, bringing her fury to a halt. Gasping, she paused, prepared to discard the ski pole when Du Ruowei's sharp reprimand rang out. Yi Kong, you wretched being. Yi Kong smiled. In that fleeting moment, her expression brimmed with malice, and she tightened her grip on the ski pole, ready to swing it at Du Ruowei, but was abruptly halted by a sudden resistance. The one who had previously shown no reaction, Li Yin, had somehow seized the other end of her ski pole. Yi Kong blinked.
Fool.
With a swift kick, she struck him without holding back, eliciting a muffled grunt from him. Stop hitting him. Lin Xinzhou clung tightly to her waist, pulling her back, taking a considerable time to finally restrain the suddenly frenzied Yi Kong. Chapter 72. Just how arrogant she is. Alright, I'm fine now. Yi Kong finally relaxed her body, her voice calming. Lin Xinzhou, without even glancing at her, continued to hold her waist. Of course, you're fine. Others are the ones in trouble. Yi Kong impatiently pried her hands away. I won't die. I promise I won't hit anyone again. You guarantee it? I guarantee it. Only then did Lin Xinzhou reluctantly release her grip, grumbling, what a waste, using hands meant for playing the guitar to hit someone. Yi Kong fell silent, her mood deflating like a punctured balloon. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she spotted Du Ruowei, similarly restrained by a crowd, looking as though she longed to rush over and end her life. A fresh surge of icy rage welled within her. Yi Kong smiled, striding forward amidst the wary glances and verbal warnings of those around her.
Miss Du Ruowei.
Her sweet voice interrupted Du Ruowei's tirade, the sharpness in her tone compelling an immediate hush. I care not for the melodramatic love farces you are entangled in, but let this be my final warning. Regardless of your unrequited affection for Wen Can, or your relentless adoration, do not dare to provoke me again. Keep me and Wen Can out of your affairs. You're talking nonsense. Am I? You are well aware of the truth. Yi Kong's lips curled into a smile, reminiscent of the fervor she displayed when she lashed out. Is your vitriol aimed at me for avenging Li Yin, or because I am Wen Can's fiancé? Du Ruowei's eyes widened, her lips trembling slightly. Yi Kong glanced at Li Yin, who lay bloodied on the ground, scoffed, and began to depart, only to be halted by a voice rife with hatred and tremor. Do you think you can walk away? After what you did to Li Yin? Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? Du Ruowei stepped forward, her fists clenched tightly as she glared at the girl's back. You can't possibly think that the Yi family can shield you from all consequences. Yi Kong, she enunciated each word through gritted teeth. This time, you will pay dearly. You will be utterly ruined. Yi Kong halted her steps. I almost forgot. She turned to face the encircled Li Yin, striding towards him, parting the crowd with force, then crouching down to whisper into his ear. Young Masterly, while I cannot ascertain your awareness, I shall assume you are informed. Her icy breath brushed against his neck. Years ago, in Huahua County, at the orphanage Li family, her petal-like crimson lips parted delicately, releasing four words like a gentle breeze. Charity Foundation. As these phrases rolled off her tongue like a riddle, Li Yin's pupils constricted in shock. Yi Kong stood, looking down at him with a smirk. Farewell, Mr. Loyal Dog. She discarded her ski pole and turned to leave. Stop.
Yi Kong.
Don't you dare think. Silence. Du Ruowei's attempt to pursue was cut short by Li Yin's sharp command. She turned in disbelief, but Li Yin met her gaze unflinchingly, calmly stating, I initiated the altercation, so let this matter rest here. What did you say? At that moment, Yi Tingchu was engaged in a video conference. Upon hearing the urgency in the news, she interrupted the meeting, furrowing her brow as she made her way downstairs. She coincidentally ran into Yi Baozhu, who rushed towards her, visibly anxious. Sister, I heard she beat up Liin. What are we to do?
Ye Tingchu kılıkıt her tongu inanmayance.
What are you so pleased about? Yi Baoshu faltered, I'm not. Without a word, Yi Tingchu stepped into the elevator, striding ahead. Yi Baoshu bit her lip in grievance but followed suit. The ski resort was equipped with basic medical facilities, and the Wen family had arranged for a doctor to accompany Wen Lian, who could manage Li Yin's condition well enough. By the time they reached the infirmary, Yi Tingchu had already gleaned the entire situation from Wen Ken Miss Yi. Du Ruohui sneered upon seeing Yi Tingchu. Your family has indeed brought back a remarkable daughter, first pushing Wen Lian into the water, and now nearly beating Li Yin to death. Were you present when she pushed Wen Lian into the water? Yi Tingchu interrupted her without even a glance, causing Wen Lian, who was also waiting, to look up in surprise. Yi Tingchu then turned to stare at Du Ruohui. I ask you, did you witness Yi Kong push Wen Lian into the water? Du Ruohui's face flushed with anger. I didn't see it, but others did. She dared to strike Li Yin so brutally in front of everyone. It was precisely because she had the audacity to assault Li Yin in public that she could not have pushed Wen Lian into the water. Yi Tingchu interjected once more. Her tone, honed in the highest echelons of business negotiations, was cold yet undeniably authoritative, leaving no room for doubt, because if she had, she would have boldly admitted it before everyone, just as she did today. But she did not admit to it. Yi Tingchu averted her gaze and walked past them, not sparing a glance at Wen Lian. Thus, she absolutely did not push Wen Lian. Just then, a doctor emerged, and Yi Tingchu approached to hear his findings. Concussion, dislocated arm, multiple soft tissue contusions, head trauma, significant blood loss. He should not be moved for now, but there are no major issues. A few days of rest should suffice. Yi Tingchu felt a slight sense of relief. Learning that Li Yin was still conscious, she entered to offer her greetings. I will inform your parents. The Yi family will provide you with an explanation, but that's unnecessary. Li Yin's nonchalant tone interrupted her. Yi Tingchu paused for a moment. What do you mean? I mean this matter ends here. Li Yin, bandaged, turned his head to gaze out the window, his voice heavy. I was the one who instigated this. Yi Tingchu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. However, since the victim himself had made such a statement, she certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to force her sister to bear the blame. After exchanging a few polite remarks about resting well, she prepared to leave. Before she could exit, she was called back. Yi Kong, who is she really? Li Yin turned his gaze towards her, his eyes probing. Is she truly a child of the Yi family? Where did she live before? The veneer of politeness faded from Yi Tingchu's face. Such matters were not for young Master Li to concern himself with. As for Yi Kong's identity, she is indeed my biological sister, my parents' daughter, without a doubt. The third miss of the Yi family. Rest well. She turned and exited the ward, leaving Yi Baoshu to keep Du Ruohui company as she ascended to find Yi Kong. Chapter 73. What do you desire? The hotel featured a garden corridor suspended in midair. Yi Kong stood by the window, gazing down at the vast expanse of snow-laden trees. Below lay a hot spring. Wen Ken remarked that it is separated from the ski resort by a forest and a gate. You may wish to try it later. Have you been here before? Yi Kong inquired. Wen Ken nodded. And who is the better skier? You or Li Yin? I am, Wen Ken replied succinctly,
As if merely stating a fact.
Footsteps approached from behind, and Yi Kong turned to see Wen Lian accompanied by a group of second-generation elites. Upon meeting her gaze, Wen Lian surprisingly offered a polite nod. Yi Kong raised an eyebrow, observing the tall yet frail figure retreating amidst the throng. She could even hear his occasional cough.
What are you looking at?
Wen Ken repositioned the wheelchair. Desire, Yi Kong said. Even if one had but a day left to live, they would pursue power and wealth without hesitation. While I have always acknowledged the existence of such desires, I find them utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps that is because what you seek is something that money and power cannot procure, Wen Ken suggested. Do you know? Yi Kong turned to him. I do not. Wen Ken replied. Perhaps you could enlighten me? Yi Kong lowered her eyelids momentarily, before raising them again. I desire love. Wen Ken felt an immense relief that he hadn't been drinking at that moment, or he would have undoubtedly lost his composure. Yet even so, he could not contain his expression. Go ahead and laugh. Yi Kong was unfazed, walking to the window and calmly gazing down. Her demeanor was so nonchalant that Wen Ken found it less amusing, eventually teasing, Are we filming some emotional program right now? Like a confidant brother segment? There would be no emotional program seeking me as a guest. However, if they were researching mental illness, that might be a different story. Wen Ken ceased to smile and asked, Why do you desire love? Do your parents not love you? From what I understand, They are quite fond of you. I don't know. Perhaps it's because I have never possessed it, so I cannot discern its value. And you? Yi Kong turned her gaze to him. Have you ever had it? Have you ever experienced a love that adores you above all else? One that, regardless of the circumstances or the company you keep, would unconditionally choose you for eternity? When Can was ensnared in a profound silence, Yi Kong had initially posed the question casually, yet now found himself unable to avert his gaze, fixating on the man's silent visage, etching it into his memory with vivid clarity. It resembled an ink-wash painting. His brows, akin to the ridges of a verdant mountain, seemed to weep with the gentle weight of lowered lashes, as if rain had fallen, creating a misty chill. His eyes appeared deceptively clear, yet upon closer inspection, revealed a fathomless, icy depth. The bridge of his nose stood tall and sleek, its contours as striking as the boldest strokes of a master painter's brush. Yi Kong had never encountered a nose more exquisite than Wen Can's. And as for his lips, he suddenly interjected, interrupting Yi Kong's reverie. She turned her gaze to his eyes, which mirrored the stillness of a tranquil lake. A subtle smile graced his features, yet his eyes betrayed no emotion. The love you speak of? I have indeed experienced it. Yi Kong paused, taken aback. Who? My mother. Not unexpectedly, Yi Kong replied, from my observations, such sentiments predominantly manifest among family members, between fathers and sons, brothers, mothers and children. She seemed to drift into a reminiscence. I find myself genuinely curious. Throughout my life, my dwindling curiosity has been consumed by this very question. Her gaze flitted back to Wen Can's face. Why is it that one can love another so selflessly? What does it feel like to be cherished uniquely by someone? She leaned closer to Wen Can, until she could discern her reflection in his pupils. You have experience. Could you share it with me? At that moment, Wen Lian, holding 2 cups of coffee and making his way over, abruptly halted. From his vantage point, he could only see the silhouette of the girl bent towards Wen Can. The daylight streamed through the window, enveloping her tousled hair, rendering the 2 overlapping figures with a soft, blurred outline. It appeared as if they were sharing an exquisitely serene kiss. When Lian gripped his coffee cup tightly and turned to glance behind him. Just stepping onto the final staircase was Du Ruowei, who stood frozen, while the person entwined with her arm, also halting, was Yi Baozhu. It seems, she whispered, my sister has genuinely fallen for Wen Can. Have you ever witnessed Wen Can kiss anyone? Du Ruowei did not turn her head, as if entranced by the scene, her voice drifting like a dream, despite the fact that she had never been one to indulge in gossip. Du Ruowei abruptly withdrew her hand, turning sharply to leave, only to be seized by Yi Baozhu. Aren't you supposed to fetch clothes for Lian? Take the elevator. Du Ruowei's voice was not quiet, yet the 2 remained oblivious. Wen Can was deeply engrossed in contemplating how to respond to Yi Kong's inquiry. After a considerable pause, he finally articulated, perhaps it resembles soaking in a hot spring. Every cell in your body unfurls in the warm water, enveloped in a gentle warmth that makes you feel as though you could drift off to sleep at any moment. There exists an all-encompassing sense of security, for you know that no matter where you succumb to slumber, someone will awaken you to partake in a steaming breakfast. His voice, as cool as dew-laden bamboo, spoke of languid warmth. Yet, Yi Kong could only perceive the smoldering ashes within his eyes, devoid of life, a barren desolation. What are you doing? Wen Can's voice jolted her from her stupor. Upon focusing, she realized, to her surprise, that she had extended her hand to touch his eye. There's dust on your eyelashes. Yi Kong maintained her composure as she gently brushed his lashes, then withdrew her hand, rubbing her fingertips together. Why does a grown man have such long eyelashes? When I was a child, my mother deliberately trimmed my eyelashes, claiming it would make them grow longer. Wen Can chuckled lightly, uncertain of the truth behind it. It's merely a folk superstition. The length of one's eyelashes is determined by genetics. Throughout the day, Yi Tingshu had not caught a glimpse of Yi Kong. Only after finalizing the contract and discussing project details with the Wen family did she finally carve out time for meal. However, even during lunch, Yi Kong was nowhere to be seen. Her calls went unanswered. Chewing on her steak, Yi Tingshu glanced at her phone and raised her voice to the second-generation members nearby. Has anyone seen Yi Kong? Suddenly addressed, the group fell into a flurry of confusion. For them, as typical offspring of privilege, Yi Tingshu represented a formidable authority, akin to their powerful parents and relatives. Thus, they instinctively felt dwarfed in her presence. This was also why, despite Wen Can's disability, no one dared to speak out of turn before him. No, we haven't seen her, they stammered in unison. She was with Wen Can and Lin Xinju before. During dinner, they were all together, and Yi Kong indulged in a substantial dessert. However, afterward, they parted ways. Wen Can seemed to return to his room, while Lin Xinju and Ran Xiao went for a massage. Yi Kong wasn't seen. I did see her. A flamboyantly dressed youth holding a wine glass remarked nonchalantly. She seemed to be off to soak in a hot spring. After a brief silence, a raucous cheer erupted, filled with excitement and mischief. How do you know? Were you spying on her in the hot spring? Have you been keeping tabs on Yi Kong's movements?
Why?
Zhou Song, are you smitten with her? Are you truly a masochist? The youth blushed fiercely, slamming his hand on the table. Shut up. Do you think I'm some creepy guy? I merely saw her walk in that direction from the first floor. After the commotion, the group turned to find Yi Tingchu had already departed. However, Zhou Song, who had been riled up moments earlier, now calmed down amidst the gathering, pondering aloud. Don't you think Yi Kong is a bit different from the rumors? What's different? One responded, I find her even crazier than the rumors suggest.
No.
That's not what I mean, Zhou Song mused, stroking his chin. I just suddenly feel that she doesn't strike me as the type to go mad out of jealousy. On the contrary, her madness possesses a certain allure, a refined quality. Someone reached out to touch his forehead. Are you feverish? Was it her ski pole that struck your leg or your head? Chapter 74. I still prefer things that are one of a kind. Yi Tingchu lifted the curtain and stepped onto the cool stone floor of the hot spring area, clad in slippers. This space connected to the ski resort, a faint chill pervading the air, to create a picturesque landscape. The hot spring pool was surrounded by ample snow-laden foliage, resembling a serene winter retreat in the depths of the mountains. Amidst this disconcerting seasonal ambience, Yi Tingchu traversed the stone path until she reached the eaves, painted in hues of orange by the setting sun. The twilight glow lingered in the sky, casting a subtle orange tint upon the snow-draped treetops. She peered into the hot spring water, tentatively calling out, Yi Kong? The pool emitted steam, and the shimmering surface danced in and out of visibility within the warm haze. At first glance, she saw no one there. Could she be elsewhere? Yi Tingchu wandered along the eaves, exploring every hot spring pool, yet failed to find any trace of her. Just as she was about to step through the curtain, a sudden surge of large bubbles caught her attention. Yi Tingchu halted, spinning around. It's probably like soaking in a hot spring. The man's cool voice echoed in her mind. Yi Kong had been mindlessly soaking in the hot spring for several minutes when, without warning, she submerged herself completely. The warm water enveloped her until it crested over her head, her long hair billowing in the currents. She closed her eyes, stretching her limbs, and within the omnipresent embrace of water, she heard Wen Can's slow, deliberate voice. Every cell in your body unfurls in the warm water, enveloped in a gentle warmth that makes you feel as though you could drift off to sleep at any moment. There exists an all-encompassing sense of security, as you well know. No matter where you drift off to sleep, someone will invariably come to rouse you, beckoning you to partake of a steaming breakfast. Yi Kong. Accompanying that call was the resounding splash of water. Yi Kong, on the verge of surrendering to slumber, instinctively opened her eyes, only to be momentarily blinded by the warmth of the hot spring, prompting her to squint once more. Through her hazy vision, she discerned a figure swiftly swimming towards her. Soon, someone grasped her hand tightly, pulling her upwards. The last flicker of sunset vanished. The lights by the poolside and under the eaves illuminated the space with a warm, yellow glow. Amidst the turbulent waves, a figure erupted from the water, followed closely by another. During her ascent, Yi Kong choked on several mouthfuls of water, and as soon as she surfaced, she began to cough violently. Yet, before she could fully catch her breath or even open her eyes, a firm grip seized her wrist. Yi Kong, what on earth are you doing? This was the first time she heard Yi Tingchu speak with such a taut and piercing tone. You weren't asleep in the hot spring, were you? Yi Kong shook her head amidst her coughing fit. Then, did you plunge down by yourself? What were you thinking? Surely, I wasn't contemplating suicide here. Yi Kong raised her gaze to meet hers. In her dark pupils reflected a drenched Yi Tingchu. Her curly hair dripped water onto her shoulders. Her black striped shirt thoroughly soaked, and her $1,000,000 watch had ceased to tick. The usually composed Yi Tingchu appeared utterly disheveled, yet her eyes remained sharp and clear, as if harboring two icy blades, fixated on Yi Kong. Then enlighten me, what were you doing? Yi Kong found the grip on her wrist uncomfortable and struggled, yet could not break free. She pressed her lips together and, at last, gazed directly into Yi Tingchu's eyes, asking, Your anxiety, does it stem from me being your sister? or from a deeper affection? Yi Tingqiu paused, her brow furrowed tightly. Is there a distinction? Indeed, there is, Yi Kong replied. The former is merely an objective fact, while the latter pertains to emotions. Yi Tingqiu remained silent for a long moment. You are truly peculiar, do you know that? I have always grown up amidst such assessments. Yi Kong struggled once more. Let go of me. It hurts. Only then did Yi Tingqiu, as if awakening from a dream, release her grip. Yi Kong glanced down to find her wrist already reddened, likely to bruise later. Rolling her eyes, she muttered as she made her way to the shore. You are truly insufferable, you violent woman. Yi Tingqiu. At that moment, the door curtain was suddenly lifted, and someone rushed in. Upon seeing Yi Tingqiu in the pool, they exclaimed with glee, Sister, sister, why did you come to the hot spring without telling me? You didn't bring me along. Yi Kong halted, casting an expressionless glance at the exuberant Yi Baozhu, before turning her gaze away and brushing past Yi Tingqiu with indifference. I truly prefer unique things. Yi Tingqiu twitched her ears, watching the retreating silhouette without moving. In the brief span of that distance, Yi Baozhu began recounting her childhood memory of her first visit to a hot spring. It was also with my sister. Initially, I was quite frightened, but thankfully, my sister was always there to hold my hand. With a splash, Yi Kong climbed onto the shore. Then, with a swift kick, she sent the reminiscing Yi Baozhu tumbling into the water. The splashes erupted, and Yi Baozhu stood up, shrieking, What are you doing?
Can't you see?
I'm bullying you. Yi Kong smirked before wrapping herself in a towel and striding away without looking back. Sister, you saw that too. Yi Baozhu, teary-eyed, turned to Yi Tingqiu. It's not that I don't wish to coexist peacefully with her, it's just that she holds no goodwill towards me. Yi Tingqiu, wringing the water from her hair as she walked past, seemed lost in thought, her response perfunctory and blunt. There's nothing to be done about it. After all, who told you that you weren't her biological sister, yet occupied her place for 20 years?
Ye Baozhu.
Suddenly, the voice of Yi Kong, teetering at the threshold, faltered. Yi Tingqiu looked up to see her sway, clutching the door for support. Oh no, low blood sugar, came Yi Kong's last murmured words before she collapsed with a thud. Yi Tingqiu. With a splash, the woman swiftly emerged from the pool, dashing over, only to slip on the wet ground, her elbow striking the stone path with a sharp crack. The usually poised Yi Tingqiu, now utterly disheveled, tumbled and crawled until she finally reached Yi Kong's side, unable to suppress an expletive. She quickly wrapped Yi Kong in a towel and carried her away. Yi Baozhu was left behind, not once looking back until the curtain fell. Chapter 75. They were like planting flowers.
Ye konsidered avake amidst agentesiai.
She opened her eyes, groggily observing the sparkling crystal chandelier overhead. This was the hotel's lobby, a mere 100 steps from the entrance of the hot spring pool where she had just fainted.
I'm awake.
The soft voice of a girl halted Yi Tingqiu's hurried steps. Looking down, she saw Yi Kong squinting, her head nestled into her shoulder as if shielding herself from the light. Yi Tingqiu, my goodness, is this a princess carry? Yi Kong murmured, this is the first time in my life I've ever been carried like this. Yi Tingqiu, isn't this my first time carrying someone like this too? In that moment of tension, she instinctively chose this method. Only now did Yi Tingqiu feel a sense of discomfort. She was inherently someone who maintained distance, even with family, never having been this intimate before. Are you alright? Low blood sugar. Once that passes, I'll be fine. Then you should walk on your own. Yi Kong shot her a silent glance. No. She added, but you can carry me. What was this tone that seemed to imply entitlement? Yi Tingqiu felt an unusual urge to retort but restrained herself, silently lowering her, allowing her to climb onto her back.
Soon,
the second-generation elites still reveling in the Sky Garden caught sight of this surreal scene. Is that Yi Tingqiu? Who is she carrying? The first person exclaimed, leaning over the railing and shouting below. Soon more voices joined in, as others crowded around, some even pulling out their phones to zoom in, striving to get a clear view of the two. It's Yi Kong. Why are they both so drenched? Perhaps they fainted from a hot spring? But that's Yi Tingqiu, the renowned ice queen of Yezhou. It's said that outside of the Yi family, even her father can't elicit a smile from her. How could she be so affectionate with her sister? Isn't her persona crumbling? The sight of Yi Tingqiu carrying her sister evoked a strange sense of familiarity, akin to the first time I saw Wen in a wheelchair. As they spoke, the two had already entered the elevator, disappearing from sight. Next to enter their view was the equally drenched but solitary Yi Baozhu. What's this? Is she also being replaced by her sister? They watched her with a touch of pity. Really? Zhou Song shifted his phone towards Yi Baozhu, who appeared in the magnified lens with her bangs obscuring her face. Even with only half her visage visible, it was enough to reveal a gloomy, dark expression, her teeth clenched tightly. The slightly tipsy Zhou Song smirked as if he had stumbled upon something entertaining, remarking, "I think she looks quite aggressive, like a dog in the incubation period of rabies." In the elevator, Yi Kong lay drowsily on Yi Tingchu's back when she suddenly heard her voice.
What?
I said, Yi Tingchu repeated. Didn't you just have a large dessert this afternoon? How could you still have low blood sugar? I'm anemic. Yi Kong closed her eyes, feeling significantly better now. During the years between 15 and 17, she suffered from anemia to such an extent that she could faint at any moment. In the opulently adorned elevator, the girl appeared as if she could succumb to slumber at any instant, her voice absorbed by the carpet and walls. During that time, restful sleep eluded her. She would awaken in the dead of night, heart racing, often plagued by persistent tinnitus. There was one occasion when I was attempting to climb out the window, intending to escape my room, and halfway through, I suddenly felt dizzy, nearly falling to my demise. The elevator continued its ascent. Yi Tingchu caught a glimpse of her blurred reflection on the metal door. She remained silent, her hand unconsciously tightening around Yi Kong's knee. With a soft chime, the elevator doors opened. Yi Tingchu stepped out, bearing Yi Kong on her back, and gently inquired, "Why did you try to climb out the window?" Yi Kong paused for a moment, then took a deep breath, tightening her grip around Yi Tingchu's neck, and, rubbing her forehead against her collarbone, casually asked, "Have you ever carried Yi Baozhu like this? Your method of diverting the topic is rather crude, lacking even a hint of subtlety." Yet this question. Yi Tingchu replied coolly, "I carried her when we were children." "How lovely," Yi Kong responded in a cold, flat tone, as if expressing a bitter jealousy. "I never had an older sister to carry me, while the older ones would always beat me up, soaking my bed, smashing my lunchbox, and scribbling on my clothes, such unoriginal antics." Yi Tingchu's step slowed, as if what she carried on her back was not a slender girl weighing less than 100 pounds, but a burdensome presence capable of crushing her. She swallowed silently before asking steadily, "What was the most original thing?" "The most original?" Yi Kong chuckled softly, her shallow breaths brushing against the woman's cool skin, bringing a faint warmth. "The most original was when they buried me in the ground like planting flowers, leaving only my head above the soil." Yi Tingchu abruptly halted. Yet Yi Kong seemed oblivious, her eyes still closed, continuing her casual discourse. "Thanks to them, that night, I witnessed the stars rising and setting for the first time, and I painted my most satisfying starry sky to date. I'll show it to you when I have the time." Yi Kong opened her eyes, puzzled. "Why have we stopped? Am I too heavy?" Yi Tingchu resumed her stride, slowly responding, "Indeed, you're unbearably heavy."
How can that be?
Yi Kong retorted, displeased, "I am not overweight at all. Perhaps you should reflect on your own weaknesses." The silhouettes of the two sisters vanished at the end of the corridor, soon followed by the sound of a door opening and closing. It was only when all noise faded that a shadow of a wheelchair appeared around the corner. The assistant pushed Wen Can to a halt in the corner, following the man's gaze towards the end of the corridor, before finally asking, "Sir, shall we still visit?" "No," Wen Can replied, "let her rest well." Yi Kong had a piece of chocolate and took a shower before lying down on her bed. Once she settled, Yi Tingchu tidied herself up. Just as she sat down on the sofa, there was a sudden knock at the door. It was Yi Baozhu. Her clothes and hair were still wet, and judging by the damp marks on the carpet, she must have been standing at the door for a while. Upon opening the door, she raised her head, releasing her tightly clenched lips, and hoarsely said, "Sister, I came to see her. How is she?" Before she could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly vanished under Yi Tingchu's cold, unyielding gaze. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Tingchu inquired, "What happened?" Yi Baozhu shivered slightly. Chapter 76. Regardless. "I have already made my choice." She struggled to articulate her feelings, although she had grown accustomed to Yi Tingchu's cold demeanor and expressionless face throughout her life. This sensation was different. Yi Tingchu had always been indifferent, yet her coldness towards family had merely skimmed the surface. The long years spent with family had forged a warmth hidden beneath her icy exterior, so despite often feeling intimidated by her elder sister, she had never truly feared her. But at this moment, within the depths of those calm eyes, she sensed the crumbling and annihilation of 20 years of memories, as all the moments they had shared disintegrated into dust. Thus, the solid ice spread from the water's surface to the depths of her eyes. That was the gaze of a stranger, devoid of connection. Yi Baozhu instinctively staggered back a step, her lips trembling as she called out, "Sister." Yi Tingqiu furrowed her brow slightly. "What is it?" Yi Baozhu found herself speechless, feeling fear for the first time in the presence of her sister's indifferent gaze. She shook her head, dazed, and turned to flee. Yi Tingqiu watched her run away in confusion, then turned back at the sudden ringing of her phone. Closing the door behind her, the call was from Fong Sivan. As soon as she answered, an anxious voice resonated throughout the room. "Where's Xiaogong?" "I heard she fainted." "What happened?" "Let me see her." Yi Tingqiu was momentarily speechless. The news spread rather quickly. She glanced at the bed. The girl lay on her back beneath the blanket, hand resting on her forehead, and upon hearing the commotion, turned to look, calling out, "Mom." "Baby." Fong Sivan immediately exclaimed, "What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Mom will come and take you home right away." "No need." Yi Kong propped herself up against the pillow, taking the phone Yi Tingqiu offered. "I just have a bit of low blood sugar. I fainted for less than a minute." "Really? Tingqiu?" "Indeed." "All right." Fong Sivan sighed in relief, but then added, "When you come back, we'll go to the hospital for a full checkup." Yi Kong paused for a moment, then decisively refused, "No. I want to go to the hospital." Fong Sivan grew anxious. "How can you not go? You should have gone long ago." "I am perfectly healthy. Going to the hospital for low blood sugar would be a waste of resources." "Resources? What resources?" Fong Sivan was baffled. "The quota for hospital visits," Yi Kong replied. "To me, the hospital is the most detestable place in the world. I can only go twice a year anymore, and I might just perish." "What nonsense is this child talking?" Fong Sivan struggled to manage her daughter's absurdity, insisting, "No, you must get checked. Otherwise, Mom won't be at ease." Yi Kong placed the phone down on the blanket, pretending to ignore her and lying back down. "Xiaogong?"
Ye Kwom?
"Baby?" Why did the screen suddenly go white? Is there a bad signal? "Hello?"
Ye Tingqiu.
She picked up the phone, holding the camera towards herself. "Mom, let's talk about it later. Don't pressure her." "I see she seems fine. She just needs to pay more attention to her diet. If you're really worried, having a doctor come to check her at home would suffice." Yi Tingqiu had always been one of the pillars of the family. While Fong Sivan might not always heed Yi Haichuan, she had always listened to her eldest daughter. "All right," Fong Sivan said, sounding somewhat anxious. And after reminding Yi Tingqiu a few more times, prepare to hang up. But in the next moment, she suddenly thought of something and asked, "Where's Baozhu? Where is she?" Lowering her voice, she cautiously inquired, "How are the two sisters getting along? No conflicts, right?" Yi Tingqiu hesitated for a second before replying no. "Then where is she?" "Playing with her friends," Yi Tingqiu replied nonchalantly. "You know, she has a lot of friends in this circle."
All right.
Fong Sivan sounded slightly disappointed and quickly ended the call. Yi Tingqiu put away her phone, about to walk over to sit by the bed when she noticed Yi Kong flipping over, propping herself up to gaze at her intently. "You lied to Mom," she remarked.
Why?
Yi Tingqiu paused for a moment before finally sitting down. Fixing her gaze on those penetrating eyes, little Yi remained silent for a long time. Yet her heart provided an answer. "Because you are pitiful," she thought to herself. "Because I have long known that Yi Baozhu is the fortunate one, while you are the unfortunate one stripped of everything. But I remain indifferent. I once believed that I could stand in the middle, equating the sisterly bond forged over 2 decades with the guilt I felt towards you. I thought I could be a fair sister.
Yet.
It was not until I witnessed you lying submerged in the water with your eyes closed and heard you recount the mere tip of the iceberg regarding your experiences in the orphanage that I realized the 20 years of your identity being stripped away could not be encapsulated in a mere phrase. Nor could a hollow sense of guilt remedy it. That was undoubtedly an agonizing and protracted period of time. My very desire to treat you both equitably was, in itself, an unfairness towards you. However, what truly matters is that I came to a sudden realization." Yi Tingqiu abruptly raised her hand, her slender, delicate fingers pressing against Yi Kong's forehead, exerting a gentle force to push her back onto the soft bed. "You seem to be a sister naturally adept at evoking affection, even though you appear entirely unaware of it." Yi Tingqiu lifted the blanket and tucked it around her. After a moment, Yi Kong let out a bewildered sound. "What? That sounded a bit strange. I don't seem to understand." "It's nothing," Yi Tingqiu replied, turning to pour water. "After all, I have already made my choice." She nonchalantly settled onto the sofa with a cup of water, sending a message to Wen Lian and Wen Can. The following morning, as Yi Tingqiu opened the door, she collided with Yi Baozhu, who was pushing a dining cart outside. "What are you doing?" "I came to deliver breakfast," Yi Baozhu smiled. Has she woken up yet? I specially requested the restaurant to make porridge. In Yi Tingchu's gaze, Yi Baozhu casually remarked, "Did you not say, sister, that I should get along well with her? I've come to terms with it. I will be accommodating towards her more in the future. After all, harmony brings prosperity, and I will also advocate for her with grandma." She even winked at Yi Tingchu. "After all, I have always listened to you the most." Yi Tingchu stood at the door, silent, her gaze lingering on the dining cart for a long moment before shifting back to her. Yi Baozhu's body tensed slightly, yet she keenly sensed a flicker of subtle regret in that gaze. She stood frozen, her smile still mechanically affixed to her face. What was she regretting? Regretting her sudden declaration of friendship? That it had cost her the opportunity to dismiss her? She has not awakened yet. Thank you. With no intention of letting Yi Baozhu inside, Yi Tingchu withdrew her gaze and accepted the dining cart.
Ye Baozhu voiced no objections, merely complained.
Why are you still thanking me? Sister, you are far too polite. We are family. Yi Tingchu responded with a noncommittal and Yi Baozhu, undeterred, cheerfully chattered a few more sentences before turning to leave. Yet the moment she turned, her smile evaporated, her face paling with fear and anxiety. Her footsteps quickened. Meanwhile, Yi Tingchu stood still, holding the dining cart, quietly watching her retreat into the distance, letting out a barely audible sigh after a long while. Chapter 77. Negotiation Table of Young Master Yi. What a pity, Yi Tingchu thought. It seems that 2 decades of companionship were not in vain. Whether out of intuition or her understanding of Yi Baozhu, the abrupt shift in her amiable demeanor was all too timely. She had originally hoped to seize the opportunity to send her away in the next couple of days, but it appeared that would not be possible now. Young Master Yi closed the door, lifted the lid, and surveyed the steaming breakfast items, including several of her favorites. A smile involuntarily crossed her lips. It seems the nurturing she received in a wealthy family was not in vain. However, it mattered not. Life is long, and opportunities will arise. She pushed the dining cart into the bedroom, intending to draw the curtains, but suddenly paused, turning her gaze towards the bed. The girl lay with half her face buried in the pillow, her long hair scattered across the pristine surface. While the exposed forehead and nose were beautifully outlined by the dim light, and though her lips were partially concealed by the blanket, her steady breathing was palpable. In that moment, she resembled an angel, evoking a reluctance to disturb her. Yi Tingchu recalled the housekeeper saying that their mother forbade Yi Kong from sleeping in. She halted her hand that was about to draw the curtains, abandoned the thought of waking her, and quietly set the dining cart aside before slipping out. Today, she was to continue discussing the details of contracts and subsequent collaboration plans. Upon arriving at the hotel conference room, Wen Lian had already filled half the seats with his team. Yet, Yi Tingchu arrived alone. None of the Yi family members who had accompanied her the previous day were present. Wen Lian, flipping through documents, was momentarily taken aback. "Young Master Yi, are you the only one here today?" Dressed in a simple shirt and trousers, her long curls cascading casually, Yi Tingchu took her seat with an air of nonchalance, exuding no semblance of formality. But this was unusual. In Yuzhou, it was well known that young Master Yi never appeared so unkempt in formal settings. At this moment, she seemed almost arrogantly disrespectful. "Indeed," Yi Tingchu replied, breaking the silence amidst Wen Lian's confusion. "Because today I am not here to discuss the contract. Before we proceed with the contract, there is a matter between us that requires resolution." Wen Lian's team exchanged puzzled glances, silently gossiping among themselves. What does she mean? Could it be some scandal? How could she possibly be interested in someone like the sickly young Master Wen? However, amidst them, Wen Lian himself appeared more perplexed. He set down his documents, politely urging, "Please go ahead, young Master Yi." Yi Tingchu nodded, her fingers lightly tapping the table, before signing the contract. "I require you to issue a statement, or perhaps a post on social media. In any case, it must be made clear to everyone that Yi Kong did not push you into the water during the recent incident at the Wen family estate." The room fell into stunned silence, as if struck by lightning. Wen Lian furrowed his brow, then quickly offered a smile. "I understand. I had already mentioned that I do not blame her. However, if young Master Yi requires it, I can also issue an official disclaimer." The Wen family members could not help but cast reproachful glances at Yi Tingchu. Yet, she paid them no heed, her attention solely on Wen Lian, her fingers idly toying with the pen on the table. The pen rolled back and forth, producing a clattering sound that seemed to possess a strange power, silencing those who were preparing to defend their boss. After a moment, Wen Lian managed to regain his composure and smiled faintly. "But if she didn't push me?" How am I to explain my fall into the water to everyone? It would be an absurd joke. Surely, I wouldn't be seeking my own demise? Perhaps, Yi Tingqiu replied, her brows unruffled, her gaze fixed on him with a teasing smile. I would very much like to know how it is that, with only you and Yi Kong present at the scene, and under the condition that she did not lay a hand on you, you ended up in the water. Young Master Yi, how can you be so sure she didn't push me? Based on your previous assertions, if she had done so, would she not have openly admitted it? Wen Lian spoke in a measured tone. However, during my unconsciousness, she explicitly stated at the Wen family estate that she was the one who pushed me. You mentioned that was at the Wen family estate. Yi Tingqiu replied with a subtle smile, gently pressing the rolling pen, producing a definitive sound. The entire conference room was suddenly enveloped in an absolute silence. And amidst this stillness, she spoke. Just like now. Here, if I declare that you must abide by my words, I shall continue our discussions on the contract. The smile on Wen Lian's face promptly vanished. Yet, Yi Tingqiu's gaze remained unwavering as he continued to fixate on him. Master Wen Lian, will you acquiesce? Or will you not? Wen Lian suddenly let out a laugh. It was rumored that the young Yi was always a mature decision-maker, adhering to the principle of absolute self-interest. However, today, those rumors seemed to hold no truth. He lifted his gaze to meet Yi Tingqiu's. His tone bordering on absurdity. The Wen Corporation has never encountered a project in Yuzhou where we needed to solicit cooperation. Surely, young Master Yi does not believe he can be the sole exception? He rapped on the documents laid out on the table. Even if this collaboration were to fall through, the greater loss would not be borne by the Wens. The Yi family's investment exceeds ours, and thus the losses would only double. Does young Master Yi not recognize this? You are correct, Yi Tingqiu replied with a smile, but it is not the Wen family that seeks my cooperation. It is you, Wen Lian, is it not? She picked up a pen, twirled it once, and pointed the tip at Wen Lian, in desperate need of proving your capabilities to impeccably replace Wen Can as the new heir of the Wen family. Are you not the one seeking my collaboration? As far as I know, there must be quite a number of people from the Wen family keeping an eye on you. Yi Tingqiu continued nonchalantly. The major shareholders within the corporation have become accustomed to the excessively perfect Wen Can, who instilled both fear and admiration among them during his tenure. Yet, as he prepares to step down, they will undoubtedly emerge as the most discerning opposition, for while Wen Can was autocratic, he has delivered benefits to them that are exponentially greater than before. In such circumstances, if you wish to usurp him, it may not be as simple as you hope. This project in collaboration with the Yi family is your first declaration of intent. If you fail here, where will that leave you? Yi Tingqiu paused slightly, raising her eyelids. You are aware of the outcome, are you not? Chapter 78. Each with their own agenda. Wen Lian silently tightened his grip on the pen, and after a prolonged moment, managed to force a smile. Young Master Yi truly does not care about the losses to the Yi family. I do care. But I possess the power of choice, Yi Tingqiu replied. I hold sufficient authority and standing within the Yi family that even if my decisions lead to losses in the hundreds of millions, no one dares to confront me directly. At most, they may whisper behind my back, for all are cognizant that I will eventually become the master of the Yi family. Any losses I incur are ultimately for my own coffers. But what of you, Master Wen Lian? Do you dare to exercise such authority within the Wen family? Wen Lian's smile faded entirely, his pale face now devoid of expression. Yet, Yi Tingqiu, still unsatisfied, spun the pen again and added, Oh, should you refuse my request? Then fulfill another condition of mine. I wish for Wen Can to discuss the contract with me. Wen Lian's eyes shot up, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing into Yi Tingqiu's. The latter remained unmoved. Either clarify matters for my sister, or summon Wen Can to discuss the contract with me. After all, he is right here.
Is he not?
After his injury, he has not attended to company affairs. His legs may be impaired, but his mind remains sharp, Yi Tingqiu stated. It is precisely the opportunity to demonstrate to your Wen family that disability does not diminish his decision-making abilities. What say you? Wen Lian bowed his head in silence, and after what felt like an eternity, finally responded. Do you not fear that those I bring may leak information? This project, which is as crucial to you as a debut battle, would naturally involve only your trusted individuals. Am I mistaken? Yi Tingqiu's gaze swept over those present, who dared not even breathe, and she remarked approvingly, to have gathered these individuals under Wen Can's watchful eye, you have proven quite adept. It was as though an endless shadow loomed ominously over Wen Lian, gradually enveloping him entirely. The group he had brought along did not dare to utter a sound. The clock ticked away relentlessly. After what felt like an eternity, when Lien finally offered his response.
Fine.
By the end of today, without a moment's delay, Yi Tingchu tossed her pen aside, rising to her feet. Meet my demands, and the project will continue tomorrow. She turned on her heel and strode away, her demeanor light and carefree, as though she were departing from a delightful gathering rather than a tense negotiation. Did you see that? When Lien posted on social media, officially clarifying that Yi Kong had not conspired against him. Could it be that he was threatened? No, that sounded far too sincere to be coerced. Besides, what could the Yi family use to threaten him? Although when Lien seems delicate, he does represent the Wen family. Honestly, I wanted to say this yesterday. I think young Master Yi is right. We have all seen how arrogant Yi Kong can be, openly assaulting Li Yin in front of everyone. If she truly despised Wen Lien to the point of wanting to drown him, wouldn't she be constantly seeking out trouble with him? That makes sense. In the small world of high society, even trivial matters spread rapidly. By the time Yi Kong awoke from a restful slumber, the narrative that Wen Lien's misfortune had nothing to do with her had already solidified. You poor thing. Being called a murderer for so long only to be wrongfully accused, Lin Xinjiao remarked. Wen Lien is quite puzzling, knowing the truth. Why did he wait until now to clarify? He has allowed you to bear the brunt of the blame. I think they should all apologize to you. Yi Kong read the declaration but refrained from commenting, instead pondering who could have orchestrated it. Surely, it couldn't be that Wen Lien had a moment of clarity? As she indulged in a delightful feast, Yi Tingchu happened to pass by her side. She had dined with Wen Lien, presumably discussing work over dinner, and upon finishing, she showed no signs of lingering, swiftly ascending with her secretary, as though she were to continue her busy schedule. Noticing Yi Kong's gaze, the woman cast a glance back, suddenly halting in her tracks. She raised her hand to gently pat Yi Kong's head. Don't eat too much for dinner. It can lead to indigestion. Yi Kong. Even after Yi Tingchu had walked far away, she remained momentarily stunned. Lin Xinjiao, however, appeared intrigued. Young Master Yi actually has such a tender side?
Yi Kong,
Seemingly oblivious, kept her gaze fixed on Yi Tingchu's retreating figure for a moment before shifting it to Wen Lien and his entourage of impeccably dressed associates.
Moments latte.
A look of realization crossed her face. So that's how it is.
What?
Yi Kong shook her head, but moments later, a faint smile crept onto her lips, emitting an inexplicable sound of amusement. The next second, her gaze met Yi Baoju's. She sat not far away, surrounded by a few young masters and ladies, engaged in playful banter. Yet, she alone was fixated on Yi Kong, and after their eyes met, she effortlessly broke into a radiant smile. Yi Kong, confused, she tilted her head, pondering, is this also the result of Yi Tingchu's influence? Well, I must express my gratitude. With a slight curve of her lips, Yi Kong returned a cold and sardonic smile before averting her gaze. Yi Baoju's expression froze, her hand holding the fork involuntarily pressed down on the plate, producing a jarring noise that drew a chorus of complaints. My apologies. She chuckled awkwardly, lowering her head. As night deepened, in a secluded corner of the garden, Wen Can's assistant stood at the entrance, engrossed in his phone, while not far away, beneath the trees, Wen Can sat while Yi Tingchu stood. Are you truly going to allow Wen Lien to rise to power? You are already in negotiations for collaboration. Surely young Master Yi recognizes that Wen Lien possesses some capabilities and is someone who can shoulder significant responsibilities. At times, I genuinely cannot fathom your thoughts.
Yi Tingchu replied.
You cannot possibly believe that a mere injury to your leg has caused a radical change in character, leading you to abandon all ambition.
Yet.
I cannot grasp your true intentions. Wen Lien does possess certain capabilities, but to equate that with the ability to expand territories is a misconception. I had originally thought you intended to elevate the Wen family to greater heights. A gentle breeze wafted through the evening woods, carrying with it a cool, damp essence. The man's short hair was tousled slightly, revealing his dark, serene eyes. It was not until the wind subsided that his calm voice resonated throughout the garden. What purpose does it serve to strive for greater heights and distances? He remarked, in exchange for more benefits, yet those benefits are often tainted with an unpleasant odor. A profound sense of disgust and weariness gradually manifested on that face, gentle as an ink-washed painting. Xiao Yi, do you not perceive it? The wealthier the place, the more it exudes a stench of decay. This holds true in Yuzhou as well. The so-called aristocratic families that have endured the longest are often the most repugnant, much like the Wen family. He sighed softly, having grown up in that manner, said to be centuries old. I have inhaled enough of that nauseating air. Is it so difficult to understand that I do not wish to live my entire life in such an atmosphere? So, you intend to take this opportunity to completely sever ties with the Wen family? To extricate yourself from the Wen clan? Yi Tingqiu turned to the man, her gaze icy yet laced with skepticism. And, Yi Kong, is he merely the tool you have chosen to achieve this aim? Chapter 79. It's simply a partnership. To refer to him as a tool is rather unflattering. We ought to be described as collaborators. Wen Can paused, of course, in the present context. Her assistance to me is indeed more substantial. Indeed, she replied with indifference, and your reward is to overlook the vile rumors surrounding her. Do not tell me you are utterly powerless against the slanders directed at Wen Lian. She turned to face Wen Can, one hand casually tucked into her trousers pocket, her delicate chin unwavering, though her eyelids hung low, casting her gaze downwards in a dangerously cold demeanor. Even if you wish to detach yourself from the Wen family, you could undoubtedly conceive more forceful and foolproof methods. Yet, your choice to become engaged to Yi Kong signifies a self-deprecating approach to your goals. I am unclear about your true intentions, but regardless, do not involve my sister any further. She slightly lifted her chin, her eyes completely shrouded in shadow. Otherwise, your aspirations may prove exceedingly difficult to realize. Wen Ken maintained a calm demeanor, even smiling. Xiaoyi has two younger sisters. I wonder which one you refer to? From this day forth, I have but one sister, and that is Yi Kong. Understood. Wen Ken chuckled. After all, I already have enough enemies. I would prefer not to acquire another formidable adversary like Xiaoyi. Yi Tingqiu did not place any credence in his words. Based on their sporadic encounters in the business realm and social gatherings over the years, she perceived Wen Ken as an arrogant individual who regarded others with disdain. Even though everyone claimed he was the gentlest and most amiable ruler among the families in Yuzhou, she had always maintained a sense of wary aversion towards him. After all, Xiaoye's greatest disdain was for those who were duplicitous and had hidden depths. However, today's conversation could advance no further. She cast one last glance at Wen Can before turning to leave. Once Yi Tingqiu had distanced herself, her assistant gradually approached Wen Can from behind. Xiao Yi is an exceedingly perceptive individual, the assistant remarked. Once the Yi family is officially handed over to her, the Yi clan may ascend to even greater heights. She possesses both capability and ambition, as well as the means and patience. I am rather curious as to why she has yet to seize complete control. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Can suddenly laughed, having grown accustomed to the Wen family's survival of the fittest mentality. I almost forgot that she was raised in a loving family with affectionate parents and harmonious siblings. Nonetheless, to sever ties with a false sister she has known for 20 years in a single night, I must say, is quite extraordinary. The night breeze whisked away the man's final musings as his assistant guided him out of sight. Once Yi Tingqiu had finalized the contract with the Wen family, she deliberately set aside a day to teach Yi Kong how to ski. Regrettably, despite her hands-on instruction throughout the day, alternating between theoretical knowledge and textbook demonstrations, Yi Kong failed to grasp even the slightest skill. The moment Yi de Xiaojie released her grip, she would glide uncontrollably off course, ultimately tumbling into the snow. Lin Xinzu watched in amusement, even attempting to step in as her instructor, only to abandon the endeavor in under half an hour, cursing in frustration. Never mind. I've come to terms with it, Yi Kong declared, seated in the snow with legs extended, her eyes devoid of focus. When God opens a door for you, he inevitably closes a window. The window that has been shut on me is everything related to sports. She reclined backward, lying motionless in the snow. Do not waste your time teaching me. I am content to be a fish with atrophied limbs. Yi Tingqiu had just completed a circuit around her, striking a remarkably elegant pose as she halted. She removed her ski goggles and sat beside Yi Kong. Spending time with you in any capacity is never a waste. Besides, I have not indulged in such rest for quite some time. Yi Kong blinked, turning her head to look at her. Wow, were you always this articulate? Evidently. Yi Tingqiu remained indifferent. God has opened every window and door for me. She was truly taken aback. In the distance, a pair of eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on the two figures seated and reclining in the snow. Though they were not closely positioned, an unspoken rapport existed between them, making them conspicuously eye-catching. It is quite rare to witness Xiaoyi in such an intimate setting with someone. A gentle, curious voice suddenly broke the silence, causing Yi Baozhu to startle and quickly avert her gaze, steadying herself before turning to the newcomer. Jia Ran Xiao. She smiled. My sister is inherently kind to her family. Is that so? Qin Ranqiu seated herself beside her, scrutinizing the distant Yi sisters without blinking, but in my recollection, she has never been this close to you in front of others, at least not in recent years. She pondered hesitantly. Well, after all, Xiao Yi is renowned for being a workaholic. She was already capable of managing the company independently during her teenage years. And once she officially entered the board after turning adult, she became even busier. Now that I think of it, this is the first time I have seen her in a leisurely state. Since Jia Ranqiu is an outsider, you likely have little opportunity to see my sister. Yi Baozhu forced a smile. Well, Qin Ranqiu smiled gently, raising her hand to touch the corner of Yi Baozhu's mouth. I merely wish to say, at least do not smile like that in front of me. You are welcome to freely express your jealousy and envy. It is a perfectly natural emotion. Even friends experience possessiveness, let alone siblings. She patted Yi Baozhu's somewhat stiff shoulder. But you are family. Once you and Yi Kong grow closer, everything will return to how it once was. With an expression of anticipation and blessing, she gazed at the two figures, murmuring dreamily, "You must know that blood ties are an unbreakable bond in this world. As long as that bond exists, you will forever be inseparable." Yet, within the soft consolation of the woman's voice, Yi Baozhu felt no sense of comfort. Instead, every word spoken by Qin Ranqiu felt like a venomous fong, gnawing at her heart as a growing unease gnawed at her very being, rendering the scene in the distance all the more glaring and detestable. However, she managed to display an even more innocent and cautious smile. "I understand, Jia Ranqiu. Thank you." Qin Ranqiu nodded, seemingly pleased as she embraced her shoulders. The following day, as they departed from the ski resort, Yi Kong encountered Li Yin once more. He was now able to get out of bed and walk independently, though a beautiful stranger was persistently attempting to assist him, only to be met with his impatient avoidance. "She is the daughter of Li Yin's family driver." Lin Xinzu whispered gossipingly from the side. Du Ruaowei has clashed with this girl more than once, yet Li Yin has not completely dismissed her. It's a classic case of Cinderella and a love triangle. No, now it's a quadrangle or pentagon. Lin Xinzu displayed an expression of shock, adding Du Ruaowei's infatuation with Wen Can, and Wen Can is engaged to you. Good heavens. The circles here are truly chaotic. You speak as if you are not part of the circle. And stop adding drama to my relationship with Wen Can, Yi Kong retorted while walking out. As she passed by Li Yin, their eyes briefly locked. The man's brow was clouded, and his gaze was complex and scrutinizing. Yet, Yi Kong exhibited no emotion, as if she merely brushed past a wisp of air. Once she entered the car and closed the door, the rear-view mirror revealed a hurried Du Ruaowei approaching from a distance. Upon catching sight of the woman beside Li Yin, her steps abruptly halted. As the vehicle began to move, Yi Kong withdrew her gaze. Chapter 80. Front page news. On the way home, Yi Zhen happened to be present. He lay sprawled on the sofa, which typically belonged to Yi Kong, with a newspaper covering his face, his long legs dangling off the edge, exuding an air of despondency. "What brings you home today?"
Inhuiret ye tingchu.
Upon hearing her voice, Yi Zhen stirred slightly, slowly lowering the newspaper, discreetly concealing it behind him, before managing a half-hearted smile. "The recording of the program is on hold. The director granted me 2 days off." Yi Tingchu raised an eyebrow. "A day off just for you?" "2 people," he replied. "And who is the other?" "Tong Xiaoyu." Yi Kong let out an impressed wow. She handed her suitcase to the maid, just as Yi Zhen's phone vibrated. He glanced at the caller ID and immediately sat up.
"Hello?"
Yi Kong stood still as he hurried past her, his voice laced with menace. "Have you found out? Who is it? Where is their company located?" She diverted her attention to the newspaper Yi Zhen had left on the sofa. Approaching, she picked it up and unfolded it. The bold, oversized headline spanning across 2 pages immediately catching her eye. "The Evolution of a Dog Lover, a chronicle of young film emperor Yi Zhen's 7-year love history. Tong Xiaoyu." "Stop tossing bones." Yi Kong instinctively raised an eyebrow, her gaze dropping to the densely packed text on the entire page, quickly honing in on the right corner.
Autor, Dao.
Yuzhou Wind, Issue XX. "Are you reading something?" Yi Zhen's voice echoed from the doorway. The golden-haired film emperor strode over, eager to snatch the newspaper from her hands, but she dodged him. "Let me see what's going on. Isn't this fascinating? You're not allowed to look. Recently, I don't know what's going on, but it seems like I've got a peculiar affinity for dog lovers." "Who's a dog lover? Give me the newspaper. Quick. Look at this piece. It says you stood outside Tong Xiaoyu's door all night in the rain to pursue her and fainted on her doorstep." Oh my goodness. I did not. Yi Kong hid behind Yi Tingchu, who merely raised her eyes, causing Yi Zhen to freeze in his tracks. The girl held the newspaper aloft, comfortably leaning against her sister's slender frame, rapidly reading through the entire page before bursting into laughter. Peeking from behind Yi Tingchu, she observed the tall figure, standing at 186 meters, with disheveled, slightly faded golden hair obscuring his eyes, lips pressed tightly together, and long fingers clenched at his sides until the knuckles turned white. He finally uttered 3 words, "Give it back." Yi Kong remained motionless, while Yi Tingchu glanced at her and patted her head.
Give it to him. All right.
The girl reluctantly surrendered the newspaper. Yi Zhen silently accepted it, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into his pocket as he turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Yi Tingchu raised her voice. "Where are you going?"
To kill someone.
Those 2 words, casually spoken, brimmed with an ominous aura. Yi Kong's pupils constricted, and she felt another gentle tap on her head from Yi Tingchu. "Yes, just joking," the woman said. "Yes, merely going to settle a score." Yi Kong mused. "Are you going after this author? What's the score to settle? Most he could do is get this reporter to resign. And if the reporter refuses to resign?" Yi Tingchu pondered for a moment. "Then we'll have this newspaper shut down."
Ye Kwon hesitated.
"Will you help him?" "Of course, he is my brother. Just as you are my sister. But this newspaper is mine." She swallowed her words and quickly dashed upstairs to call Chu Wu. "Is this the news headline you mentioned you'd prepared? Isn't the wording a bit too gentle?" Chu Wu laughed casually on the other end. "Next time, I'll have something even more jarring. Do you know he is looking for you?" "Expected," Chu Wu replied, unperturbed, even smug. "But it's not easy to find me. He'll have to overcome many obstacles if he wants to settle the score. I'm not just anyone anymore." Yi Kong, uninterested in her so-called connections, said, "You'd better tread carefully. I don't want my investment to go down the drain. I wouldn't let my own investment go to waste, let alone yours." Chu Wu perked up. "By the way, you haven't been online these past few days, have you? Stars has exploded in popularity. Hurry and send me the 2nd chapter. I plan to create a dedicated comic forum." After hanging up, Yi Kong's first glance online wasn't at Stars but rather at the trending topics, all pertaining to Yi Zhen.
Yi Shin, Tong Xiao's Doloa.
How deeply does Yi Zhen love Tong Xiaoyu? Tong Xiaoyu, master of training dogs, transforming a scoundrel into a dog lover?
Tong Xiaoyu, you should teach a class.
Clicking into the trending articles, she found all the content from the Yuzhou Wind newspaper. Yet the images bore the logo of the Shanlong Daily in the lower right corner. Yi Kong realized that from Lin Xinju. She had learned that Yuzhou Wind was an exclusive gossip newspaper for the wealthy, with low circulation, while Shanlong Daily was a reputable news outlet with one of the highest distributions in Yuzhou. Thus, Chu Wu had gone to great lengths to achieve maximum exposure. One could only imagine the expressions on the faces of the citizens who pulled out the Shanlong Daily, expecting news, only to be met with the headline detailing the young film emperor's 7-year history as a dog lover. No wonder the impact was so immense that even the variety show director granted both of them time off. No wonder Yi Zhen was exuding such menace. Chu Wu was ruthless. She silently offered a prayer for Yi Zhen and Chu Wu, then hurried to search for news related to Stars. Meanwhile, Yi Zhen sped through the streets, quickly arriving at the base of the Jiang Group building. Wearing a cap and mask, he moved unobstructed to the top-floor office. The heavy double doors swung open, and he entered expressionlessly, the first sight greeting him being Wen Can, who was engrossed in a video game in the lounge area. Yi Zhen squinted slightly. "What are you doing here?" Wen Can paused, a cold, disdainful smile creeping onto his lips as he mockingly drawled, "Oh, the future brother-in-law?" Yi Zhen's face darkened immediately. Had this insufferable fool merely switched personalities instead of becoming a different person altogether? With an impassive expression, Yi Zhen ignored him and walked further in. As he passed the display shelf, the man behind the desk finally looked up, acknowledging him.
Yeah?
What an unexpected visit. The man's short hair was slicked back, revealing a sharply defined face, his elongated eyes glinting with a piercing intensity. Even his smile had a way of tightening the heart. "What brings you here today?" Yi Zhen tossed the crumpled newspaper onto the table. "I heard your Jiang Group invested in this paper. I need all the information on this person." The man paused for a moment, then set down his pen, leaning back in his chair with a smile. "Are you here as my company's cash cow making demands, or as the second young master of the Yi family negotiating a deal? Does it matter?" "Of course," the man replied. "If it's the former, I'll kindly explain and then refuse your request. If it's the latter..." He gestured politely, saying, "You may leave now." Chapter 81, Stars. Unexpectedly, heir did not display any signs of frustration at the other party's attitude.
Moment latte.
He settled languidly into the chair opposite the desk and remarked nonchalantly, "You may commence your explanation now." The man, Jiang Su, was the current president of the Jiang Group and the head of the entire Jiang family. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, casting a glance out the window at Wen Can, who remained absorbed in his game, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding discussion. "Well, I have always been quite lenient with capable employees," Jiang Su mused, leaning back against the chair. "In simple terms, Huaya magazine is a super potential stock that I have invested in. Although I have not yet formally acquired it, that is merely a matter of time. Therefore, out of consideration for the future profits it will yield, I shall not disclose its name to you." Yi Zhen, seated in the chair, lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before lifting his gaze and responding with a hint of skepticism. "A mere magazine can be deemed a super potential stock in your eyes? Are you planning to elevate it to a leading publication in the fashion industry?" Jiang Su shook his head. "The Jiang family does not engage in luxury goods or fashion." "Then I truly fail to comprehend how it could be considered a super potential stock," Yi Zhen remarked, a slight frown creasing his handsome face, pure bewilderment etched upon it. "Can a nameless magazine possibly generate more revenue than I do?" Jiang Su paused, tilting his head slightly. "I can only say, perhaps." Yi Zhen fell into a profound silence. After a while, he stood up. "Very well, I sought you out merely to conserve some effort. Since young Master Jiang adamantly refuses to divulge any information, I shall have to investigate on my own." He nodded gracefully and turned to leave. Upon passing Wen Can, he halted, his tone suddenly icy. "I kindly request that Mr. Wen refrain from making unfounded familial connections in the future. I am not your brother-in-law." His footsteps faded into the distance. The office door was silently closed by the secretary. Only then did Jiang Su turn his attention to Wen Can. "Your brother-in-law possesses an unexpectedly amiable temperament. I had anticipated that he would either smash my office or at least my desk." "I am equally surprised," Wen Can shrugged. Jiang Su picked up a crumpled newspaper from the desk, unfolded it, and scanned its contents before he could suppress a laugh. "Your new partner appears to harbor a grudge against your brother-in-law, does he not?" He crumpled the newspaper again and tossed it at Wen Can. "Heir has been said to possess a dreadful disposition in the circles for years, feared even by dogs, yet the newspaper claims he has been acting like a sycophant, detailing it as though they witnessed it firsthand. How amusing. Thankfully, the object of his sycophancy is also from our company. Otherwise, this wave of public opinion would have benefited an outsider." Wen Can perused the newspaper with little enthusiasm, casually commenting, even if for the sake of deceiving him. "Is your excuse not rather flimsy? What super potential stock? How is it that I, a genuine investor, remain unaware? Who claims you are the true investor?" Jiang Su raised an eyebrow. "While it may indeed have been your spur-of-the-moment decision, did you not invest in the name of the Jiang family? I must certainly count for half of that." Wen Can paused in his turning of the newspaper and glanced at him. Jiang Su rose from behind the desk, holding a magazine, and tossed it onto Wen Can's lap. "Take a look." "I have seen it," Wen Can replied, glancing at the familiar cover. "What is so remarkable about it? You only glanced at the cover and did not examine the content, did you? Otherwise, I cannot believe you failed to recognize the potential this comic possesses." Jiang Su settled onto the sofa, crossing his legs. Currently, discussions regarding this comic abound across the internet. People are debating its art style, its panel layout, its world building, character design, and anticipated plot developments. All this from just the first episode. He lifted a pad, illuminating the screen. It displayed the largest entertainment forum in the country, boasting over 100 million daily active users. The search bar was filled with the term "chuanxing," and the number of related discussion threads had reached 137,082. This was merely a week after the first episode's release, and the level of discourse already surpassed the cumulative discussions of many popular comics over several years. Jiang Su flipped to the next page. This was a comprehensive report prepared overnight by the Public Relations Department. Within a week of its publication, discussions had dominated 30% of the entire entertainment section. The screen was awash with countless black letters, with chuanxing prominently displayed amidst them, rivaling the recent explosive success of a television series and a film. 90% of companies involved in the entertainment industry were frantically inquiring about the comic, and thus far, our investment department had not been bombarded, simply because the comic had released too few episodes. However, everyone understood that as long as Undying Demons did not falter and maintain this level of quality, chuanxing was destined to become an inexhaustible cash cow. Physical volumes, ebooks, signings, merchandise, anime production, and IP development, fan economy. Jiang Su closed the pad. The success of a comic can sometimes prove more valuable than that of a superstar, for a comic has the potential to create superstars. Observing the bewildered expression on Wen Can's face, Jiang Su chuckled. I initially thought you invested upon recognizing the potential. I was inclined to thank you for providing me with a new opportunity to profit. It appears now that you were merely fortunate. Jiang Su returned to his work. Wen Ken gazed at the magazine resting on his lap for a long time, ultimately succumbing to curiosity and finally flipping to the first page.
Chuanxing.
The first panel depicted an elderly man curled up in a weathered corner, his hollow eyes staring vacantly. The words in the cloud to the right read, "Is the little brat still alive today?" The second panel showed a pair of bare feet walking over a ground littered with stones. The figure's face was obscured. Only the black text on a white background declared, "I've lived longer than you, you old hag." The third panel revealed a skeletal child lying amidst refuse, wide-eyed, cursing as those feet passed by, "You'll die outside today." The fourth panel again showed those feet, hastily moving past the child. "When I return today, I will find your corpse swarming with flies." Those scarred, bare feet traversed the alleyway formed by refuse and crumbling walls, passing by many half-dead souls. Along with the curses and insults they uttered, and she would always retaliate with the same curses, unceasingly, until this path reached its end. She then ascended a long series of steps, and finally, that battered foot lifted to tread upon relatively clean ground. The world expanded in an instant. In the next moment, a complete silhouette finally appeared in the frame. Chapter 82, The Gossip Scene. She wore a tattered gray dress, her long hair wild and unkempt, cascading over her frail shoulders. Her slender figure seemed almost unable to support the garment, revealing a portion of her bony shoulder. She stood at the top of the endless staircase, gazing into the distance. The next image was a full-page spread. The scene depicted a jungle of pipes, steel rebar exposed like monsters in a gray wilderness. In the shadowy corners, countless dilapidated doors concealed the inhabitants within. Some dim, greasy lights twinkled like pearls amidst the refuse-laden structures. Yet, looking higher, one could see the vast, clear night sky, as deep and blue as a sapphire. The night sky was brimming with stars, and beneath them lay a sprawling metropolis ablaze with light. However, between that dazzling sea of lights and the nearby dark jungle of refuse lay vast expanses of untraversable wasteland. Within this wasteland, towering shadows loomed, prowling through the night. The girl merely cast a glance at the starlit sky before turning to step into the rat-infested alleyway. Following was yet another full-page spread, showcasing her surroundings. This was the sharp, towering black structure prominently featured on the cover. Yet, compared to the cover, it is adorned with countless intricate details. While it evokes a sense of awe, one cannot help but question whether anyone could truly render such a complex and meticulously scrutinized structure. Even every visible pipe is distinct, not to mention the myriad doors and windows on each level of the edifice, each revealing a unique visage and diverse postures of individuals. The first chapter of the comic does not present its information in a concentrated manner, yet even with this scattered data, it is sufficient to conjure an expansive and resplendent interstellar era. In this epoch, some roam the cosmos as pirates, others hunt extraterrestrial beings on desolate plains, while some indulge in unimaginable opulence on flourishing planets. Spaceships and starships traverse the vastness of the stars. However, the protagonist finds herself in a place that resembles a forsaken corner of the universe, akin to a gutter or a refuse heap. This realm is inhabited by a myriad of criminals and the disenfranchised, saturated with bloodshed and violence, death and suffering. It is humanity's mother planet, the abandoned origin of mankind. This is Earth. Today it is referred to as Eden. The final page of the comic depicts a sewer filled with exposed pipes under the cover of night. A life pod has fallen into the murky water. The female protagonist frequently scavenges here and serendipitously discovers the pod, noticing a faint silhouette within. Her instinctive reaction is not one of rescue, but rather a swift draw of her weapon as she calculates the potential worth of the pod and its occupant. Just as she shatters the glass with her weapon, the figure inside opens its eyes of a steel blue, as beautiful as the ocean. In the next panel, the owner of those eyes is unhesitatingly knocked unconscious by the protagonist. Yet, just as she intends to pilfer the valuables, a series of footsteps suddenly echoes from the depths of the sewer. Shadows of tall, imposing figures are reflected in the pipes, brandishing firearms that are not meant to be found in the depths of Eden. The comic concludes just as these figures are about to round the corner. Yi Zhen closes the magazine with a decisive clap. His assistant, Xiao Lan, observes him cautiously and after a moment, tentatively inquires, "What do you think? Isn't it impressive?" Noticing Yi Zhen's silence, she continues, "The young people around me are all discussing this. I may not understand art, but I've heard that the artist's skill and storyboarding are truly exceptional. Many who typically do not read comics are on the verge of diving in." She glances at Yi Zhen, noticing his grip on the magazine tighten, and hastily attempts to reclaim it. This magazine has a limited print run and has become a collector's item. Many are purchasing it online, with some issues selling for over 300. Yi Zhen muses. The magazine likely secured its investment through this comic. I wonder how the owner got acquainted with the immortal demon. Xiao Lan pats the magazine cover, then offers consolation. "Brother Zhen, why don't we just pay to delete the posts and retract the trending topics? Alternatively, we could convene with the PR department to discuss how to turn the situation around. Turning waste into treasure means we should consider how to rephrase this sycophantic narrative into something more palatable, ideally portraying you as sentimental and deeply affectionate, rather than a mere flatterer." Yi Zhen closes his eyes, discarding the magazine as he rises and exits the office, determined to continue investigating the chief editor of the magazine. Resolute in uncovering their company address, he mutters to himself as he walks, "If necessary, I'll hire a few private detectives." Will the trending topic be retracted?
Yes.
Should we replace it with a new entry? Perhaps something like "the most affectionate 7 years of the best actor"? Yi Zhen steps into the elevator, his expression stoic as he casts a glance at Xiao Lan. Immediately, she falls silent, sheepishly gesturing as if zipping her lips. "I have no need for a sentimental or sycophantic persona," Yi Zhen states coolly. "I merely wish to sever all ties with her." He presses his fingers to his temples, annoyance creeping into his voice. "Let us also cancel the variety show. I'll cover the breach of contract fees." No sooner has he finished speaking than the elevator doors chime open. Yi Zhen lifts his gaze, colliding with the sunglasses-clad Tong Xiuyu, who is accompanied by the sycophantic Xiao Huang. As the elevator doors open, he does not glance inside but instead turns to Tong Xiuyu with a playful grin. "Everyone knows how much Brother Zhen adores you now. Surely you're not oblivious to it, are you? The newspaper's claims are all true. I even suspect Brother Zhen commissioned someone to write and publish them." As he finally detects something amiss in Tong Xiuyu's expression, Xiao Huang turns his head and, upon seeing Yi Zhen's dark countenance, immediately falls silent, offering a sheepish smile and cautiously addressing him. "Brother Zhen." Yi Zhen closes his eyes, just as the elevator doors are about to close. He raises his hand to block them and strides out. "I was wondering why you weren't around today. Turns out you were busy with more important matters." Yi Zhen halts beside Xiao Huang, glancing at him. "You're handling the workload of 2 assistants on a single salary. Don't you find that exhausting?" Xiao Huang stands stiffly for a moment, tentatively raising his gaze to Yi Zhen, forcing a smile. "Not at all. As long as you and Sister Xiuyu are well, I'd gladly take on the workload of 10. Xiaolan displays a pained expression. Yi Zhen nearly bursts into laughter, averting his gaze and adopting a more neutral demeanor as he casually remarks, "From today onward, you 1T need to cover my position. Go collect your salary from the HR department." After taking a few steps, Tong Xiuyu, who had been silently observing, finally speaks. "Yi Zhen."
Stop.
In the lobby of Huazhao Media Company, many turn their attention to this exclamation. Amidst the multitude of covert glances, Yi Zhen halts but does not turn back. Before him, at the entrance in the distance, 2 figures suddenly emerge. One, dressed as a high society matron, exudes an air of superiority, Fong Sivan. The other, a hat-clad individual engrossed in their phone, unmistakably a mere spectator, Yi Kong.
Yi Zhen. Chapter 83, Ye Kwang's Gossip Chronicles.
The first to spot Yi Zhen is, surprisingly, Yi Kong. Like a radar, her hands continue to play with her phone, yet without warning, she lifts her gaze to meet Yi Zhen's. Thus, her fingers pause on the screen, the phone spinning in her palm before being tucked away into her pocket. A look of cold beauty transforms her face, reflecting a keen interest in the unfolding drama. Noticing her pace slow, Fong Sivan follows her line of sight and finally sees Yi Zhen and the others at the elevator's entrance. Only Tong Xiuyu remains oblivious, her gaze still fixed on Yi Zhen's back, her brows slightly furrowed as she inquires, "Are you planning to fire Xiao Huang?"
Why?
She steps forward a couple of paces. "Is it because he has been by my side, or is it due to what he just said?"
Yi Zhen.
"Can't you refrain from acting so impulsively?" Yi Zhen remains silent, his narrowed gaze fixated on his mother's suddenly frigid demeanor. Fong Sivan even allows a hint of a cold smirk to surface. As she moves to approach, Yizhen immediately tilts his head. His gaze still directed forward as he coldly states, "Don't you have anything better to do? Miss Tong, my decision to fire my employee should not concern you."
Should it?
As he speaks, he hastily strides forward, attempting to intercept Fong Sivan. Yet, Tong Xiaoyu bites her lip, resolutely grasping his clothing. "Your decision to fire your employee may not concern me, but if you're doing it because of me, then what then?" The imperious, melodious voice of a woman interrupts Tong Xiaoyu's words. She pauses, surprised, and turns her head to look. Approaching is a stunning beauty dressed like a high society matron, exuding an allure that surpasses even the hottest leading ladies, her face seemingly destined to captivate the entertainment industry for ages, with an unplaceable familiarity. In the next moment, Tong Xiaoyu's attention is drawn to the young woman accompanying the matron. Compared to the formidable woman beside her, her attire was remarkably understated and casual. Her long hair was carelessly tied back, and a hat rested atop her head. Yet, the lower half of her face that was visible was exquisite enough to elicit astonishment. Most importantly, this young lady was someone she had encountered before. If her memories served her correctly, she was another sister of Yizhen. The identity of sister seemed to cast a shadow, triggering a certain form of PTSD in Tong Xiaoyu, who immediately recognized the familiar noblewoman before her. As her heart raced, Fong Sivan had already approached them. "I ask you, if Yizhen is dismissed because of you, what will you do?" She regarded Tong Xiaoyu with a detached gaze. "Will you intervene?" Although her demeanor was neither aggressive nor haughty, Tong Xiaoyu felt inexplicably diminished. This unwelcome sense of inferiority prompted her to instinctively release her grip on Yizhen's sleeve, only to be overtaken by a more powerful emotion moments later. Of course, she raised her head to meet Fong Sivan's gaze directly, her eyes calm yet resolute. "I cannot allow an innocent person to lose their job because of me." Yizhen closed his eyes and stepped forward, placing himself between the two women. He lowered his head slightly, adopting a rare pleading posture as he addressed Fong Sivan, "Mother, let us discuss this in the office upstairs." Fong Sivan looked at him, and after a moment, a cold smile graced her lips. "You truly have grown." She circumvented them and made her way to the elevator. Yi Zhan was the first to follow, with Yi Kong bringing up the rear. As Tong Xiaoyu, biting her lip, prepared to follow, Fong Sivan suddenly extended her hand to stop her. "Miss Tong," she said coolly, "you might as well take the next trip." "What do you mean?" Tong Xiaoyu instinctively bristled, her eyes cold and wary. "Am I not allowed to use the elevator in my own company?"
Ye konuşuruk.
"I merely hope you do not harbor intentions of involving yourself in someone else's family matters." "I have no interest in your family affairs," Tong Xiaoyu replied expressionlessly as she walked past her. "I am simply responsible for those who may be affected by me." The usually silent Xiao Huang quickly caught up, positioning himself behind Tong Xiaoyu. Yi Kong glanced at Fong Sivan, noting her increasingly dark expression, scratched his head, and entered the elevator under his mother's watchful gaze. As the elevator ascended, whispers grew louder in the lobby below. "Is that person a relative of the film emperor? Both are so beautiful. The film emperor's family genes are truly remarkable." "No, you seem to have missed the point. Isn't the real issue that his mother is clearly here to trouble Sister Xiaoyu? How tragic to have a couple torn apart. After all, who would want their son to be a sycophant? Who could have imagined that the esteemed film emperor would love so humbly?" Upon learning that the chairman's wife of the Yi family had come to the company, the CEO of Huazhao Media, who had been idly wasting time, hurried over personally. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fong Sivan swiftly expressed her desire for him to leave. The CEO promptly guided them to the tea room designated for esteemed guests, then quickly made his exit. The secretary silently served tea and snacks before retreating, leaving the lavishly decorated space in sudden silence. All the Yi family members were seated, save for Tong Xiaoyu and Xiao Huang, who awkwardly remained standing. Fortunately, Yi Jin soon broke the silence, not looking at her but addressing the room with an indifferent tone. "I need to speak with my mother, Miss Tong, as an outsider. It would be inappropriate for you to remain here." Tong Xiaoyu clenched her fists, her expression unyielding as she replied, "I am here for Xiao Huang's job." "Understood." Yi Zhen interrupted wearily, "I will find him another promising artist. I assure you, he will not lose his job." "Brother Zhen!" Xiao Huang exclaimed in alarm. "He has been with you since your debut." Tong Xiaoyu looked at him with a slight frown. "Are you truly willing to be so heartless over a trivial matter?"
Ha!
Fong Sivan finally let out a laugh, unable to contain herself any longer, and slammed her hand on the table. Yi Zhen's expression stiffened as he heard his mother's icy voice. Since Miss Tong feels the need to speak with Yi Zhen, then let her stay. I have questions for her as well. Mother, Yi Zhen began, but Fong Sivan silenced him with a glare. What? A few years ago, you were eager for me to meet her. Today, I am truly here, and now you do not want me to converse with her? We were once in a romantic relationship, but that is no longer the case. Then let Miss Tong decide for herself. Fong Sivan leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, regarding Tong Xiaoyu with a detached gaze. Tong Xiaoyu stood frozen for a few seconds, but ultimately, she stiffly approached the table and sat down. I am here for Xiao Huang's job, she murmured. Fong Sivan offered no response, her gaze shifting to the only other person still standing in the room, Assistant Huang. Why are you still standing? Xiao Huang forced a smile and moved to sit down. I told you to leave. Fong Sivan's expression turned cold. But my job. My son has already assured that he'll find you a reliable artist. Why must you linger with him? Is it that he pays you more? Or do you gain greater advantages? Madam Yi, Tong Xiaoyu interjected, her expression frigid as she addressed Fong Sivan. Do you believe that everyone who approaches your son does so for your family's wealth? Chapter 84. The Responsible Miss Yi. As she observed the humiliation on Xiao Huang's face deepen, Fong Sivan wore an absurdly cold smile. Yi Kong interrupted in time. Assistant Huang, you should leave quickly if you do not wish to lose your job entirely. Under Tong Xiaoyu's piercing gaze, Yi Kong rested her chin on her hand and remarked coolly, I have accompanied Yi Zhen to work a few times. Out of 10 occasions, you were absent 5 times. And during the times you were present, it was Xiao Lan who handled the tasks. Yi Zhen has kept you around for so many years despite your lack of diligence. Hasn't he been quite kind to you? Tong Xiaoyu only heard the praise you whispered to her. She was perhaps unaware of how indifferent you had been towards Yi Zhen. Yi Kong interrupted again. Do you think that simply playing the matchmaker between the two of them will secure your place in Yi Zhen's life forever? Perhaps one day. If they marry, they might even thank you as if you were a matchmaker? This time, it was Tong Xiaoyu who felt the sting of humiliation. She looked at Xiao Huang in disbelief, finally biting her lip and refraining from speaking up for him any longer. Only when Xiao Huang reluctantly left did she grasp her teacup and slowly say, regardless of whether you believe me, I never intended to use Assistant Huang as a matchmaker. The last 2 words were spoken with immense difficulty and humiliation. Yet Yi Zhen remained unmoved, merely lowering his gaze. Now that Assistant Huang's matter has been resolved, Miss Tong, shouldn't you be leaving? Tong Xiaoyu glanced at him, but he did not spare her even a fraction of his attention. With her eyes slightly reddening, she stood up, wordlessly turning to leave, only to be halted by Fong Sivan's voice.
Wait.
Fong Sivan leisurely set down her teacup. Regarding what Miss Tong just said, I am quite intrigued. What do you mean by saying that everyone who approaches my son is for the sake of our family's wealth? With a smile, she looked at Tong Xiaoyu, gesturing for her to sit. Please, I believe you have much to discuss with me. You have a return home in 2 days. In the conference room, Fong Sivan did not rush to speak with Tong Xiaoyu but instead turned her attention to the film Emperor. Where have you been? At the apartment near the company. Yi Zhen replied, appearing somewhat impatient as he raked his fingers through his hair. I often sleep there. But that is when you're busy with work or social engagements. Is this time any different? Fong Sivan let out a cold laugh. Do you know what people have been saying at those tea gatherings with the ladies these past few days? Even your father was joked about at the dinner table. They say his son is a romantic. Fong Sivan struck the table with a resounding clap. Yi Kong's face contorted in a pitiable expression as she instinctively pressed her hat down, swiftly pouring a cup of tea for Fong Sivan. Mom, please don't be angry. Have some tea. Fong Sivan was reluctant to display anger towards her daughter, so she forced a softening of her expression, accepted the cup, took a sip, and uttered a grateful, thank you, darling. Yi Zhen, however, did not receive such leniency. He sat there dejected, and spoke in a low, rumbling voice, I will resolve the public opinion issue swiftly. I won't allow it to affect the family. How do you plan to resolve it? Fong Sivan inquired. I am currently investigating the identity of the magazine and the journalist involved. What will happen once you find out? Once we ascertain the facts, we will demand a retraction and an apology, claiming the news is false. Fong Sivan let out a cold laugh, but before she could respond, another voice interjected. But that is not false news. Fong Sivan was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. Tong Xiaoyu. Yet, under Yi Zhen's quiet reprimand, Tong Xiaoyu continued to stare at Fong Sivan, defiantly articulating, "Everything written in that article is true."
So what?
Fong Sivan smiled faintly. "What are you trying to convey?" "In my eyes, the Yi Zhen who loves me so dearly is gentle and charming, yet in your perspective as his mother, he is merely a source of embarrassment. Is that correct?" Tong Xiaoyu, "Your family can so easily ruin someone's career with just a few words, and yet you treat it so lightly. But for you, Yi Zhen being labeled a love-struck fool by others is a matter of great significance. Do you not find that utterly absurd?" Yi Kong silently pressed her fingers to her forehead, her one-handed game of Candy Crush accelerating. Nevertheless, it did not prevent her from hearing Tong Xiaoyu's fiery speech. "Sometimes, I truly do not understand. For wealthy individuals like you, is familial affection built upon interests, blood ties, or the genuine wish for one another's happiness?" These words had evidently been bottled up for quite some time, as Tong Xiaoyu spoke rapidly, her gaze unwavering. "During the 2 years when Yi Zhen and I were closest, I was constantly anxious and distressed over your attitudes. Yet you never once deemed it necessary to meet me, not even during the time he left home. Did you? His mother ever?" Yi Kong glanced at Fong Sivan, whose expression was darkening, and raised her voice, though her tone remained calm. "Miss Tong, perhaps I could accompany you for a stroll. If you have something to say, feel free to tell me first." But the woman let out a piercing, sharp laugh, her gaze slicing through Yi Kong with unparalleled disdain. "Go out with you? To hear you say that I am only fit to sing and dance on stage for others, and that I am unworthy of your brother? Have you mistaken me for someone else?" Yi Kong was momentarily taken aback. How different could sisters be? Tong Xiaoyu looked at her with contempt. "Is there anything else you can say to me?" Yi Kong quickly glanced at Fong Sivan, seeing that she was now breathing heavily. Her face flushed. As Fong Sivan seemed on the verge of an explosion, Yi Kong closed her eyes. "Miss Tong." Her voice was loud, yet devoid of emotion, resonating clearly in everyone's ears. "You may be taking yourself too seriously." She spoke rapidly. "My mother came today to see Yi Zhen primarily to persuade him not to linger outside due to some public opinion." Yi Zhen closed his eyes, appearing unsurprised. "Seeing you here, and hearing you say this, is indeed unexpected. No one came specifically for you. Had you not insisted on intervening, my mother and I would likely have departed by now." Tong Xiaoyu's expression stiffened, and she forced a smile. "Are you implying that I am being overly sentimental? That is not an insult. I am merely stating facts." Yi Kong stood, holding her phone. "Now, would you like to step outside with me?" She shrugged. "My mother simply wishes to speak with her son, whom she hasn't seen for a few days." Finally noticing Tong Xiaoyu standing in the corridor, Yi Kong felt a slight sense of relief, and Yi Zhen's expression also eased a fraction. But just as they were about to leave, Fong Sivan called out coldly, "Stop." She regarded Tong Xiaoyu's retreating figure, her gaze icy. "I demand that you first apologize to my daughter for your impudent attitude." With her back to Fong Sivan,
Ye konsiket, her nose urinkling ine kasperatın.
Chapter 85, Truly Nauseating. Yet, before Yi Kong could speak, Tong Xiaoyu had already turned around, her reaction dramatic. She glared at Fong Sivan, enunciating each word. "You wish for me to apologize? Then let your other daughter say sorry to me for her rudeness first." Events had transpired, and they must be resolved one by one. She turned and strode away. Fong Sivan's hand clenched in anger, while Yi Kong retreated, saying, "Mom, please don't be upset. We did not come here to provoke ourselves. You should have a good talk with Yi Zhen." Exiting the tea room, she turned to see Tong Xiaoyu still lingering in the corridor. Yi Kong cast her a curious glance but said nothing, lowering her gaze to fiddle with her phone as she made her way to the rooftop lounge. Initially, the footsteps beside her went unnoticed. She assumed Tong Xiaoyu was merely walking in the same direction. However, upon reaching the lounge, she realized Tong Xiaoyu had been following her closely, prompting her to halt. Turning to look at the cold-faced Tong Xiaoyu, Yi Kong asked, "What do you want?" Tong Xiaoyu, equally perplexed, replied, "Aren't you the one who wanted to speak with me? Otherwise, why would you have called me out?" Yi Kong blinked. "I called you out just to extinguish the flames. Can't you see my mother is angry? So, you're helping me?" Tong Xiaoyu scoffed. "Do you expect me to thank you?" Yi Kong studied her for 2 seconds before abruptly putting her phone away. "Do you love Yi Zhen?" This blunt and unexpected question left Tong Xiaoyu stunned, and after a moment, she turned her head away. "Of course not." Her gesture and expression unmistakably conveyed, "I'm just being sarcastic, so please don't misunderstand." Yi Kong's eyes sparkled with innocence and confusion as she asked, "Aren't you an actress?" Is this performance intentional, or is your acting simply subpar? Tong Xiuyu spun around, staring at her, her face flushed with indignation, struggling to find words. After a considerable pause, she finally managed to stammer out a breathless laugh. As expected of sisters, you and that Yi Baozhu are no different. Calling me out was merely another way to humiliate me. The lounge was dotted with small tables and wicker chairs. Yi Kong casually chose a corner to sit. If you perceive someone stating that you love Yi Zhen as a humiliation, then I have a suggestion. Starting today, treat Yi Zhen as a stranger. Even if you pass by him, do not spare him a glance. As for today, intervening in his management, intruding upon his conversations with his mother, and even saying things like he is gentle and charming in love with me should absolutely never happen again. Tong Xiaoyu stood still, glaring at her. What exactly are you trying to say? Why won't you give me a straightforward answer? Yi Kong chuckled. Treating Yi Zhen as a complete stranger means that even if he still harbors feelings for you, in time, he will naturally let go. Then you need not worry any longer, right? Or do you desire his refusal to give up? Do you seek that ambiguous connection, a love that never truly ends? Always under the spotlight? Always under the spotlight? Do you think I want that kind of attention? Tong Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, sneering. In the end, you look down on people just like Yi Baozhu. Yi Kong lowered her eyelids, her expression fading entirely. When she raised her eyes again, they were filled solely with weariness and annoyance, truly nauseating. She leaned back against the wicker chair, adopting a subordinate's posture, yet her gaze bore the weight of authority. Scrutinizing the standing Tong Xiuyu, her gaze casually flickered over the tranquil expression that had settled upon her. And the girl's lips curled into a smile that was both mocking and enigmatic. You seem to be reveling in this moment, finally revealing your true self and preparing to humiliate me, aren't you? She remarked. Isn't that so? Of course not, Yi Kong retorted. I harbor no grievances against you. So why would I seek to humiliate you? When I spoke of something nauseating, it was not you I referred to, but rather the love you share with him. She disdainfully pursed her lips. Before coming here, I specifically researched your tumultuous 7-year relationship, the gossip surrounding your on-again, off-again entanglements, the lingering connections, the street-side kisses, and the public quarrels. The way you two converse through interviews and express jealousy from afar, every detail appears to many as a testament to love. Yi Kong lifted the corners of her mouth. It was indeed repulsive. Tong Xiaoyu's eyes widened, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks. She appeared on the verge of uttering a retort but found herself at a loss for words. Thus, she could only listen as this girl, several years her junior, continued with her scornful commentary. You insist you do not love him, yet upon first seeing me, when you mistakenly thought I was Yi Zhen's new girlfriend, you displayed a myriad of complex expressions toward me. You proclaim your indifference, yet you seamlessly involve yourself in Yi Zhen's affairs, allowing his assistant to linger by your side. Surely, he has whispered sweet nothings to you, perhaps even disclosed Yi Zhen's whereabouts? Do not deny it, she interrupted, effortlessly dismissing Tong Xiaoyu's impending rebuttal. Upon reflection, as he never said something like, Zhengguo has not approached any other woman. His heart belongs solely to you? Can you boldly claim he has never uttered such words? Tong Xiuyu froze, memories flooding back, while the girl's voice persisted. What were you feeling when he spoke those words? A happiness you dared not fully acknowledge? A satisfaction you were unwilling to admit? Yi Kong traced circles on the table with her finger, speaking as if she were the one who had lived through it all. Because your pride was wounded by the Yi family, you refused to admit your love for him, and thus you conveniently overlook these subtle emotions. Tong Xiaoyu's breath quickened, and after a long pause, she finally managed to say, even if your words ring true, that does not prove my love for him. Perhaps it is merely my vanity at play. Oh, do not misunderstand. Yi Kong lifted her gaze to meet Tong Xiaoyu's. I do not wish to prove your love for him. Rather, I am suggesting that you may not love each other at all. Tong Xiaoyu was taken aback. And therein lies the most nauseating aspect of this so-called love, Yi Kong continued. You do not truly love one another. Neither of you is willing to sacrifice more for the other. Yet you both cast yourselves as victims while engaging in a relentless cycle of passionate reconciliations and breakups for the audience. You are not bound together by love. Shaking her head, Yi Kong regarded Tong Xiuyu with an emotionless stare. You are merely entangled by interests, public opinion, habit, and the scrutiny of onlookers. Yet you delude yourselves into believing it is love, both too cowardly to admit your true feelings. Tong Xiaoyu stood there, paralyzed, unable to respond. Yi Kong rose to her feet. Though I have not experienced it myself, I have witnessed what true love entails. Despite its myriad expressions at its core, this emotion can only exist between two individuals willing to sacrifice for one another. You tell me, Yi Kong raised her head, her gaze traversing past the rigid Tong Xiaoyu toward the entrance of the lounge. Am I not correct, Mr. Yijin? Chapter 86, A Late Revelation. Tong Xiaoyu jolted, spinning around abruptly. Yijin stood in the shadows of the doorway, seemingly having listened for quite some time, and only now began to lift his head. He seemed to glance at Tong Xiaoyu, yet his gaze felt distant. There was an exhaustion in his eyes that no one had witnessed before. Eventually, his eyes settled on Yi Kong, and he slowly remarked, I had no idea you were so adept at verbal sparring. You underestimate me, Yi Kong replied. If I truly wished to berate you, you would be in tears. Yi Zhan appeared disinterested in further conversation, turning to leave. Watching his weary silhouette, Tong Xiaoyu felt a surge of unprecedented panic within her. Instinctively, she took a step forward but found herself unable to voice anything. In mere moments, Yijin had vanished, revealing another figure concealed behind the door, Fong Sivan. The previous anger had dissipated from her face, and now Mrs. Yi calmly beckoned to Yi Kong. Darling, let us head back. Your brother is home for dinner today. Yi Kong stepped forward, but as they brushed past one another, Tong Xiaoyu grasped her sleeve. Yi Kong turned slightly, meeting Tong Xiaoyu's eyes, which were filled with an unprecedented hatred. On what grounds do you claim that? She nearly spat, her voice laced with barely contained fury, tears welling in her eyes. How dare you dismiss our 7 years with mere words? How can you presume, based solely on conjecture, that there is no love between us? You speak so confidently, yet all you desire is to separate me from your brother, convinced that I am unworthy of him.
Ye Kong grasped her fingers.
Gently but firmly prying them away. First of all, that is not conjecture. It is a rational deduction based on reality, and I must add another inference. Miss Tong, what has ensnared you for so many years is not your ambiguous love, but your fragile pride. She released Tong Xiaoyu's hand and strode confidently into the building. Fong Sivan seized Yi Kong's hand intimately. Sweetheart, your words were simply marvelous just now, she said. Your brother will surely not linger on her anymore, saving me the trouble of dealing with her. Yi Kong turned her head, intrigued. What were your initial plans, mother? In this society governed by law, we cannot engage in illegal activities, Fong Sivan replied nonchalantly. However, finding a way to make her exit from the entertainment industry is certainly within reach. That way, she will no longer have ties to your brother. Then why didn't you do that before? Because of your brother, stubborn as a mule. We had to tread carefully. Fong Sivan explained. Now, it seems he truly will not turn back, so I needn't exert any further effort. She happily led Yi Kong to the car. Yijin sat in the back seat, wearing a hat and exuding an aura of refusal to engage. Fong Sivan, unfazed, raised her voice playfully at Yi Kong. Oh, listen. Kong. Love requires one to be willing to give and to compromise. Your father's love for me was genuine. Young people today are so presumptuous, thinking that a bit of time spent together, some kisses and quarrels, equates to love. It's quite laughable.
Mom.
Yi Zhen could no longer contain himself, removing his hat and raising his voice in irritation. Fong Sivan merely pouted, choosing not to continue the conversation. Yi Zhen pulled his hat back down, and after some time had passed, he suddenly lifted it again, gazing at Yi Kong's silhouette. How do you know so much? You speak so assuredly. He sat up straight, resting one arm on the back of Yi Kong's seat, skepticism evident in his eyes. You didn't have a secret relationship in the past, did you? You don't have a whole line of ex-boyfriends, do you? Yi Kong cast a sidelong glance at his face, marked by doubt and resentment, and managed a slight smile. I'm simply intelligent. Noticing Fong Sivan's suddenly tense expression, she sighed. Did I not mention? Though I have not experienced it firsthand, I have observed others' love stories. Yi Zhen reclined back down, still skeptical, muttering, just having observed is enough for you to act as a confidant? You truly are confident. After a long silence, he suddenly added, but you're right. Beneath the brim of his hat, his voice emerged calm and steady. Upon reflection, we have always been cautious, fearful of giving more than the other. Perhaps we have never truly loved one another. Rather, we were merely puppets of the hormones of adolescence, reluctant to extricate ourselves from that illusion. The other two remained silent. Yet, Yi Kong received a joyful and approving glance from Fong Sivan, who even gave her a thumbs up and mouthed, well done. Yi Kong thought to herself, she had not come to sow discord between lovers. On the contrary, She had come to extinguish the flames of misunderstanding, determined not to let Tong Xiuyu suffer due to some fool's immature manuscript. Who would have anticipated that she would find herself in such a predicament? Nonetheless, she mused, it could be considered a task accomplished. Then, she heard Yi Zhen's voice. Almost as if in a dream. But can one truly encounter such love? A love for which one willingly sacrifices everything, without counting the costs? Yi Kong fell into silence. Fong Sivan, however, responded with unwavering certainty. Yes, it is possible. She smiled and added, haven't I found it? My children will surely find it too. It is not something that can be inherited through genes.
Ye Zhan scoffed.
Suddenly, Yi Kong brought up an unrelated topic. Are you still going to investigate that contributor from Huaya magazine? No longer. The more I care, the more exaggerated their writings may become, Yi Zhen replied, his tone devoid of inflection. And public opinion is always fleeting. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly. I suddenly feel much lighter. After disembarking, Yi Zhen called out to Yi Kong at the entrance. His hat obscured his eyes, revealing only his slightly parted lips. He uttered softly, thank you. I will always remember how you defended Tong Xiaoyu in front of our mother, and the words you spoke for my sake.
Ye Kon, ah.
Her gaze drifted as she thought. It was not for you. Moreover, Yi Zhen lifted his head, his deep-set eyes piercing through the veil of his golden hair, fixating intently on Yi Kong. I still owe you an apology for that slap. Yi Kong's wandering gaze slowly returned. Yet, her expression remained inscrutable, allowing him to speak his mind. Regardless of the reason, I should not have laid a hand on you. Yi Zhen stated earnestly. There will never be a next time. He appeared unpracticed, as if he had seldom, if ever, apologized to anyone.
Yet,
he was striving to suppress his innate arrogance, attempting to present himself as sincere and natural. He resembled a large dog caught off guard, exuding an awkwardness that suggested he might burst with pent-up tension. Yi Kong remained silent for an extended period. The sun shone brightly before the villa, yet an odd silence enveloped them. Yi Zhen soon lost his composure and frowned. Could you please say something? Yi Kong blinked, smiled faintly. Actually, you need not apologize.
How could that be?
He retorted. Because from the moment you struck me, everything had already come to an end. She turned and walked through the iron gate. Yi Zhen stood there, momentarily stunned, before suddenly looking up. What has ended? Of course, our relationship. The girl did not look back as she entered the house, leaving the faint echoes of her voice lingering in Yi Zhen's ears, invoking a sudden chill deep within his heart. Strangely, he was reminded of what Yi Kong had said after that slap. Originally, I should have retaliated tenfold, but our blood relation negated it. Negated? Yi Zhen repeated the word to himself. At that moment, he finally began to grasp, albeit vaguely, what exactly had been nullified in Yi Kong's eyes by that slap. Beneath the blazing sun, he felt an inexplicable sensation, as if plunging into an icy lake. Chapter 87. Miss Yi, are you inciting discord? The lunch proceeded with an air of nonchalance. Fong Sivan, however, discerned something amiss with Yi Zhen. After a moment of observation, she could not help but inquire with a smile, why do you keep staring at your sister? Yi Zhen stiffened, meeting Yi Kong's gaze. She, on the other hand, appeared utterly unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps, to her, indeed, nothing had. His apology was inconsequential, and his demeanor irrelevant. It's nothing. Yi Zhen averted his gaze, took a bite of his meal, then suddenly, with lowered eyelids, asked, didn't you say that I must have your permission to enter this house? I seem to have come in without your consent, and yet you haven't asked me to leave? Hearing this, Fong Sivan laughed, perplexed. What are you saying? Who goes out of their way to get hit? Yet Yi Zhen appeared inexplicably adamant. Seeing that he sought an answer, Yi Kong was left with no choice but to clarify. I also mentioned that if it was to visit Mom, you, Dad, and my sister could come and go freely. She stated bluntly. Only Yi Baozhu and that old woman are not permitted to enter at will. Fong Sivan. The woman struck Yi Zhen's hand with her spoon. Why are you bringing this up while eating your meal? She served Yi Kong 2 chopsticks of vegetables, adding, your dad and sister are coming home for dinner tonight. We should prepare the ingredients together this afternoon. But I have no cooking skills whatsoever. That's all right. Your brother can cook. Is that appropriate? Yi Zhen's chopsticks paused, and he raised his head to glance at Yi Kong. The girl was absent-mindedly inspecting the delicacies on the table, seemingly lost in thought. She likely heard Fong Sivan refer to brother in her words, or perhaps she did not. Yet, she seemed indifferent.
But why?
Did she not reject him as her brother? Yizhen suddenly found his appetite waning, and he set down his chopsticks, intending to leave the table. Just as he stood, he caught a disdainful glance from Yikong. Yizhen, what does that mean? Strangely, he stiffly sat back down. Never mind, I'll finish eating. Yikong then refrained from glancing at him again. Fong Sivon's brows knitted tightly. Are you sleepwalking today? She then warned. You're not still blaming your sister for the Tong Xiaoyu incident, are you? I am not. After lunch, Yikong strolled around the villa twice to aid digestion. As she rounded a corner, she spotted Yizhen sitting at the edge of the garden. He seemed to be on the phone. Yikong intended to retrace her steps to avoid him but was unexpectedly drawn in by the sound of her name. What does it have to do with Yikong? Yikong paused, turning her head to look. The man, sunglasses perched on his nose, wore a furrowed brow, evidently struggling to contain his agitation. Is it not reasonable for me to withdraw from the variety show given how the public opinion has spread? Should I wait for a dozen episodes to serve up endless laughter for the audience? I do not need such attention. As I said, it has nothing to do with my sister. If she feels offended, I can apologize to her. Do you think I would care about some breach of contract fees? Is she out of her mind? What does she want with my sister? Having silently approached from behind, Yikong stealthily snatched the phone from Yizhen's hand before evading his sudden reach. She switched the speaker on. A mature, serious female voice immediately filled her ears. I am not clear on what your sister said to sue you, but she is in a terrible state, locking herself in her room, refusing to come out or eat. I have no means to help. I want to talk to her, yet she insists on seeing your sister again.
Yikong.
Yizhen called her name softly, rising to snatch the phone back. Yet the girl spun around, avoiding him once more. A smile graced her face as she evaded Yizhen while listening to the agent continue speaking. Yizhen, your two sisters have already harmed Xiu twice. If you insist on protecting your sister, at the very least, you should not be so heartless. Everyone knows you two are scheduled to appear on this variety show. If you withdraw now, what will Xiu do? What will others say about her? You can let her withdraw, can't you?
Yikong interjected unexpectedly.
The melodious voice of the young girl silenced the agent from the Tong family, who, upon speaking again, adopted a notably more serious and even somewhat unfriendly tone. Miss Yi, not everyone is fortunate enough to possess your esteemed background, capable of easily compensating millions in breach of contract.
Dun let Yezen compensate her, Yikong retorted.
Turning to face Yizhen, she no longer attempted to evade, neither did Yizhen make any effort to snatch the phone away. Meeting the girl's gaze, he fell silent for 2 seconds before averting his eyes and saying, I'll pay. See, you heard him say that, she remarked. The agent's voice grew colder. Are you attempting to humiliate us? Yikong chuckled dismissively. Why are the Tong family so easily humiliated? The breath on the other end of the line became noticeably heavier. Before the agent could respond, Yikong tossed the phone onto the table, sat back in her chair, crossed her legs, and leisurely proclaimed, You want to prevent Yizhen from withdrawing from the variety show, while also shielding Tong Xiaoyu from the breach of contract fee. You mean they must remain bound together to continue filming, right? But now that Yizhen's reputation as Tong Xiaoyu's devoted admirer has spread like wildfire, can you guarantee he won't suffer any losses when the show airs? Whether in terms of reputation or finances? It's merely some public opinion, the agent replied nonchalantly. Miss Yi, perhaps you, as an outsider, are unaware that your brother does not rely on fans for his livelihood. Oh wow, the girl exclaimed with a lack of inflection. Just a moment ago, you were worried that Yizhen's withdrawal would lead to criticism for Tong Xiaoyu, and now it's merely some public opinion? Are you truly Yizhen's agent?
Yikong inhuited.
I am the agent for both Yizhen and Tong Xiaoyu, the agent responded calmly. Thus, I will only choose options that benefit both parties. Yikong let out a soft laugh, tilting her head to glance at Yizhen without uttering a word. However, the agent continued in a slow and deliberate manner. Miss Yi, please return the phone to Yizhen, as I need to continue discussing work with him. But didn't you just mention me? Yikong smiled slyly. Didn't you say you wanted me to meet Tong Xiaoyu? Indeed, the agent replied, if possible. I hope you can take responsibility for your words and actions and make amends for the harm done to Miss Tong. Yikong continued to gaze at Yizhen, as if ignoring the agent's words. Suddenly, she sighed dramatically. Yizhen, I genuinely didn't expect you to be such a fool.
Yezen.
She lifted the phone, waving it at Yizhen. How on earth did someone like this become your agent? Even I, someone with no business experience, know that one should only hire subordinates who are wholly devoted to their own interests. Yet look at the person you've chosen.
Monsieur.
Are you attempting to sow discord? Is stating facts considered sowing discord? Yikong raised the phone to her lips, interrupting the agent's impending response. You claim you can only select mutually beneficial options because you manage 2 clients? But does Yizhen need such diluted benefits? Shall I enlighten you on what would be most advantageous for him? Yi Kong smirked to withdraw immediately from the variety show, sue all media outlets that have published detrimental information about him, and hold a press conference to deny any ongoing relations with Tong Xiaoyu. Moreover, he could dismiss you, this biased agent, and seek a new actress of higher status and greater achievements to embark on a new romance. She paused before adding, the best course of action would be for him to publicly declare his identity as the second young master of the Yi Group. Can you imagine how Tong Xiaoyu would appear in the public eye as a starlet clinging to a wealthy heir? Even their tumultuous 7-year relationship would transform from an arduous love story into the narrative of Tong Xiaoyu desperately clinging to a wealthy benefactor.
Monsieur.
The agent seemed to slam a hand on the table, exclaiming in exasperation, "You are abusing your power." Indeed, Yi Kong chuckled, but it's quite effective, isn't it? Yizhen wouldn't he do that? She quickly regained her composure, sneering, "He is not like you, a highborn lady. Oh, he is a fool. And you are relying on that, aren't you? Miss Yi, I will no longer converse with you. Please return the phone to Yizhen."
No.
"You must listen to me." Yi Kong's tone was audacious. "You probably don't realize that I've just been welcomed back into the Yi family. And it's the perfect time for me to meddle in family affairs. My parents would never refuse me. And I am not at all afraid of Yizhen's anger." With a bright smile, she continued, "So you must heed my words. Otherwise, even without Yizhen's approval, I can still carry out what I just mentioned." The girl tapped the screen with her finger. "How about it? Will you gamble your niece's career against me? The entitled daughter of a wealthy family?" The line fell silent, filled only with rapid, agitated breaths. Yi Kong, as if sensing the agent's thoughts, leisurely added, "Right now, you're probably thinking that Yizhen wouldn't he allow me to do that. Unfortunately, you are mistaken." She lifted her gaze toward Yizhen. "He cannot control me." The golden-haired man sitting across from her, initially frowning, had unknowingly relaxed his brow and was now simply watching her with crossed arms, as if eager to hear what she would say next. Upon hearing her words, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "What she says is true." After a pause, he added, "Even without her, I had already planned to terminate the contract with you, and Tong. What?" The agent seemed to fall into a state of immense shock, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Yizhen rubbed his temples. "I am genuinely exhausted. I will pay Tong Xiaoyu's breach of contract fee, and in addition, I will find a way to help her secure 2 good film scripts as compensation for wasting her youth over the years. I know she will likely refuse. So you must not inform her." Observing this, Yi Kong withdrew the speakerphone. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and leaned closer to the phone to interject. "Oh, by the way, Aunt Tong, I have recorded this entire conversation. So, if you wish for Tong Xiaoyu to receive the good scripts provided by Yizhen, attributing all credit to her, you had better not tamper with the contents of this call." "What are you talking about?" Yizhen frowned. Yi Kong shrugged, "Just being prudent." Her dark eyes gleamed with a smile as she regarded the sleek black phone, as if she could see the expression of the person on the other end. There was a palpable air of disdain, coupled with an astonishing chill. On the other end, the agent, hand shaking involuntarily while holding the phone, felt a jolt run through her body. The screen, close to her ear, flickered slightly, displaying recording 2302. The numbers continued to tick up second by second, while Yizhen, glancing down at his screen, saw the call page showing recording 1532. This meant that from the moment she had seized the phone, she had already pressed the record button. Yizhen, after hesitating for 2 seconds before answering the call, he ultimately decided against terminating the recording and instead hesitated before saying to the person on the other end, "I apologize. My sister is rather suspicious by nature." The agent's lips quivered, and after a moment, she managed to say hoarsely, "It's fine." Huazhao Media swiftly issued an announcement. Yizhen separated from the film and television department, establishing a personal studio that, while still under the company's banner, afforded him 90% autonomy. He also changed his agent, completely removing any references to variety shows from his schedule and replacing them with several magazine interviews. Subsequently, marketing accounts across the internet began to circulate news. It was reported that Yizhen's studio had refused to answer any questions related to his ex-girlfriend during the interviews. In addition, Tong Xiaoyu has also stepped away from variety shows, but fortunately, she has exchanged that for audition opportunities for 2 major films. Consequently, her fans have become indifferent to her romantic life, focusing their energy on supporting her career instead. Only the fans of the Rainstorm couple, who were accustomed to waiting for the pair to reunite, have sensed an ominous shift in the absence of any interaction between them. Regardless of public opinion, Yizhen has genuinely relaxed. As the summer vacation draws to a close, he has regained his composure, spending his days idly at home while diligently sifting through scripts like gold from sand. Coincidentally, the day has arrived for Yi Kong to report to school, and he volunteers to accompany her. No need, the girl replies, donning her shoes without looking back. When Ken will take me?
Yizhen.
Observing the girl's brisk departure, Yizhen's expression remains inscrutable. Son, would you like to accompany me for some shopping this afternoon? Fong Sivan, lounging on the sofa with a face mask, inquires. No, Yizhen declines. I plan to dye my hair. Back to black? No, he replies, grasping a handful of his significantly faded golden locks, his gaze sweeping across the green hair tie nonchalantly tossed on the table, along with a green shell pad and a green electronic pen. I want to dye it green, Yizhen states instinctively. Fong Sivan. Chapter 89. Meeting fans online. Yushan University has a century-old history in Yuzhou. Not only does it consistently rank among the nation's top 10, but its most renowned feature is its architecturally impressive campus and supposedly delectable cafeteria. You will surely encounter many familiar faces at school. The breeze wafts in from outside. Yi Kong glances at the scenery beyond the window, hearing Wen Can's leisurely voice. Yi Baoxiu is here, along with Du Ruowei Li Yin and Zhou Song from your class. Almost all of them are your alumni. That's quite unfortunate news, Yi Kong retorts. You weren't also from this school, were you? I was, Wen Can admits, but I only attended for a year before going abroad. He continues, most of the local elite have studied at Yushan. Why is that? Is it a KPI assigned by the Yuzhou government to the local aristocracy? You could interpret it as the local elite's innate sense of belonging to Yuzhou, but more importantly. As he speaks, Wen Can raises his hand to point out the window. Green Shoes Private School is a social hub for the local elite. Following his gesture, Yi Kong gazes in the direction indicated. She sees a vast enclosure surrounded by lush greenery, within which the sharp Gothic rooftops are faintly visible, along with an expansive soccer field. While she is observing, a streak of orange flashes by outside the car window, followed by several colorful sports cars. The roar of engines is punctuated by enthusiastic whistles and shouts. Yi Kong squints, her limited experience allowing her to recognize only two top-tier sports car brands. The signs of the city's elite have largely grown up at Green Shoes, from kindergarten through middle school to high school, with Green Shoes handling it all. Wen Can adds. And behind the high school buildings of Green Shoes is Yushan University. As he speaks, a black Bentley rounds the corner, entering a vast square paved with vintage stone bricks. In front of the square stands Yushan University. Shall I take you to find the academic affairs office? Wen Can inquires from the car. I'm not directionally challenged. I don't need a cripple to guide me, Yi Kong replies, unaware of the driver's beads of sweat. She thanks Wen Can, shouldering her bag. No need for thanks. I'm just bored, he smiles, a faint but pleasant expression, with sunlight casting a soft glow on his face, making him exceptionally charming. With that smile, he says to Yi Kong, since I'm so bored, I plan to come by at noon to have lunch with you. How does that sound? Yi Kong feels a bit perplexed but agrees, as long as you don't mind the trouble. She turns to leave, purchasing a map from a senior selling them outside the school gate, and proceeds inside while glancing at her map. She doesn't look back even once until her silhouette vanishes. Throughout her departure, Wen Can does not instruct the driver to move, nor does he avert his gaze. The driver, who has worked for him for quite some time, finally cannot help but comment, Miss Yi is quite unexpectedly straightforward. Indeed, Wen Can concurs. Sunlight spills into his eyes, sparkling with a glimmer that renders his gaze somewhat hazy. I don't know why, he muses, but I increasingly feel like she looks familiar. After pondering for a while, he shakes his head and instructs the driver to leave. Although Wen Can had mentioned beforehand that he would encounter familiar faces at the school, Yi Kong did not anticipate meeting someone so quickly.
Yi Kong?
Qin Ranqiu, clad in a long skirt with a white lab coat, beams at her with genuine delight. Devoid of flattery. Are you a freshman? Or studying psychology? Yi Kong glances at her attire. I'm a second-year graduate student, so I'm your senior, Qin Ranqiu explains. But today I'm mainly responsible for club recruitment. We start classes earlier than you freshmen. I'm not a freshman. I'm an exchange student, Yi Kong replies, waving the documents in her hand. She quickly proceeds to register. Though she acts swiftly, Qin Ranqiu still catches sight of the university name on the documents. Beicheng University. She notes, a smile creeping onto her lips. It seems you're quite the scholar, an outstanding student. You do have some credentials to be Wen Can's fiancé. She watches Yi Kong's retreating figure, lost in thought until her phone vibrates, pulling her back to reality. Glancing at the message, her gentle face lights up with an even brighter smile, causing several nearby underclassmen to blush furiously. Yi Kong has no intention of residing in the school dormitory, making her registration process particularly straightforward. However, she is not solely present for the registration. After exiting the academic affairs office, she spends half an hour walking to the boys' dormitory, where she inquires about the location of the package station. Standing at the entrance of the station, she retrieves her phone to make a call. This number has been saved in her phone for quite some time, yet she has never dialed it until now. The call rings 3 times before being answered by a slightly husky male voice. Hello? Is this Mr. Ali? You have a package delivered to Yushan University. Please come and pick it up. What package? I haven't ordered anything. But the package has your number on it, and you're Ali, right? Yes, the voice coughs. Could you please check the sender's name? It's from 11. Yi Kong replies, her expression unchanging, sent from Beicheng. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes on the other end, followed by hurried footsteps. That's mine, he exclaims urgently. Please take the package to Lushan Street. Wait for me by that art wall. Where is Lushan Street? What is the art wall? Yi Kong suppresses her urge to ask questions, simply agreeing before hanging up and immediately searching for directions. Ultimately, she finds the location by asking for assistance. Lushan Street marks the boundary between Green Shoes Private School and Yushan University, a bustling commercial street. By the time Yi Kong arrives, nearly an hour has passed. After 10 minutes of searching, she finally locates the so-called art wall, a wall entirely covered in graffiti. The artwork feels familiar. A dark, blood-stained thicket juxtaposed with a sunlit field of flowers, creating a disjointed, yet harmonious beauty. This art wall is situated at the end of the commercial street in a somewhat secluded area, with dense bamboo groves of Green Shoes High School lying just behind it. Even with the sunlight streaming down, a refreshing breeze wafts through, imparting a chill. As Yi Kong waits there, she wonders about the peculiar choice of location for collecting the package. She cannot help but glance at Mr. Ali's profile once more. Ali, 23 years old. A student in the Fine Arts Department at Yushan University, with aspirations of becoming a world-renowned painter. Students of Yushan University. Why do they choose to collect their packages from a distant location instead of the male dormitory station? Could it be that he is working on the commercial street? As Yi Kong pondered this, a sudden flurry of footsteps reached her ears, followed by the sound of fists striking flesh, intermingled with painful grunts and raucous laughter. Her previously indifferent demeanor shifted, and she halted her breath, slowly turning her head towards the source of the noise. Chapter 90. Yi-11 falls victim to a scam and, in a fit of rage, assumes the role of a father figure. Enough already. A low, disdainful male voice echoed from beyond a wall. Do you really think you can assault someone under the watch of a camera? What do you mean assault? We're merely having some fun, chimed in several other voices, giggling mischievously. It was perfectly normal for friends to engage in playful jostling, kicking, and shoving during their precious break time. If you choose to ignore us and rush off alone, naturally, we can't help but be curious about your intentions. Hurry up. Didn't you say you were going to get a package? Let's go, we'll follow you. Yi Kong silently glanced at her phone. Indeed, Mr. Ali's profile indicated he was 23 years old, and his IP address corresponded to Yushan University. Yet, the unpleasant laughter still resonated in her ears. Hurry up. I'm curious to see what package has you in such a rush that you'd neglect your important errands.
Hey.
Why go through the main entrance when you can sneak through the dog hole? Look, here's a convenient dog hole just for you.
See?
Our buddy Do is waiting to snap a picture. It's not every day he asks this interested. Hurry up, do you even want your package? Yi Kong put away her phone, raised her head, and suddenly asked, Is this Mr. Ali? Her voice was remarkably melodious, imbued with a natural sweetness yet tinged with an underlying chill, an intriguing contradiction. The commotion on the other side of the wall abruptly ceased, and after a brief silence, someone laughed. Mr. Ali? Are you talking about Qian Ali? With a dull thud, the voice from the corner became clearer. Hello, beautiful. Come take a look. Is this the guy you're looking for? Yi Kong turned to see a small opening in the wall, where foliage had been pushed aside, revealing a face pressed forcefully against the ground. Dark hair obscured half of it, but one eye, devoid of emotion, gazed back at her, almost lifeless. She stepped closer, peering down at him amidst the laughter. After a moment, she slowly inquired, Is that you, Mr. Ali? It is I, he averted his gaze, his tone indifferent. But I don't wish to collect my package today. You can bring it another time.
What are you talking about?
A hand gripping him yanked him up and slammed him back down with a thud, covering his face in dirt before tossing him aside. From the hollow, where only a few pairs of limited edition sneakers were visible, more laughter erupted. Hey, miss, don't listen to him. Just toss the package through this hole.
Yeah.
He won't take it, so let us, his buddies, help him out. Yi Kong pondered for a moment, surveying her surroundings.
Nearby,
She spotted several iron trays filled with milk and cat food for stray cats. Silently, she approached, picked up a bowl of milk, and returned.
all right.
Who else reaching out to catch the package? I'll hand it over. She spoke softly. It's not heavy, but please handle it with care. As I wouldn't want it to get damaged. A sound of annoyance came from the other side. A sneaker-wearing figure stepped closer, extending a hand adorned with an expensive watch, exuding a sense of privilege. Such a hassle, the person grumbled. Hurry up. Yi Kong smiled, looking down at the outstretched hand, squatting down to pour the milk. For an unknown duration, the milk, mixed with bits of cat food, cascaded onto that hand, producing a splashing sound. The individual seemed momentarily stunned, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. As he instinctively withdrew his hand, Yi Kong was quicker, gripping the stainless steel cat bowl and striking down hard, simultaneously pinning his wrist.
Who the hell are you?
Are you crazy? Let go of me. I am your father. Yi Kong maintained her grip, her expression serene, even smiling slightly. Squatting on the ground, she raised the cat bowl once more, bringing it down repeatedly onto the protruding bones of his hand, as if engaged in a game, both earnest and joyful.
How could you forget me?
If you're so ungrateful, you deserve a beating. The wall echoed with continuous cries of agony. What's going on? What are those girls up to?
Pull your hand back.
Ah, it hurts.
Stop.
Like I could move. The one being struck shouted, if you're so tough, don't run. You all better hurry and catch her. A cacophony of hurried footsteps faded away. Yi Kong firmly held onto the hand now bruised and battered, sensing someone approaching from the other side of the wall. She took a moment to catch her breath, hearing a voice she had never encountered before. Who are you? Why are you hitting someone? I already told you. I'm his father, Yi Kong replied nonchalantly. I couldn't stand my son being arrogant and bullying others at school, so I decided to play the role of a righteous delivery person. Oh, she added. If you're envious, I could also be your father. The voice let out a cold laugh. Very well. I hope you can be just as righteous later. Later? What do you mean? Yi Kong glanced back, estimating the time before she stomped down hard on the injured hand, swiftly discarding the bowl and making her escape amidst the boys' cries of despair. By the time a group of young men arrived, only an empty cat bowl remained at the wall's corner. Emerging from the dog hole was a pale-faced youth. Trembling as he pointed a horrific right hand towards the opposite direction, gritting his teeth, she ran towards Yushan. Go find her. Amidst the crowd, Yi Kong sent a message to Mr. Eli via Weibo, using the handle drawing hand 11. Eli? Department of Fine Arts at Yushan University? 23 years old? None of it is true. You're actually a high school student? A miserable high school student at that? After a long while, just as she had almost exhausted her time wandering the street, her phone finally vibrated. A question mark appeared first, followed by a realization. Was that you earlier? Not the delivery person? How did you end up in Yuzhou? And why are you looking for me? Why didn't you tell me in advance? Numerous question marks and exclamation marks conveyed his astonishment, making it difficult to reconcile with the lethargic youth who had just been beaten. Yi Kong sighed, and her phone vibrated again. Were you out of your mind earlier? They're all local rich kids from Yuzhou, and they're frantically searching for you. You must hide well. Yi Kong sighed once more. Her first encounter with an online friend had unexpectedly turned into a series of unfortunate revelations. Come find me at Yushan University when you can. I'm here as an exchange student. As for those looking for me, she contemplated before continuing to type. If they find me, it will be their misfortune. Chapter 91. Seeing your face is particularly irritating. Time swiftly passed to noon, and Yi Kong received a call from Wen Can. After navigating for a while, she arrived at a quaint yet beautifully situated restaurant. The entrance was narrow, but upon stepping inside and traversing a small courtyard, one was met with a spacious and bright area, reminiscent of an ancient aristocratic residence. She was escorted inside by a waiter, ascending the staircase until she finally encountered Wen Can in a private room with an open window. Wen Can was not alone. At the table sat two others. One was Qin Ranqiu, whom she had just met earlier that day, and the other was a tall man. Despite the commotion, he did not turn his head. maintaining his gaze out the window, revealing only a sharp profile, his tone languid. It has been so long since I experienced campus life. Returning to it suddenly gives me the peculiar sensation of having aged. Perhaps it is not merely a sensation, when Ken replied with a faint smile. Do not forget we are of the same age. Chin Ranchio laughed amidst this subtle banter, seemingly accustomed to the atmosphere between the two. Or perhaps she was an intrinsic part of this ambience, naturally exuding the essence of a host. In a matter of seconds, their brief exchange concluded, and Wen gestured to Yikong. Come sit and order. Yikong approached the table slowly. It was a round table, with Wen seated in the center, his back to the window, flanked by Chin Ranchio and the other man on either side. An empty seat was available beside Chin Ranchio, with a teacup resting on the table, presumably reserved for Yikong. Do sit. Chin Ranchio began to pour tea into the vacant cup, her smile warm and mature. Clearly a considerate individual. So considerate that Yikong could envision the forthcoming scene during their meal, where she would fuss over her well-being. Akin to a host attending to guests, or perhaps like an adult soothing a child. Dragging the chair beside Chin Ranchio away until it was positioned directly opposite Wen Can, where she finally settled down. The girl brought the teacup to her lips, took a sip, and then turned her attention to Wen Can. You all share an excellent rapport. Even in this sweltering heat, you must squeeze together in a row. Anyone claiming you are old would surely vex me. She placed the cup back on the table, her gaze pure and innocent. Perhaps this is what it means to possess childlike innocence without realizing it. Wen Can, the man who had initially faced the window, turned his head, regarding her with an expression that was difficult to decipher. Wen Can cleared his throat and tapped the chair beside him. Would you kindly adjust your seat for my fiancé? Adjust for what? Yikong interjected. I am quite comfortable here. But I need you, Wen Can stated without batting an eye. Is it not natural for engaged couples to sit together? He said this while glancing at the man beside him. The man clicked his tongue and stood up. Indeed, he was quite tall, his stature accentuated as he rose. Long legs and broad shoulders on display. However, Yikong felt that his casual attire of a sweatshirt and pants did not quite suit him. Judging solely by his face and demeanor, he appeared to be the type accustomed to wearing tailored suits. Surrounded by board members as he traversed the upper echelons of a skyscraper. As she scrutinized him, the man had already approached her. From his vantage point, he extended his hand. Miss Yi-san, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Jiang-su, Wen Can's business partner. His business partner seems rather numerous. Yikong remarked dismissively as she shook his hand. Yet Chin Ranchio interjected with a laugh. Jiang is not just any partner. He is the president of the Jiang Consortium and the head of the Jiang family. Most are unaware of his collaborative relationship with Wen Can. At the mention of certain words, Yikong abruptly halted, retracting her hand. Jiang-su raised an eyebrow, sensing her slender fingers linger in his palm. He pondered something, his heart jolting slightly, and his previously languid expression grew notably colder. The man discreetly withdrew his hand, only for Yikong to grip it tightly.
The Ansu.
Yikong fixed her gaze on his hand, then slowly lifted her eyes to meet his. Miss Yi-san. The man regarded her coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Wen Can, who was silently observing. What does this mean? The private room fell into an unusual silence. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting an ambiguous shadow of Jiang-su's tall frame over Yikong. Standing within this shadow, her gaze was as sharp as a blade honed from ice and snow, emanating a chilling aura. Yikong? It was Chin Ranchio who finally broke the silence, her tone tinged with urgency and awkwardness, as if attempting to gloss over something. What we just mentioned about partners was merely a jest. Jiang-su and Wen Can are close friends, the best of friends, in fact. The emphasis on close friends was laden with an unspoken urgency, as though she feared Yikong might do something to embarrass the two friends. Miss Yi-san, Jiang-su said, maintaining his composure while attempting to extricate his hand. How long do you intend to hold on? His face betrayed a hint of disgust and disdain, even a touch of anger. Just as his irritation threatened to escalate into something more forceful, he felt a sudden sharp pain radiate from the hand she gripped. Jiang-su. The man glanced down to find Yikong leisurely tightening her grip, her perfectly manicured nails deeply embedded in his skin. This feels just right, Yikong stated, her eyes remaining impassive and calm. The pressure of her fingers ultimately left 2 or 3 raw marks on the back of his hand. For some reason, Yikong continued, when I see Mr. Zhang's face, I find it particularly distasteful. She added, this is only the second time in my life I have experienced such a feeling, so naturally. I wish to explore the reason behind it. My apologies, Mr. Jiang. Jiangsu. Qin Ranqiu. Finally, she gradually released her grip. The intense hold had left several white impressions on the man's skin, which slowly returned to its natural hue once freed. Yi Kong observed his astonished expression and smiled. Mr. Jiang wouldn't think that I was holding your hand out of affection, would you? Jiangsu. Ha. Yi Kong turned and settled beside Wen Can. Her brief laugh having effectively conveyed her mockery. Jiangsu. He glanced at the bloodstains on the back of his hand, his lips twitching as he fought to suppress his fury, but upon looking up, he found Wen Can still gently pouring tea for Yi Kong. You mentioned this was your second encounter. Who was the first? He even asked this with an air of casual nonchalance. Jiangsu. Truly a dog who forgets his friends upon meeting someone attractive. Jiangsu sat down, expressionless, while Qin Ranqiu soothingly poured him a cup of tea. Chapter 92. I promise her a lifetime of unending desserts. Whoever it may be, it is certainly not you. Yi Kong replied sharply, lifting her cup to drink. Yet Wen Can remained unfazed. As long as it is not me, that's sufficient, he replied, adding that Jiangsu was indeed quite unappealing, stating that even the younger generation of the Jiang family would cry upon hearing his name. Jiangsu, is it truly that exaggerated?
Ye Kong interjected.
Her expression one of surprise as she glanced at Jiangsu's face, her realization dawning. Mr. Jiang does have a rather fierce appearance. No wonder he can silence children's night cries. Jiangsu, can we agree on whether he silences or incites cries? Miss Yi-san, do you care to clarify? Jiangsu shot her a languid glance. You dare to be so impolite upon our first meeting. Miss Yi-san, you truly must have returned from a different world. From where? Did he mean beyond Yuzhou or from the realm of the affluent? Yi Kong propped her chin on her hand, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Her gaze flitting briefly over Jiangsu's face. You do not genuinely believe that your environment is the best, do you? It certainly does not cultivate children as ill-mannered and uncultured as you. Whether your children are polite or not is uncertain. Yi Kong chuckled. But her gaze returned to Jiangsu's face, her dark eyes holding a chill that was both subtle and unsettling, though it is certain they are not clean. Jiangsu's pupils constricted sharply. Wen Can's previously composed expression faltered. Qin Ranqiu nearly rose from her seat.
Miss Yi-san, you.
Qin Rank's eyes were tinged with a faint anger, and just as she was about to speak, her words were interrupted by Wen Can's movement as he set down his teacup. The bottom of the cup met the table with a delicate, crisp sound.
All right.
Wen Can declared, if you don't wish to eat, feel free to leave. I shall dine alone. Yi Kong had no intention of departing. Her stomach was growling with hunger. The smoke-like tension that had enveloped her gradually dissipated, and with a slight pout, she began to order with more composure. The earlier commotion was thus seamlessly overshadowed. As the dishes began to arrive, Wen Can and the other two had already commenced a discussion about work. The laboratory and team are all set. Jiangsu, you shall conduct the acceptance check this weekend, and then we will officially enter the bulk development phase. Wen Can then turned his gaze to Qin Rank, adding, and Rank, you are to accompany him to oversee the evaluation work. However, Qin Rank did not immediately nod in agreement. Instead, she appeared somewhat dazed as she glanced at Yi Kong. Coincidentally, Yi Kong, feeling bored, casually inquired, what evaluation? AI. Wen Can replied nonchalantly, I have established a new company dedicated to the development of artificial intelligence. Qin Rank's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively exclaimed, Wen Can. Both Wen Can, who was serving vegetables to Yi Kong, and Yi Kong, who had a piece of greens poised in her chopsticks, looked up in unison. Yi Kong's expression was one of bewilderment. Yet, Wen Can seemed to comprehend her unvoiced thoughts. It's all right, Xiao Kong is my fiancée. She is entitled to know all my affairs. Yi Kong hesitated slightly. Is this still confidential information? After all, everyone thinks I am a hopeless failure. Wen Can chuckled, moreover, my company should be quite profitable. After a brief pause, he continued, well, not just profitable, I have already amassed a considerable fortune. He then inquired, have you heard of Xingfei? ISNT, that a gaming company? Yi Kong responded, and it's currently the most renowned and lucrative in the industry. As a fan of games under Xingfei's banner, she often found players lamenting on her social media, pleading for Xingfei to invite her to design character concepts. However, those fans seemed to be aware of the improbability, leading them to vent their frustrations beneath her posts, disparaging the company. Yet, Eli had informed her that such complaints were merely superficial. In truth, they were loyal sycophants of Xingfei, flaunting its aloofness. Yi Kong found Eli's assertion somewhat extreme, yet observing the player's attitudes, it was evident that Xingfei was indeed a company embodying high standards and an air of exclusivity. Presently, she bit her chopsticks and gazed at Wen Can. The man offered her a slight smile. Xingfei is not merely a gaming enterprise. Gaming is just one branch of our conglomerate. Our primary focus is on AI and various technological developments. In the midst of Qin Rank's astonished gaze, he casually served Yi Kong another helping of vegetables, his tone unassuming. However, while this side venture may seem incidental, given its potential for substantial profit in the entertainment sector, I intend to develop it further. What do you think? Yi Kong was somewhat taken aback. Had Xingfei not been established for many years? It had gained fame for several years as well. I founded it at 18. Back then, it was merely a fledgling idea. But don't you also have to manage the Wen Corporation? Yi Kong recalled the accolades others had bestowed upon Wen Can, often referring to him as a prodigious talent. Some had even commented that with him as the heir, the Wen family was truly blessed. Yet, following his accident, that blessing seemed to have been extinguished. How could such a genius, who should devote all his energy to managing the Wen Corporation, simultaneously forge another remarkable path? In Yi Kong's bewildered gaze, Wen Can nonchalantly withdrew his chopsticks, not even lifting his eyelids. Thus, the profits of Xingfei have yet to surpass those of the Wen Corporation. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Fortunately, I will likely no longer need to oversee the Wen Corporation in the future, allowing me ample time to focus on managing Xingfei. Yi Kong remarked, "You are truly formidable." Indeed, indeed. Eat more. They exchanged a few more words. Wen Can soon resumed discussing subsequent work matters with Jiang Su. Meanwhile, Qin Rank remained silent for an extended period. As the meal neared its conclusion, Wen Can called for a dessert to be served to Yi Kong. In the final moments of indulgence, Yi Kong suddenly and unexpectedly looked up at Qin Rank. "If you have something to say, please do. Don't hold back."
What?
Qin Rank paused, then laughed. "What is wrong? Are you talking about me? Who else?" Yi Kong replied, spoon in hand, gazing at her in confusion. "You've glanced at me at least 50 times. Don't suppress it too much." Qin Rank's smile faltered slightly. Under Wen Can's watchful gaze, she bit her lip and finally spoke. "Wen Can, these are secrets I have kept with Jiang Su for many years. You've just revealed them to Miss Yi. What if she discloses them?" She furrowed her brow, casting a sincere and serious look at Yi Kong. "Miss Yi, I do not mean to target you. We are all longtime friends of Wen Can, and we are well aware that your engagement is merely a temporary arrangement, not indicative of a genuine betrothal." Her frown deepened as she turned back to Wen Can. "Therefore, I believe you should have Miss Yi sign a non-disclosure agreement. Not only for your own sake, but also to ensure that Miss Yi becomes a true member of our circle." Upon finishing, she apologized to Yi Kong. "I realize my words may not sound pleasant, but it is always better to prevent issues beforehand than to regret them afterward. You need not concern yourself with that." When Ken interjected, "Xiao Kong and I already have an agreement. Is it a written contract?" Qin Rank inquired. "A verbal agreement, but I trust Xiao Kong." Wen Can seemed to recall something amusing and suddenly laughed. As for the content, he turned to Yi Kong, tapping his finger on the dessert plate before her. "I promise her an endless supply of the finest desserts." Yi Kong, nibbling on her spoon, met his cold yet smiling gaze, swallowed the sweetness in her mouth, and then nodded at Qin Rank. "Indeed," she affirmed seriously, "there is no deal more advantageous for me than this." Qin Rank, the ever-composed Miss Qin, experienced a rare crack in her demeanor before Wen Can, revealing a profound incredulity and an odd sense of disorientation.